Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
The Sword Prince. Author note. The illustration of Seer looking and preparing herself in the mirror has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 71. The Loki Familia's expedition into Deadlish Street began with meticulous planning. To ensure an efficient exploration, the members were divided into several groups. Shirou was placed in a group led by Finn, alongside Bet, Raoul, and a few other experienced adventurers. Their mission was to investigate the underground sewer network rumored to contain a hidden passage to the dungeon. Meanwhile, another group led by Loki herself, comprising Ace, Lafia, Tiona, Tioni, and several other adventurers, was tasked with scouring the surface of Deadlish Street for clues to uncover the underground path. As Shirou and his group approached the area, Deadlish Street looked starkly different from other districts in Orario. Its narrow, winding, labyrinthine streets created a disorienting atmosphere. Towering, aged buildings with intricate yet chaotic architecture flanked the streets. Small, tightly sealed doors dotted the area as if guarding secrets behind them. The streets were paved with rough, worn stones covered in moss and cracks, betraying the district's ancient and neglected nature. The air was damp, mingled with the foul smell emanating from the sewers below. Some of the locals eyed the Loki Familia members with suspicion, while others quickly retreated into their homes, slamming their doors shut. Honestly, this place looks worse than I imagined, Bet scoffed, arms crossed as he surveyed the disarrayed streets. This is what Deadlish Street is like, Finn replied, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. It was built by a genius architect obsessed with labyrinths. It's no surprise everything looks chaotic. Raoul, standing near Shirou, scratched his head nervously. I've heard stories about this place before, but seeing it in person. It feels like you could get lost here in an instant if you're not careful. Shirou nodded slightly, his eyes scanning every corner of the street. It seems the architect wanted to create a place where everyone feels trapped, both above ground and below, he murmured, trying to decipher the labyrinthine design. Finn called for the group's attention. All right, we don't have time to be odd. Focus on your tasks. Don't lose your bearings and stay in communication. Shirou, get ready. We're heading into the sewers. Shirou followed Finn and the rest of the group to his small iron door tucked into a corner of the street. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary door. But when it was opened, the damp, pungent smell from underground rushed out, causing some of them to cover their noses. Ugh, smells like a minotaur that's never bathed, Bet grumbled sarcastically. Shirou gave a small smile, trying to hold his breath. At least we know this isn't a place people frequent. With cautious steps, they began descending into the underground network, leaving the clamor of Deadlish Street behind. Meanwhile, Loki led her surface exploration group with a relaxed but vigilant stride. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and the others followed closely, inspecting every narrow, complex corner of the labyrinthine streets. The atmosphere turned increasingly odd as the sound of shuffling footsteps was suddenly accompanied by a sharp smell of alcohol. Oh, here it comes. A raspy voice called out from one of the narrow alleys, revealing an old woman in a ragged cloak clutching a bottle of liquor. Her wrinkled face and unkempt hair were offset by a cheerful smile, making her appearance slightly unsettling. Without hesitation, the old woman approached Loki and leapt toward her. Lakikiai, you're a rich and beautiful goddess. Surely you have something for me, don't you? Eh? Loki exclaimed, attempting to dodge, but the old woman had already enveloped her in a tight hug. Penia, let me go. Your reek of alcohol is making me dizzy. The members of Loki Familia looked on with expressions caught between amusement and confusion. Who's that? Tiona asked, tilting her head. Loki sighed heavily, trying to free herself from the old woman's grip. This is Penia, the goddess of poverty. And yes, as her name suggests, she's always broke and often begs from her followers or other gods. Eh? There's a goddess like that? Ace asked, sounding puzzled, while Tiona stifled a laugh behind her hand. Penia finally released Loki after being handed a gold coin. You're so kind, Loki. No wonder you have so many loyal followers, Penia said drunkenly before taking another swig of her liquor. Loki groaned. Don't get your hopes up. That was just to get you off me. Now, I need some information from you. Penia raised an eyebrow, leaning against a wall. Information? You know I don't meddle in other people's business. Loki pulled a parchment from her pocket, showing a caricature of a man. Look at this. Have you seen this man around Deadlish Street? Penia squinted at the drawing, trying to focus. After a few seconds, she shook her head. Never seen him. I've lived here a long time, but I don't know this guy. And even if I did, I wouldn't get involved. My own affairs are messy enough. Loki sighed in exasperation. Of course, you're always like this. Fine, go away before you start begging again. Penia chuckled softly, waving goodbye as she retreated back into the alley. Good luck with your search, Loki. And remember, if you have more coins, I'll always be here. After Penia's departure, Tiona grinned. So that's the goddess of poverty? She really lives up to her name. Tioni nodded. I can't believe there's a goddess like that in Orario. Loki pocketed the parchment again. Believe me, in the world of gods, there are stranger ones than her. They continued their trek through Deadlish Street, though the encounter left an amused impression on the members of Loki Familia. Deadlish Street, with its chaotic maze of streets and countless narrow branches, seemed designed to confound and disorient. Every alley looked identical, creating an illusion that could easily trap anyone. Observing this, Loki decided to divide her members into smaller teams for more efficient exploration. All right, listen up. Loki stood in the middle of the gathered Familia members, all ready for their assignments. We'll split into 3 groups. This place is a labyrinth above ground, and if we're not careful, we'll lose track of one another. Use your signal bells if anything suspicious happens, got it? She turned to Riveria and the Fairy Force, her trusted squad of mages. Riveria, you and the Fairy Force will come with me. We'll explore the main section in the east. Remember, don't act recklessly if you find anything unusual. Riveria nodded gracefully, joined by the Fairy Force members, including Alicia, Sylvie, and Melina. Despite being mages, they were all prepared to face any threats that might arise. Next, Loki addressed the second group, consisting of Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Lin, and Aki. You're responsible for the southern area. Ace, I'm entrusting the leadership of this group to you. No one should act carelessly. Understood, Ace replied simply, followed by nods from the others. Tiona added cheerfully, this is going to be fun. I hope we run into something big to smash. Tioni sighed, glancing at her excitable sister. Don't get too excited. Just focus on the mission. Lastly, Loki addressed the third group, made up of second-string members, all at level 3. You'll handle the northern area. Don't overextend yourselves if you encounter anything suspicious. Notify the other groups immediately with your bells. One of them, a man named Stark, looked nervous but nodded firmly. Understood, Lady Loki. Good. Now, let's move out. Loki clapped her hands, signaling the groups to disperse. The 3 groups began moving in their designated directions, spreading out through the confusing streets of Deadlish Street. Loki and Riveria confidently led their group, while Ace and her team advanced quickly toward their assigned area. Meanwhile, the second-string group moved more cautiously, ensuring they avoided traps or threats beyond their capabilities. The deeper they went, the quieter the surroundings became, as though hiding something ominous within. Ace group, composed of Lafia, Tiona, Tioni, Lin, and Aki, continued exploring the narrow, twisting pathways of Deadlish Street. The further they ventured, the more they realized the complexity of the place. This is really like the dungeon, remarked Tiona, scanning her surroundings with curiosity. It might even be worse. At least in the dungeon, we have a map. True, Lafia agreed, eyeing the Ariadne guide marks, a guiding system designed to help people navigate and avoid getting lost. But here, maps are useless if we can't figure out the layout. In the middle of their small debate, Tioni suddenly stopped and smirked. I have an idea, she said, crossing her arms. What idea, Tioni? Lafia asked curiously. The group focused their attention on her. Tioni explained her theory confidently. If I were part of Evelus hiding in a place like this, I'd stay away from the Ariadne guide marks. They know those marks are meant to guide people. So, if we want to find their base, we should take routes that avoid those marks. The group paused, considering Tioni's logic. That makes sense, Aki said, nodding in agreement. I like your idea, Tioni. Let's try it. Tiona exclaimed enthusiastically. If everyone agrees, we'll go with this plan, Ace said calmly, though she felt some internal hesitation. But stay vigilant. Don't let your guard down. The group then followed paths opposite to the Ariadne guide marks, hoping to uncover something suspicious. However, the further they walked, the more convoluted the pathways became. Identical branches appeared at every turn, and they found no signs pointing to Evelus. We're lost, Lafia said softly, glancing around with unease. We've tried multiple paths, but there's nothing here. I think this was a bad idea, Aki muttered, looking at Tioni. Tioni sighed, scratching the back of her head. Well, I never said the idea was perfect. At least we know they're not in this area. You're just trying to console yourself, Tiona teased playfully. After a brief silence, Ace finally spoke. We're heading back to the Ariadne guide marks. We need to report to the others about this area. There's no point wasting more time here. Though slightly disappointed, the group agreed. They decided to retrace their steps to the marked paths, hoping the other groups had better luck in finding clues about Evelus. As A's group returned to the Ariadne guide marks, a shadow gracefully leaped down from a rooftop ahead of them. Instantly, everyone tensed, but Lafia recognized the figure. Filvis! Lafia exclaimed with excitement, her face lighting up. She hurried toward her friend, who had just landed elegantly. It's so good to see you here. I'd like to introduce you to my team. Filvis, clad in her white uniform bearing the emblem of Dionysus Familia, stood calmly, her cool gaze sweeping over the group. Despite her poised demeanor, there was an aura of politeness that prevented her from seeming arrogant. I'm here to assist. Lord Dionysus has decided to ally with Loki Familia for this mission. Therefore, I'll be joining you. Tioni, ever sociable, extended her hand with a warm smile. Pleasure to meet you, Filvis. I'm Tioni from Loki Familia. I hope we can work well together. However, Filvis merely glanced at the offered hand before completely ignoring it. She stood with her hands clasped in front of her, maintaining her distance. Tioni, used to blunt rejections, chuckled lightly to ease the tension. Well, maybe next time, she said. Seeing the awkwardness, Lafia hurriedly explained, her tone a bit nervous. Please don't take it personally. Philvis doesn't like being touched. It's a common trait among elves, especially those who value their personal space. Tiona, watching the scene, leaned slightly toward Lafia and whispered, "She's always like this? I thought Ace was the only one who could be this cold." Tiona. Ace muttered quietly with a sigh. Philvis regarded Lafia briefly, then gave a slight nod, acknowledging her friend's defense. "We should move quickly. If this group hasn't found anything, it's likely they've moved further ahead." Ace nodded and signaled for them to move. "Let's continue. With Philvis here, she might help us find clues faster." The group resumed their journey, with Philvis now walking beside Lafia, speaking quietly to her. However, the initial atmosphere was stiff. Since Philvis joined the group, the mood had become increasingly tense. As they navigated through Deadless Street, the previously light-hearted conversations gave way to silence. The stillness made Tiona uneasy. She turned to Lin, walking nearby, and whispered softly, "Hey, Lin, what do you think is a good topic to get the girls to bond?" "I can't stand this kind of atmosphere," Tiona asked, scratching her head as she brainstormed. Lin, caught off guard by the sudden question, stammered, Maybe gossip? Or romance?" "Great idea," Tiona exclaimed without hesitation, drawing everyone's attention. With enthusiasm, she immediately directed her question to Philvis. "So, Philvis, is there anyone you like?" Philvis, entirely unprepared for such a blunt question, froze. Her face turned bright red, and she shot a sharp glare at Tiona. "You tactless Amazonas. That's not an appropriate question to ask someone you've just met," she reprimanded sternly. However, Tioni, walking behind Tiona, chuckled. "Actually, it's the best way to lighten the mood. Trust me, nothing breaks the ice faster than talking about love," she said with a wide grin. Lafia, walking beside Philvis, was surprised to see her friend's flushed face. She tried to suppress a smile, but her curiosity got the better of her. "See, could it be?" She murmured softly before blurting out her guess. "The person Philvis likes is Lord Dionysus." Lafia's words exploded like a bomb in the group. Philvis flushed even deeper, covering her face with one hand. The previously awkward mood immediately shifted to one filled with varied reactions. "Oh," Tiona teased, glancing at Tioni, who looked even more excited. "That makes so much sense, Lafia. Philvis must admire her handsome and elegant god Dionysus." Philvis, unable to tolerate the spotlight any longer, snapped in frustration. "Enough. There's nothing like that. Focus on our mission, not this pointless gossip." Her flushed face, however, only drew more chuckles from Tiona and smiles from the others. Still feeling embarrassed from the earlier conversation, Philvis decided to turn the tables. With a firm yet composed tone, she asked, "What about all of you? Do you have someone you like?" The group fell silent for a moment, but Tioni was quick to respond enthusiastically. "Of course I do. I'm absolutely in love with Captain Finn," she declared unabashedly, adding with a playful tone, "He's the perfect man, strong, smart, and with a smile that could melt anyone's heart." Tiona, walking beside her twin, sighed and commented, "I don't really understand love like you do, Tioni. But if supporting someone from afar counts, I suppose that's enough." Lafia, intrigued by Tiona's casual reply, turned her attention to Aki and asked curiously, "What about you, Aki? Do you like Raoul? You seem so close to him." Aki raised her eyebrows and shook her head nonchalantly. "Raoul? Not a chance. I don't see him as more than a colleague." She added jokingly, "Besides, he panics way too much to be attractive." Meanwhile, Tioni continued to gush enthusiastically about Finn, detailing how she admired him and wished he would notice her feelings more. "He's truly amazing. If only he paid more attention to me, we'd make a great couple." Aze, unaccustomed to such conversations, remained quiet. Her eyes darted to the side, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, she opted to stay silent, avoiding the topic altogether. However, the group's attention shifted to Lin, who had been quiet the entire time. Tioni noticed and teased her. "Hey, Lin, you've been so quiet. Don't tell me you have someone you like too." All eyes turned to Lin. Her face reddened, and she avoided their gazes. After a moment, she answered in a small voice, I like Bet." Her confession hit the group like a bombshell. "What?" Tiona and Tioni shouted in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Even Aze, usually calm, looked slightly surprised, while Philvis stared at Lin with a puzzled expression. Lafia, equally stunned, quickly asked, "Are you serious?" "Bet." Lin nodded slightly, her face even redder. "He may be rough and often angry, but I feel like he has a gentle side that no one else sees." Tioni covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter, while Tiona couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "I can't believe it. Lin, you're so brave." Philvis sighed and remarked flatly, "Love truly is strange." As the others laughed and teased, Tioni suddenly turned her attention to Lafia, who seemed uneasy. With a knowing smile, she asked, "Hey, Lafia? You haven't answered. Do you have someone you like?" Lafia froze, her face beginning to redden. She tried to deflect, but everyone's eyes were now on her. Nervously, she replied, "I don't have anyone. I just admire someone's elegance." She glanced at Aze, hoping the answer would be enough to end the questioning. However, Philvis, smiling faintly as if seizing a golden opportunity for payback, calmly retorted, "In that case, I can guess who Lafia likes. How about Shirou?" "What?" Lafia nearly screamed. her eyes widening as she looked at Philvis. Her face turned bright red, and she panicked. Me? Like Shirou? Impossible. Philvis pressed on, her tone calm yet pointed. When I was training you, you kept mentioning Shirou. About how he helps out with Loki Familia and how he cheers you up when you're down. Everyone, except Ace, nodded, recalling how often Lafia had been seen with Shirou. Desperately trying to justify herself, Lafia stammered, That doesn't mean I like him. I just feel comfortable around him. Tioni raised an eyebrow curiously. And, without realizing it, Lafia began speaking honestly. I just like seeing his serious face when he's teaching something. I just like how he cares for others selflessly. I just sometimes feel my heart skip a beat when I'm near him. The group fell silent before Tioni burst out laughing. Oh, Lafia. Just this, just that. You're totally in love with him. Philvis patted Lafia's shoulder gently, smiling. It's okay, Lafia. I'll support you. Deep down, Philvis felt a certain kinship with Shirou. They were both people carrying past wounds but striving to move forward for the sake of others. Meanwhile, A's mood subtly shifted. Listening to the conversation, she felt a strange unease in her heart. A rare, unfamiliar feeling, like something was bothering her. As the others continued to tease Lafia, A's remained quiet, pondering that peculiar emotion deep within her. Author note. The rough sketch of A's swimming has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 72. Continuing their journey together, A's, who was usually quiet and emotionless, reflected on the earlier conversation. Though she didn't fully understand love, there was one thing she was certain of. Shirou was different. In her mind, she recalled her father's words about a hero who would one day help her face her destiny. Ace believed that Shirou was that hero. She also remembered Shirou's promise to her that they would defeat the one-eyed black dragon together, the creature that had taken her parents. Strengthening her resolve, Ace slowly raised her hand, drawing the attention of her companions. With a soft but firm voice, she said, I like Shirou. It was as if time stopped. The entire group stared at Ace, their mouths agape. For someone as cold and emotionless as Ace to suddenly confess her feelings was beyond anything they could have imagined. Lin was the first to break the silence, speaking in a quiet tone. It seems we have a love triangle between Shirou, Lafia, and Ace. Ace and Lafia exchanged an awkward glance. Neither knew what to say. Lafia felt her chest tighten. The person she admired had just admitted to liking the same man she had feelings for. Her emotions became a whirlwind of disappointment, jealousy, and something she couldn't quite identify. However, Tioni frowned, not entirely convinced by A's declaration. In a low voice, she whispered to the others, excluding A's, I doubt it's true love. I think A's might be mistaken. I'm going to ask her more about it. Turning to A's with a serious expression, Tioni asked, A's, why do you like Shirou? What's your reason? A's seemed confused, trying to find the right words. Most of her special moments with Shirou were private, things only they knew, so she had to choose her words carefully. After a moment of thought, she simply replied, I like his cooking. The statement caused everyone to burst into laughter. Even Lafia, who had been tense moments ago, smiled in relief, feeling a glimmer of hope that A's feelings for Shirou might not be that deep. Tioni placed her hands on her hips and began lecturing Ace in a playful tone. That's not love, Ace. That's just a hungry stomach. If you want to know what love is, look at me. I love Captain Finn with all my heart. Not just because he's amazing, but because he inspires me. Love is more than just good food. Ace nodded slowly, not fully understanding. Deep down, she felt her feelings for Shirou were much deeper than just food, but she didn't know how to express that. Meanwhile, Lafia quietly felt a bit more at ease, even though she knew the situation was still complicated. Philvis, observing everything from the back, simply smiled faintly, enjoying the unusual dynamics of their group. After hearing Tioni's explanation of love, Ace still wasn't entirely sure. With her usual calm demeanor, she looked at her friends and asked, Then, what do you think love means? Everyone exchanged glances, trying to come up with the best answer. Ace's gaze first fell on Lafia, who immediately turned as red as a tomato. Stammering, Lafia replied, love is when you think about someone so much that you dream about them. Ace listened calmly, but in her heart, she recalled that she had dreamed about Shirou before. She quietly agreed with Lafia's answer, feeling it resonated with her feelings. She then turned her attention to Lin, who looked startled at being the next to answer. I have to answer too? Lin asked hesitantly. Ace nodded, prompting Lin to grow nervous. After thinking for a moment, Lin replied, Love is maybe when you long for someone's touch. Ace looked at Lin in confusion. Touch? What do you mean? She asked innocently, causing some of the group to burst into laughter. Aki, trying to help explain, added with a small smile, like a hug, or maybe dancing together. Those words brought back a special memory for Ace. In her heart, she recalled a moment when she and Shirou had danced together in the library, a memory she had never shared with anyone. Before Ace could respond, Tioni suddenly interjected, and kisses. Kisses are an important part of love. With an enthusiastic expression, Tioni began daydreaming about what it would be like to receive her first kiss from Captain Finn, drawing more laughter from the group. While the others laughed, Ace remained silent, processing everything she had just heard. In her heart, she remembered that she had already kissed Shirou, albeit in unusual circumstances. Once, when she gave him an elixir while he was unconscious in Rivera, and again when Shirou performed CPR on her after she nearly drowned. Both moments replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. With all the memories and explanations swirling in her mind, it became more certain that her feelings for Shirou were indeed love. However, she decided to keep this realization to herself, choosing not to reveal it to anyone, at least, not for now. On the other hand, the second-string Loki Familia group, consisting of Lisa, Nick, Lloyd, Sharon, and Stark, was exploring another section of Deadlish Street. This group moved at a more relaxed pace than the others, chatting to pass the time and stave off boredom. As they walked through a narrow street adorned with characteristic stone ornaments, Sharon initiated a conversation. "Hey, do you remember the Monsterphilia incident a while ago? I heard one of the monsters escaped and attacked somewhere along this street." Lisa, walking at the front, nodded. "Yeah, I heard about that too. They say a rookie managed to defeat the monster." She paused, then added, "What was his name again?" "Oh, right, Little Rookie, wasn't it?" Nick, who was examining walls etched with old symbols, turned around. "Little Rookie, that's Bell Crannel, isn't it? The guy everyone at the guild keeps talking about. Come to think of it, any ordinary adventurer would have been dead facing a monster like that." The others nodded in agreement. Lloyd, holding a torch, added with a grimace, "Seriously, a level 1 rookie defeating a minotaur? If I'd faced that thing back when I was level 1, I wouldn't have stood a chance." They chuckled lightly, though the laughter couldn't entirely mask their admiration. Lisa, with a curious expression, added, "Bell's level 3 now, right? I hear he's gotten even stronger. If we were to duel him now, we'd probably get crushed." Stark, who was quieter than the rest, finally spoke up. In a serious tone, he said, "Bell is different. He's not just any adventurer." His gaze seemed thoughtful, as if he was reflecting on something deeper. Lisa shrugged. "Of course. If he were ordinary, he wouldn't be known as the Little Rookie." Their conversation continued casually, but there was an unspoken curiosity among them about Bell Crannel and how he had managed to rise so quickly. As the second-string Loki Familia group continued navigating the intricate alleys of Deadlish Street, Sharon brought up another topic to fill the silence. "Hey, speaking of incredible adventurers, what do you guys think about Shirou? I know he's way more impressive than Bell, but for some reason, he keeps all his achievements hidden." Nick, still examining the stone walls for unusual markings, shrugged. "Bell is extraordinary, but Shirou's feats, they sound almost like fairy tales. I can't imagine how an ordinary human could do the things he's done." Stark, bringing up the rear and keeping a watchful eye on their path, added, "Didn't Shirou cause a stir as soon as he joined Loki Familia? I heard he secretly made it to the 18th floor on his own. That's insane." Lisa nodded, grinning in amazement. "And that's not all. On the 18th floor, they say he even managed to injure a level 6 member of Evelis. And he was only level 1 at the time. No wonder he got a double level up to level 3 after that." She paused, then continued, "And after fighting the corrupted spirit, he rose to level 4. I can't even imagine how he pulled it off in such a short time." Lloyd, walking at the front with his torch, shook his head in disbelief. "Stuff like that is beyond anything we could achieve. Honestly, I'm just grateful Shirou's on our side. Imagine if he were our enemy? We'd be done for." Lisa, with a serious yet playful tone, smirked. "Even if Shirou were still level 1, I'm sure we'd stand no chance against him, even as level 3s. For a moment, everyone fell silent, pondering her words. They realized Shirou wasn't just an ordinary adventurer. He was an extraordinary figure, someone who had already become a legend within their familia. Sharon, smiling slightly as they walked, said, "Yeah, I guess we're lucky to have him as part of Loki Familia. If he were an enemy, I don't even want to think about it." Their conversation continued, interwoven with admiration for Shirou, which bolstered their pride in being part of a familia that included someone as remarkable as him. Finn, Shirou, Gareth, Bet, and the other members of Loki Familia continued their exploration through the narrow, damp tunnels beneath Deadlish Street. The air was thick with the smell of stagnant water and decaying moss, but everyone remained alert, sticking closely to the predetermined formation. Finn walked in the middle of the group, his short spear in hand, ready to give orders at any moment. His sharp eyes scanned every corner, anticipating potential threats. Shirou trailed calmly at the rear, his bow slung over his back. He understood his role as a supporter in this mission, prepared to provide backup when needed. Bet, leading at the front, suddenly halted. His nose wrinkled as he sniffed the air. "I recognize this smell," he said, his deep voice echoing in the narrow passage. "Viola monsters. They're nearby." Finn turned his gaze to Bet. "Then lead the way. Follow the scent and signal us when we're close." With swift movements, Bet led the group down a darkening corridor. The faint smell grew stronger until they reached a hidden staircase descending deeper. The Loki Familia members moved cautiously, ensuring they didn't make excessive noise that might attract monsters. At the bottom of the staircase stood a towering door. Its surface gleamed like polished gold, despite the dim lighting. Finn approached, carefully examining the intricate carvings on the door. Gareth followed, his eyes widening as he took in the sight. This is made of orichalcum," he said in awe. "One of the strongest metals. Constructing a door this size with it must have cost a fortune. Whoever is behind this clearly isn't ordinary." Shirou stepped closer, scrutinizing the carvings and the surface. He couldn't help but wonder who would need such strong protection in a hidden corridor like this. His thoughts were interrupted when Finn spoke. We don't know what's behind this door. Everyone, be ready. Gareth, Bet, stay at the front. Shirou, ensure we have an escape route if things go wrong. The group nodded, seamlessly shifting formation. They all knew that this door might hold the key to the mystery they were unraveling, or perhaps it concealed dangers beyond their imagination. As they continued examining the golden door, a soft clicking sound suddenly echoed. The door began to open slowly, its creaking noise reverberating through the tunnel. Instantly, the Loki Familia members readied their weapons, prepared for whatever lay ahead. Finn raised his hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. From the shadows beyond the door, a figure cloaked in black appeared, their face concealed by a mask. The figure stood at the threshold for a moment, holding a small, glowing orb in their hand. Without a word, the figure retreated into the darkness of the room beyond. How did they open the door from a distance? Gareth asked, his deep voice tinged with caution. He gripped his axe tightly, as if bracing for an imminent attack. Finn, observing the now fully open door, replied calmly, they had something, like a glowing orb. It might be a key that activates the door's mechanism remotely. It seems to be high-level technology or magic. Bet snorted, his sharp eyes fixed on the door. This has to be a trap. Whoever opened the door for us is probably waiting to ambush us inside. Finn nodded. That's a strong possibility. It's a tactic to lure us in. But we can't back down now. If this is the enemy's base, we need to investigate. There's no turning back. Bet turned to Finn, grinning. Good. I'm sick of the sewer stench anyway. At least inside there might be something worth smashing. Finn allowed himself a small smile before issuing commands. All right. Bet, Shirou, you two scout ahead. Don't stray too far and signal us if you find anything. Raoul, Finn turned to the adventurer standing at the back. Head back to the surface and alert the others. Tell them to regroup here as soon as possible. Raoul hesitated briefly before nodding quickly. Understood, Captain. I'll be back soon. With that, he ran off, retracing their steps. Shirou glanced at Finn and asked, anything specific we should look for inside? Finn answered firmly, look for any clues about the enemy's operations or their identity. But remember, your safety comes first. If the situation becomes too dangerous, retreat and report back. Shirou nodded, then looked at Bet. Let's move. The two stepped through the massive door, leaving Finn and the others standing guard outside. Their silhouettes disappeared into the shadows, knowing full well that danger could strike at any moment. Inside, the corridor was narrow and dimly lit by small, embedded crystals that emitted a faint glow. The air felt heavy, and the walls, which Shirou examined using structural analysis, revealed their composition. The walls are made of adamantite, Shirou murmured, mostly to himself, though loud enough for Bet to hear. Huh? So, you're saying they had a ton of money to build this place? Bet replied sarcastically as he continued forward. Shirou gave a small nod, his thoughts lingering on the masked figure who had disappeared into the shadows. If only I could have used structural analysis on the orb they were holding, he thought, regretting not focusing more on the object. I might have been able to replicate it and unlock doors like this elsewhere. As they reached a fork in the path, Bet paused, sniffing the air warily. Doesn't seem like there are traps or monsters in this entryway, he remarked casually. We've gone far enough. Time to head back. Agreed, Shirou said, though a sense of unease lingered. As they turned to leave, an odd feeling washed over him, as though something was watching them. Slowly, Shirou glanced upward and spotted something unusual. In the corner of the ceiling, a flower-like organism swayed subtly, its head following their movements. Shirou narrowed his eyes, carefully analyzing the strange plant without drawing attention. What's taking you so long? Bet's voice broke Shirou's focus. Nothing, Shirou replied quickly, catching up with him. Yet his thoughts remained on the flower. Could it be some kind of surveillance device? Or maybe a familiar being used to spy on us? The two eventually exited the corridor, leaving the strange room behind. Shirou's unease grew, but he chose to keep his observations to himself for now, waiting for the right moment to report to Finn or Gareth. If that really was a surveillance tool, the enemy already knows we're here, he thought grimly. As Bet and Shirou returned from the corridor they had scouted, Finn immediately turned to them, waiting for a report. The entrance is clear, no traps or monsters, Bet said confidently. However, Shirou added in a more serious tone, even so, there are strange flowers on the ceiling along the way. They appear to be alive, with their heads tracking our movements. It's highly likely they're being used to monitor us and relay information to the enemy. Huh, so that's why you were taking so long, Bet scoffed, irritated that Shirou hadn't mentioned it earlier. Finn stroked his chin, processing the information. If that's true, then the enemy already knows our position. There's no point in destroying the flowers now, the information has likely already reached them. He glanced at his own hand, moving his thumb restlessly. And my thumb's itching again. This isn't a good sign. Shirou stepped forward. In that case, let me infiltrate ahead. I can move quietly and destroy the flowers one by one before they gather any further information. Afterward, I'll rejoin you. Gareth, who had been listening from the side, shook his head. That's too reckless. Sneaking alone into an area we don't fully understand is just asking to be captured. Finn initially seemed hesitant, considering Gareth's warning. But when his itching thumb subsided as he looked at Shirou, it was as if his instincts confirmed the decision. Finally, Finn spoke. You might be right, Gareth, but I have a feeling Shirou is the right choice for this. If you're confident you can handle it, Shirou, then go ahead. But be careful. Understood, Shirou replied calmly. He closed his eyes for a moment, and a skull-shaped mask along with a black cloak materialized in his hands through projection, the iconic gear of the legendary assassin, Hassan ibn Sabah. As Shirou donned the mask and wrapped himself in the dark cloak, his entire demeanor shifted. His presence became calm yet menacing, like death itself lurking in the shadows. Gareth whistled softly, both impressed and uneasy. With that look, you really do seem like the Grim Reaper, Gareth remarked wryly. Finn patted Shirou's shoulder. Go. We'll hold our position here. Without another word, Shirou stepped back into the corridor they had explored earlier, his body blending seamlessly with the shadows, like a hunter stalking unseen prey. Author note. The sketch of A's swimming has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 73. After some time, Raoul finally arrived with a group of other members of the Loki familia. He looked tired but remained enthusiastic, knowing they were getting closer to something important. TCH, I really lost a bet this time, Tiona grumbled, crossing her arms as she stared at the large orichalcum door with curiosity. And I was so sure the path we took was the right one. Bet smirked at her complaint. Of course, you lost. I'm always sharper than you, Tiona. Keep dreaming. I'll be faster next time we race. Tiona shot back with determination. But before their banter could escalate, Finn raised a hand to command their attention. Reveria, Finn called, looking toward the high elf mage. You can read the hieroglyphs on this door, right? Reveria stepped forward, examining the carvings on the gleaming orichalcum surface illuminated by torchlight. With her usual calm demeanor, she began analyzing the inscriptions. This is ancient, Reveria said, her fingers brushing against the cold metal. The writing mentions the name of this place. Knossos. According to these hieroglyphs, Knossos was an original project crafted by Daedalus in ancient times. It's not just the complex Daedalus Street. This entire structure is a product of his genius. Knossos, Finn murmured, deep in thought as he tapped his chin. If this is truly Daedalus creation, then the people managing Knossos today must have ties to Evolus. And that explains how they have the key to open this door, Gareth added, his voice heavy with concern. There's no way they'd have access to such a place without strong connections. Then it's even more crucial that we investigate further, Finn concluded, his gaze sharp. This isn't just an ordinary hideout. Meanwhile, Ace stood nearby, observing the door with a serious expression. She could sense something significant lurking beyond it, sending chills down her spine. We have to be careful, Ace muttered quietly, but loud enough for Lafia beside her to hear. Agreed, Lafia replied, gripping her staff tightly. It feels like this place is hiding more than it seems. Amidst the group, Ace, now fully aware of her feelings for Shirou, grew anxious as she couldn't spot him anywhere. She quickly approached Finn, who stood in the center organizing their exploration strategy. Finn, Ace called, her tone soft but urgent. Where's Shirou? Wasn't he supposed to be with your group? Finn turned to her, his expression calm yet serious. Shirou infiltrated ahead. He volunteered to clear out the scouts inside Knossos. A's eyes widened slightly, but she remained silent, clutching her sword tightly. Lafia, however, couldn't hold back her concern. Captain Finn, Lafia exclaimed, her voice trembling. Why did you let Shirou go alone? Even if he's strong, this place is too dangerous. We don't even know what's inside. Loki, overhearing Lafia's outburst, walked over and lightly patted her shoulder. Relax, Lafia, Loki said in a casual yet reassuring tone. Shirou's still alive. I know because his blessing is still connected to me. If anything happened, I'd know right away. Lafia stepped back, still murmuring anxiously. But he's alone. Seeing her friend's distress, Philvis approached Lafia. In a gentle but firm voice, she said, Lafia, Knossos is a dangerous place. It's better for you to stay in the rear and focus on supporting us with your magic. However, Lafia shook her head vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. I can't stay behind. I want to help my friends. Especially Shirou, he's already gone ahead. Philvis paused, watching Lafia's resolve. Finally, she nodded slowly. In that case, I'll protect you, Lafia. I promise, no matter what happens, I won't let anything harm you. From a distance, Gareth, who had been observing their conversation, approached Loki with a wary expression. Loki, he said quietly, are you sure Philvis can be trusted? We know she's from Dionysus Familia, but in a place like this, we need to be extra cautious. Loki gave a small smile, shaking her head. Don't worry, Gareth. I can tell she's genuine. As a goddess, I can sense when someone's lying, and Philvis is honest about her intentions. Besides, Loki grinned broadly, nodding toward Lafia and Philvis. Looks like Lafia has found her own knight to protect her. Isn't that sweet? Gareth snorted, half amused, half concerned. I hope you're right, Loki. Hearing the exchange, Lafia glanced at Philvis with gratitude in her eyes. Despite her worries, she felt a bit more at ease knowing Philvis was by her side. Yet, deep down, she continued to pray for Shirou's safety. Finn stood firmly in front of the Knossos door, looking at each member of the Loki Familia with a confident but cautious expression. With a commanding voice, he gave the signal. Prepare yourselves. We don't know what's waiting inside. Stay vigilant and stick to the formation we discussed. Beside him, Bet, ever blunt, grumbled with irritation. I don't like this. Bringing weaklings into a place like this feels wrong. They'll just become a burden if things go south. We should leave them here. Hearing that, Tiona immediately protested, crossing her arms. Hey, Bet, don't say that. We need supporters to carry items, spare weapons, and anything else we might need. They're part of our team, you know. Bet scoffed but didn't argue further. Finn, observing the exchange, nodded, understanding both sides. He knew Bet wasn't belittling the lower-level members but was genuinely concerned for their safety. Even so, he sided with Tiona. Tiona's right, Finn said firmly. Supporters are a crucial part of the team. They'll ensure we have everything we need during the exploration. So they're staying with us. That's not up for debate. Bet shrugged, his displeasure evident, but he didn't press the matter further. Finn then turned his attention to Riveria, who stood among the Fairy Force members. Their eyes met, and he gave her clear instructions. Riveria, you and the Fairy Force will stay outside. Make sure the exit route is secure. If anything happens, we'll need you to open an evacuation path. Riveria nodded without hesitation. Understood, Captain. Yet deep down, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to showcase the results of her training with Shirou, proving her ability to combine magecraft and magic seamlessly. But as one of the most senior members, she knew Finn's orders had to be followed without question. Behind her, members of the Fairy Force such as Alicia and Sylvie stood ready with their magic staves, ensuring they could defend their position if the situation became dire. Lafia, standing near Ace, gazed ahead anxiously, her thoughts still preoccupied with Shirou, who had gone ahead earlier. Finn, after confirming that everyone was prepared, raised his hand as a signal to move forward. All right, let's move. With determined steps, they began their descent into Gnosis, navigating its dark and secretive passages, leaving Riveria and her team to guard the exterior. Arwen, one of the Fairy Force members, glanced toward Lady Riveria, who stood steadfast, watching Finn and the other members of Loki Familia disappear into Gnosis. Riveria's expression appeared calm, yet a flicker of longing subtly betrayed her emotions. Cautiously, Arwen asked, Lady Riveria, do you wish to join them inside? Riveria, realizing she'd been caught off guard, felt a faint wave of embarrassment but quickly composed herself. With grace, she replied, I've recently learned a new skill. I feel it would be quite useful to test it in actual combat. Her voice remained composed, though her heart hoped the answer would suffice. Before the conversation could grow serious, Loki, standing not far away, overheard and seized the opportunity to tease. With a mischievous grin, she said, Oh, a new skill, huh? Is it really a new skill, or just an excuse because you've been studying alone with Shirou in the storage room? Riveria's face flushed slightly at the playful jab, but she maintained her composure. Calmly, she replied, Shirou has been teaching me magecraft. If you'd like, I can demonstrate it now. Deep down, she felt a mix of pride and nervousness about how much her time with Shirou had meant. Sylvie, who overheard the exchange, couldn't hide her curiosity. Magecraft? Lady Riveria, could you show us what you've learned? Her eyes sparkled with childlike wonder. Seeing the excitement, Riveria allowed a small smile to form. This was a good opportunity to showcase her training. Straightening her posture, she raised her right hand and slowly activated her magic circuit. A faint bluish-green glow emanated from her skin, tracing lines along her arm to her fingertips. She channeled prana through her hand, demonstrating the reinforcement magecraft Shirou had taught her. Arwen and the others stared in awe. The glow shimmered gently yet radiated energy. Sylvie, visibly amazed, exclaimed, Your hand is glowing. That's incredible! What does it do, Lady Riveria? Riveria regarded them with a serious yet kind expression, feeling proud to share her knowledge. This is reinforcement magecraft. With it, I can strengthen parts of my body or certain objects, making them more durable, powerful, and resistant to attacks. For instance, if I use this on my staff, its effectiveness will increase significantly. Alicia nodded, impressed. So you can enhance weapons or your own body with this. That sounds extremely useful in battle. Riveria nodded in agreement, pleased that her explanation was well received. Exactly. This skill is not just for offense, but also for defense in critical situations. Sylvie's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shirou is truly remarkable. Teaching something like this to you must have taken great skill. Riveria merely gave a modest smile, but her heart swelled with a mix of joy and shyness. Still, this was a major step for her in sharing magecraft openly with others. Inside Gnosis, an oppressive silence hung over the group, keeping all members of Loki Familia on high alert. As they moved through the narrow corridors, Raoul suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening as he stared at a gargoyle statue mounted on the wall. Huh! Raoul exclaimed, startled, drawing the attention of the others. Tiona, who was nearby, quickly approached with her weapon drawn. What is it, Raoul? A monster. Raoul shook his head, his face turning slightly red with embarrassment. It's nothing. It's just a decoration. He pointed at the intimidating gargoyle statue, which showed no signs of life. Aze, paying closer attention, narrowed her eyes at the statue. Wait, there's something on top of it. Her gaze locked onto a flower split in half resting atop the statue. What is that? Finn, leading at the front, turned to observe the flower, pondering briefly before answering calmly. It seems to be Shirou's work. He may have neutralized enemy scouts in this area. Tione smirked as she glanced at the confining walls of Knossos. This place really feels like a dungeon. It's hard to believe humans built all of this. Fin nodded in agreement, but quickly redirected their focus to the task at hand. Knossos does resemble a dungeon, but don't let your guard down. We need to move more efficiently. This place is too cramped for a group of our size. He glanced around the group before making a decision. We'll split into 2 teams. Fin quickly laid out the formation. The first team will be led by me. Bet, Lafia, Philvis, and the supporters will join me. He turned to Gareth. The second team will be under your command. Aze, Tiona, Tione, and the remaining supporters will accompany you. Gareth, accustomed to such assignments, gave a firm nod. Leave it to me, Fin. We'll handle our side well. Fin clapped a hand on Gareth's shoulder, a sign of trust before parting. Stay sharp, Gareth. If anything unusual happens, notify us immediately through the comms. You do the same, Fin. Don't be reckless, Gareth replied with a calm smile. Meanwhile, Aze, following Gareth, appeared somewhat pensive. Her thoughts drifted to Shirou. Has he completed his mission? If so, might he join our group later? Quickly brushing aside her thoughts to maintain focus, Aze clenched her hand around her sword, steeling herself for whatever awaited them within Knossos. In the depths of Knossos, Shirou, clad in a black cloak that clung to his form and wearing a skull-shaped mask, moved with extraordinary speed. Thanks to presence concealment, his steps were soundless, and his presence melded seamlessly with the shadows of the labyrinth. Every time his sharp eye spotted a surveillance flower, Shirou immediately projected a black knife, which flew with pinpoint accuracy, destroying the flowers before they could alert anyone. Another one down, Shirou muttered softly, his resolve firm as he cleared the path for the Loki Familia group. As he ventured further, Shirou activated structural analysis, mapping every corner and surface of the labyrinth ahead. His Magecraft sensors provided early warnings about hidden traps. The first trap he encountered was a collapsing floor mechanism. Shirou noticed the slight elevation of some tiles compared to the others. Using this observation, he leapt over the area effortlessly, landing lightly on a safe section. The next trap involved walls that would slam shut to crush anyone passing through. Shirou paused, observing small grooves on the walls that indicated mechanical movement. Utilizing tracing, he projected a small spear and hurled it at a pressure plate on the floor. The walls slammed together with a deafening sound, but Shirou remained safely behind, waiting for the mechanism to reset before proceeding. The third trap was more intricate, a poisoned arrow hidden behind a statue at the end of a corridor. Scanning the statue with his analysis, Shirou identified the trigger mechanism in the statue's eyes. He projected another black knife and hurled it with precision, destroying the mechanism from a distance. A faint click confirmed the trap was disarmed, allowing him to continue forward. Employing a straightforward strategy, Shirou chose to always take the right path at intersections. This way, I can systematically map the labyrinth and ensure I don't get lost, he thought. The method allowed him to methodically navigate the corridors, dismantling surveillance flowers and evading traps. Should he encounter members of the Loki Familia, he planned to regroup with them immediately. Descending deeper, Shirou stumbled upon a staircase that led down further. He stopped, narrowing his eyes at the unusual structure. A staircase? Does this lead to the dungeon? He wondered. How far does this place connect with the dungeon? How many floors have they constructed? Curiosity piqued. Shirou used structural analysis to check the staircase's integrity and ensure it was trap-free before cautiously descending. Each step fueled his curiosity, the new questions overshadowing the old. How extensive was this labyrinth's connection to the dungeon? What was Evelus's ultimate goal in building this structure? Further below, as Shirou continued taking right turns, he noticed a significant change. Orichalcum doors, which had been sparse above, now appeared more frequently. Some hung precariously, ready to drop as traps, while others were already down, blocking pathways. This must be a more critical area, Shirou thought, scanning with structural analysis to confirm there were no immediate traps. If I find one of them carrying a key, Shirou murmured, I'll trace it to replicate and manipulate these doors myself. In one of the narrow, winding corridors, Shirou finally spotted 2 figures in white cloaks, their hoods drawn over their heads and masks concealing their faces. Their hurried movements suggested they were heading to regroup with others. Shirou moved silently, his presence concealment masking him completely, until he was just a few meters behind them. Sorry, but I need something from you, Shirou muttered under his breath before springing into action. Moving like a shadow, he struck one of them on the back of the head with the blunt side of a projected sword, knocking him unconscious. The other turned to react but was too slow. Shirou delivered a precise strike to his abdomen, dropping him to the ground. Done, Shirou said curtly, rifling through their cloaks in search of the spherical key he was after. Instead, his hand found something unfamiliar, a round object with a strange texture. He narrowed his eyes as he inspected it more closely. A bomb. Shirou muttered in alarm as realization dawned. Before he could discard it, the bomb emitted a suspicious click. Damn, it's armed. Shirou leapt backward, abandoning the unconscious bodies along with the bomb, which started beeping faster. Moments later, a powerful explosion shook the corridor, red light and smoke engulfing the area. Luckily, Shirou's quick reflexes saved him from severe harm. Nevertheless, parts of his black cloak were scorched at the sleeves and shoulders. How could I forget? They're insane. Evelus always carries bombs, he grumbled, patting down the small flames on his cloak. If I'd been even a fraction of a second slower, I'd have been reduced to ash. He rose to his feet, surveying the charred remains of the two Evolus members now obliterated by the explosion. So they weren't carrying the key either. They're just pawns ready to blow themselves up. It'll be a major problem if they all act like this. Shirou sighed deeply, trying to calm his nerves. I can't afford to be careless again, he reminded himself, proceeding with heightened caution. His damaged cloak added an ominous air to his skeletal masked figure, making him look like a specter haunting Gnosis' corridors. If this is only the beginning, I can't imagine how much worse it'll get deeper inside. Chapter 74. Shirou continued his mission to destroy the surveillance flowers of Evolus along the corridors of Gnosis. The black knives he projected flew with precision, severing the stalks of the flowers and reducing them to fragments. Almost done in this area, he muttered, moving quickly and using structural analysis to ensure there were no hidden traps. This time, however, the journey was different. Along the way, Shirou began encountering members of Evolus stationed at strategic points. They stood still, like statues placed as sentinels, but Shirou knew they were far from being mere dummies. I can't take any chances, Shirou thought. With swift movements, he projected several throwing knives and hurled them one by one at the Evolus members. Each knife pierced its target's heart with unerring accuracy, causing them to collapse before they could react. But Shirou was more cautious this time. He leapt back immediately after each target fell. Sure enough, seconds after they hit the ground, their bodies exploded, shattering the surrounding floor. They truly don't care about lives, Shirou muttered in frustration. Like pawns on a chessboard, ready to be sacrificed without hesitation. After some time, Shirou reached a dead-end corridor that appeared deserted. However, he quickly noticed a group of Evolus members gathered there, standing in a loose formation and seemingly engaged in conversation. A perfect opportunity, Shirou thought. Without delay, he projected 5 throwing knives simultaneously, locking onto his targets. With a single motion, he launched them, and the knives struck their marks perfectly. A chain of explosions followed, filling the area with red light and thick smoke. Too easy, Shirou murmured, but his moment of satisfaction was short-lived. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Turning around, Shirou saw a massive orichalcum door slowly descending, sealing off the path he had just taken. Damn it, he cursed, sprinting toward the door, but it was too late. The door locked shut with a heavy thud. Shirou pressed against its surface, but his strength wasn't enough to force open an orichalcum door without tools or a key. He scanned the room, now a perfect trap to imprison him. The explosions had obliterated the Evolus members nearby, leaving only debris and walls that seemed to close in around him. They planned this, Shirou muttered, finally realizing the enemy's strategy. They used their own comrades as bait to lure me here. Clenching his fists, Shirou felt a surge of frustration. They don't even care about the lives of their own members, he thought angrily. This isn't just hatred or ideology, it's madness. I need to stay calm, he whispered to himself. There's a way out of this, and I'll find it. With renewed resolve, Shirou focused his mind. A woman's laughter echoed from behind the orichalcum door, reverberating through the narrow space where Shirou was trapped. The laughter was mocking, as though she relished her advantageous position. So, you've finally been caught, masked one, the voice taunted, dripping with satisfaction. How dare you destroy our surveillance flowers? Old man Barca even told me to handle your little tantrum myself. Shirou closed his eyes for a moment, committing the name Barca to memory. It likely belonged to one of the key figures in Evolus. This woman, clearly a high-ranking member, had orchestrated the door's closure to trap him. Through his altered voice, Shirou's tone remained flat, though anger simmered beneath it. Why sacrifice your subordinates just to trap one person like me? Are their lives so meaningless to you? The woman's laughter burst forth again, louder and more derisive. Huh? Feeling sorry for the enemy's lives? Who are you? Some kind of moral hero? Huh? They wanted to die. You think I forced them? Shirou paused, trying to comprehend. What do you mean? He asked coldly. The woman's voice grew cruel and proud. Our god, Thanatos, promised them. When they die, they'll reunite with their loved ones in the afterlife. You don't need to pity them. This was their own desire. They served willingly. Shirou's eyes widened as he processed the information. So, Thanatos manipulated his followers with a false promise? Driving them to obey orders without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives? The woman added with a sarcastic tone, twisting the knife further. But do you know the funniest part? After reincarnation, they'll forget everything. So, in the end, it all means nothing. They fight, they die, only to be erased by time. Her cold laughter echoed once more, each note a lash against Shirou's growing fury. His jaw tightened, and his hand gripped the handle of a projected knife with iron resolve. The woman's laughter began to fade. Well then, enjoy your time in there, masked one. We'll decide what to do with you later. Maybe we'll let you meet Thanatos directly. Sweet dreams, eh? Shirou's grip on his knife tightened, the metallic projection emitting a faint screech. He resisted the urge to unleash his rage on the orichalcum door. Deep in his heart, he vowed not only to stop this woman, but also to dismantle the lies that had ensnared Evolus's followers. Once the sound of her footsteps faded beyond the orichalcum door, Shirou stood silently in the dead-end room, lost in thought. Her words still echoed in his mind, stoking the fire of his determination. Thanatos, he's no different from the gods in my own world. Shirou thought bitterly, viewing mortal souls as mere playthings, treating lives as tools for amusement. But Shirou's thoughts didn't stop there. He calmed himself, reflecting on the other side of this world. Not all gods were like Thanatos. Loki came to mind, a goddess who led the familia Shirou now belonged to. Though Loki often seemed carefree, clumsy, or too fond of alcohol, Shirou knew how deeply she cared for her familia members. Every decision Loki made was rooted in a desire to protect and strengthen them. Shirou felt grateful to have joined Loki familia, confident he was in the right hands. His thoughts then turned to Hestia. Shirou recalled the time he helped Hestia sell Jagamura coin on a street corner. Hestia, despite her limited resources as a goddess, gave her all for Bel. She might be the most genuine goddess I've ever met, Shirou thought, with a small smile. Hestia didn't see her members as tools for power, but as family to be loved and protected. Then, Seer's shadow came to mind. Shirou knew Seer was hiding her true identity, that she wasn't an ordinary human. Even though Shirou didn't know which goddess was behind the guise of the humble waitress, he could sense the sincerity in her actions. Seer enjoyed her work at the Hostess of Fertility, serving customers with a smile and warmth. Shirou recalled the distinctive fragrance that always accompanied her, a soft, wintry floral scent that seemed to bloom whenever she worked or chatted with her friends at the restaurant. To Shirou, that scent was undeniable proof of Seer's genuine happiness and kind heart. Shirou clenched his fist slightly. Not all gods are evil. It wouldn't be fair to label them all as selfish beings who only care about their own pleasure, he murmured to himself. He realized that, on the other hand, there were gods like Loki, Hestia, and even Seer, who loved this mortal world in their own unique ways. However, the true enemy became clear to Shirou. It's not all gods I must fight, but those like Thanatos, gods who manipulate and destroy under the guise of destiny or divine will. With newfound resolve coursing through him, Shirou took a deep breath and lifted his head. All right, he said while looking at the massive door blocking his way. I have to get out of here. There's no time to dwell on their cruelty. There's still so much to do. Shirou activated structural analysis, placing his palm against the cold surface of the towering orichalcum door. He closed his eyes, feeling the composition of the metal. This is orichalcum, one of the strongest materials in this world, he thought. The door's thickness, combined with the metal's near-impervious properties, made Shirou realize that opening it with brute force would be impossible. He muttered to himself, I could use a broken phantasm to destroy it, but in such a confined space? The explosion would take everything out, including me. He clenched his fists in frustration. Recalling how the masked figure had effortlessly locked the door from afar using a key orb, Shirou regretted not analyzing the object when he had the chance. If only I had projected the key the moment I saw it. Thinking of alternative options, Shirou began to focus harder. This door is too strong to break outright. Maybe if I could drill through it. But he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing orichalcum wasn't a material that could simply be pierced with mechanical tools. He sighed, feeling the futility of the idea. Still, as the word drill resurfaced in his mind, an idea began to take shape. His eyes widened as he recalled a weapon he had once traced, Calidbalg, a blade designed for extraordinary penetration power. However, unlike Archer's adaptation of it as an arrow, Shirou decided to project its original form, a sword with a spiral blade resembling a massive drill. Maybe this will work, Shirou muttered, channeling his prana into his body and preparing to trace. Trace. On. A large sword materialized in his hands, its spiral blade exuding an air of strength and precision. Shirou infused prana into Calidbalg, and in an instant, the spiral blade began to rotate, emitting a faint vibration in his grip. Shirou smiled faintly. This should be enough to bore through the door. Let's see just how strong orichalcum really is. Gripping the hilt tightly, Shirou channeled his prana into the weapon, causing the spiral blade to spin rapidly. When the tip of the blade met the orichalcum surface, a deafening grinding sound echoed through the room. Sparks flew in every direction, illuminating the dark chamber. Each push he made against the door sent shrill metallic screeches reverberating throughout the space, as if the metal itself was protesting. But Shirou's efforts weren't in vain. After several minutes, he saw the first scratch on the door's surface. With unwavering determination, Shirou pressed on, pouring all his strength into one point. Though it took a long time and caused his hands to tremble from the vibrations, the scratch deepened and widened, eventually forming a small hole. His prana reserves began to feel drained, and his body was drenched in sweat streaming down his face and neck. Hours passed, but Shirou refused to give up. He knew the only way to escape this trap was to destroy the door itself. After relentless effort, he finally created a hole large enough for him to crawl through. Pausing for a moment, Shirou took a long breath to steady his racing heart. Finally, he murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow. He deactivated Calidbalg, allowing the weapon to dissolve into prana and vanish. Carefully, he approached the hole he had made. Peering through, Shirou scanned the corridor beyond. There were no signs of enemy movement or visible traps. It puzzled him. Strange, he thought. After all that noise, why hasn't anyone come to attack me? Though he sensed something was amiss, he decided to move forward. Shirou carefully crawled through the narrow opening, wincing as the jagged edges grazed his body. Once on the other side, he stood up straight and dusted off his black cloak. He dismissed all the projected weapons he had been holding, ensuring he was ready for whatever came next. As he took a deep breath to regain his energy, Shirou's mind raced. I've destroyed all the scout flowers in this area. There's no way they're unaware of my position after all that noise. Why haven't they attacked? His expression darkened as a realization struck him. The most likely reason for their absence was that they had shifted their focus to attacking the other members of the Loki Familia. That realization made Shirou clench his fists. I have to move quickly. Despite his exhausted body, his sharp mind propelled him forward as he resolved to reunite with his allies before it was too late. Stopping for a moment in the narrow corridor, Shirou activated reinforcement on his ears. Prana flowed softly, amplifying his hearing to catch even the faintest sounds. The distant echoes of footsteps, the metallic clinking of weapons, and, most importantly, the sounds of battle reached his heightened senses. From below, Shirou muttered, focusing on the direction of the sounds. The clashing of weapons and the rumble of magic were unmistakable. There was no doubt. Combat was underway on the lower floors of the dungeon. Shirou quickly decided to continue his journey, sticking to his strategy of always choosing the right-hand path. Each turn brought new tension, but he maintained his vigilance, periodically activating structural analysis. This technique allowed him to detect hidden traps along the way and avoid them effortlessly. At several corners, Shirou found intact surveillance flowers. He projected small knives, throwing them with precision to destroy the flowers one by one. At least they won't gather any more information, he thought, pressing on. Corridor after corridor passed without any signs of Evolus members. This reinforced Shirou's suspicion that they had descended to the lower floors to attack the Loki Familia. The thought spurred him to quicken his pace, though he remained cautious. Finally, at the end of one corridor, Shirou found a staircase descending to the deeper levels. He stopped at the top of the stairs, gazing downward. This labyrinth really connects to the dungeon, he thought. A feeling of unease welled up as he prepared to go deeper, knowing the dangers that awaited. But the increasingly audible sounds of battle left him no choice. Clenching his fists, Shirou steeled his resolve. I won't let them face this alone, he murmured. Carefully, he began his descent, each step deliberate, prepared for anything that might lie below. This time, the stairs stretched down not to a single floor, but to multiple lower levels. Shirou's steps were steady yet cautious. Each time he reached the bottom of a staircase, he paused to enhance his hearing with reinforcement, attuning his senses to even the faintest sounds of battle. After descending several levels, the clashing of weapons, monster roars, and shouted orders became unmistakably clear. Shirou was certain he had reached his destination. The proximity of the conflict sparked urgency within him, and he surged forward toward the source of the commotion. Along the way, Shirou stayed true to his strategy. Surveillance flowers scattered across the walls and ceilings were swiftly destroyed with precision-thrown knives. However, the path ahead was no longer empty. Several Evolus members in white robes appeared, blocking his way with fanatical determination visible behind their masks. Move, Shirou said coldly, projecting a glowing, lethal knife. One of the Evolus members cackled madly and activated the bomb strapped to their body, intending to blow themselves up. Shirou sighed. With incredible speed, he hurled the knife directly at the bomb, disabling it before they could advance further. The ensuing explosion shook the corridor, but Shirou had already stepped back calmly, avoiding the blast. Ahead of him, Violas, giant carnivorous flower monsters with sharp, leaf-like jaws, emerged from the floors and walls. Shirou paused briefly, studying their movements. It seems they don't want me getting any closer, he muttered. He projected Inferno Arrow, a blazing red arrow radiating intense heat. Drawing a bow he also projected, Shirou aimed at the advancing Violas, their movements swift and menacing. Break, he intoned softly, channeling extra prana into the Inferno Arrow to trigger its destructive mode. He released the arrow, which streaked through the air like a fiery comet. Upon striking one of the Violas, it erupted in a massive explosion, generating a wave of heat that incinerated the carnivorous flowers. The blast forced the remaining monsters to retreat momentarily, giving Shirou the opportunity to push forward. Despite his exhaustion, he pressed on, leaving behind a trail of charred monsters and incapacitated Evolus members. I have to reach the source of that sound quickly, Shirou thought, gripping his projected bow tightly as he advanced with unwavering determination. Finally, Shirou spotted a group of adventurers huddled against a wall in the distance. He slowed his pace, cautiously observing to identify them before approaching. Activating presence concealment, he ensured he remained unseen. As he got closer, he recognized Raoul sitting despondently, his shoulder being patted reassuringly by Aki. Meanwhile, Lisa and Lloyd tended to Finn, who lay unconscious with his body wrapped in bandages, his head resting on Lisa's lap. Shirou was stunned to see the usually formidable captain in such a fragile state. Finn, a seasoned level 6 adventurer, appeared utterly broken. Only one name came to Shirou's mind as a possible culprit: Revis. Aki shook Raoul's shoulder, her voice urgent. Raoul, you can't give up. Remember those heroic stories you've always admired? Finn is one of those heroes. Do you want his story to end here? Raoul, his face still clouded with doubt, took a deep breath. His eyes filled with newfound determination as he stood and began encouraging the others, though his voice trembled slightly. We might just be side characters, he said shakily, growing more resolute. But even side characters have important roles. We can be the ones who help the main characters. Hearing this, Shirou was moved. Deciding it was time to reveal himself, he deactivated presence concealment and walked toward the group. However, his entrance did not have the intended effect. Raoul, the first to spot him, immediately leaped back, pointing in panic. A ghost! A skull-masked ghost, he cried. Aki, initially tense, took a closer look and burst out laughing. Raoul, that's not a ghost. That's Shirou, she said, chuckling. She then turned to Shirou, who was still wearing his skull mask, and added with relief. Finally, we're saved. The main character has arrived. Shirou removed his mask, offering a faint smile, though his expression remained serious. I'm not the main character, he said calmly, but I will make sure we all get out of here alive. The group visibly relaxed, hope rekindling in their eyes. Shirou's presence brought renewed strength to them, especially Raoul, who now stood taller and steadier than before. Author note: the illustration of A's swimming has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 75. Shirou sat down in front of the group, his gaze fixed on Finn, who lay weakly on Lisa's lap. With a serious tone, he asked, what exactly happened for Finn to get injured like this? Raoul, still tense despite regaining some of his spirits, exhaled deeply and began recounting. At first, when we entered Knossos, Finn split us into two teams. One led by him, the other by Gareth. Our group, with Finn, was tasked with exploring the western part of the labyrinth. Shirou listened intently, then furrowed his brow. Knossos? He asked curiously. What is Knossos? Aki took over to explain. Knossos is the name of this labyrinth, Shirou. It was built by Daedalus in ancient times. We know its name because of the hieroglyphs at the entrance. Lady Riveria read them. She's leading the reserve forces outside the entrance. Shirou smiled slightly, imagining Riveria with her vast knowledge. That's just like Riveria, he muttered softly, loud enough for Aki to nod in agreement. Raoul continued. Everything was fine at first, but we were suddenly ambushed. Evelus separated our group using violas, monsters that attacked from all directions. While we were fighting the monsters, they closed the orichalcum doors behind us, trapping and isolating us. Shirou leaned forward slightly, focusing more. And what happened to Finn? Raoul swallowed hard, clearly recalling the moment. That's when a red-haired woman, Revis, she suddenly appeared in our midst. She slashed Finn easily with her sword. Finn tried to fight back, but the wounds she inflicted were too severe. Shirou looked at Finn, still unconscious, his bandaged wounds seeping blood. Can it be healed with a potion? He asked, concern lacing his voice. Lisa shook her head gravely. No, the sword Revis used seems to be cursed. Normal potions can't heal these wounds. Even Lady Riveria's healing magic might not be enough to counter the curse's effects. Shirou clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. We need to find another way to save him. We can't leave Finn like this, he said firmly, instilling a sense of resolve in the group. Shirou stood tall, his gaze sweeping the area as he asked in a commanding tone, where is Revis now? Is she still pursuing you? Internally, he prepared himself. If he had to face Revis this time, he was confident his chances were far better than during their last encounter. Back then, he was just a level 1 adventurer, but now, as a level 4, he felt he might stand a chance. Raoul shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem like it. Revis didn't chase us further. She left us to her comrade, a woman from Evelus named Valletta. Shirou frowned at the name. Who's Valletta? He asked curiously. Aki, standing beside Raoul, answered with venom in her voice. Valletta is one of Captain Finn's old enemies. She's a level 5 lunatic who loves torturing and hurting others. Shirou nodded, his expression hardening. In that case, fall back and protect Captain Finn. Leave the fight to me. I'll keep you safe. Lisa, still checking Finn's condition, looked at Shirou with concern. Shirou, be careful. Valletta's weapon also seems cursed like Revis's. If you get hurt, healing will be difficult. Shirou turned to Lisa, gave a faint smile, and nodded. Thanks for the warning. I'll be cautious. Inwardly, he considered his options. With his projection ability, he could replicate Valletta's weapon and even turn the curse against her. Shirou moved forward, his stance alert. He controlled his breathing, focusing his mind, listening intently to every sound around him. He knew Valletta would appear soon. Shirou was no stranger to facing opponents far stronger than himself, both in his original world and in Orario. This time would be no different. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Shirou tightened his grip, waiting for Valletta to show herself. His heart remained calm, but his eyes were sharp with vigilance. "Come on," he whispered softly, challenging his unseen opponent. Drawing a deep breath, Shirou donned his skull mask again, adjusting his black cloak. A woman's mocking voice rang out from the distance. "Finn, darling, where are you hiding now? Don't keep me waiting too long." Shirou recognized the voice. It belonged to the woman who had previously trapped him in Gnosis. He grew more alert, preparing for their encounter. Moments later, a woman emerged from the dark corridor, flanked by a group of Evolus members clad in white robes with hoods and masks. She had short, bright pink hair that contrasted with her piercing yellow eyes. Dressed in a tattered black top and black pants with red stripes, her outfit exposed her toned midriff. A brown belt adorned her right thigh, and a black coat with fur accents gave her a strikingly dangerous appearance. Valletta stopped at the end of the corridor, her eyes narrowing at Shirou. At first, she seemed surprised, but her expression quickly turned to fury. "Hey, Mask, how did you escape my trap?" she snarled, clearly irritated. Shirou, instead of answering directly, gave a faint smile hidden behind his mask. "You made it too easy," he replied, his voice altered by alteration. "You didn't even seal the place properly." Valletta sneered, resting her long, four-pronged black sword on her shoulder. "Humph, I should have known you'd be more trouble than the others. But this time, I'll make sure you don't leave alive." Shirou studied the sword in Valletta's hand, activating tracing to delve into its essence. Information flowed into his mind. The weapon, crafted by Barca Perdix, carried a mystery that allowed it to channel curses. While relatively new, it lacked the depth of technique older weapons held. Shirou felt slightly disappointed, but remained focused. "Interesting," Shirou remarked, projecting an identical sword into his hand. Blue prana light surrounded him as the sword materialized, a perfect replica of Valletta's weapon. Valletta raised an eyebrow, both annoyed and intrigued. "What's this? You're copying my weapon?" she said, her tone a mix of irritation and amusement. Shirou raised the projected sword, pointing it at Valletta. "Let's see if your curse is strong enough to counter its own," he said challengingly, readying himself for battle. Valletta glanced across the corridor and saw Finn lying weakly, shielded by Raoul and other members of the Loki Familia. A sinister smirk appeared on her face. "Oh, there you are, Finn," she sneered, waving her sword mockingly in their direction. "Just give up. You can't escape from me." Her gaze returned to Shirou, who stood firmly before her, clad in his skull mask and black cloak. "But first," she continued, spinning her sword, "I'll deal with this masked one. Then it's your turn, Finn." Shirou remained silent, ignoring Valletta's provocation. He raised his sword with both hands, his body poised defensively. Deep inside, he knew Valletta was a formidable foe. Although he could rely on long-range strategies with projection to rain down attacks, this time, he chose to engage directly. It was an opportunity to test the strength of one of Evolus's leaders. Valletta attacked first, dashing forward with a confident grin. The black, forked sword in her hand slashed toward Shirou with immense power. Shirou deflected the strike with his projected sword, but the sheer force of Valletta's attack pushed him back a few steps. Sparks flew between them. "Is that all you've got?" Valletta taunted, pressing forward with a series of rapid strikes. Shirou held his ground, relying on his reflexes and combat experience to parry each blow. Still, Valletta's raw strength, enhanced by her level 5 abilities, was undeniably overwhelming. Realizing he couldn't rely solely on technique, Shirou channeled prana into his body and weapon, activating reinforcement. A faint blue glow enveloped his sword and coursed through his muscles. With newfound confidence, he stepped forward, firmly deflecting Valletta's next attack without yielding an inch. Valletta faltered momentarily, her confident expression giving way to a hint of worry. "What the hell is this?" she shouted, intensifying her assault. Yet this time, Shirou matched her strength, his counters precise and deliberate. "You're used to fighting weaker opponents," Shirou remarked coldly, launching a calculated counterattack. "But I'm not one of them." Valletta began losing her footing. Shirou's swordsmanship, honed through tracing the techniques of master swordsmen, gave him an edge in strategy and movement. Spotting an opening, he delivered a diagonal slash that struck Valletta's shoulder. She staggered back, cursing as she clutched her bleeding shoulder. "Damn you, masked bastard. This isn't over," she screamed, a mix of fury and panic in her voice. Valletta retreated further, commanding her subordinates to intercept Shirou. "Take him down. Hold him here," she ordered before turning to flee. Shirou twirled his sword, his breathing steady despite the strain of the intense battle. He glanced at the advancing Evolus members, their numbers far greater than he had anticipated. Yet he remained calm, prana flowing steadily through him as he braced for the next wave. Suddenly, one of the Evolus members lunged toward Shirou with an unexpected movement, leaping as if to embrace him. Shirou's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. Acting on reflex, he dodged to the side, but the attacker screamed loudly, for Thanatos, before their body erupted in a devastating explosion. The blast shook the labyrinth corridor, flames roaring violently. Shirou leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the searing heat. However, the edge of his cloak was singed, and fiery debris grazed his arm, leaving painful burns. They're using themselves as living bombs. Shirou muttered, a mix of disgust and steely resolve filling his tone. He glanced back to see Finn lying weakly under Lisa's care. The others looked tense but remained steadfast in protecting their position. Shirou knew he was the only shield standing between them and the encroaching doom. The remaining Evolus members advanced, their faces twisted with terrifying fanaticism. Shirou clenched his fists and stood tall before them. "Then let me be your obstacle," he declared firmly. Shirou projected salamander wool, a thick cloak designed to shield him from heat and fire. In his hands, he formed two large shields imbued with fire resistance, standing as an unyielding barrier. With these defenses, he prepared himself for the next assault. "Come on, if you're so eager. I'm right here," Shirou challenged coldly, his voice nearly drowned out by the thunderous footsteps of his enemies. The Evolus members continued their advance, their expressions void of fear. Behind his shields, Shirou began projecting a series of long swords, which floated around him like silent sentinels. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed the swords toward his foes. Each blade struck with pinpoint precision, piercing their bodies before triggering explosive reactions that rocked the corridor anew. Explosion after explosion filled the battlefield, creating massive flames that engulfed almost the entire path. Shirou stood his ground amidst the chaos, using his shields to protect himself from the waves of heat. But the relentless pressure of the blasts took its toll, leaving him gasping for air. Through the blazing fire, a shout calling his name pierced the noise. Raoul, Aki, and Lloyd rushed forward in panic, trying to reach him. "Shirou, are you okay?" Raoul yelled, his voice trembling. Aki grabbed Raoul's shoulder, attempting to stop him. "Don't go closer. Those flames are too dangerous." Despite their fears, their concern for Shirou drove them forward. Slowly, from within the flames, a figure emerged. Shirou stepped out, his salamander wool cloak completely burned away, revealing severe burns covering his body. His face was pale, and his breaths were labored, but he remained standing, his eyes full of determination. "Are you all okay?" Shirou asked, his voice hoarse. His smile was weak but conveyed his resilience. "Shirou," Lisa nearly cried in relief, but Aki quickly approached him, her gaze fixed on his injuries. "You're insane. Look at yourself." "I'm fine," Shirou replied softly, though the pain in his body was evident. "What matters is that they didn't get past me." Aki hurriedly reached into their supply bag, pulling out a bottle of high potion crafted by the Dien sect familia. "Shirou, take off your clothes. I need to treat your wounds immediately," she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument despite how ambiguous her words sounded. Shirou gave a wry smile, recognizing the double meaning but deciding not to joke this time. With a small gesture, his black cloak, skull mask, black armor, and red clothing dissolved into prana, leaving him clad only in trousers. His burnt body was now fully visible, displaying his muscular build. "These wounds are serious," Aki muttered, wasting no time. She poured the entire bottle of high potion over Shirou's body. The blue liquid flowed over his burns, emitting light steam as it touched his damaged skin. Despite the potion's high cost, no one protested. They all knew Shirou deserved it after risking his life for them. "Thankfully," Shirou said in a calm tone, even as his body tensed from the potion's cold sting, "the explosions only injured me physically. If Valletta's weapon had cursed me, I wouldn't recover this easily." Raoul, standing nearby, shook his head. "You're absolutely crazy, Shirou. Facing them alone like that. Do you even realize how dangerous that was?" Shirou turned to Raoul with a faint smile. "I do. But as long as all of you are safe, it's worth it." His simple answer carried profound meaning, leaving everyone silent for a moment. The burns on Shirou's body gradually healed, leaving faint scars that soon disappeared. After confirming he was sufficiently recovered, Shirou projected his archer's red clothes and black armor once again. Before he could proceed, Aki stopped him with a voice filled with emotion. "You're not fully healed yet. You need to rest, Shirou." Shirou shook his head firmly. "I can't. Valletta is too dangerous to let her escape. This is our best chance, especially now that she's injured by her own weapon's curse." Lloyd, standing on the side, hesitated. Maybe we should go after her instead? With her injuries, we can handle her. You've already done more than enough. Shirou, you need to rest." Shirou saw the doubt in Lloyd's eyes, but he didn't want to discourage him with harsh words. Gently, he replied, "Your task is more important. Captain Finn needs your protection. If Valletta returns, she won't hesitate to attack again. You must guard the captain." With that, Shirou projected his skull mask and black cloak once more, enveloping himself like a shadow in the night. Without waiting any longer, he dashed off, chasing Valletta into the labyrinth's darkness. "Shirou, wait!" Aki shouted, her voice laden with worry. But Shirou didn't stop. Raoul approached Aki and gently patted her shoulder. "Aki, I told you. That's what it means to be a hero. Once they've made a decision, nothing can stop them." His words were filled with respect, though tinged with sadness. Asterisk. Shirou sharpened his senses by activating reinforcement on his ears, trying to pick up faint footsteps echoing through the silent labyrinth walls. He stood still for a moment, letting his senses work at full capacity. Eventually, the sound of dragging footsteps, slow but distinct, caught his attention. Shirou was certain it was Valletta. He began moving, following the sound with quick, silent steps. In the distance, Valletta, still wounded, muttered under her breath. "That damn mask. I'll get my revenge. I'll make him beg for death," she growled angrily, clutching her injured shoulder. Her sharp ears picked up faint footsteps behind her. Valletta quickly turned around and saw the figure of a masked skull moving toward her with the speed of a shadow. Panicking, she decided to run despite her injuries. "You won't catch me," she snarled, leaping forward. Shirou gave no quarter, pursuing her with unwavering determination. Valletta stumbled and fell to the ground briefly before smirking slyly. She pulled out a small orb from her jacket. "You think you can touch me?" she sneered, spinning the orb in her hand. In an instant, a massive orichalcum door dropped between them. "You think you can defeat me, you masked fool?" Valletta taunted from behind the door with a satisfied grin. "Now you're trapped, just like before." But behind his skull mask, Shirou smirked faintly. He had managed to use tracing on the orb's mechanisms before Valletta closed the door. Within moments, he understood its origins, a deadless descendants modified into a device for controlling orichalcum doors. Using that information, Shirou projected a replica of the key into his hand. Valletta heard the click of the orichalcum door unlocking. As the door began to rise, her face turned to panic. "What the hell? How are you opening it?" she screamed, cursing loudly. Shirou stepped forward calmly, pointing at Valletta with his finger. "Your key was easy to replicate," he said coldly. He projected the orb key in his hand, spinning it briefly before tossing it toward Valletta. The orb hit her face lightly, further enraging her. "You little brat." Valletta cursed, gripping the orb tightly. But now, she no longer saw Shirou as a trivial threat. Shirou, brimming with confidence, readied his weapons, preparing for another confrontation with Valletta. Shirou advanced, holding Kancho in his right hand and Bakuya in his left. The twin swords glimmered faintly in the labyrinth's dim light. Each step he took echoed clearly in the narrow corridor, creating an inescapable tension. Valletta stared at Shirou, her eyes wide with panic. She stumbled backward, trying to escape, but her body was weakened by the curse-inflicted wound on her shoulder. Without her weapon, she knew she was at the brink of death. Her voice trembling, she began pleading, Wait, don't kill me. I can give you information about Evolus and our plans to destroy Orario." Shirou paused, keeping Kancho and Bakuya raised, ready to strike. He showed no emotion behind his skull mask, but internally, he considered Valletta's words. "Talk now," he commanded in a deep, altered voice. Kancho moved closer to Valletta's neck, causing her to swallow nervously. I can't tell you here." Valletta stammered, trembling. "Take me to Finn. He needs to hear it." Shirou frowned behind his mask. He knew Valletta was stalling, hoping for someone or something to rescue her. While information about Evolus' plans was critical, taking Valletta as a prisoner was a significant risk. Finn was already injured, and their group would be further burdened if they had to protect two vulnerable individuals. Valletta noticed Shirou's hesitation, thinking she had successfully sown doubt. "You know I'm valuable. Without me, you won't uncover our grand plan. You need me," she said with newfound confidence. Shirou remained silent, but his decision was already made. He didn't have time for prolonged interrogations or the risk of escorting Valletta. A merciless enemy like her, who sacrificed even her own subordinates, was too dangerous to leave alive. Realizing her plan had failed, Valletta cursed in frustration. "If only you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be trapped like this. Damn you, you masked bastard." Without a word, Shirou raised Kancho. In one swift, precise motion, his blade struck Valletta's neck, silencing her forever. Her body fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Shirou stood still for a moment, staring at her lifeless body. He felt no satisfaction, only relief that the threat was eliminated. Letting Kancho and Bakuya fade back into prana, he turned and began running toward Raoul and the others. Time was of the essence. His team still needed protection, and Finn still required help. Author note: the sketch of Riveria kissing Shirou's forehead has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 76. Shirou ran back toward where Finn and the others were, his mind filled with worry. He didn't know their current condition, especially Finn, who was severely injured. He quickened his pace, and before long, he spotted a group of adventurers resting in a corner of the labyrinth. Raoul seemed to be talking to his companions. "Shirou is truly incredible," Raoul said in awe, gripping his sword with both hands. "Even though Aki and I are both level 4, I'm sure even if we fought Valletta together, we wouldn't stand a chance." Aki, sitting beside him and leaning against the wall, chimed in. "He's strong because of his magecraft," she said with a slightly annoyed tone. "And also because he's too reckless for his own good." Shirou appeared silently next to Raoul, removing his skull mask. It's not nice to talk about someone behind their back, Raoul, he said teasingly. Raoul jumped in surprise, nearly dropping his sword. Shirou, stop sneaking up like that. You'll give me a heart attack, he protested, his face turning red. Aki, Lisa, and Lloyd burst into laughter at Raoul's panicked expression. Even Finn, lying on Lisa's lap, gave a faint smile at the commotion. Once the group calmed down, Aki looked at Shirou intently. So, did you manage to capture Valletta? She asked hopefully. Shirou shook his head slightly. No, he replied curtly. Everyone looked disappointed, assuming Valletta had managed to escape. They collectively sighed, but before anyone could say more, Shirou continued in a flat tone. I killed her. Bringing her alive would have only been an additional burden for us. He cast a brief glance at Finn, who still lay weak. Raoul swallowed hard, feeling a chill from Shirou's matter-of-fact manner. So, you really don't show mercy to your enemies, huh? He muttered, almost to himself. Shirou sighed. I didn't do it for myself. If I brought Valletta as a prisoner, the risk of us being attacked would have been much higher. I wasn't willing to endanger all of you, he said earnestly. His companions exchanged glances before smiling faintly. Thank you, Shirou, Lisa said sincerely, echoed by the others. Shirou simply nodded and sat down briefly to catch his breath. In his heart, he was grateful to still be able to protect them, even though he knew the road ahead would be full of danger. Shirou stood before the group, looking at his friends, who appeared tense but determined. We need to decide on our next move, he said, his voice firm yet calm. Lisa turned to glance at Finn, who was lying weakly on her lap. We have to take Captain Finn to Des Saint, Ermid-Tizonaire, she said worriedly. She's the only one who can heal his wounds. Regular potions won't work. Her face showed deep concern, but her steady tone reflected her sense of responsibility. Lloyd, standing beside Lisa, nodded in agreement. Then we need to get back to the upper floors as quickly as possible. The only exit is up there, he added, inspecting his sword as he prepared for potential threats. Aki crossed her arms, her eyes scanning the dark corridor ahead. But we need to be careful. We don't have a map of this place, and finding the staircase in this labyrinth won't be easy, she said seriously, warning the group. Shirou pondered their words. He felt a little embarrassed because he didn't remember the exact route to the staircase he had used earlier. How about we use a simple method? He suggested, trying to sound confident. We always turn right. That'll help us navigate the labyrinth and find the staircase faster. Raoul, who had been quietly listening, nodded enthusiastically. That's a great idea. At least we'll have a clear direction, he said, trying to motivate the group. Lisa gently adjusted Finn's position on her back. All right, I'll carry Captain Finn, she said, reassuring the others. Finn, being a Palom, was small enough not to be too much of a burden for Lisa, who was level 3. Shirou took the lead. All right, I'll stay in front. I'll use structural analysis to check for traps along the way, he said, beginning to walk cautiously. Their journey started with care. Shirou kept activating structural analysis to detect hidden traps or signs of danger. Behind him, the synchronized but careful footsteps of his companions echoed in the narrow labyrinth corridors. Stay alert, everyone, Shirou warned, his voice low but commanding. We don't know what lies around each corner. Lisa, still focused on carrying Finn, whispered softly to her unconscious captain. Hold on, Captain. We'll get out of here together. Aki and Raoul exchanged glances, silently offering each other support. Despite their exhaustion, their determination burned brightly, driven by the resolve to protect one another and get Finn to safety. In the silent journey, Raoul's voice broke the stillness from the back of the group. I hope we run into other familia members along the way, he said hopefully, his eyes scanning the seemingly endless dark corridors. Aki, walking in the middle of the group, sighed heavily. If only we hadn't been separated by that orichalcum door, she said, her tone tinged with regret. If we had the key, everything would have been so much easier. She glanced at the walls as if searching for an impossible solution. Shirou, at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. With a calm gesture, he projected a small metallic sphere, the orichalcum door key. Do you mean something like this? He asked casually, holding up the key for everyone to see. Raoul's eyes widened, while Aki and the others looked at him in amazement. Whoa, you actually have that! Raoul exclaimed, his voice brimming with admiration. Aki furrowed her brow before breaking into a small smile. Wait, don't tell me you copied this from Valletta's key earlier, did you? She guessed accurately. Shirou nodded with a faint smile. Exactly, he replied. At least she was good for something, he added playfully, before deftly tossing the sphere toward a scout flower hidden in a corner of the ceiling. The sphere shattered the flower with a sharp clang that echoed through the corridor. His companions nodded in admiration as Shirou resumed leading the way. They continued their journey, encountering small traps and a few scout flowers, which Shirou easily destroyed. Despite the persistent silence, they remained vigilant, knowing danger could strike at any moment. Eventually, their steps brought them to a staircase leading to the upper floor. Raoul, looking slightly fatigued, exclaimed, We finally found the way up, but I think the rest of our friends must be on another floor. That's why this place feels so empty. Aki sighed deeply, scanning her surroundings. You might be right, she said seriously. But we need to focus on getting Finn to the upper floor before worrying about finding the others. Shirou nodded in agreement, his gaze firm. Exactly. The captain's safety is our priority right now, he said, starting to climb the stairs, followed closely by the others with determined steps. As they ascended, a soft breeze suddenly swept past them from behind. It wasn't strong enough to disturb their balance, but enough to make them pause with an odd feeling. Shirou stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes. He recognized this breeze. It wasn't ordinary wind. This is A's power, he murmured to himself, barely audible. Shirou knew A's often used her wind in battle, but this time, it felt different, gentler, as though carrying a hidden message. Raoul scratched his head in confusion. Why would A's use her power like this? He asked, his puzzled voice echoing softly in the narrow corridor. Aki, deep in thought, suddenly had a realization. Maybe it's not for attacking, she said, her eyes lighting up. It feels like A's is using this wind to guide us. Perhaps she wants us to meet her. Lisa, carefully carrying Finn on her back, immediately protested. But Captain Finn is still gravely injured. We need to get out of Knossos and take him to the Deai Saint right away. Time is of the essence, she said firmly. Initially, Shirou nodded in agreement with Lisa, but a growing worry filled his mind. What if this isn't just a guide, he thought. What if A's is sending this wind as an SOS? If that's the case, she might be in serious danger. Noticing the change in Shirou's expression, Raoul stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. Shirou, he said, his voice steady and confident. Trust us to get Captain Finn out of here. You should follow A's. If she's in danger, she needs you more than we do right now. Shirou looked at his friends with hesitation, his heart conflicted. He dreamed of being a hero who could save everyone, but now he had to choose. What if they were ambushed by Evelyn while he wasn't there? Aki smiled faintly, despite her exhaustion. You've already saved us earlier, Shirou, she said warmly. Now it's our turn to finish this mission. You know we can do it. Lisa, Lloyd, and Raoul all nodded in unison, conveying their trust without many words. Finally, Shirou exhaled deeply, his gaze passing over each of them with profound gratitude. In that case, take these just in case, Shirou said, projecting several sphere-shaped keys and handing them to his friends. Use these if you run into another orichalcum door. Be careful and don't take unnecessary risks. Raoul accepted the keys with both hands, clutching them to his chest with a determined expression. Leave it to us, he said with a warm smile, assuring Shirou they would be fine. With a mix of relief and anxiety, Shirou nodded, then turned and darted toward the gentle breeze leading him to A's. Behind him, the sound of his friends' footsteps grew fainter, but their trust continued to fuel his resolve to protect everyone. A's knelt in the center of a large, dimly lit room resembling a dark and gloomy laboratory, situated just below the floor Shirou was on. Her orichalcum sword, desperate, was embedded in the stone floor, serving as her anchor to keep her from collapsing entirely. Her breaths were labored, her body battered and bloodied, with crimson staining her shoulder. Her eyes locked onto Rayish, who stood not far away, a woman with fiery red hair wielding a massive black sword that seemed to pulse, as if alive. The cursed aura emanating from the weapon was palpable even from a distance. There's no point in resisting, Arya, Rayish said coldly, her voice dripping with confidence. You know this is the end. A's moved her left hand, pressing against the wound in her abdomen as blood poured out. She gritted her teeth, recalling their earlier encounter. Back on the 24th floor, their powers had been evenly matched, both at level 6. With Ariel, her wind magic, Ace had been able to suppress Rayish easily. But this time, Rayish was different. The power Rayish now possessed far exceeded human limits. Ace realized that the woman standing before her had reached a strength equivalent to level 7. Even with Ariel, A's attacks barely scratched Rayish, and the injuries inflicted were short-lived as Rivas' half-monster body rapidly regenerated, her wounds sizzling and closing as if mocking A's efforts. Rivas stepped forward with steady strides, her green eyes filled with hatred. You already know, no one is coming to save you, she continued. Your companions are lost in Knossos. They won't arrive in time. A's remained silent, her gaze softening momentarily as memories from her past surfaced. She recalled her childhood, the sacrifice her parents made to fight the one-eyed black dragon, leaving her sealed away in slumber for millennia. She had waited, hoping for a hero to come and save her, but that hero had never appeared. After being freed by the Loki Familia, Ace resolved never to wait again. She vowed to take revenge with her own hands and seek justice for her parents' deaths. Yet now, she realized she wasn't alone anymore. The hero she had waited for had come, but in an unexpected way. You're wrong, Ace said weakly but with unyielding determination. I'm not alone. Her eyes glimmered with renewed resolve as she gripped desperate with both hands, forcing herself to stand. Rivas frowned, momentarily intrigued. What nonsense is this, she mocked. Ace didn't answer. Instead, she drew a deep breath and summoned her power. With every ounce of strength, She chanted a spell that reverberated through the air around them. Ariel, Ace shouted, her voice echoing through every corner of Knossos. A powerful gale erupted from her body, forming a vortex that expanded with incredible force. The magic not only struck Revis directly, but also spread throughout Knossos, as if summoning aid or sending a warning to everyone within the labyrinth. Revis stared at Ace with scorn, a mocking laugh escaping her lips. What are you trying to do, Arya? Call for help? A desperate cry? It's meaningless, she said, advancing slowly with deliberate menace, her black sword pulsating like a living creature. Ace panted, her body growing heavier, but her spirit remained resolute. She tightened her grip on Desperate, preparing for a final attack, even knowing her body might not endure its toll. The winds of Ariel still swirled around her, though they began to wane. Revis swung her sword to the side, its movement slicing the air with a sharp hiss. It's over, Arya, she declared smugly, raising her cursed blade high, ready to deliver the final blow. Before the strike could land, a figure clad in a black cloak leapt with astounding speed, landing heavily in front of Ace. Two swords, Kansho and Bakuya, crossed to block Revis' swing, producing a deafening clang that reverberated through the room. Ace's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the one standing before her. Shirou, wearing a skull-shaped mask and a flowing black cloak swayed by the winds, had placed himself between her and Revis. The force of the clash sent slight tremors through Ace's weakened body, but she couldn't suppress the faint smile forming on her lips. Shirou, Ace murmured weakly but with immense relief. In her heart, she felt as though the hero she had been promised had arrived once more. Like a star shining in the darkest night, Shirou had come to save her. Revis yanked her sword back harshly, retreating a few steps. You again, she muttered in irritation. You really don't know when to quit. From behind his mask, Shirou's gaze bore into Revis with icy intensity. And you don't know when to stop destroying lives? He retorted firmly. His hands gripped Kansho and Bakuya with unshakable resolve, ready for battle. Ace, still kneeling behind Shirou, felt her thoughts drift to the past. The memory was vivid. Shirou, a mere level 1 in Rivera, had stood with remarkable courage against Revis, who was already a level 6. Even though they had barely known each other, Shirou had protected her without hesitation, risking his own life. And now, the moment was repeating itself. Shirou once again stood before her, facing a deadly threat with the same courage as before. Ace's eyes glistened with tears, not from pain, but from the overwhelming emotions in her heart. He is the hero, she thought, strengthening her resolve to believe they could overcome any threat together. Revis grinned triumphantly, her gaze fixed directly on Shirou. Why don't you just take off that ridiculous mask? Emiya Shirou, she said mockingly, her voice echoing through the room. Shirou froze, his body tensing. The name slipped from Revis's lips like a sharp blade, catching him off guard. How did she know? Without wasting any time, Shirou dissolved the black cloak and skull mask into prana, letting them vanish. Now he stood revealed, wearing Archer's iconic red attire and black armor that glinted dully under the laboratory lights. Revis chuckled softly, pointing to Kansho and Bakuya in Shirou's hands. Those cursed swords, I could never forget them. The moment I saw them again, I knew who you were, she said confidently. Shirou exhaled slowly, realizing his mistake. His mind flashed back to their previous mission when he had pursued Ace to the 24th floor with Filvis, Bet, and Lafia. Back then, he had used Kansho and Bakuya without wearing his mask. From those weapons alone, Revis had pieced together his identity. So that's how, Shirou said flatly, though inwardly he was slightly annoyed with himself for his carelessness. Revis raised her sword arrogantly. I don't care why you've been hiding, Emiya Shirou. But now, you'll pay for the wounds you inflicted when we met in Rivera, she said with venom. Revis lunged forward with incredible power, her black sword slicing through the air with speed. Shirou quickly raised Kansho and Bakuya, parrying the blow. The metallic clash rang out across the room, but each time Shirou blocked, he was forced back several steps. The gap in their strength was immense. Revis's relentless assault came like a raging storm, her strikes unceasing. Shirou held his ground, his focus trained on every movement of his opponent. Still, he knew he was being cornered. His energy was draining rapidly just to keep up with her overwhelming strength. Ace, still kneeling behind Shirou, watched anxiously. Her fingers gripped her sword tightly, but her injured body couldn't move to assist him. Shirou, she whispered faintly, her heart pounding with a mix of hope and prayer. He couldn't lose. He was the hero who always came to save her. Please win. Shirou heard the sound of Revis's sword slicing through the air once more, tightening his grip on Kansho and Bakuya. I won't lose, he said in a low voice, firm with determination. Not now. Shirou hurled Kansho and Bakuya with all his strength toward Revis. The swords shot through the air like flashes of light, aiming straight for her. But Revis had learned from their previous encounter. With extraordinary agility, she leapt to the side, dodging the attack that had once injured her in Rivera. Revis knew the danger Kancho and Bakuya posed. As a half-monster, the wounds inflicted by those swords were difficult to heal, like a curse that bypassed her regeneration. Revis quickly glanced back at the swords, aware of their ability to return to Shirou's hands. She prepared to counter their return, but something unusual happened. Shirou stood his ground, showing no signs of recalling Kancho and Bakuya. His eyes shone with intense focus, revealing that he had another plan. He had intentionally used Kancho and Bakuya as a diversion, buying himself enough time to project a new noble phantasm. "You really are full of tricks," Revis said with a small laugh, though her tone betrayed a growing wariness. Shirou could feel the prana within him dwindling, especially after using Calibulb to break through the orichalcum door earlier. He decided to project Manahoshi Zeo, the legendary sword of Sasaki Kojiru. The long Nodachi materialized in his hands, sleek, elegant, and its blade gleaming faintly under the laboratory's dim light. Manahoshi Zeo was longer than ordinary swords, its slender blade radiating an aura of deadly tranquility. Though its appearance was unassuming, Shirou knew the extraordinary technique it could unleash. Revis narrowed her eyes, studying the new weapon. "So you've got a new trick? Interesting," she said with a sneer before charging forward, her sword ready to strike Shirou down. Shirou remained calm, stepping lightly as he gripped Manahoshi Zeo with unwavering concentration. He knew the technique he was about to use wasn't perfect, as he couldn't fully replicate the legendary moves of Sasaki Kojiru, but it would suffice to counter Revis. As Revis closed the distance, Shirou measured the range with precision. When she was within striking distance, Shirou moved the Nodachi, executing his imitation of the legendary technique. "Subame Geishi," Shirou whispered, unleashing the famous sword technique of Sasaki Kojiru. In an instant, 3 simultaneous sword slashes appeared, each attacking from a different angle, creating the illusion of an impossible movement. Revis's battle-hardened instincts allowed her to block the first slash with her sword and leap back to evade the second. But the third slash was unavoidable. Manahoshi Zeo's blade sliced cleanly through Revis's right arm, severing it completely and eliciting a scream of pain. Revis staggered back against the wall, leaning heavily on it as her breathing became labored. Her face contorted in pain, but a grin still tugged at her lips. "Impressive, very impressive. I've never seen a technique like that," she said, sounding almost entertained despite losing an arm. From the severed limb, white smoke began to rise, signaling the start of her body's regeneration. As a creature, Revis's regenerative abilities were still remarkable, even after Shirou's attack. Ace, still injured, watched the battle in awe. Her eyes widened at the swordsmanship Shirou displayed, something she had never imagined before. "Shirou," she murmured softly, her heart trembling as she witnessed the hero standing before her, fighting to protect her. Shirou kept his gaze on Revis, saying nothing as he lifted Manahoshi Zeo with a steady hand, prepared to continue the battle. "I won't let you touch Ace again," he thought with unshakable resolve. Chapter 77. Revis was now pressed against the wall in a defensive stance. Her right hand still tightly gripped the massive black sword, dimly glowing with a cursed aura, while her left arm slowly regenerated. Despite her severe injuries, a defiant smirk remained on her face, as though mocking Shirou to make his move. Shirou stood firm, Manahoshi Zeo still in his hand. Though he had just managed to wound Revis, he was keenly aware of the vast gap in their strength. His fingers tightened around the hilt of the long Nodachi, his mind racing to find a way to finish off his cornered opponent without giving her a chance to counter. "What are you waiting for, huh?" Revis taunted loudly, her eyes glinting with provocation. "Come on, strike me before my arm heals." Her challenge was accompanied by a small, contemptuous laugh. Shirou prepared to attack, channeling the last of his energy. But before he could leap forward, a loud rumble shook the room. Shirou's eyes widened as the adamantium wall behind Revis suddenly shattered, smashed apart by something massive and terrifying. A monstrous creature emerged from the rubble. It was a towering, bull-like beast over 10 meters tall, with the upper body of a woman grotesquely fused onto its back. Its proportions were unnatural, as if crafted by a warped and unholy hand. "What is this?" Shirou muttered, recognizing the creature. His thoughts flashed back to their battle against the corrupted spirit on the 59th floor with the Loki Familia. "It looks similar, but it's different. Is this also one of Evelyn's creations?" Revis agilely dodged the monster's charge, landing on the opposite side of the room. Her expression soured as she watched the rampaging creature. "Idiots. Who decided to release it now?" she grumbled in frustration. Shirou quickly assessed the new threat and decided to forego his confrontation with Revis. Dissipating Manahoshi Zeo back into prana, he sprinted toward Ace, who was still wounded in the corner of the room. "Ace, hang on. I'm getting you to safety," he said, crouching to check her injuries. Revis, frustrated by the interruption, glanced at the monster with a scornful expression. "Looks like our duel will have to wait, Shirou Emiya," she said, retreating into the shadows beyond the shattered wall. "But I promise, we'll settle this later." With that, She disappeared into the darkness, leaving Shirou and Ace alone with the rampaging beast. The monster roared with a deafening cry, then charged forward with heavy, earth-shaking steps. Shirou knew there was no time to waste. He carefully scooped Ace into his arms, carrying her princess style, his arms steady despite the chaos around them. "Hold on tight, Ace," Shirou whispered as he ran, narrowly dodging the monster's massive legs stomping down near them. One of its stomps obliterated the floor just meters away, sending debris and dust flying. Ace slowly opened her eyes, catching a glimpse of Shirou's focused expression. Despite her weakened state, she felt a deep sense of safety in his arms. "Shirou," she murmured softly before closing her eyes again, this time in peace. Shirou dashed through the narrow corridors, holding Ace with utmost care. His breathing was steady, even as the situation grew dire. The bull-like monster behind them kept advancing, its massive form crashing through walls and smashing obstacles in its path with brute force. Every heavy step the creature took sent tremors through the ground, and its chilling voice echoed through the corridors. The female torso fused atop the bull body laughed maniacally, speaking in a haunting tone. "Where do you think you're going, Arya? Your fate lies here." The words reverberated, intensifying the dread in the air. Hearing the name, Arya, Ace suddenly gripped Shirou tightly, her fingers clutching his shirt with what little strength she had left. Her body trembled as she struggled to maintain her composure. Shirou glanced down at Ace, his eyes softening despite the peril surrounding them. With his left hand, he gently stroked her long blonde hair, offering a calming touch. "Don't worry," he said, his voice deep but soothing. "I'll get you out of here safely. Trust me." Ace, initially tense, slowly began to relax. Her grip on Shirou's clothes loosened slightly, and her breathing steadied. "I trust you, Shirou," she whispered faintly, almost inaudibly. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor from the opposite direction. Members of the Loki Familia began to emerge from various paths, guided by the wind signal Ace had released earlier. Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, Bet, Gareth, and several others appeared, some badly injured and supported by their companions. Among them, Philvis of the Dionysus Familia walked beside Lafia, helping guide the group. When Lafia spotted Ace injured in Shirou's arms, her face turned pale with panic. She quickly pulled a potion bottle from the bag of a nearby supporter. "Lay Ace down here," she cried. Shirou complied, carefully placing Ace on the ground. Lafia knelt beside Ace, pouring the potion onto her wounds and gently applying it to her skin. Philvis stood behind Lafia, watching anxiously. Gradually, Ace's injuries began to heal. Fortunately, the wounds were not inflicted directly by Revis' cursed sword, allowing the potion to take effect successfully. Gareth approached Shirou, clapping a massive hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, Shirou. You've saved Ace's life." "Do you know where Finn is?" he asked with a serious tone. Shirou looked at Gareth and nodded. "Finn is badly injured and cursed, but Raoul and the others have already taken him to the upper floors. They're working to get him out of Knossos as quickly as possible." Gareth let out a heavy sigh, relief flickering in his eyes. "Good. At least he's in safe hands." The rumbling grew louder behind them, accompanied by deafening crashes as the corrupted spirit demolished wall after wall to make its way toward them. The towering monster drew closer, its mere presence an overwhelming threat to everyone in its path. Gareth, one of the leaders of the Loki Familia, immediately took control of the situation. His face was calm despite the urgency. "We don't have much time. Listen closely to my instructions," he said loudly, ensuring everyone could hear him. Tioni, you're with me," Gareth continued. "We'll face that creature and stop it here. Bet, Lafia, you're in charge of guiding the others out of Knossos and finding anyone who's lost. Leave no one behind." Tiona clenched her fist with enthusiasm. "All right, let's take down that big monster," she said with a wide grin. Tioni nodded in agreement, though her expression was more serious. "We can't let this thing reach the people outside," she added. Bet snorted in irritation, though not because he opposed the task. "I'll leave the monster to you, Gareth. I'll make sure the others get out safely," he said, glancing at Lafia. Lafia, though visibly nervous, nodded firmly. "I'll use magic to help us navigate the way out," she said with determined resolve. Gareth then turned his gaze to Shirou, who stood catching his breath after everything he had been through. "You've done so much during this expedition, Shirou. If you want to rest, we'll understand," Gareth said in a gentler tone. Shirou hesitated for a moment, feeling the exhaustion in his body. His magical energy was nearly depleted, but he couldn't abandon his responsibilities. Taking a mana potion from one of the bags, Shirou quickly drank it, feeling a small amount of energy return. With a determined look, he responded, "I'll join the fight against the corrupted spirit. You'll need all the help you can get." Gareth gave a small smile, as if he had expected that answer. "I thought as much, young one. You're remarkable," he said, patting Shirou on the shoulder. Ace, who had been lying weakly before, suddenly began to rise. Holding her sword, she spoke with a resolute tone. "I'm coming too. I can't just sit by while you fight that creature." In her heart, Ace wanted to remain by Shirou's side, her hero. Gareth slowly shook his head. Ace, you're not fully recovered. If you push yourself, you'll only be a burden. You need to rest, Gareth said firmly. But I can fight, Ace insisted, her gaze filled with determination. I won't be a burden. She gripped her sword tightly, proving her resolve. Gareth sighed heavily before finally saying, all right, you can help, but you won't be fighting the corrupted spirit. You'll go with Lafia and bet to guide the others out and find anyone still lost. Ace paused for a moment, disappointed that she wasn't allowed to fight alongside Shirou. However, she nodded slowly, accepting the instructions. All right, I'll protect them, she said at last, even though she longed to stay by Shirou's side. The members of the Loki Familia moved swiftly to carry out their respective tasks. Tiona and Tioni readied their weapons, spinning the massive blades in their hands, while Bet, with a serious expression, began ushering the weaker members to the rear. Gareth stood firmly at the front of the group, giving final directions calmly. The corrupted spirit's roar continued to echo through the corridors, shaking the labyrinth's walls. Arya, Arya, the corrupted spirit's haunting voice rang out, a mix of sorrow and fury. Give it back, give it back. Philvis remained steadfast beside Lafia, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Lafia, though nervous, stayed focused as she guided her injured companions to retreat. Suddenly, the sound of two pairs of hurried footsteps echoed from another corridor. Raoul and Aki emerged from the shadows, their faces showing relief and determination as they reunited with the Loki Familia. Raoul, Aki, Shirou called out, recognizing them immediately. He approached the two, and Raoul raised his thumbs with a broad smile. Mission accomplished, Raoul announced. We managed to get Finn to Dian's sect Familia. They're treating him now. Aki added, her voice calmer but filled with confidence. We also brought a few healers from Dian's sect Familia. They're waiting at the Gnosis entrance, ready to treat anyone injured or poisoned. Gareth, hearing the news, nodded in satisfaction. You've done an excellent job. But I'm curious, how did you get back here so quickly? Raoul grinned, holding up a spherical key in his hand. Thanks to Shirou. With this key, we found the fastest route to the exit and back without getting lost. Aki smiled softly, adding, without this key, we'd probably still be wandering around. Thank you, Shirou. Shirou nodded modestly, then realized he could create more keys. Wait a moment, he said, projecting several new copies of the spherical key. He handed them to Bet, Ace, and Lafia, who were in the group retreating. Bet snorted, though there was a hint of appreciation in his tone. Humph, at least this is useful. Let's get out of this place already. Ace accepted the key thoughtfully, looking at Shirou for a moment before softly saying, thank you. I'll make good use of it. Lafia held the key tightly, giving Shirou a gentle smile. You always think of others, don't you? I'll make sure to keep everyone safe until we're out, she promised. Seeing everyone's determination, Shirou felt relieved but remained vigilant, hearing the approaching sound of the monster behind them. With the plan clearly laid out, they all prepared to carry out their respective tasks. Gareth turned decisively, fixing his gaze on Aki with eyes full of confidence. Aki, go with Bet's group. Use that key to guide them to the quickest way out of Gnosis. Ensure everyone, especially the injured, makes it safely to the healers at the entrance, he commanded with authoritative resolve. Aki nodded firmly, gripping the spherical key Shirou had given her. Understood, Gareth. I won't let you down, she replied before quickly joining Bet, Lafia, and the others preparing to retreat. Raoul, standing beside Gareth, hesitated briefly but then gathered his courage and stepped forward. Gareth, allow me to stay and help fight the corrupted spirit, he said, his voice trembling slightly but filled with determination. Gareth paused, his eyes studying Raoul with deep consideration. The offer was unexpected, given Raoul's reputation for being hesitant and lacking confidence. Finally, Gareth nodded with a small smile. All right, Raoul. If you're certain, I won't turn down your help. But remember, you stay behind us and act as support. Don't be reckless. Raoul's spirit ignited upon hearing Gareth's approval. Thank you, Gareth. I won't disappoint you, he said resolutely. Witnessing Raoul's bravery, Narvi and Cruz, two other level 4 members of the Loki Familia, stepped forward. We want to help too, Gareth, said Narvi, tightening her grip on her weapon. Cruz nodded in agreement, his face showing the same determination. Yes, let us join the fight against the corrupted spirit. We don't want to just stand by and watch. Gareth chuckled briefly, a satisfied smile on his face. All right, the two of you can join. But like Raoul, you'll be acting as supporters. No one takes any rash actions without orders. Understood. Understood. The three replied in unison, their voices firm despite a hint of nervousness. Gareth, Raoul, Narvi, Cruz, Shirou, Tiona, and Tioni prepared to face the corrupted spirit that was steadily approaching. From the distance, the monster's roars grew louder, and the adamantite walls trembled from its blows and stomps. The two groups finally split, each with equally critical missions, one group retreating to lead the injured to safety, and the other standing firm to confront the terrifying threat ahead. Aki led the way swiftly, the spherical key in her hand helping her unlock previously sealed doors. She glanced back occasionally to ensure the injured members were being safely carried by supporters and healthier members. We're almost at the stairs leading up. Be careful and watch your step, Aki said, pointing ahead. The group finally reached a towering staircase. They paused briefly to ensure everyone was ready. With great caution, they began ascending, assisting the injured to maintain their balance. Midway up, Bet suddenly stopped, sniffing the air around him. His expression changed instantly, shifting to one of irritation. "I smell something very familiar," he muttered grumpily. Aze, walking nearby, turned to him with curiosity. "Could it be the scent of our lost comrades?" she asked, her tone filled with concern. Bet groaned, rolling his eyes. Who else could it be? This week's scent is too distinctive to miss. Hearing their exchange, Aki quickly issued instructions. "Leave it to us to get the injured to the upper levels. Aze, Bet, you two should go find those missing members before anything happens to them." Lafia, standing near Aki, looked nervous but eventually spoke up. "We'll make sure they stay safe, so don't worry," she said, glancing at Philvis, who stood resolutely by her side. Philvis gave a brief nod and added in a calm voice, "We'll ensure they reach the entrance safely. You focus on your mission." Aze looked at Lafia and Philvis for a moment before giving a faint smile. "All right, be careful on your way," she said softly before turning toward the floor where Bet had detected the scent. Bet growled under his breath and said flatly, "Let's hurry before I regret sniffing this out." Without waiting, he followed the scent, while Aki and her group continued their ascent with the injured. Aze kept up with Bet's brisk pace, understanding that despite his gruff demeanor, Bet was genuinely concerned about their lost comrades. She chose to keep that thought to herself, respecting his way of showing care without soft words. As they moved through the corridors, carnivorous villas suddenly emerged from the dark corners, their roots entangling the walls and attempting to ambush them. One of the plants screeched, snapping its sharp jaws toward them. Bet reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the plant into pieces. "Disgusting weeds," he muttered irritably. Meanwhile, Ace swung her sword, summoning the power of wind to destroy another plant, scattering its petals like shards. After clearing the violas, Ace slowed her steps, her face pale and her breathing labored, a sign that she hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle. Noticing her condition, Bet stopped and turned with a scowl. "If you're still hurt, you shouldn't have come, Ace. You're just slowing us down," he snapped. Ace shook her head weakly, even though her body trembled. "I can still fight," she said firmly, her gaze resolute despite her evident exhaustion. Bet clicked his tongue in frustration but didn't argue further. Instead, he resumed following the scent trail. After several minutes, they arrived at a massive orichalcum door. Bet paused, smirking as he glanced at it. "Shirou really is handy," he said, pulling out the spherical key from his pocket. Activating the key, he directed it at the door's mechanism, and slowly, the orichalcum door began to open, revealing what lay beyond. Behind the door stood a group of Loki Familia members, their expressions nervous and alert as they prepared for a potential enemy attack. Their tension eased as they recognized the figures who entered. At the front stood Lin, her round glasses dusty, a large supporter's bag slung over her back. Beside her, Stark leaned on his spear, visibly exhausted. Rooney, a small demi-human with mouse-like ears, looked anxious, while Cynthia, an elf girl, appeared pale with dark circles under her eyes. "Aze, Bet," Lin called out in relief, wiping her glasses with a dirty sleeve. Her face brightened at the sight of the two fighters, though her relief quickly turned to tension again as Bet scowled and growled. "What's wrong with you guys? Too weak to make it here on your own? How do you expect to survive like this?" Bet shouted, pointing at them one by one. Lin, instead of being intimidated, smiled faintly. She knew that beneath Bet's yelling and scowling lay genuine concern. "Sorry, Bet," she replied, adjusting her glasses calmly despite his outburst. Bet crossed his arms and let out a rough sigh. "Weaklings, hurry up and follow me. Let's get out of here before more monsters show up." His voice remained harsh, but there was a hint of relief underneath. Ace glanced at Lin and approached her. In a gentle voice, she whispered, "I think I understand now why you like Bet." Lin's face turned bright red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, trying to hide her flushed expression as she adjusted the straps of her supporter's bag. "Ace, you didn't have to say that," she murmured, making Cynthia, who overheard, smile softly. Bet, already walking ahead, turned back and barked, "Move it. I'm not carrying anyone who faints on the way." Though his tone was gruff, everyone knew it was his way of ensuring they stayed close. The group began moving, following Ace and Bet as they led the way out of the dark corridor toward the stairs leading to the upper levels. Author note: the illustration of Riveria kissing Shirou's forehead has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 78. The corrupted spirit rampaged, demolishing the adamantium walls of the corridor with the charge of its massive bull-like horns. Debris scattered everywhere, and the sturdy walls that had stood for centuries crumbled in an instant, allowing the colossal beast to force its way through the narrow passage. Shirou leaped back alongside the other members of the Loki Familia, avoiding the monster's frontal assault. They dispersed, each taking a position to circle the corrupted spirit, looking for an opening to attack. "Greywarg!" The monster roared, the voice of the woman on its upper torso echoing eerily, accompanied by the horrifying growls of its bull body. The reverberations were so intense that the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. Shirou channeled prana into his hands, projecting Kancho and Bakuya, their blades gleaming brightly in his grip. With a determined gaze, he positioned himself at the front, focusing intently on the monster. Tiona, not far from him, grinned excitedly. Twirling her erga with ease, she created a whistling sound in the air. Finally, I can really let loose. This is going to be fun, she exclaimed enthusiastically. Next to her, Tione was ready with a pair of sturdy kukris in her hands. Don't enjoy yourself too much, Tiona. Stay focused on our objective, she warned, stepping forward with her sharp eyes locked on the monster's movements. Gareth, standing in the middle of the formation with his massive axe raised, observed the creature calmly. In a deep, rhetorical tone, he asked, "All right then, what do we usually do when facing a beast this big, huh?" Raoul, positioned at the back with the supporters, replied nervously but loudly, "Take out its legs and bring it down." His voice carried determination despite his slight tremble. Gareth smirked, nodding in approval. "Exactly. Let's make this thing feel the ground on its back," he declared, raising his axe high, ready to strike. The Loki familia moved in unison, executing their strategy. Shirou darted to the creature's left side, Concho and Bakuya gleaming as he aimed to slash the tendons of its hind leg. Meanwhile, Tiona and Tione advanced from the opposite side, leaping nimbly like hunters closing in on their prey. At the rear, Raoul and the supporters prepared their backup weapons and potions, ensuring no gaps in their plan. The battle against the corrupted spirit had begun. Shirou charged at the monster's left hind leg and slashed with Concho and Bakuya. His blades made contact, but the wounds were shallow, barely slowing the beast. Shirou frowned, realizing the creature's hide was far tougher than he had anticipated. Even with reinforcement, his level 4 strength was insufficient to pierce its thick skin. On the opposite side, Gareth advanced, swinging his massive axe with all his might. The blade cleaved through the air and struck the beast's left front leg, leaving a deep gash. But even then, Gareth growled in frustration. "Damn thing's skin is like steel," he muttered, lifting his axe for another blow. Meanwhile, Tiona and Tione attacked the right side, targeting the creature's front and rear legs. Unfortunately, their strikes left only minor scratches. "Ugh, this isn't like any ordinary monster," Tiona groaned, spinning her erga, searching for another weak point. Tione nodded in irritation. "We need to hit it harder," she shouted. The creature let out a furious shriek, the upper torso's female face screaming with piercing intensity. Its eyes locked onto Gareth and Shirou, identifying them as the greatest threats after they inflicted the most damage. Suddenly, the massive bull body stomped violently, targeting Gareth in front and Shirou behind. "Watch out, Gareth," Tione yelled in warning. Gareth, with incredible reflexes, raised his axe to block the attack. Clang! A deafening clash echoed through the corridor as his axe absorbed the brunt of the beast's stomp. However, he winced as cracks began to appear on the axe's blade. "Stubborn beast," he grumbled, panting. Behind him, Shirou wasn't as fortunate. His eyes widened as the creature's massive hoof came hurtling toward him. "It's too fast," he thought, barely able to evade. The hoof struck him, sending him flying backward. He tumbled several times before coming to a halt, gasping for air. His swords fell from his grasp, and a sharp pain flared in his ribs. "Shirou!" Tiona cried, her eyes wide with concern. She started toward him, but Tione grabbed her arm. "Focus on the monster first. Shirou will get back up," she said firmly, though her voice also carried a hint of worry. Shirou slowly stood, gritting his teeth against the pain. "I'm fine," he said weakly, though his body clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Once again, he projected Concho and Bakuya into his hands, his gaze unwavering. "I won't give up now." Seeing that direct attacks on the corrupted spirit's legs weren't yielding significant results, Gareth quickly took charge of the situation. In his deep, commanding voice, he shouted, "Tione, start chanting your spell now," as he dodged a swing of the beast's tail. Tione groaned, clearly irritated by the order. "I'm not a mage like Lafia or Riveria. Chanting mid-battle isn't my specialty," she protested, dodging another stomp from the creature. "I need time and focus, you know," she added, stepping back slightly. Tiona, standing nearby, grinned brightly despite the dire circumstances. "Then leave it all to me. I'll make sure you have the time you need to chant, Tione," she declared enthusiastically. She spun her erga and positioned herself in front of her twin, ready to act as a shield. Meanwhile, Cruz noticed Gareth's axe beginning to crack. Swiftly, he retrieved his spare axe from his pack. "Gareth, catch this," he shouted, tossing the weapon with precision. Gareth caught the axe effortlessly, stepping aside just in time to avoid the monster's bullhead lunging at him. "Good work, Cruz," Gareth called, brandishing the new axe and fixing his sharp gaze on the monster. With a voice full of authority, he called to Shirou, "Hey, Shirou. Close combat isn't cutting it. Attack from a distance. Let Tiona and me keep it distracted." Shirou gazed at Concho and Bakuya in his hands. Realizing that close-range combat only made him more vulnerable, he decided to project a new weapon. "All right," he responded briefly before fading his swords into prana. In an instant, a large black bow appeared in his hands, with magical energy glowing on its string. Shirou raised the bow, focusing intently on the corrupted spirit. Meanwhile, Tiona and Gareth began moving more aggressively, attacking the monster from both sides to divert its attention. "Come on, you ugly beast. Face me if you dare," Tiona shouted as she leapt and spun her erga in her signature style. Gareth, wielding his new axe, swung the massive blade at the monster's legs, aiming to cripple it from below. At the same time, Tione started chanting a spell. With labored breaths, she closed her eyes and gathered magic around her. I can't believe I'm doing this. She muttered in an annoyed tone, but she pressed on, trusting her sister to protect her. Shirou drew the bowstring, preparing an inferno arrow that began to glow brightly. He waited for the perfect moment to launch a long-range attack, hoping to deal significant damage to the corrupted spirit. Tione closed her eyes, her voice firm despite her body trembling slightly as she chanted, "My desire that was sunk in the sea, my longing that was nurtured in the sea, the time has come." Her incantation grew clearer as magic flowed in the air around her, creating an aura full of intensity. Meanwhile, Gareth and Tiona charged forward aggressively, leaping with incredible speed toward the woman-like part of the giant bull monster. "This is going to hurt, you ugly creature," Tiona shouted enthusiastically, spinning her urga and preparing to strike the foe. The bull-woman monster, her expression cold, began chanting a lengthy spell, a warning sign to everyone nearby. But Shirou, who had been waiting for this moment, drew his black bowstring and prepared a broken inferno arrow. The fiery energy radiating from the magical arrow illuminated the dark corridor of Gnosis. "This is it," Shirou whispered softly before releasing the arrow. The broken inferno arrow shot forward, striking the monster's torso. In an instant, massive flames engulfed the upper half of the creature, forcing its spell to halt midway. The monster screamed in fury, its body writhing against the relentless flames. Seizing the opportunity, Gareth and Tiona reached the monster's humanoid body. "Let's finish this now," Gareth shouted as he swung his axe with full force. Tiona, meanwhile, aimed her urga at a weak point she had identified, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Suddenly, the monster woman sneered despite being ablaze. "Rage, fury of the skies, Selim Veldistal," she chanted a short spell. Her body was immediately surrounded by crackling electricity, creating an intense burst of energy. The electrical surge struck Gareth and Tiona forcefully, forcing them to retreat with cries of pain. The electricity surrounding the monster's body then flowed into the hooves of its bull-like legs. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath it shattered into pieces, releasing a wave of electricity that surged backward, striking Raoul, Narvi, and Cruz, who were standing guard. They were thrown back, grimacing in pain from the shock. Amid the chaos, Tione stayed focused on her spell, even though her body was slightly jolted by a minor shock. "Shape yourself, bare your fangs, and become a snake. Escape the sea, cross the land, and cover the world. Capture time, stop time, and trample over time," she chanted with increasing determination. The magic she had been gathering finally reached its peak. With sharp eyes, Tione shouted her final incantation, List Iorum. From her hands, glowing chains shot out, swiftly wrapping around the rear left leg of the giant bull monster, binding and immobilizing it. "Direct hit," Gareth shouted, his body still weak from the earlier shock. He looked at Tione with admiration, knowing that the chains would be key to subduing the massive monster. The humanoid portion of the corrupted spirit began showing signs of regeneration. The previously burned skin gradually healed, though scorch marks remained in places. Her menacing eyes fixed on the glowing chains binding her bull leg with disdain as if they were merely minor obstacles. The giant bull monster began thrashing wildly, pulling its bound leg in the opposite direction. Despite being a level 6 adventurer, Tione felt the tremendous strain of holding back the monster's immense strength. Her muscles tensed, and she was dragged forward a few steps despite her desperate efforts to hold her ground. "Ugh. Stubborn beast," Tione grumbled, her breathing growing heavy. Seeing Tione struggling, Shirou stepped forward and clasped her right hand. "Trace on," he said calmly. Using his remaining prana, he projected glowing chains similar to Tione's, this time wrapping around the monster's rear right leg. The chains glowed brightly, further restraining the monster's movements. Tione glanced at Shirou, a mix of relief and annoyance on her face. "Of course, I have to chant a long spell, and you just say 2 words to make this happen," she complained. Shirou gave a faint smile, though his hands trembled from the prana he was expending. "The perks of being a magus," he replied briefly. Even with 2 chains binding its hind legs, the giant bull monster continued thrashing wildly, pulling at them with seemingly endless strength. Shirou and Tione were dragged further forward, nearly losing their balance. From another direction, Gareth leapt to their side. With his massive axe strapped to his back, he grabbed the chains alongside Shirou and pulled them backward. "Let's hold this beast together," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the corridors of Gnosis. His added strength gave them a brief reprieve, and the monster finally stopped struggling momentarily. Gareth turned to Shirou, his expression serious. "Shirou, do you have anything we can use to finish this monster off? Maybe another legendary weapon you can project?" he asked, still pulling on the chains. Shirou nodded, though sweat trickled down his temples. "I do," he replied, his breath slightly labored. "But I only have 1 shot. My prana is almost depleted." His voice was hesitant, knowing the attack had to be precise. Gareth spoke firmly, "Leave the chains to us. Focus on timing your strike." His wide grin radiated confidence that they could hold the monster without Shirou's help. Shirou nodded and released his grip on the chains. He stepped back a few paces, his sharp eyes studying the monster's movements. He knew this was the pivotal moment to end the battle and couldn't afford any mistakes. "We'll hold it with everything we've got," Gareth shouted, tightening his grip. "Make sure your attack destroys this thing, Shirou." Shirou moved cautiously around the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the enormous monster in front of him. He knew that even the smallest misstep could have catastrophic consequences. He waited patiently, calming his breath as he searched for an opening. During his observation, Tiona suddenly landed beside him. "Hey, Shirou," she called out enthusiastically, despite her exhaustion. "Can you project another chain? Gareth and Tiona need more help holding this monster down." Her eyes sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, Shirou nodded. "Trace on," he murmured softly, as blue prana light began to form another glowing chain in his hands. He threw the chain with precision, binding the monster's front right leg tightly. Tiona quickly grabbed hold of the chain with agility. "I've got this," she declared, planting her feet firmly on the ground and pulling the chain with all her strength. Her muscles strained, but her resolve was unwavering. The corrupted spirit began to show signs of losing balance. Its massive body tilted slightly, and its enormous legs trembled under the relentless pulling from all directions. Not far away, Cruz, Raoul, and Narvi ran closer, their faces filled with determination. "Shirou," Raoul shouted. "We need chains too. Lock the remaining leg." Shirou repeated the process, projecting another chain, this time directing it toward the monster's front left leg. The chain wrapped tightly, immobilizing the last unbound limb. "We'll handle this," Cruz declared as he gripped the chain alongside Raoul and Narvi. Together, they pulled with all their strength, working to restrain the monster's movements. The woman atop the monster's body began to panic. Her eyes darted wildly as her body thrashed, but her movements grew increasingly restricted. "You insignificant creatures. Do you think you can defeat me?" she screeched, her voice full of rage as she struggled to break free. Every member of the Loki familia holding a chain fought with unyielding determination. "Pull harder," Gareth shouted, still holding the chain around the monster's rear leg. His face was flushed from exertion, but he stood firm, like an unshakable boulder. Tiona chimed in, her voice is loud and encouraging. "We're almost there. Don't give up now." Her hands gripped the chain tightly, her muscles straining visibly under the immense pressure. The monster became increasingly unsteady, its massive form teetering as it completely lost balance. The glowing chains holding it from all sides stood as a testament to their teamwork and resolve. Shirou stood tall, observing the corrupted spirit now tightly bound by chains from every angle. He saw his companions pouring all their strength into holding the monster immobile. Clenching his fist, he thought with conviction, "They've given me this chance. I must finish it." He closed his eyes briefly, taking a deep breath and focusing his thoughts. "Trace on," he muttered, this time with firm resolve. Red prana light began to coalesce, forming the shape of a legendary spear in his hands. Gibalg, the cursed spear known as the reverse causality spear. Gibalg was the weapon of Siyu Chulin, a great hero Shirou had once faced in the Holy Grail War. The spear possessed a unique ability to pierce the heart of its target with unerring precision, defying causality itself. Shirou vividly recalled how Siyu Chulin wielded the spear with unmatched skill, a level of mastery Shirou had never attained. But this time, skill was unnecessary. The enemy was bound and unable to move. Opening his eyes, Shirou's gaze sharpened, filled with unshakable courage. He gripped Gibalg with both hands, feeling the cursed energy coursing through the weapon. The air around him swirled slowly, creating a foreboding atmosphere. The woman atop the bull monster's body grew visibly uneasy, her expression now one of sheer panic. "What is that?" she shrieked, her eyes widening in terror at the sight of the cursed spear now aimed at her. Even the monster itself, despite its regenerative power, seemed to waver at the prospect of surviving the attack. Shirou took his stance, drawing the spear back as his eyes locked onto the corrupted spirit's chest, where a large magic stone pulsed intensely, the core of its life force. His voice was low but carried the weight of finality. "This ends here." With all his strength, Shirou hurled the spear. "GBLG," he cried, his voice reverberating through the corridors. The spear shot forward like a crimson bolt of lightning, tearing through the air directly toward its target. Gibalg struck the woman monster's chest with devastating force, shattering the magic stone within. A blinding red light erupted, accompanied by a piercing scream of agony as the colossal body began to convulse violently. The light from the destroyed magic stone coursed through the entire monster, causing cracks to form along its massive frame until it started disintegrating into ash. The monster let out one final, anguished scream. No, before collapsing entirely, its body dissolving into dust that scattered with the wind. Shirou stood, breathing heavily, watching the ashes drift away. He felt the heavy burden on his shoulders begin to lift. As he looked around, he saw the relieved faces of his companions. They all understood. This battle was finally over. Chapter 79. After Shirou's final attack destroyed the corrupted spirit, he stood with labored breaths, watching the creature's ashes scattered. Around him, his companions began to gather, their faces filled with relief and joy. Tiona even hopped in excitement, exclaiming energetically, "We did it. This huge victory is all thanks to Shirou." Gareth approached Shirou from behind, patting his shoulder gently with a satisfied smile. "Young man, you're truly incredible. You've led us to victory," he said proudly. But Shirou didn't respond. His vision slowly blurred, and the voices around him began to fade, as though swallowed by darkness. His body felt weak, his energy completely drained. "Sorry, looks like he murmured before his world went black. Before Shirou could collapse, Gareth swiftly caught him. Realizing Shirou had fainted, Gareth carefully lifted him. In a calm voice, he said, "You fought hard, young one. Rest now." Tioni, noticing Shirou's condition, approached with a worried expression. What happened to him? Is he okay? She asked, her eyes full of concern. Gareth sighed, looking at Shirou's peaceful face as he lay unconscious. He's just exhausted. This little hero pushed himself too far. But with some rest, he'll be fine, Gareth replied reassuringly. Tiona and Tioni exchanged glances, their faces showing relief mixed with lingering worry. Tiona added, he always pushes himself too hard. But that's just Shirou. He wouldn't stop until he knew we were all safe. With Shirou unconscious, the group decided to rest briefly and then prepare to bring news of their victory back to the Loki familia waiting outside Knossos. Gareth carefully hoisted Shirou over his shoulder, as if carrying a sack of grain. Adjusting his stance for balance, he said in a deep voice, Raoul, lead the way. Make sure we get out of this cursed place. His tone was firm, though it carried a hint of weariness. Raoul nodded quickly, taking the lead. Got it, I'll guide us. I memorized this path earlier with Aki, he said as he began navigating the way. He pulled out a spherical key from his pocket, using it expertly to unlock the orichalcum doors they encountered along the way. Each time a door opened, the group moved swiftly through, the doors closing automatically behind them, as if sealing off any potential threats. Along the way, they passed signs of previous battles. Corpses of Evolus members lay scattered in some corners, along with magic stones dropped by Violas they had defeated earlier. Cruz and Narvi, without hesitation, collected the magic stones and stashed them in their bags, their expression serious. They knew that every resource would be crucial for their familia later. Tioni glanced at the Evolus corpses with a sharp expression and commented, At least we haven't found any of our comrades among the dead so far. Her voice carried relief but was tinged with worry. Tiona, standing nearby, hopped in place with a nervous protest. Hey, don't jinx it like that. Her expression was anxious, but Tioni simply looked at her flatly. That's a good thing, Tioni replied lightly, as though oblivious to Tiona's agitation. Their brief squabble brought a small sense of normalcy to the tense atmosphere, while Cruz and Narvi exchanged glances and shrugged, choosing not to get involved. Finally, Raoul stopped in front of a staircase leading upward. Turning to Gareth, he said, Here it is, the stairs to the upper level. We're almost out. His face showed a hint of relief, though he remained alert. Gareth adjusted Shirou's position, ensuring he was secure on his shoulder. It's going to be a bumpy ride, so hold on. I can't promise a smooth ascent, he said as he began climbing. Shirou, still unconscious, remained silent as Gareth's heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. The group continued upward, leaving behind the darkness of Knossos, hopeful to reunite with the rest of Loki familia waiting outside. The journey out of Knossos felt much smoother than their entry. While they stayed cautious, there were no traps, and every orichalcum door that had previously been a barrier now opened easily with the spherical key. As they reached Knossos' exit, Tioni was the first to notice the bright light outside. Without hesitation, she dashed forward, her face showing the release of long-held anxiety. Captain Anne, she called out emotionally, her voice trembling as tears welled in her eyes. Outside, the scene was vastly different from when they had entered. Members of Loki familia who had been injured lay on prepared bedding, while healers from the Deai sect familia worked tirelessly to provide care. Riveria stood at the center, directing the healers, assisted by Lafia and Lin, who moved about carrying potions and medical supplies. Tioni spotted Finn sitting propped against a stone wall, his face pale but his eyes open, calmly observing the commotion around him. Without thinking, Tioni rushed over and embraced him tightly, her body trembling. Captain, I'm so glad you're okay, she said, her voice quivering as tears streamed down her face. Finn could only awkwardly accept the hug, offering a faint smile. I'm fine, Tioni. Thank you, he said gently, though his expression betrayed the pain he was enduring. Ermid, a renowned healer from the Deai sect familia who was attending to Finn, immediately stood up, her face stern. Hey, easy. Finn's not fully healed yet, she scolded sharply, stepping forward to separate Tioni from Finn. Tioni quickly backed away, her face panicked as she realized her emotional outburst had caused Finn pain. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Captain. Ermid. I didn't mean to, she stammered, bowing repeatedly in apology. Ermid let out a long sigh. Control your emotions and assess the situation before acting. We're still working here, she said firmly but not harshly. Tioni nodded quickly, retreating with a face full of guilt. Despite the pain, Finn gave a faint smile and shook his head slightly. It's okay, Tioni. I know you were just worried, he said, trying to comfort his comrade, who now looked like a scolded child. Tioni offered a small smile, her face still slightly red with embarrassment, and then joined the others to help at the emergency care station. Shortly after, Gareth emerged from Knossos with his group, carrying an unconscious Shirou over his shoulder. They moved steadily, their determined steps underscoring their victory, even though weariness was evident on their faces. Outside, Riveria, who was monitoring the condition of the wounded Loki familia members, turned her head at the sight of Shirou slung over Gareth's shoulder like a sack. Her calm demeanor instantly shifted to panic, and she rushed over. What happened to Shirou? She asked urgently, her eyes scanning his unmoving body. Lafia and Aze also approached, worry etched clearly on their faces. Is Shirou okay? Lafia asked nervously, while Aze remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Shirou. Gareth reassured them in his deep voice. Calm down. He's just out of magic energy and experiencing mind down. No serious injuries. He carefully laid Shirou down on a stretcher prepared by Lin and Raoul. Mind down, Riveria thought, her brow furrowing. How could he run out of magic energy? It was hard for her to believe, considering Shirou was able to project tens of thousands of swords made by Hephaestus Familia's blacksmiths before running out of magical energy. Still, she chose not to voice her doubts in front of the others. Tiona stepped forward enthusiastically, her energy belying her fatigued appearance. Riveria, you know? Shirou is amazing. He summoned a terrifying red spear, and she mimicked a spear-throwing motion with exaggerated flair, then shouted dramatically, Gibalg. Boom. That bull monster was done for. Tiona grinned proudly, like a child recounting an epic adventure. Ermid, who was busy treating an injured Loki Familia member, turned her stern gaze toward Tiona. Quiet down, Tiona. We're working here, she scolded, making Tiona chuckle nervously and apologize while scratching her head. Riveria sighed and approached Tiona. SSH. Don't make a scene. Have you forgotten Shirou wants to keep his abilities hidden? She whispered, glancing toward the Dian Sect Familia healers. Fortunately, they were engrossed in their tasks and didn't seem to pay attention to Tiona's story. After confirming the situation was secure, Riveria exhaled in relief. Crossing her arms, she stood and gazed at Shirou lying on the stretcher, her expression full of questions. None of the Loki Familia members realized that Tiona's story had been overheard by someone standing right behind Lafia. The figure showed no outward surprise or conspicuous reaction. Like an extra in a play, they stood quietly, their face emotionless, blending into the crowd. However, this person was no ordinary individual. It was Filvis Chalia, captain of Dionysus Familia. Few knew that the Filvis standing there was actually a clone created through a special magic called Icel. Her real body, Ein, was far away at the central headquarters of Evolus, deep in the heart of Gnosis. This Filvis clone served as a spy for Evolus. Every piece of information she heard, especially significant details like Shirou's abilities mentioned by Tiona, was immediately transmitted to her original body through their magical connection. Yet, hearing this conversation stirred an intense pang of guilt in Filvis. Not long ago, she had promised Lafia that she would support her feelings for Shirou. Now, with cold detachment, she was spying on Lafia and the person she cared for, all for Evolus's sake. The emotional turmoil burned like a cold fire in her heart, filling her with silent anguish. Feeling filthy, despicable, and burdened by guilt, Filvis lowered her head toward the floor. Her mind churned with unspoken remorse, a torment she could not share with anyone. Her eyes fixed on her own feet, as if searching for answers in the dusty ground. Lafia, forgive me, she whispered silently, her voice trembling under the weight of betrayal she carried. Yet her duty to Dionysus, the force that governed her life, compelled Filvis to remain standing there, striving not to draw attention despite the inner turmoil screaming within her. Filvis's gaze fell on Shirou, lying unconscious on the stretcher. His face remained calm even in his state of unconsciousness, and something stirred within Filvis as she looked at him. Beneath that tranquility, she felt a profound resemblance between Shirou and herself. Both bore the crushing weight of survivors' guilt, the pain of being the sole survivors of horrific tragedies that had destroyed their worlds. She knew that Shirou, now unconscious, had pushed himself to his absolute limits. All of it was done to save others, a tangible manifestation of the childhood promise he had made to his father, Kiritsugu Emiya, to become a hero who never gave up. It was an ideal so beautiful, yet so excruciating for those who lived by it. And here lay their difference. When tragedy struck Filvis's life, she had been saved by the god Dionysus. She, who had become a repugnant half-monster, a creature, was not rejected by Dionysus. The god accepted her, even calling her beautiful amidst her self-loathing. But Filvis knew that behind it all, Dionysus was no true savior. He was Dionysus, a god who, beneath a facade of kindness and charm, reveled in the suffering of his followers. To him, their torment was a source of amusement. Filvis knew that every gentle word Dionysus spoke was merely a tool to watch others sink further into despair. For Dionysus, suffering was entertainment. A thought flickered through her mind. What if, in the moment her world was destroyed, she had been saved not by Dionysus but by someone like Kiritsugu? Would she have become like Shirou, a steadfast idealist striving to be a hero for others? Filvis stood still, imagining a possibility that would never come to pass. But she quickly shook her head. It was nothing but an empty fantasy. There's no point in thinking about something that never happened, she muttered to herself. The reality was that she was now a servant of Dionysus, a tool to execute the god's will. Her hands were stained, and they would remain stained, for that was the path she had chosen. She took a deep breath, steadying her unease. In her heart, she felt pain but also resolve. Her gaze returned to Shirou, who remained lying in silence, offering a faint semblance of peace amidst the constant turmoil of battle and betrayal surrounding Filvis. Inwardly, Filvis whispered, perhaps you truly are a hero, but that path isn't mine to walk. Meanwhile, deep within the core of the Gnosis labyrinth, the enigmatic figure known as Ein moved with a clear purpose, to find her ally, her fellow creature, Revis. Her steps were steady yet silent as she navigated the narrow, dark corridors, the air heavy with an oppressive darkness that pervaded the place. Ein wore the corruption-hiding heavenly garment, a long black cloak that concealed her identity as a creature. Her face was obscured by a dark mask, giving her an intimidating aura. It was she who had previously opened the gates of Gnosis, allowing Loki Familia to enter the labyrinth in accordance with a meticulously crafted plan. But who was Ein? She was another facet of Filvis Chalia, the darkest and most despairing part of her being. If Filvis represented the hopeful fragment of her true self, clinging to a glimmer of light through bonds like her friendship with Lafia, then Ein was the embodiment of complete destruction. She was the manifestation of hatred, regret, and emptiness, a soul that had entirely surrendered to darkness. Ein harbored no hesitation in killing anyone who stood in her way. Dionysus's orders were absolute. Even though each execution brought her profound anguish, she carried them out without question to see the cold smile of the god she served. For Dionysus, she whispered to herself, as if it were a soothing mantra, though the pain in her heart never truly abated. Revis, Ein's low, cold voice echoed. You're here, aren't you? Have you finished dealing with those so-called heroes? She stepped further into the chamber, searching for traces of the battle that had occurred. When it finally found evidence of Revis, a trail of blood and shattered remnants of a large sword, she exhaled deeply, not out of relief but from the weight she knew was only growing heavier. Closing her eyes briefly, she murmured softly, all of this is only for him. For Dionysus. Ein ventured further into a room filled with fragments of magic stones and the distinct dark aura of a creature. At the center, she found Revis seated against a stone wall, casually consuming magic stones. Her left arm, previously gravely injured, was slowly regenerating, though it was evident the process required significant time and energy. Creatures like them had the ability to consume magic stones directly for recovery and power enhancement. However, when their injuries were severe, consuming large quantities of magic stones became a necessity, as evidenced by the pile of shards surrounding Revis. You're injured, Ein remarked, her tone more of a statement than a concern. Her eyes scrutinized the regenerating fingers as if assessing the extent of the damage. Revis shrugged nonchalantly, responding in a casual tone, nothing unusual. Shirou Emiya. The name rolled off her lips accompanied by a tired yet excited smirk. Ein stopped a few steps away from Revis, her masked face betraying no emotion. Shirou Emiya, you say? She replied, her tone growing more serious. I've received information from my clone. Shirou Emiya is also the one who defeated the corrupted spirit here using a crimson spear. At the mention of that name again, Revis's smirk twisted into a grin brimming with dark excitement. Her eyes gleamed with a sinister thrill, like someone who had found an irresistible challenge. Oh, so that boy really is something, she said as she slowly stood, though her body was still recovering. I can't wait to face him again. This time, I'll show him the meaning of true power. Ein remained silent, but inwardly she recognized the double-edged nature of Revis's enthusiasm. Shirou Emiya was no ordinary opponent, and every encounter with him only seemed to unravel their carefully laid plans further. But Ein's role was not to restrain Revis, it was to ensure that everything proceeded according to Dionysus's will. You can plan your next encounter later, Ein finally said, her voice cold and authoritative. But don't let your ambition interfere with our plans. With those words, Ein turned and left, leaving Revis to continue consuming magic stones to complete her recovery. Ein entered the central command of Evolus, a spacious chamber filled with long tables and chairs, strewn with maps and notes. In one corner of the room sat goddess Ishtar, arms crossed and an expression of dissatisfaction on her face. I can't believe we missed that moment, she complained, glaring at Thanatos, who leaned casually against the wall, a faint smile playing on his lips. You said earlier we could watch the bull monster's action live, Ishtar continued, her tone laced with irritation as she glared at Thanatos. What happened? Thanatos chuckled lightly as if dismissing her complaints as trivial. Well, someone destroyed all of our spy flowers, he replied nonchalantly, shrugging. So, no more live broadcasts for us to enjoy. Ishtar huffed loudly, turning away in annoyance. So you're just going to sit here and wait for your subordinates' reports? Of course, Thanatos replied, stretching lazily. They'll report soon enough. No point in rushing. At that moment, an Evolus member hurried in, breathing heavily. Lord Thanatos, Lady Ishtar, he said urgently, bowing respectfully. The corrupted spirit has been defeated. And we found Valletta's body. Ishtar's eyes widened in shock, her expression clearly showing her disbelief. Thanatos, however, merely smiled, his demeanor unperturbed as though the bad news meant nothing to him. So, even the corrupted spirit couldn't hold back Loki Familia, he mused, ignoring the tension in the room. And Valletta died sooner than expected. How ironic fate can be. Ishtar shot a sharp look at Thanatos, while the god of death's smile widened, seemingly savoring every moment of the chaos unfolding around them. Chapter 80. 3 days after the expedition to Gnosis, the Loki Familia meeting room was filled with Familia executives. Among them were Shirou, Lafia, and Loki herself, present to discuss the results of the expedition. The atmosphere was serious, but there was a palpable sense of relief in the air. Finn stood at the head of the table, beginning the discussion with a calm yet firm voice. First, I have good news, he said, glancing around. Thanks to Raoul's team's swift actions in summoning healers from the Dien sect Familia, all members who were critically injured, whether by curse or poisoning, have fully recovered. Especially Ramilia. He paused, his gaze falling on the table before continuing. Ramilia, despite being only level 3, was in critical condition. Had help arrived any later, we might not see her here again. Fortunately, the healers from Dien's sect Familia acted swiftly. Several members nodded quietly at the news. Finn then turned his attention to Bet and A's, his expression one of deep appreciation. And thanks to the two of you, Lynn's group, which had gone astray, was found. A's nodded subtly, her expression neutral but her eyes reflecting relief. Meanwhile, Bet crossed his arms with an annoyed expression, muttering, "Weaklings always cause trouble." Loki chuckled softly at Bet's remark, but Finn remained serious. Though this expedition was fraught with danger, he continued, "I am grateful we made it out without losing a single life. That's a major achievement considering what we faced in Knossos." Everyone in the room nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite the risks, their teamwork had borne fruit. But the expedition to Knossos was not without gain, Finn said as he turned to the table. He picked up a spherical key resting on its surface. "This is the key Shirou managed to replicate," he said, raising it slightly for all to see. "With this key, we have access to Knossos at any time." His voice was confident yet cautious. Most of those present, except Riveria and Loki, already understood the key's function and merely nodded quietly. Loki, leaning casually in her chair, squinted at the key with curiosity. "Interesting," she said, extending her hand. "Let me see it, Finn." Finn handed over the key, and Loki twirled the spherical object in her hand. "What's this made of?" "It feels disgusting," she remarked jokingly, though her expression betrayed genuine curiosity. Sitting quietly at the end of the table, Shirou responded calmly, "The key is made from the eyeballs of deadless descendants. That's why it's round and has unique patterns." His words brought a moment of silence to the room. Loki, rarely one to be visibly startled, quickly placed the key back on the table with an expression of disgust. "You? Eyeballs? Seriously? This is a whole new level of insanity," she exclaimed, shaking her hands as if to rid herself of an unseen taint. Aze, sitting beside Loki, raised her hand slowly, drawing everyone's attention. "I saw someone with eyes like that when we were separated in Knossos," she said calmly. She touched her chin with her index finger, trying to recall more details. The man had gray hair and a beard, similar to the person on our wanted posters. Loki, now reclining in her chair with arms crossed, spoke casually but with underlying significance. "So he's the one supplying Velas to Jord, huh?" Her eyes narrowed, indicating her mind was piecing together the new information. Bet, who had been silent until then, snorted and added his report. "I also ran into someone with eyes like that," he said gruffly. "He was wearing black goggles at the time, but when he opened the orichalcum door, I saw the same patterns as on this key. That bastard also had some weird magic power that made the people behind me go crazy and attack each other." Finn, listening intently to all the reports, finally gave his conclusion. "From all this information, it's clear they are deadless descendants. And now they've allied with Velas," he said seriously, looking around at everyone in the room. The atmosphere grew more somber as each person reflected on what this revelation meant for their future. Finn tapped his fingers lightly on the table, drawing everyone's attention again. "Now, let's delve deeper into our enemy, Velas," he said, his tone grave. "Besides the two deadless descendants we've identified, we must also prepare to face creatures like Revis. I suspect there are likely other creatures we haven't encountered yet." Riveria, seated beside Finn, spoke up. "Perhaps one of them is the masked figure who evaded my magic. At the time, they escaped in an unusual way. After being hit by my ice spell, they vanished entirely, leaving only their cloak and mask behind." Her voice carried a tone of careful analysis. Gareth nodded in agreement from his seat, stroking his thick beard. "That was strange. Usually, even if someone escapes, there's some trace left behind besides their clothes. But it was as if they simply disappeared." His sharp eyes turned to Finn, awaiting his thoughts. Finn, with his characteristic composure, replied, "Fortunately, such creatures seem rare. So far, we know only of Olivas Act and Revis as creatures. However, I also wonder." He paused, allowing the tension to build in the room. "Is it possible Valletta could return as a creature like Olivas Act?" The room fell silent, each person contemplating the horrifying possibility. Shirou broke the silence with a cold, resolute tone that seemed to make the air heavier. "If Valletta comes back as a creature, I'll take care of her again." His sharp gaze, usually calm, now radiated determination. Finn smiled faintly at Shirou's confidence. "No doubt," he said. "Valletta has always been a formidable foe, not just because of her strength but her cunning. Her strategies have forced us to think harder. She's been my arch-rival in strategy." His tone conveyed a grudging respect, even for such a dangerous enemy. Gareth leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "If Valletta returns, we'll have to prepare for even more traps and devious plans. She's not just a fighter but the brains behind many of their attacks." Riveria nodded. "Indeed, we cannot underestimate any of them, especially if new creatures appear on their side. This is a battle that requires total preparedness." Her gaze turned to Finn, who tapped the table again, signaling the end of that topic of discussion. Finn resumed the discussion with a new topic. "Let's move on to the next subject. Velas and the mysterious god Enio's plans to destroy Orario," he said in a serious tone. Lafia, sitting in a corner of the table, hesitantly raised her hand before speaking. "When I was with Philvis, we encountered the god Thanatos in Knossos. He said something interesting. He claimed he was an Enio." Her voice was calm but carried a hint of curiosity. Loki listened closely before leaning back in her chair and commenting, "Makes sense if Enio is just pulling the strings from the shadows. Thanatos might just be one of their pawns." Her sharp, Glinting eyes revealed that she had considered this possibility long before. Riveria spoke next, steering the discussion deeper. I discussed this with Finn and Gareth earlier, she said, folding her hands on the table. We suspect one of Inio's plans is to use Gnosis to bring corrupted spirits directly into Orario. If they're allowed to rampage through the city, the devastation would be catastrophic. Her eyes swept across the room, ensuring everyone grasped the scale of the threat. Tioni let out a long sigh, recalling their previous battle against a corrupted spirit. Ugh, fighting a corrupted spirit is such a pain, she said, slumping in her chair. Even that bull monster was troublesome enough, and it had chains binding it. Her face reflected fatigue, though her tone carried a hint of humor. Finn gave a faint smile at Tioni's complaint, but his tone was sincere as he said, "You all did an excellent job. Tioni, Tiona, Gareth, Shirou, you were outstanding in dealing with the corrupted spirit. Without your efforts, we might not have made it out of Gnosis alive." His words of praise were firm, making those mentioned feel appreciated. Tioni, who had been slouching, suddenly sat up straight after hearing her name. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "I'll do anything for you, Captain." Her enthusiastic gaze drew small chuckles from some in the room. Tiona teased her twin with a laugh. "Seriously, Tioni, if you keep this up, you might scare the captain, you know." Finn responded with a faint smile, while Gareth stifled his laughter with a large hand covering his mouth. The previously tense atmosphere softened slightly with the light-hearted banter. "Oh, Lafia's voice broke the moment of levity. Though soft, it was enough to draw everyone's attention to her. Lafia blushed under the sudden focus. Bowing her head slightly in nervousness, she hesitated until Finn, with a gentle smile, encouraged her. "Go ahead, Lafia. Tell us what's on your mind." Taking a deep breath, Lafia began. "When Philvis and I were exploring Gnosis, we came across an ancient mural that caught our attention. It depicted 6 women standing in a circle, with a large dragon at the center." Her voice steadied as she explained, though her face remained a little flushed. "According to Thanatos, that dragon is called Nidhogg." The room's atmosphere shifted immediately. The name Nidhogg hung in the air like an unsolved mystery. Everyone, from Riveria to Gareth, exchanged glances, searching for any recognition of the name. Finally, Riveria spoke in a calm but serious tone. "Nidhogg," she said, repeating the name cautiously. "I've never heard of this before. But if the mural is accurate, then it's highly likely the 6 women are corrupted spirits." She paused, looking at Finn and Loki before continuing. "Perhaps their goal is to use these 6 corrupted spirits to summon Nidhogg as part of a grand ritual." Finn tapped his fingers on the table, his expression thoughtful. "That's a reasonable analysis, Riveria," he said. "If true, their plan is far more extensive than we imagined. We need to learn more about this dragon and its connection to Inio's schemes." Loki, who had been silently observing, sighed and folded her hands behind her head. "Ah, so we've got to dig up info on some random dragon now, huh? Fine. I'll assign people outside the Familia to help gather intel on this." Finn nodded. "In the meantime, any information we find about Nidhogg must be reported immediately." He concluded the meeting with a decisive tone. "We have a monumental task ahead of us." As the members began leaving the room, Finn called out to Shirou. "Shirou," he said, making the others pause momentarily. "I'd like to speak with you for a moment. Stay behind." Shirou nodded slowly. As the other members exited, Finn fixed Shirou with a serious gaze, signaling that their conversation ahead was no light matter. Finn stood at the end of the table, his expression sharp but filled with gratitude. "I want to express my thanks to you, Shirou, for everything you've done during the Gnosis expedition," he began, looking directly at Shirou. "You went ahead as a scout and eliminated enemy spies, saved me, Raoul, and our group from Valletta. You even rescued Ace when she was cornered by Revis, and most impressively, you helped defeat the corrupted spirit alongside Gareth and the others." Finn ended with a faint smile, though his gaze carried deep meaning. As Finn listed his accomplishments, Shirou grew increasingly uneasy. To him, these weren't actions worthy of praise. "I was only doing what needed to be done," he thought. The memory of his promise to Kiritsugu to become a hero who would save everyone surfaced again, weighing heavily on him. For Shirou, it wasn't about recognition but a sense of duty. Raising his hand slightly, Shirou tried to interrupt. "There's no need to thank me. I was just doing my job," he said quietly, his usually calm eyes now tinged with uncertainty. Finn shook his head slowly, a faint smile on his face. "No, Shirou. What you've done is far more than just fulfilling a duty. Loki Familia owes you a great debt. This isn't something we can simply overlook." Finn's tone was firm. Shirou looked down briefly and exhaled softly. "Isn't that the purpose of a Familia?" he asked. "To support one another? Loki Familia welcomed me as a member. That's enough. I'm just repaying the kindness you all have shown me." He attempted a small smile, though it carried a hint of bitterness. As he spoke, Shirou's thoughts drifted to his early days with Loki Familia. He remembered how Lafia, despite her occasional nervousness, patiently taught him the basics of being an adventurer. He even recalled how Lafia had bought him armor and weapons for protection, even though his own abilities rendered them unnecessary. Shirou's expression softened as he finished. "Your kindness is enough for me. Now it's my turn to repay it." He smiled faintly, though the gratitude he felt ran deeper than words could express. Finn regarded Shirou with genuine appreciation. "In that case," he said gently, "we will still honor everything you've done. Because you're not just a member of Loki Familia, Shirou, You're also a hero. Hearing himself called a hero, Shirou froze. His expression grew serious, and he lowered his gaze briefly before replying in a low tone. I'm not worthy of being called a hero yet, he said slowly. I'm still on the path to becoming the hero I've always dreamed of being. Finn sat down, adopting a relaxed yet attentive posture, one eyebrow raised in curiosity. What kind of hero do you dream of being, Shirou? He asked. Shirou lifted his head, his eyes filled with unshakable determination. I want to be a hero who can save everyone, he said firmly. I don't want to see anyone crying in front of me. I want to fulfill my father's dream of becoming a Seiji no Mikata, a true ally of justice. Finn listened intently, nodding slowly. He understood that Shirou's dream, though noble, was almost impossible to achieve. Yet he chose to probe further, asking, Does that mean you aim to eliminate all monsters? Shirou nodded without hesitation. Not just monsters, he replied, but also evil gods and Evilus who threaten the peace we have now. I want to ensure there are no more threats like them. Finn studied Shirou thoughtfully. His words were so idealistic that they bordered on an unreachable dream. Inwardly, Finn reflected, does Shirou truly grasp the enormity of saving everyone? Does his mission include even those who were once enemies? Yet Finn chose not to voice his thoughts. He recognized that Shirou's determination was a strength not to be underestimated. That sounds like an incredibly heavy burden, Finn finally said, his tone a mix of admiration and concern. But if anyone could achieve it, perhaps it's you, Shirou. Shirou offered a faint smile, though his eyes showed that he would not waver from his dream, no matter how daunting it seemed. Finn sighed softly before meeting Shirou's gaze directly, his expression serious and profound. Shirou, Finn said firmly, do you think I am worthy of being called a hero? Shirou looked surprised by the question, but quickly responded, Captain Finn, I think you're a wise leader, an unmatched strategist, and an extraordinary fighter. Your spear technique is inspiring, and I'm certain you've saved countless lives with your strength and intelligence. So yes, I believe you're a hero. Finn approached Shirou, standing directly in front of him. Although Finn's small frame was overshadowed by Shirou's height, the captain's resolute gaze conveyed a commanding presence. You don't understand, Shirou, Finn said softly but with emphasis. The motivation behind everything I do it for praise. I want my name to be known across the world. Even as a leader, I've chosen paths that sacrificed my members for the sake of greater goals. The words struck Shirou, surprising him with Finn's candid confession. However, he quickly replied, Captain, I don't think your intentions diminish the impact of what you've done. Maybe you feel your goals are selfish, but you've saved countless lives. Many people are inspired by your story as a hero. I'm not a commander like you, but I understand how difficult it is to make decisions that require sacrificing something to save more people. Shirou paused briefly before continuing, his voice steady, and if you lived in my world, I'm certain you'd become one of the heroic spirits, someone immortalized in history for your courage and resolve. Finn regarded Shirou for a moment, then offered a faint smile, clearly touched by the words. You flatter me, Shirou, he said softly, clearing his throat as if to compose himself. But you're not entirely wrong. I do seek praise, but not for myself. All of this, everything I've done, it's for the Palom race. I want to be their pride, to lift them out of despair and give them hope. Shirou's smile widened, relieved to hear Finn's true intentions. That's far more noble than I ever imagined, Captain Finn. You're not just seeking praise, you're creating a future for your people. To me, that's one of the definitions of a hero. Finn chuckled lightly before returning to his seat at the conference table. You really have a way of making people feel special, Shirou. Maybe I should listen to you more often. Leaning back in his chair, Finn looked at Shirou with a faint smile. You may leave now, Shirou, he said casually. But before Shirou could move, Finn's tone shifted to a more commanding one. However, I have one request, and you cannot refuse it. Shirou paused, puzzled by the sudden demand. What is the request, Captain? He asked, looking at Finn curiously. Finn folded his arms on the table. I want you to claim your share of rewards from all the expeditions you've undertaken with Loki Familia. Your earnings have accumulated, and they're stored in the basement of the headquarters. There's usually someone stationed there to manage it. Shirou scratched his head, hesitant. Captain, I don't think I need those rewards. I don't need armor or weapons, let alone magic swords. I can project everything I require. His expression was sincere but reluctant. Finn's sharp gaze fixed on Shirou, his smile fading. Shirou, this isn't about what you need. It's about rights and responsibilities. You fulfilled your duties remarkably. Now you must claim what's rightfully yours. It doesn't matter what you do with the rewards, even if you use them to help others. I don't care. But you have to take them. That's the rule. At the mention of helping others, Shirou's demeanor shifted. A spark of resolve appeared in his eyes. Understood, Captain, he said seriously. I'll take them. Finn nodded in satisfaction and waved a hand toward Shirou. Then go. But don't spend too long arguing with the guards down there. He smirked slightly. Shirou bowed respectfully before leaving the room. The door closed softly behind him. Finn watched Shirou leave, then sighed and shook his head with a faint smile. That boy, he muttered. He then picked up a sheet of paper from the table, preparing to jot down notes from the earlier meeting. Chapter 81. Shirou stepped into the basement that served as the Loki Familia's treasure storage. The dim light from magical lamps hanging from the ceiling cast a calm ambience, with shadows dancing across the wooden shelves filled with chests and bags of valuable items. The air was filled with the scent of aged wood mixed with a faint metallic aroma. The sturdy stone walls kept the room cool, even on the hottest days. Shirou noticed how carefully the space had been designed to ensure security, complete with magical seals in several areas. From a corner of the room, Aki's soft voice could be heard. Thank you, Raoul. I know the night shift isn't the most enjoyable, but I really appreciate you keeping me company. Raoul, standing by the counter, scratched the back of his head with a slightly flushed face. Oh, it's no problem, Aki. Besides, it's our duty. I'm happy to help. Shirou chuckled softly at their interaction before stepping closer. As he reached the counter, he greeted them cheerfully. Hey, you two seem busy. Raoul, who was staring at an inventory list in his hands, jumped in surprise and nearly dropped his pen. Shirou, I didn't expect to see you here. Shirou laughed lightly, crossing his arms. Why so shocked, Raoul? I'm not wearing a skull mask like I did in Gnosis, am I? Aki giggled at Shirou's joke and quickly added, Raoul, you really need to relax. Or are you still haunted by the time Shirou showed up like a mysterious hero back then? Raoul sighed and shook his head, though the redness in his cheeks deepened. Oh, stop it, Aki. Shirou simply smiled, finding the atmosphere between them friendly and lighthearted. For him, moments like these made all the struggles worthwhile. Aki leaned on the counter, folding her arms as she tilted her head slightly. With a curious gaze, she asked Shirou, So, what brings you here, Shirou? It's rare to see you in the storage room. Shirou smiled faintly, scratching the back of his head. I'm here to claim my share of rewards. It's been a while since I last did that, he replied casually. Raoul, standing beside Aki, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why only now? Usually, Familia members claim their rewards right after an expedition. He opened a large ledger containing Loki Familia's financial records and began flipping through the pages. Hold on, let me find your name. Shirou shrugged with a small smile. Captain Finn insisted I take them. He said I couldn't keep ignoring this. Aki laughed at Shirou's response, shaking her head with a playful glint in her eyes. Imagine having to be forced to take your own money. If it were me, I'd be out splurging without a second thought. Raoul muttered softly as his eyes scanned a list of names. Emiya Shirou. Emiya Shirou. Ah, found it. He stopped at one page and began carefully tallying the numbers. Growing curious, Shirou leaned in slightly. So, how much do I have? He asked. Hold on, Raoul replied, still focused on the ledger in front of him. But Aki casually interrupted. The total's 80 million valis, including the bonus from the Gnosis expedition, she said with a wide grin. Raoul looked up with a protesting glare. Hey, Aki, that's my job. Don't just blurt it out like that. Aki shrugged and giggled. Well, you were being slow. Besides, isn't that number a bit shocking? I just wanted to save Shirou some time. Raoul sighed heavily, while Shirou simply smiled, amused by their banter. I feel like a guest in your performance, Shirou remarked, crossing his arms. Raoul raised an eyebrow at Shirou. Shirou paused, considering Finn's earlier instructions. Finn only told me to claim the rewards, not to take everything. So, I can choose, right? He thought to himself. Smiling, he answered, not all of it. Just 10 million for now. Raoul nodded and began noting down Shirou's request. However, before he could finish writing, Aki interrupted in a casual tone. So, how do you want to take it? Drop items or straight up valis? The question piqued Shirou's interest. His eyes lit up as he turned to Aki. Can I take a look at the drop items first? He asked, curious. Aki grinned widely, opening the counter gate that separated them from the back room. Sure, follow me, she said, stepping inside. Raoul, still holding the ledger, hurried after them. Hey, wait, I haven't finished recording this, he called out. The room behind the counter was larger than Shirou had imagined. Neatly arranged wooden shelves held drop items that glowed faintly under the light of magical crystals hanging from the ceiling. Each shelf was labeled with names like Minotaur Horn, Almiraj Fur, Hellhound Fang, and other exotic items. Wow, Shirou murmured in awe. Are all these from Loki Familia expeditions? Aki nodded, but it was Raoul who answered. Most of these are from monsters on the lower floors. Items from the deeper floors are usually sold immediately or taken by members to craft weapons or armor. Shirou nodded as he inspected the shelves. Maybe this could be a chance to practice my forging skills, he thought, but he quickly remembered his priorities. Politely, he said, thanks for showing me everything. But for now, I'll just take the valis. They returned to the counter with Aki leading the way, while Raoul entered another room to retrieve Shirou's requested amount of valis. Hold on a moment. I'll get your money, Raoul called out from the storage room. Shirou waited patiently, glancing at Aki, who was now lounging casually against the counter. After a short while, Raoul returned, carrying a heavy pouch of valis coins. Carefully, he handed the pouch to Shirou, saying, here you go, 10 million valis as requested. Meanwhile, Aki, now standing next to Raoul, reviewed the records and quickly noted the transaction. Done. The transaction is official, she said casually, her cat-like ears twitching slightly as if they were also part of the conversation. Shirou nodded politely. Thank you. I'll take my leave now, he said, bowing slightly as he prepared to leave. However, Raoul hesitated before asking, Shirou, can I ask you something? What do you plan to do with so much money? Aki's black ears twitched again, signaling her curiosity. She added in a curious tone, yeah, good question. You can summon weapons and armor with your magecraft, so what's the money for? Shirou shrugged slightly, offering a faint smile. Maybe for buying potions. Other than that, I'm not sure yet, he replied honestly. Raoul let out a long sigh, his gaze dimming slightly as though recalling his own expenses. Ugh, must be nice. Most of my money gets spent on weapon and armor maintenance, he lamented. Aki chuckled softly at his words and said, if you saved up a bit, Shirou, you could actually buy a weapon like A's Desperate from the Goibnia Familia. Though, yeah, that's insanely expensive. Shirou didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gave a small smile, raised his hand, and said softly, trace on. In an instant, a replica of Desperate, A's sword, materialized in his hand, complete with perfect details. Raoul's eyes widened, while Aki's jaw dropped in disbelief. Well, you can really do that? Then why don't you sell weapons like this? With your ability, you could get rich in no time, Aki said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Shirou smiled faintly, allowing the sword to fade away, disintegrating into particles of prana. That would be fraud, he said, shaking his head. A projection like this only lasts 3 days. Besides, I don't want to deal with the Goibnia Familia. If they find out I've been making imitations of their weapons, they'll definitely hunt me down. Aki and Raoul exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Fair enough, you have a good point, Raoul said, rubbing the back of his neck. But still, your ability is truly incredible, Shirou. After receiving his money, Shirou bowed politely to Raoul and Aki. Thanks for your help. I'll head back to my room now, he said, carrying the pouch of Valis coins. Raoul and Aki waved him off. Take care, Shirou, Raoul said, while Aki added, and don't drop that pouch, okay? That much Valis must be heavy. Shirou simply smiled at Aki's joke before leaving the storage room and heading toward the stairs leading to the second floor. As he ascended the stairs, he spotted Loki standing at the end of the corridor, her usual wide grin plastered on her face. Shirou, Loki called out teasingly as she walked toward him. That your paycheck, huh? Then treat your goddess to some drinks. As thanks for being the best goddess in the world. Shirou gave a faint smile, responding to Loki's teasing. Of course, Loki. As long as you don't overdo it with the alcohol, he said calmly. Hearing his response, Loki pouted and stuck out her tongue. Blee, you're such a mom, she teased with a grin. Just like Riveria, always nagging. Shirou nodded and replied gently, Riveria and I just worry about you. Loki. That's all. Yeah, I get it. You two care too much about me, Loki said dismissively, waving her hand as if to brush off their concerns. Still, a faint smile lingered on her face. She quickly changed the topic. Oh, by the way, Shirou, you haven't updated your status yet, have you? The others already did. Shirou paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll do it, but let me store my money in my room first. Got it. Loki replied cheerfully, waving her hand. I'll be waiting in my room. Don't take too long, Shirou, she said as she walked away with a spring in her step. Shirou gave a small smile before continuing to the second floor, heading to his room to store the pouch of Valis he was carrying. Entering his modest, small room, Shirou closed the door behind him quietly. He walked over to a small wooden cabinet in the corner of the room, opened one of the drawers, and carefully placed the pouch of Valis inside. After ensuring the drawer was securely locked, he let out a light sigh. Safe, he muttered to himself before turning and stepping out of the room. With steady steps, Shirou ascended the stairs leading to the upper floor where Loki's room was located. Upon reaching the simple wooden door with its modest carvings, he knocked gently. Loki's cheerful voice immediately came from within. Come in, Shirou. The door's not locked. Shirou slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Loki was already seated on her bed in a relaxed pose, her chin resting on her hand. A mischievous smile adorned her face. All right, Shirou, take off your shirt, she said without hesitation, her tone teasing as usual. Without hesitation, Shirou removed his tunic, revealing his well-trained body, the result of years of rigorous training. After folding his tunic neatly and placing it beside him, he sat calmly on the floor in front of Loki. All right, Loki. Go ahead, he said, positioning himself so that Loki could easily do her work. Loki took a small needle from the table beside her bed. With practiced ease, she pricked the tip of her finger, producing a drop of fresh blood that she quickly smeared on Shirou's back. Okay, let's see how much progress you've made, Loki muttered with a knowing smile, starting the process of updating Shirou's status. The divine aura of the goddess began to fill the room. She casually pressed a special sheet of parchment against Shirou's back, transferring the updated status results. Loki slowly pulled the parchment away, ensuring the magical ink imprinted from Shirou's body was perfectly transcribed. All done. Now let's see what we've got here, she said, handing the parchment to Shirou. Shirou took the parchment and began reading the updated status results carefully. Asterisk. Shirou's status. Level 4. Strength I0, A820. Endurance I0, A812. Dexterity I0, B760. Agility I0, B778. Magic B0, A840. Developmental abilities. Archer HG. Magic resistance G. Forging I. Magic. Magecraft Skills. Underdog. Reduces Excelia gained when facing weaker opponents but significantly increases Excelia gained when fighting stronger foes. Mind's Eye. Senses danger instinctively and identifies the direction of the threat. Look at that, Loki grinned, pointing at the new entry recorded on the parchment. You got a new skill. It's called Mind's Eye. Seems like it suits you perfectly, huh, Shirou? Shirou gazed at the text with a mixed expression. Deep inside, something about it felt familiar. Mind's Eye, he thought. That skill was the same as Archer's, the alternate version of himself from another world. Archer, he murmured inwardly. We come from different worlds, but our paths seem so similar. I hope you're still doing well in Chaldea. Maybe still protecting Fujimaru Ritsuka with the same strength as before. Pretty cool, isn't it? Loki grinned wider, folding her arms across her chest. A goddess like me sure knows how to pick talented members. Shirou gave a faint smile, folding the parchment and tucking it into his pocket. You're right, Loki. This skill will probably be very useful, especially in critical situations. As he began putting his tunic back on, Loki spoke again, her tone light but curious. By the way, kid, I noticed your development ability forging hasn't been used yet. Is it just for decoration? Loki leaned back on her bed, her eyes twinkling with a mix of curiosity and playful teasing. Shirou offered a stiff smile, slightly embarrassed. Honestly, I haven't thought about using it. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit guilty for neglecting a potentially useful ability. Loki gave a small nod and then offered a more serious suggestion. If you level up again, I suggest picking Spirit Healing. It would be super helpful for you. Remember the Knossos expedition? You fainted because you ran out of magic energy. With Spirit Healing, you could regenerate your magic energy faster without having to rely on potions. Shirou listened attentively, but one word in Loki's sentence caught his attention. Level up? Huh? Tilting his head, he asked. Can't I just level up to 5 now? Why wait? Loki sighed deeply, as though she'd expected the question. She looked at Shirou with a mix of pride and patience. Listen, kid. You've got incredible potential, exceptional, even. But there's something you need to understand. Your stats can still grow higher. Reaching SSS rank in all attributes isn't a pipe dream for you. If you level up now, you'll lose the chance to max out those stats. Push your current stats as high as possible at this level because raising them at level 5 will be much harder. You get it, right? Shirou nodded slowly, beginning to grasp Loki's reasoning. All right, Loki. I'll focus on strengthening my stats first before leveling up. Loki continued her explanation, this time with a more serious tone. Underdog, your skill has clear rules, Shirou. If you want to increase your stats, you have to fight opponents stronger than you, those at a higher level. At level 4, you still have A's and the others. They're all at level 6. But if you level up higher than them, how will they help you? It'll only get harder for you. Shirou listened quietly and then shook his head gently. I don't care much about gaining power, Loki. To me, power is just a tool to help others. Hearing this, Loki paused for a moment. She gazed at Shirou deeply, as if trying to understand the motivations behind every action he took. I know, Shirou. I know you've never fought strong enemies for your own sake. You've always done it to protect or save others. That much was clear to me from the first time you saved A's. Shirou nodded, his eyes meeting Loki's with unwavering conviction. That's true. Everything I do is for my dream, to become a defender of justice. Loki smiled softly, then, unexpectedly, reached out and gently cupped Shirou's cheek. You know, I can't stay mad at you for always pushing yourself to help others. That's just who you are. But I just want to say one thing. Don't forget to take care of yourself too, okay? Shirou was touched by her words. Yet, deep down, he couldn't entirely agree. To him, his life only had meaning if it was used to help others. Still, he chose not to argue and instead bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Loki. I know that even though you often seem carefree, you really do care about all of us. Those words left Loki momentarily speechless. Her face gradually turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand from Shirou's cheek. What? Why are you suddenly saying stuff like that, huh? Loki tried to mask her embarrassment with a protest, though her voice wavered slightly. But Shirou wasn't finished. He smiled gently and continued, I'm truly grateful to be a part of the Loki familia. I don't know what would have happened if I weren't here. Loki's face grew even redder. She waved her hands frantically as if to shoo Shirou out of the room. That's enough. Out with you. Your status update is done, so you've got no reason to stick around anymore. Shirou chuckled softly as he stood, bowing slightly before heading for the door. Thank you again, Loki, he said sincerely before leaving the room, leaving Loki behind, still flustered and trying to regain her composure. Chapter 82. Before dawn broke, the small warehouse in the corner of the garden was peaceful and quiet. Inside, Reveria sat cross-legged, fully focused on practicing the magecraft techniques taught by Shirou. Gracefully, she closed her eyes and tried to channel prana through her magic circuits. This time, she concentrated on her ears, something she had never attempted before. Slowly but surely, Reveria began to notice a change. A warm sensation spread from within her body to her ears, and the world around her seemed to come alive. The soft sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and even her own heartbeat became clearer than ever before. I did it. She murmured softly, almost in disbelief. A faint but genuine smile graced her usually dignified and elegant face. It was a significant achievement for her, despite its apparent simplicity. She had repeatedly tried to perform reinforcement on her body, but this was the first time she succeeded in enhancing her ears, a particularly sensitive area for an elf like herself. The joy of success made her eager to move to the next step, enhancing her vision. However, as she began to contemplate the process, doubt crept in. Riveria knew that eyes were incredibly delicate, and a mistake could have dire consequences. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Stay calm, don't rush, she whispered, reassuring herself. She decided to wait for Shirou, her teacher, and the one who, unbeknownst to him, made her heart race. Riveria glanced at the warehouse door patiently. He should be here any moment, she thought. In the meantime, she replayed the technique Shirou had taught her in her mind, ensuring she hadn't missed a single detail. As she waited, her face reflected a rare softness, a sign of both enthusiasm and admiration for Shirou. With her newly reinforced elven ears, Riveria heard footsteps approaching the warehouse. The gentle sound of shoes on the ground and the creak of a small door outside reached her clearly. Her face turned slightly red, not just from her training success, but because she recognized those steps. Shirou had arrived. Riveria closed her eyes briefly, recalling an embarrassing incident from a few days prior. That morning, in her haste to find Shirou in the dining hall, she hadn't realized she was still wearing her nightgown. Her face flushed as the memory surfaced, and the quiet laughter of her familia members watching the scene replayed in her mind. She lightly patted her cheeks with both hands, trying to shake off the embarrassment. No, she whispered determinedly. This time, I will act as I always do, graceful and elegant. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her rapidly beating heart. The warehouse door opened slowly, and Shirou stepped inside with light, measured steps. Riveria greeted him with a soft, elegant smile, still seated cross-legged on the rug. Good morning, Shirou, she said in a calm tone, though her heart was racing faster than usual. Shirou returned her smile warmly. Good morning, Riveria. It feels like it's been a while. The last time we trained together was 4 days ago, before the Gnosis expedition. He closed the warehouse door behind him and walked closer. Riveria gave a small nod. Indeed, it does feel like a long time, she replied. How is your body holding up after the expedition? You must be exhausted. Shirou shrugged with a small smile. Honestly, not too bad. I'm more worried about you overexerting yourself after that expedition, especially with this magecraft training. Riveria was slightly taken aback by his concern but quickly composed herself. You don't need to worry, Shirou. This is just light practice. Besides, I feel like I'm getting better at reinforcement. In fact, I successfully enhanced my ears this morning, she said, subtly proud yet maintaining her elegance. Really? Shirou looked both surprised and impressed. I'd love to see how much progress you've made. You must have been working hard. Hearing his praise, Riveria smiled gently, hiding her delight. Of course. After all, I wouldn't want to disappoint my teacher, would I? She teased lightly. Yet, in her heart, she knew this training was more than just improving her abilities. It was a way to spend time with Shirou. Shirou sat cross-legged on the rug across from her, recalling the plan he had for today's session. Today, I want to teach you how to create a bounded field, he said seriously yet warmly, his eyes watching Riveria closely to ensure she followed his words. Hearing this, Riveria's smile widened, her curiosity piqued. I'm very interested. Creating a bounded field sounds like a fascinating lesson. But before Shirou could continue, she raised a hand gracefully. But Shirou, before that, I have a question. How can I apply reinforcement to my eyes? I'm still hesitant to try it alone for fear of injuring myself. Shirou nodded, understanding her concern. All right, I'll explain the steps in detail. He carefully outlined how to focus prana, channel energy slowly into the eyes, and avoid exerting excessive pressure. His voice was calm and attentive, holding Riveria's full focus. After finishing his explanation, Shirou added, it might be better if I demonstrate it directly. He touched both sides of his face, closed his eyes, and channeled prana into them. When he reopened his eyes, they emitted a faint glow, showing that the reinforcement was successful. This is the result, he said. Riveria watched him with admiration, though her curiosity wasn't fully satisfied. Shirou, she said softly, could you try it on me? I'd like to experience it firsthand. Shirou was taken aback, a wave of awkwardness washing over him. Riveria, I'm not sure that's a good idea. The eyes are such a sensitive part of the body. If I make a mistake, it could hurt you, he said, scratching the back of his head and searching for another excuse. However, Riveria simply closed her eyes gracefully, a faint smile on her lips. I trust you, Shirou. Whatever happens, I'll accept it, she said calmly, her tone so reassuring that Shirou found himself unable to refuse. Shirou was stunned. In silence, he observed Riveria's serene face, her eyes closed with confidence, making her look both beautiful and fragile. An unusual feeling stirred in his chest, causing his heartbeat to quicken. With slightly trembling hands, he gently touched Riveria's eyelids, almost as if he were afraid of hurting her. All right. I'll try. But let me know immediately if you feel anything wrong, he whispered. Closing his own eyes briefly to steady himself, Shirou activated structural analysis to map the structure of Riveria's eyes. Then, with utmost care, he channeled prana to reinforce her elven eyes. Throughout the process, he could sense the intricate perfection of her eyes' physical structure, prompting him to be even more cautious. It's done, Shirou finally said, slowly pulling his hands away. Try opening your eyes. Riveria opened her eyes slowly, as if afraid of breaking the beauty of the moment. When she looked around, a radiant smile appeared on her face. Amazing. My vision is so much sharper. Shirou, you're truly incredible, she exclaimed with excitement. Shirou let out a relieved sigh, his smile returning. I just did my best. But don't rely on me too much. You'll need to practice so you can do it on your own. Riveria nodded, her eyes still sparkling with joy. Of course, Shirou. But I must admit, having a teacher like you is a blessing. She gently touched her eyes, trying to sense what Shirou had done. Carefully, she activated structural analysis, attempting to understand the flow of prana within her eyes. A strange yet familiar sensation emerged as she detected the energy Shirou had infused. So, this is how it works, she murmured, noting the amount of prana used and its precise placement in her eyes. With a growing understanding, Riveria smiled slightly, pleased with her progress. Shirou, standing near the warehouse door, dusted off his pants. All right, now it's time for me to show you the bounded field I've set up around this warehouse, he said as he walked outside. Riveria stood and eagerly followed Shirou out. Once outside, Shirou gestured around the area as if indicating the space. The concept of a bounded field is fairly simple, he began. It's like an invisible barrier created using prana to detect or protect a specific area. Riveria listened attentively, her recently enhanced vision allowing her to focus on every detail. She nodded slowly. So, it's like a barrier to detect intruders, she asked, seeking clarification. Exactly, Shirou replied as he walked toward one corner of the warehouse. At the four corners of this building, I've placed magic stones. These stones are connected by pathways I created using this metallic paint. He pointed to a thin silver line encircling the warehouse, faintly shimmering in the morning light. Riveria crouched to touch the metallic pathway. Carefully, she activated structural analysis again, studying the structure Shirou had constructed. She could feel Shirou's prana flowing steadily through the pathway, connecting each magic stone. I can feel your prana here, she said with admiration. You're really efficient with your use of prana. Shirou smiled faintly at the praise. I make sure this pathway stays active while I'm here. If anyone moves within this area, I'll sense it immediately. No one can enter without me knowing, he explained, pointing to the painted line forming a square around the warehouse. Riveria stood up and looked at Shirou with curiosity. Do you have to refill the prana in this bounded field regularly to keep it active? She asked, delving deeper into the mechanics. Shirou nodded lightly. Yes, I recharge it every time before our training sessions to ensure it remains active. It's become a routine for me. He slipped his hands into his pockets and continued casually. It's not difficult, just takes a few seconds to recharge. Plus, it keeps this place safe for us to train without worrying about prying eyes. Riveria nodded again, impressed by Shirou's dedication to securing their training area. I think I need to learn how to create something like this myself. It seems incredibly useful in certain situations, she said with a small smile. Shirou looked at her with a warm smile. You've learned so much in just a few days. If you keep this up, I'm sure you'll be able to do it effortlessly. He glanced at the green meadow stretching beside the warehouse, the gentle breeze ruffling his hair. Turning to face Riveria, who stood nearby, he asked, Do you think it's okay if we mess up that meadow for training? I know it might go against the rules about keeping this place clean, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. Riveria, who typically held cleanliness and nature's beauty in high regard, felt a moment of doubt. But this time, for the sake of the lesson led by Shirou, a man who had quietly captured her heart, she considered making an exception. After a brief moment of thought, an idea came to her. Then why don't we just use projection, she suggested with a gentle smile. That way, we won't actually damage anything. You can dissolve everything back into prana once we're done. Hearing her suggestion, Shirou smiled. That's a great idea. All right, I'll project what we need. With a slight focus, he raised his hand. Trace, on, he murmured. In an instant, some magic stones, a can of metallic paint, and a brush materialized in front of them. He handed them to Riveria with a small nod. Here, give it a try. Riveria took the items, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. All right, I'll give it a shot, she said as she walked to the middle of the meadow. Kneeling down, she arranged the magic stones into a triangular formation, slightly different from what Shirou had taught her earlier. Then, carefully, she opened the projected can of metallic paint, dipped the brush, and began drawing lines to connect the stones. Shirou stood nearby, watching her every move. Good. Make sure the lines are unbroken. The flow of prana will be more stable if the connections are seamless, he reminded her gently. Riveria nodded, fully focused on her task. When she finished the last line, she stood up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's done, she said, gazing at the triangle she had created. Shirou approached, inspecting her work with a satisfied smile. Good job. Now, try activating it with your prana and feel the flow, he suggested. Riveria closed her eyes, concentrated her thoughts, and began channeling prana into the bounded field. Within seconds, she felt the resonance from the 3 magic stones connected by the metallic paint. I can feel it, she said excitedly. The flow is stable, and I can sense the boundaries of this bounded field. Shirou nodded, pride evident in his expression. That's an excellent first step. You're learning quickly, Riveria. Riveria smiled softly, her heart fluttering slightly at Shirou's praise. It's all thanks to your guidance, she replied gently. In the distance, Ace, who was practicing with her sword, completed her final move and sheathed her weapon. Her gaze shifted to the meadow near the warehouse, where she noticed something unusual. Riveria, whom she had always seen as motherly and graceful, was crouched on the grass, drawing something with metallic paint. The sight was peculiar enough to pique Ai's curiosity, prompting her to approach. Her steps were light and swift, as usual, until she stood close to Shirou and Riveria. "What are you doing here?" she asked in her usual flat tone, though her eyes betrayed her curiosity. Shirou turned and gave a faint smile. "I'm teaching Riveria about magecraft, specifically how to create a bounded field," he explained, gesturing toward the triangle on the ground. Ai's remained silent for a moment, realizing she had nearly misunderstood the situation. Though her face remained calm and expressionless, she felt a hint of embarrassment for assuming Riveria was randomly defacing the meadow. "Oh, I see," she said quietly, then added, "In that case, I'll leave so I don't disturb you." But before Ai's could step away, Shirou called out to her. "Wait, Ai's," he said, making her pause. "Actually, you could help Riveria with her training." Ai's furrowed her brows in confusion. "Me? But I don't understand magecraft. How can I help?" she asked, her tone uncertain. Riveria also looked curious. "Yes, how could Ai's help? Isn't this more about prana usage?" she asked, glancing at Shirou. Shirou nodded, his smile full of confidence. "You'll both understand in a moment. Riveria, sit in the center of the bounded field and focus on sensing its flow," he instructed. Riveria complied without asking too many questions. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the triangle she had created, closed her eyes, and began concentrating to sense the energy around her. "What should I do now?" she asked, her eyes still closed. Shirou then turned to Ai's. "I need you to step in and out of the triangle's boundary. Jump over the painted lines a few times, but do it with your usual movements," he explained. Although still slightly puzzled, Ai's obliged. With light steps, she leaped out of the triangle and then back in, repeating the motion several times with her characteristic silent grace. Each movement was precise and controlled. "How about it, Riveria? Are you sensing anything?" Shirou asked after a while. Riveria opened her eyes slightly, then closed them again, trying to immerse herself in what she felt. "Yes," she said softly. "I hear a faint whirring sound every time Ai steps out or back in. My elven ears twitch with every change. It's like waves of energy reflecting off the boundary." Shirou smiled with satisfaction at her response. "Good. That's one indication that the bounded field is active. For me, I usually feel a slight jolt in my body when someone enters or exits my bounded field." "You're on the right track, Riveria," he praised her. Ai's glanced at Shirou and Riveria, still not fully grasping the technical aspects of magecraft, but pleased to have been helpful. "What else should I do?" she asked, ready to continue. Shirou smiled faintly, shaking his head. "I think that's all we need to do for now. Your magecraft training is complete, Riveria. You picked it up remarkably quickly, and that's impressive," he said, his tone satisfied. Hearing his praise, Riveria's cheeks flushed slightly. However, despite her happiness, she felt reluctant to end their time together. She looked up at him with a slight protest in her voice. "But there's still time before breakfast, isn't there? Can't we do something else? I think this lesson could be expanded." Shirou looked a bit perplexed, his expression reflecting uncertainty. "Oh, well, what do you want to do?" he asked, trying to find a compromise. Ai's, who had been silent until now, suddenly raised her hand like a child asking permission. "If I may," she said calmly but with curiosity, "maybe Shirou could show us some magecraft you haven't demonstrated before?" Riveria immediately nodded in agreement, her eyes lighting up. "That's a great idea. But if possible, show us something related to what we learned today," she said, pointing to the metallic paint can near them. Shirou scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, hesitant. "Honestly, I'm not sure this will work, or if it will even be useful. But all right," he said at last. He picked up a clean brush, dipped it into the paint, and walked toward an empty patch of the meadow. With slow, deliberate movements, Shirou began drawing something on the ground. Line by line, a complex pattern emerged. A large circle formed the core of the drawing, adorned with symbols and inscriptions unrecognizable to both Riveria and Ai's. There was something ancient and enigmatic about the design. Riveria watched intently, her curiosity deepening. "What is this? It seems more intricate than a bounded field," she asked, stepping closer for a better look. Shirou gave a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the circle he was nearly finished with. "This is a summoning circle. In my old world, circles like this were used to summon something. I discovered this design back in my workshop," he said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Memories of Saber surfaced in his mind, bringing a warmth and slight ache to his chest. Ai's approached, standing beside Riveria. "Summoning something? Are you going to try it now?" she asked in her usual flat tone, though her eyes revealed great curiosity. Shirou paused, gazing at the circle with eyes full of emotion. "Probably not. I don't know what might appear in this world. This circle is more of a reminder. A way to honor where I came from," he said softly, his voice heavy with meaning that was hard to put into words. Chapter 83. Ai's gazed at Shirou, who stood in front of the summoning circle, his expression filled with nostalgia. She could sense something in his demeanor, a deep yearning, a loss that was difficult to articulate. She knew this feeling well. She often saw that same look in the mirror when thinking of her long-lost parents. Gently, she mustered the courage to speak. "Shirou, who did you summon with this circle in your world?" she asked softly, her voice filled with curiosity. Shirou remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the circle. Then, with a small sigh, he replied, "She is Saber, my servant during the Holy Grail War." He turned to Ace and Riveria, who were listening attentively. "I've told you about that war before, haven't I? The war for the Holy Grail. Saber was the knight I summoned to aid me in that battle." Riveria nodded slowly, recalling Shirou's earlier explanation. "Then, can this circle summon her again?" she asked, her eyes studying the intricate design on the ground. Shirou gave a faint smile, shaking his head gently. "No. In this world, there's no Holy Grail to act as a conduit. This circle is just a symbol, a memory from the past. Without the Grail, the ritual is meaningless," he explained, his voice carrying a mix of resignation and reverence for his past experiences. Riveria leaned in slightly, her curiosity growing. "Then how did you perform the ritual before? Was it a complicated process?" she asked eagerly. Shirou chuckled softly, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. "Complicated? Actually, I did it by accident," he admitted, looking a bit sheepish. "At that time, I was being pursued by an enemy known as Lancer. In desperation, I was injured within this circle. And suddenly, Saber appeared before me. She asked, 'I ask of you, are you my master?'" Her voice was calm, yet full of authority. Ace watched Shirou intently, her curiosity piqued. What did Saber look like? Was she like the knights in fairy tales? She asked, trying to picture Saber in her mind. Shirou smiled, his gaze softening as he remembered Saber. She was extraordinary. Her blonde hair was cut short and tied up, like a true warrior. She wore majestic silver and blue armor like she had stepped out of legend. But there was one thing. Shirou glanced at Ace as if making a comparison. "She resembled you, Ace." This revelation took aback Ace, though her expression remained calm. "She looked like me?" she asked, her gaze fixed on Shirou with newfound interest. "Yes," Shirou replied with a nod. "Her face, her hair, they were very similar to yours. The difference was in her eyes. Your eyes are golden, while hers are green. And Saber had a distinct aura, the aura of a king. Even in her simplicity, she carried a regal grace in every step she took." Riveria and Ace fell silent for a moment, contemplating Shirou's description. In their minds, they each imagined the vivid image of Saber that Shirou had painted, a knight who was not just a companion but also a symbol of his struggles and cherished memories. Ace looked at Shirou with determination. After a moment of thought, she stepped forward and stood in the middle of the summoning circle Shirou had drawn on the ground. With confidence, she declared, "Shirou, I will be your Saber." Shirou stared at her, a small smile on his face, filled with a mix of surprise and amusement. "Didn't I say this circle is useless in this world?" he replied, shrugging slightly. But Ace shook her head, her expression unwavering. "I know," she said quietly, "but this is just to give you a small memory. To comfort you, Shirou." Riveria, who had been observing their interaction, softly suggested, "Then how about using the original incantation? It might make the moment feel more authentic." Shirou exhaled deeply, looking a little awkward. "The original incantation? I've never actually used it," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "But my friend, Ren, once told me the words." Taking a deep breath, Shirou stood in front of the circle. He raised his hand and began reciting the incantation that he changed to suit him, his voice deep and steady. The words flowed like an ancient chant, full of power and resolve. "Steel and fire to the origin. Blade and the forge of ideals to the cornerstone. The shadow of the hero echoes through eternity. The tempered wind becomes a shield. The gates in the four directions close, forming the foundation, and the path of steel that leads to the throne resounds. Seal, forge. Seal, forge. Seal, forge. Seal, forge. Seal, forge." Repeat with every strike of the hammer. Simply, break the chains once tempered. "I declare, your blade is mine to wield. My resolve is in your edge. By the call of the Holy Grail, if you hold to this purpose, this vow, then manifest. Here's my pledge. I am the one who becomes the sword of the world's salvation. I am the one who endures as the shield of the world's despair. You, seven heavens clad in 3 words of power. Arise from the circle of eternity. O keeper of the eternal flame." As Shirou finished his incantation, the summoning circle began to glow bright green, flooding the area with dazzling light. A thin mist rose around Ace, shrouding her in an air of mystery. However, nothing else happened after that. Even so, Ace gave a small smile. With a graceful motion, she drew her sword and raised it high. In a low, spirited voice, she said, "I ask of you, are you my master?" Shirou froze. In that instant, memories of Saber flashed through his mind. The sight of Ace standing proudly in the center of the circle, her blonde hair shimmering in the morning light, bore an uncanny resemblance to Saber. Yet, there was a difference. Ace's sharp golden eyes, filled with resolve, replaced Saber's green eyes, which radiated the majesty of a king. Shirou found himself speechless, his heart trembling with deep nostalgia. "Saber," he whispered inwardly, even though he knew the one before him was Ace. Riveria, who had been observing from the side, smiled softly, understanding that even though this ritual was only a game, it had successfully brought Shirou back to precious memories he had long held close. Riveria clapped her hands lightly, a small smile gracing her elegant face. "How fascinating," she said in a satisfied tone. "This is the first time I've heard you use such a long incantation, Shirou. Usually you just say trace on or nothing at all." Shirou scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Well, that's because incantations in magecraft are different from magic in this world, he explained. Crossing his arms, he looked at Riveria and Ace seriously. Incantations in magecraft are actually very flexible. Each magus can adapt them to suit their own style and abilities, unlike magic in this world, which seems rigid and highly structured. Riveria nodded, listening intently. So, that flexibility allows for creativity? She asked enthusiastically. Shirou nodded. Exactly. But the explanation is quite long, and maybe it's better if we save it for another lesson, he added with a small smile. I don't want to overwhelm you with too much theory in one day. Ace, who stood not far away, suddenly stepped closer. Her usually calm face showed a hint of curiosity. I felt something, she said softly. When you recited that incantation, I felt connected to you. Just for a moment, but it felt real. Shirou raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Connected? He asked. Riveria tilted her head, deep in thought. Maybe Ace really can become your servant, she said half-jokingly, though there was a serious undertone to her words. Shirou immediately shook his head, chuckling softly. That's impossible, he said. A living being's body naturally resists becoming someone else's familiar, especially someone like Ace, who's already level 6. The chances of that happening are very slim. Ace looked puzzled. Why is it different with heroic spirits? She asked curiously. Because heroic spirits are technically already dead, Shirou explained patiently. They no longer have physical bodies like us. They're summoned through the Grail as entities bound by a contract. So, in their case, there's no natural conflict between their bodies and the contract. He gave a faint smile. It's different for those of us who are still alive. Riveria chuckled softly, realizing Shirou's explanation made perfect sense. I understand now, she said. But still, the idea is intriguing, isn't it? Ace looked at Shirou for a moment before giving a small smile, though her expression didn't change much. Interesting, she murmured softly. But I think I prefer being myself. Shirou smiled gently. And that's more than enough, he replied with genuine appreciation. Unlike Ace, Riveria suddenly took the initiative. With graceful steps, she walked to the center of the summoning circle Shirou had drawn and sat cross-legged there. Her cloak billowed slightly before settling neatly around her legs. Shirou looked at her in confusion, raising an eyebrow. Riveria, why are you sitting there? He asked curiously. Riveria turned to him with a small, elegant smile. As you said earlier, Shirou, magecraft is flexible. So why don't you try altering your incantation? Focus your intent on making me your servant, she suggested calmly as if it were a trivial matter. Ace, standing at the edge of the circle, looked uncertain. But isn't that dangerous? She said softly, concern evident in her tone. In her heart, Riveria felt a surge of curiosity. This is why I left the royal forest and my status as a princess. I want to witness wonders I've never seen before. I want to experience things that transcend our understanding of magic. She took a deep breath, her resolve firm. I think the worst-case scenario is that I become your servant, Riveria said lightly, though her words carried significant implications. Shirou crossed his arms over his chest, looking at her with a skeptical expression. Aren't you afraid? A master typically has 3 command seals, absolute commands that their servant cannot refuse. That means I could make you do anything, he said, trying to make her reconsider. Riveria sighed softly, shrugging. You're far too polite to exploit something like that, Shirou. At most, you'd use a command to take me on a picnic to the 18th floor, like that time I lost a bet to you in the monster archery competition. Ace furrowed her brow, confused. Monster archery competition? Picnic? I've never heard that story, she said with a curious tone, her eyes darting between Riveria and Shirou. Shirou smiled awkwardly, then cleared his throat to shift the focus. All right, I'll try to think of a modified incantation, he said, steering the conversation back as he stroked his chin in thought. Riveria closed her eyes calmly, waiting for Shirou to make his decision. Meanwhile, Ace stood beside them, filled with curiosity and a hint of worry about what might happen next. Finally, Shirou let out a long sigh and began reciting the modified incantation. His voice was calm but filled with determination, each word leaving his lips like the strike of a hammer on a hot iron. Steel and resolve to the origin. Blade in the forge of bonds to the cornerstone. By my will, the unbroken path of ideals shall serve as the foundation. The tempered wind becomes a chain. The circle closes, drawing forth the light of the throne. Seal, bind. Seal, bind. Seal, bind. Seal, bind. Seal, bind. Repeat with each oath made. Simply, break the limits once bound. I proclaim. Your life is under my command, your blade is guided by my resolve. By the bond forged in steel, if you accept this purpose, this pledge, then manifest. Here is my declaration. I am the one who will carry your ideals. I am the one who stands as your anchor to this world. You, spirit forged in eternity, arise as my blade and shield. O guardian of this contract. The summoning circle beneath Riveria began to emit a soft glow as if responding to Shirou's incantation. Riveria suddenly felt a gentle pull within her, a sensation like invisible threads connecting Shirou's prana to her own. She did not resist it. Instead, she activated her own magic circuits, attempting to strengthen the connection. However, the effort was far from easy. Cold sweat began to beat on her temple as the pull grew stronger, almost painful. Despite this, she refused to give up, her focus entirely on maintaining the fragile thread of prana. But Like a thread pulled too tightly, the connection ultimately snapped. Riveria slowly opened her eyes, her breathing ragged yet composed. Shirou approached her, extending a hand to help her stand. "Looks like our experiment failed," he said with a small smile, trying to lighten the mood. Riveria shook her head gently as she wiped the sweat from her temple. "Not entirely," she replied. "I felt a real pull, Shirou. It was as though something almost connected between us. Perhaps there's a limit to the strength of beings that can become servants. If it were a creature much weaker, this method might have worked." Shirou regarded Riveria intently, considering her words. "So, you think it's possible this method could succeed with beings that lack a natural resistance to contracts like this?" Riveria nodded. "I believe so. And it's something worth further exploration." Shirou let out a deep sigh before offering a small smile. "I'm not sure whether to feel excited or disappointed, but I admit, this was an intriguing experience." Aze, who had been silently observing from the side, gave a slight nod, though her mind continued to mull over the potential of this method and the possible risks it could pose in the future. The morning sun climbed higher, its light warming the grassy field where they had been training. Its gentle rays illuminated Riveria, who still stood at the center of the summoning circle, as if signaling the end of their session. Shirou glanced at the clear sky and offered a small smile. "It seems our time is up," he said in a soft yet firm tone. Riveria nodded, brushing the sweat from her brow with her fingertips. "Today's training was quite intriguing," she remarked, satisfied with the progress she had made. "Thank you for your time, Shirou. Magecraft truly is a world full of surprises." Shirou returned her nod, then began tidying up everything they had used. With a sweep of his hand and a bit of focus, the magic stones, metallic paint, and brushes they had utilized gradually faded, dissolving into prana that merged back into the air. No trace remained, as though they had never been there. Aze, observing the process, raised an eyebrow in mild amazement. "That's very convenient," she commented. "At first, I thought I'd see Riveria cleaning everything herself." Shirou turned to Aze with a small smile. "That's one of the benefits of magecraft. Sometimes, it does make life a little easier," he replied as he finished up. Then, shifting his gaze to the two women, he added, "I'll head to the kitchen now. Lafia is probably waiting for me to help with breakfast." Riveria glanced at Shirou and gave a faint smile. "In that case, let's return to the manor together. I need to get ready for the day as well." Aze nodded in agreement, taking her place to Shirou's right while Riveria walked on his left. The three of them strolled along the path leading back to the manor. The atmosphere was serene, accompanied only by the quiet sound of their footsteps and the morning birdsong. Although the training had ended, a sense of camaraderie lingered, enveloping them like the bright morning sunlight. As they walked, the relaxed mood persisted. However, Riveria suddenly glanced at Shirou with a curious expression. "Shirou," she began seriously, "if Aze earlier seemed fitting as a saber, do you think I'd suit the caster class?" Shirou paused for a moment, his thoughts flashing back to the caster he had once faced in the Holy Grail War. That figure had long ears reminiscent of an elf, though Shirou had doubted she was a true elf. "Interesting," he finally said. "The caster I fought did have ears like an elf's, but I'm not sure she was actually an elf." Riveria gave a faint smile and elaborated further. "I didn't mean in terms of race or physical similarity. I mean, do you think I'd be suitable for the caster class as a servant?" Shirou chuckled lightly, realizing the misunderstanding. "Yes, I see what you mean now. If the strongest mage in Orario isn't fit to be a caster, I don't know who else could be." The compliment brought a proud smile to Riveria's face, and a slight blush colored her cheeks. "In that case," she continued enthusiastically, "if I were summoned in another class, which one do you think would suit me?" Shirou furrowed his brow and thought. Maybe Archer," he eventually said. "I know you're skilled with a bow. Though, of course, you did lose to me in that monster archery contest before." Riveria smiled at the remark, but before she could respond, a soft voice from Aze broke in from beside Shirou. "She's more suited to Berserker when she's angry," Aze murmured, almost to herself. Aze's thoughts briefly wandered to her childhood. She recalled an incident when she stubbornly called Riveria an old hag, which led to Riveria angrily tossing her into a pond, a memory that left Aze with a lingering discomfort around water. However, Riveria's sharp ears, enhanced by reinforcement, caught the comment clearly. She turned slightly, her eyes narrowing. In a calm yet threatening tone, she asked, "Aze, would you mind repeating what you just said?" Aze's face paled instantly, realizing her whisper had been overheard. "I am sorry, Riveria," she stammered, bowing deeply. Riveria let out a long sigh but wore a sly smile. "Be careful with your words, Aze. Don't make me repeat your lessons from back then." Shirou, overhearing their exchange, chuckled softly. "Perhaps the Berserker class isn't such a bad idea," he quipped as they continued walking, leaving Aze and Riveria exchanging looks of mixed feelings. Chapter 84. Shirou and Lafia finally finished cooking breakfast. They carried several plates to the dining table, which was bustling with members of the Loki Familia, and sat down next to Aze. The blonde-haired girl was enjoying a plate of Jagamaruku and potato snacks made by Shirou, her favorite morning treat. With a small smile, Shirou glanced at Aze. "Aze," Shirou asked as he scooped some of his breakfast. "It's unusual to see you join us for breakfast today. Around this time, you're usually training Bell, aren't you? Did something happen?" Aze swallowed the last bite of her Jagamaruku and before replying, Bell asked for days off from training. He's busy welcoming a new member to the Hestia Familia, she said in her usual calm but slightly gentle tone. Lafia, seated to Shiro's right, chimed in. Bell should recruit new members more often. That way, he won't keep bothering Ace all the time, she teased, though her face hinted at a subtle trace of jealousy. Shiro chuckled softly at Lafia's comment, but a thought crossed his mind. By the way, he said, turning to Ace, why doesn't the Hestia Familia recruit more members? Compared to the Loki Familia, just look at this dining hall. It's packed. But the Hestia Familia is so small in number. Ace shrugged. Perhaps it's because the Loki Familia has been around for a long time, while the Hestia Familia was only recently established. It takes time to build a reputation, she replied simply. Suddenly, Lafia leaned closer to Shiro and whispered, as if afraid someone else might overhear, I've heard some rumors from other adventurers. She began conspiratorially. After the Hestia Familia won the war game against the Apollo Familia, a group of adventurers considered joining them. But when they found out that goddess Hestia had a debt of 200 million Valis, they all backed out. Who would want to join a familia with financial problems that big? Shiro looked at Lafia in shock, then turned his gaze to the table, lost in thought. 200 million Valis in debt? He wondered. His friend Hestia was bearing such a heavy burden and hadn't complained even once. A desire to help stirred in his heart. Maybe the salary I haven't touched could be used to help Hestia, at least with part of her debt. But Shiro remained silent, simply staring at his plate as he quietly began formulating a plan. While chewing her breakfast, Lafia glanced at Shiro with a curious smile. She nudged his arm lightly, trying to get his attention. By the way, I heard you've updated your status, Shiro. I bet your stats have skyrocketed with all the heroic feats you've pulled off, she said with an eager grin. Ace, sitting on Shiro's other side, turned with an intrigued expression. Her sharp golden eyes locked onto Shiro, silently demanding an explanation without uttering a word. Shiro set down his spoon and replied calmly, yes, my stats have improved. Most of them are now at rank A or B. Hearing this, Lafia almost choked on her food. A or B? That's amazing. Does that mean you can level up now? She asked enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Shiro simply shook his head with a faint smile. Not yet. I decided to follow Loki's advice. She suggested I hold off on leveling up because there's a chance I can push my stats to rank SSS. Lafia sighed dramatically, pouting like a child. Ugh, Loki-sama told me to hold off on leveling up too, she grumbled. I'm already eligible for level 4, but she wants me to boost my magic stat to rank S first. But that's still far behind your stats. Shiro chuckled lightly before adding, it's not just that. With the underdog skill I have, I can only gain maximum Excelia by fighting enemies who are at a higher level than me. Since I'm at level 4 now, I need to fight enemies on the same level as Ace, Riveria, Finn, and the others who are already level 6. If I rush to level up, I'll just make things harder for them. Ace remained silent, but there was a flicker of emotion in her eyes as she listened to Shiro's explanation. Even with your lower level, you saved me when I was in danger, she thought to herself. My hero. However, she simply lowered her head slightly, continuing her meal without saying a word, though a warm feeling spread through her chest as she recalled Shiro's bravery. Shiro shifted his gaze from his nearly empty plate to Lafia and Ace. Speaking of which, he began casually, is there a forge around the manor? My development ability in forging hasn't improved at all because, well, I've never tried smithing. Ace stopped chewing and stared at Shiro in surprise. You picked forging as a development ability? She asked curiously. Are you serious about becoming a blacksmith? Shiro scratched the back of his head, a bit sheepish. At first, I thought it would be useful in the future, so I chose it, but I haven't had the chance to learn or try smithing yet. Lafia, sitting beside him, beamed. Shiro, you're amazing. Magecraft, cooking, archery, swordsmanship, and now you want to learn blacksmithing? If you put your mind to it, I'm sure you'd make a great blacksmith too. Shiro felt a little embarrassed by the praise. You're exaggerating, he said modestly. I'm just trying to make use of what I have. Lafia giggled softly and said, oh, speaking of forges, I know there's one near the manor. But it's been abandoned for a long time since the Loki Familia usually hires blacksmiths from other familias for our equipment needs. Before Shiro could respond, Riveria stood from her seat in the dining hall. With a calm yet commanding voice, she announced, attention, members of the fairy force. We will begin training shortly as usual. Gather at the designated location. Lafia froze for a moment. Oh no, oh no, oh no, she exclaimed in a panic, hurriedly shoveling the rest of her food. I forgot we have training with Lady Riveria. I need to hurry. In a rush, Lafia finished her meal and turned to Shiro. Sorry, Shiro. I can't help clean up or show you the forge right now. Shiro smiled gently. That's okay, Lafia. Your training is more important. Good luck, he said with an encouraging nod. I can check out the forge tomorrow. How about we go together? Hearing this, Lafia paused, smiling sweetly at Shiro. Really? Okay then, I'll show you the place tomorrow. Thanks, Shiro. With that, she waved and ran out of the dining hall, chasing after her teammates. Once all the Loki Familia members had left the dining hall, Shiro stayed behind in the kitchen, gathering the dirty dishes and cleaning up to ensure everything was spotless before starting his day. Ace, still seated at the table, watched Shiro as he worked. Shiro glanced at Ace. You don't have to stay here, Ace. If you have other things to do, feel free to go. I can handle the cleanup, he said as he filled the sink with soapy water. But Ace shook her head gently. It's fine. I want to help, she replied simply, her voice as calm and soft as a gentle breeze. Shirou offered a small smile. Thank you very much, then. Let's get started. Without much more conversation, the two of them began cleaning the kitchen and dining hall. Despite not being an expert in cooking, Ace proved to be quite adept at chores, easily wiping tables, arranging chairs, and even helping Shirou rinse the dishes. Amid the activity, Ace spoke in a calm tone. Shirou, do you have time after this? Shirou nodded, drying his hands with a towel. Of course. Is there something you need help with? Ace looked at him intently. Can you help me train? Shirou paused, slightly confused. Train? Aren't you already incredibly skilled, Ace? You're one of the best fighters in Orario. Ace shook her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the kitchen floor with determination in her eyes. Not enough. I want to become stronger, she said, her voice carrying deep resolve. Revis. Twice I've had to be rescued from her. I don't want to be a burden anymore. Shirou fell silent, sensing the sincerity behind A's words. All right then. I'd be happy to help, he finally said, offering her a confident smile. Inside, Ace felt a slight sense of comfort, but her determination only grew stronger. I want to be someone who can stand by his side. Not as a girl who constantly needs saving, but as an equal partner. My hero. I want to become stronger for you. After finishing cleaning the kitchen and dining area, Shirou let out a satisfied sigh. He looked at Ace, who was still standing nearby, and asked, So, where will we be training, Ace? Ace turned to him and replied succinctly, at the Loki Familia training hall. Shirou nodded but then realized something. Training hall? Where is that exactly? He asked sheepishly, his face slightly reddening as he felt embarrassed for not knowing his way around the Loki Familia's estate. Ace looked at him briefly before gesturing for him to follow. I'll show you the way. They walked side by side across the manor's grounds. Ace remained calm, while Shirou took note of the surroundings, trying to memorize the route they took. Eventually, they arrived at a large building tucked into a corner of the manor's grounds. The structure looked sturdy, with a large wooden door engraved with the Loki Familia's emblem. This is the place, Ace said as she opened the door. Upon entering, Shirou was amazed by the fully equipped interior. The spacious room was filled with training equipment such as wooden dummies for sword practice, barbells of various sizes, training mats, and even a dedicated arena seemingly designed for duels. Everything was neatly arranged and well-maintained, reflecting the Familia's discipline. However, something caught Shirou's attention. It's so quiet. I thought a place like this would always be busy. Ace explained as she walked further into the room. Usually, this place is crowded during training sessions for the new level 1 recruit. They're taught the basics of combat here. But now, most of the Loki Familia members are busy with their quests or in the dungeon. Shirou considered her answer, reflecting on his situation. Unlike most Familia members, he had never been assigned a mandatory quest by the guild. The reason was simple. He was officially still registered as a level 1 adventurer, even though he had reached level 4. His concealed status afforded him a rare freedom not typically enjoyed by high-level adventurers. Have you just completed a guild quest? Shirou asked, trying to get a glimpse into A's routine. Ace nodded slightly. Yes. It was a standard task, nothing difficult. She then turned to Shirou. What about you? Doesn't the guild ever assign you tasks? Shirou chuckled lightly. No, maybe because they still think I'm a beginner. I've been lucky to avoid mandatory quests so far. Ace nodded again, though inwardly, she wondered how someone with Shirou's abilities had managed to maintain such a low profile without arousing the guild's suspicion. Does Shirou wear a disguise when he goes into the dungeon? She thought. But rather than pressing the issue further, she decided to focus on their current goal. Let's start training, she said, walking toward the arena at the center of the room. Shirou followed, a small smile on his face. All right, show me what you've got, he said, eager to help Ace grow stronger. Ace stood in the middle of the training arena, her gaze fixed on Shirou. Shirou, she said seriously, can you teach me that technique? The one you used to save me back then. Tsubaime Geishi. Shirou froze for a moment, furrowing his brow. Tsubaime Geishi? He murmured, deep in thought. That's quite a complex technique. But all right, I'll try to explain. Shirou swiftly projected a long Nodachi, Manahoshi Zeo, into his hands. The sword shimmered with a magical light before taking its perfect form. Shirou raised it, revealing its sleek design and length, nearly as tall as Ace herself. This is the weapon typically used for Tsubaime Geishi, he explained. I learned it through magecraft tracing. But this technique was designed for a Nodachi like this, and I'm not sure I can teach it to you since you use a short sword. Ace looked at the Nodachi with curiosity. Can I try it? She asked hopefully. Shirou nodded and carefully handed over the weapon. Be careful, it's quite heavy. Ace accepted the Nodachi with both hands, adjusting her grip. She swung the long blade cautiously, but her movements were stiff. The Nodachi, almost as tall as she was, clearly didn't suit her fighting style. It feels different, Ace murmured, trying another swing but failing to find her comfort zone. Shirou chuckled softly and began to explain. The Tsubaime Geishi technique is unique. Its original master, Sasaki Kojiru, trained rigorously to perfect it, cutting down swallows mid-flight. It's not just about the sword, it's about a deep understanding of movement and timing. A's eyes sparkled with interest at the story. She lowered the nodachi and, with enthusiasm, said, "Then I'll train to cut swallows too. I'll go find some right now." Shirou nearly choked at her sudden declaration. "Wait, hold on," he exclaimed, raising his hands to stop her. "You can't just run out and start practicing like that." Sasaki Kojiro spent years mastering Tsubame Geishi. The technique isn't only about the weapon, it's about understanding the philosophy behind the movements. Ace paused in her tracks, looking at him with confusion. "So, does that mean I can't learn it?" she asked. Shirou sighed softly and shook his head. "Not exactly. But if you want to try, you'd have to start from the very basics, and it would take a long time. Plus, you've never used a nodachi before. It's wiser to focus on mastering your own skills with a short sword." Ace seemed a little disappointed but nodded in understanding. "Then I'll focus on becoming better with my own sword," she said with renewed determination. Shirou smiled slightly, relieved. "That's a much better choice. You're already amazing with your weapon. There's no need to force yourself to use something that doesn't suit you." Ace carefully handed Manahoshi Zayo back to Shirou, her eyes burning with determination. "Shirou," she said seriously, "use Tsubame Geishi on me." Shirou's eyes widened in shock at the request. "What? Why would I do that?" he asked, nearly unable to believe what he just heard. Ace looked at him with unwavering confidence. "Revis was able to dodge 2 strikes of your Tsubame Geishi back then," she explained. "I want to train myself to evade all 3 slashes. That's my goal." Shirou stood silently for a moment, processing her words. He could sense the sincerity and determination in A's voice. She wanted to become stronger, especially against threats like Revis. Finally, Shirou nodded, albeit hesitantly. "I understand, Ace. You want to be more prepared for Revis," he said gently. However, he glanced at the nodachi in his hand with concern. "But Manahoshi Zayo is incredibly sharp. If I use it against you, it could be dangerous." Shirou then had an idea. Closing his eyes briefly, he activated Alteration Magecraft. Prana flowed through Manahoshi Zayo, and within seconds, the sharp blade dulled, losing its cutting edge while maintaining its original form. "Now, this nodachi is safer," Shirou said, handing the sword to Ace for inspection. Ace ran her fingers along the blade and nodded in approval. "All right, let's test it in the arena," she said, walking toward the center of the training area. Shirou followed her, gripping Manahoshi Zayo tightly. He knew this wasn't an ordinary practice session. Ace was serious, and he needed to give his best to help her achieve her goal. "All right," he muttered softly, "but I'll hold back a little to ensure this stays safe." Ace stood across the arena, holding her short sword firmly. Her face radiated determination, even though she understood the challenge ahead would be immense. Facing her, Shirou held Manahoshi Zayo, its presence imposing despite the dulled edge. "My reach is longer, Ace. You need to be fully prepared," Shirou warned, pointing the nodachi at her. His golden eyes focused intently, like a swordsman ready to unleash his finest strike. Ace gave a brief nod, her stance steady and resolute. "I'm ready," she replied confidently, though her heart pounded with nerves. She knew the deadly potential of this technique. Shirou took a deep breath, leaning forward slightly as prana surged through his body, crackling like an untamed flame. He planned to hold back, but as his foot moved and Tsubame Geishi flowed into his mind, every ounce of his energy and focus centered on the strike. "Tsubame Geishi," he called out. In an instant, 3 slashes curved through the air, seemingly cutting through dimensions themselves. The first slash targeted A's abdomen, below her chest plate, while the other 2 aimed for her arms. The strikes were impossibly fast, surpassing human limits. Ace tried to react, but her body couldn't keep up. In mere seconds, all 3 strikes connected. Though dulled, the impacts were strong enough to push her backward, causing her to fall to the ground. Her short sword slipped from her grasp and landed several meters away. She looked down, clenching her fists in frustration. "I couldn't deflect even one," Ace murmured softly, disappointed in herself. Her breathing was labored, not from pain but from the weight of her failure to counter the attack she'd anticipated. Shirou rushed over, his face filled with concern. "Ace, are you all right?" he asked, scanning for any serious injuries. Ace looked up, her face slightly flushed from embarrassment, but she forced a small smile. "It's just a minor bruise. Nothing to worry about," she said, slowly getting to her feet. Shirou let out a relieved sigh but tried to reassure her. "Ace, when I faced Revis, she was level 7. This technique exceeded normal limits, but my opponent then was far stronger than now. You're still level 6, so there's no reason to feel disheartened." Ace gazed at Shirou for a moment, sensing the sincerity in his words. However, she wasn't interested in excuses. She walked over to her short sword, picked it up again, and tightened her grip. "That doesn't matter. I want to try again," she declared firmly. Shirou gave a small smile, admiring A's unyielding spirit. He readied himself, pointing Manahoshi Zayo back into position. "All right," he said. "This time, I won't hold back at all." From within the Loki Familia training building, the sound of repeated loud clashes echoed. Shirou's shout of Tsubame Geishi was followed by the whistle of swift strikes and dull impacts, each ending with a small yelp of pain from Ace. Yet, there was no sign of her giving up. Ace kept standing, even as her body became covered in bruises. She stared at Shirou with burning determination, trying to decipher the deadly pattern of his strikes. Each time she fell, she rose again, gripping her short sword tighter and stepping forward with renewed resolve. "I can do it," Ace murmured softly to herself, her focus sharpening. This time, her eyes tried to track every slight movement Shirou made, striving to anticipate the 3 simultaneous slashes characteristic of the technique. Once again, Shirou steadied himself. All right, are you ready, Ace? Ace nodded without hesitation. I'm ready. Sabin Geishi. Shirou shouted, the Nodachi flashing forward to unleash 3 swift slashes simultaneously as if slicing through space and time. Ace held her breath, her concentration at its peak. The first slash came from the right. Ace managed to lift her short sword just in time, deflecting it to the side. The second slash targeted her stomach. She stepped back slightly, evading it with nearly perfect timing. But the third, faster than the first 2, struck her shoulder, causing her to stagger and grimace. Ace wavered, but her eyes shone with triumph. 2 out of 3, she said, panting but clearly proud. Shirou gave a small smile, impressed by her rapid progress. Amazing, Ace. You're starting to get the hang of it. Undeterred by the pain, Ace raised her short sword again. Again, she demanded, her voice firm despite her battered body. Shirou gently shook his head. I'm sorry, Ace, but I can't anymore. Ace looked at him in confusion, her breath still heavy. I can still go on. I'm not giving up, she insisted. Shirou smiled faintly, though he now appeared fatigued as well. This isn't about you, Ace. My magical energy is running low. Using this technique repeatedly consumes a lot of prana, and I've reached my limit. Hearing this, Ace lowered her head briefly, processing Shirou's words. Though disappointed, she understood. She lifted her head again and smiled slightly. In that case, we can stop for today. Shirou nodded, carefully setting Monohoshi Zeo down before dispersing it into prana. You were incredible today. If you keep this up, I'm confident that someday you'll face Revis with complete assurance. Ace sheathed her short sword, exhaustion finally catching up to her. But deep inside, she felt a little stronger, her resolve only growing more steadfast. Shirou carried Ace, now completely drained, over his shoulder. Though the Nodachi used in their training had been dulled, the intense session had left Ace utterly spent, her body covered in bruises. Shirou walked steadily toward Twilight Manor, his thoughts on tending to her injuries with potions as soon as possible. Ace's breathing was steady, even as her body bore the signs of her relentless effort. As they reached the garden surrounding the manor, the sun had begun its descent, painting the sky with soft shades of orange. Sitting on a bench in the garden was Lafia, seemingly just finished with her own training alongside Riveria. She looked up and was immediately alarmed by the sight before her. Ace, what happened? She exclaimed, standing with a look of deep concern. Her gaze shifted between Ace, who appeared battered and bruised, and Shirou, who showed only light signs of exertion. Lafia knew how skilled Shirou was, but she hadn't expected her idol, Ace, to end up in such a state from training with him. Shirou paused, offering a small, reassuring smile. Don't worry. We weren't sparring or anything like that. Ace was just trying to dodge the technique I used, he explained, his tone calm despite the visible fatigue. Lafia looked at Shirou with a mixture of wonder and amazement. She was aware of Shirou's arsenal of legendary weapons, but seeing him push Ace this far made her further appreciate his incredible capabilities. She quickly stepped forward and offered, let me help. If she's too heavy, I can carry her too. Shirou nodded, and together they supported Ace's weight between them, slowly making their way to Twilight Manor. I'm sorry for troubling you both, Ace said softly, her eyes half closed but her smile gentle. Lafia gave a small smile, though her face still showed worry. It's no trouble at all, Ace. You worked really hard today, she replied sincerely. Shirou smiled faintly as well, glancing at Ace, who was clearly trying to maintain her composure despite her exhaustion. You're incredibly stubborn, Ace. But that's what makes you remarkable, he said, quickening his pace slightly to ensure they reached the manor swiftly to treat her injuries. Chapter 85. A calm morning enveloped Twilight Manor as the first rays of sunlight graced the quiet garden. In the corner of a small storage shed within the garden, Shirou and Riveria stood face to face. Shirou was earnestly explaining the fundamentals of incantation magecraft, something unfamiliar to Riveria, despite her being one of the most powerful mages in Orario. All right, Shirou began, crossing his arms over his chest. Magecraft doesn't have limits on how far a magus can master techniques or spells they learn. As long as there is effort and understanding, new spells can be created. Riveria nodded slightly, her green hair shimmering in the morning light. So that's what sets magecraft apart from the magic of this world. The magic we use is limited by the fauna blessings of gods or goddesses. Normally, an adventurer can only possess a maximum of 3 spells. Of course, there are exceptions like myself, with 9 spells, or Lafia, who can mimic the spells of other elves. Shirou gave a small smile, pleased that Riveria remembered his lessons. That's correct. However, there's another important distinction, he said, pausing to capture her attention. Riveria furrowed her brow, recalling the earlier moment when she had seen Shirou transform a summoning spell into a binding spell with ease. Magecraft is more flexible, isn't it? You can even change a spell's purpose quickly. Exactly, Shirou replied with a smile. He raised his hand, demonstrating how he formed prana between his fingers. Incantations are a form of self-hypnosis for a magus. The purpose isn't just the words of the chant, but creating the mental conditions necessary to produce the spell. That's why incantations can be adapted to suit the needs of the magus using them. Riveria watched intently, processing every word. Unlike the magic of this world, incantations tied to the fauna are rigid. There's no room for flexibility. If an adventurer mispronounces even one word, the magic fails immediately. Shirou nodded in agreement. That's another significant difference. However, Magecraft's flexibility also demands far greater training and concentration. Without those, a magus can't even perform a simple spell. Riveria gave a faint smile, her eyes shining with curiosity. An art that requires discipline and patience. I'm becoming more interested in delving deeper into this. And I'll be happy to teach you, Shirou said confidently. The two continued their discussion, harmonizing the knowledge of their two worlds. Under the bright morning sky, their conversation grew more profound. Riveria, intrigued by Shirou's magecraft techniques, posed a question that had been on her mind. Shirou, she began, looking at the red-haired young man with genuine curiosity, the incantation trace-on that you often use, why is it so short but produces such powerful effects? You can project nearly perfect weapons with it. Shirou gave a small smile, as though he had anticipated this question eventually. Actually, trace-on is a shortened version of a longer incantation. Originally, it was a 7-step chant I learned and modified. With practice and understanding, I managed to condense it into just 2 words. Riveria raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. Condense an incantation? You know, I can't even imagine using Windfimblevetter, the spell for summoning an iceberg, with just 1 sentence. Imagine summoning an iceberg in an instant with a short spell. Her tone was filled with excitement, revealing her enthusiasm. Shirou chuckled softly at Riveria's imaginative musings. It does sound fascinating, but this technique requires a deep understanding of every step in the process. Riveria's curiosity grew. So what are these 7 steps? Can you show me? With a light nod, Shirou raised his hand and began explaining each step, demonstrating as he went along. Judging the concept of creation, Shirou began, closing his eyes and raising his hand. The first step is understanding the concept of what you want to create. I evaluate every detail of the weapon, from its shape to its intended use. Prana began to emit faintly from his body. Hypothesizing the basic structure, he continued, slowly opening his eyes. This step involves building the basic framework in your mind, like laying the foundation of a building. A faint blue light began to form in the air, resembling the shadow of a weapon. Duplicating the composition material, Shirou moved to the 3rd step, his hands mimicking the act of grasping something invisible. I replicate the materials needed, even if only mentally. Riveria observed closely, amazed by the intricate process. So you even have to understand the materials it's made of? Shirou nodded. Imitating the skill of its making, he went on. The 4th step is replicating the techniques used to craft the weapon. It's like learning from the experiences of the original artisans. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth, Shirou said calmly, describing how the weapon evolved over time. I must understand the weapon's journey from its creation to its present state. Reproducing the accumulated years, Shirou continued, now more focused. The 6th step is replicating the effects of time. Every scratch, every scar, every bit of history the weapon holds must be understood. Riveria nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the complexity of the process. And the final step? Excelling every manufacturing process, Shirou concluded, transforming the blue light in his hands into a projected weapon. This is where I refine all the previous steps, creating an almost perfect replica. Riveria gazed at the sword now in Shirou's hand with awe. All of this, you condense these 7 steps into 2 simple words. Trace on? Shirou gave a soft smile. Yes, but that's only possible after years of practice. The flexibility of magecraft doesn't make the process any easier. Riveria nodded again, her respect for Shirou deepening. I never realized magecraft could be this deep and complex. Thank you for teaching me. They continued their discussion, with Riveria asking more questions and Shirou patiently explaining every detail. Riveria carefully observed each step Shirou demonstrated earlier. Her mind worked hard to piece together a new understanding of magecraft until she finally reached a conclusion. So, she began slowly, gazing seriously at Shirou. You're so skilled at projection that you can close your eyes, extend your hand, and project weapons without uttering any incantations, like what I saw in the dungeon. At that moment, you summoned countless weapons around you. Shirou gave a small smile and nodded in confirmation. Yes, you're right, he replied calmly. However, Riveria's curiosity remained unsatisfied. But, she continued, leaning slightly forward, do you recite the incantation silently in your mind? Or do you simply visualize the weapon you want to project? Shirou rubbed his chin briefly before answering, I just imagine the weapon I want to project. The process happens within my mind, without the need to speak anything aloud. In his thoughts, Shirou felt compelled to elaborate further. Actually, he thought, the process is much more complex. I don't just imagine the weapon, I also copy its existence from my inner world. Unlimited Blade works. All these weapons already exist there, within my internal domain. But discussing Reality Marble today would be too much for this lesson, and I don't want to overwhelm Riveria with overly complicated information. Meanwhile, Riveria watched Shirou with an expression of awe. Deep down, she felt incredibly fortunate to learn from someone so extraordinary. Magecraft wasn't just a challenging new discipline for her, it also allowed her to connect more deeply with Shirou, someone who had intrigued her for a long time. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity, Riveria said sincerely. Learning magecraft from you is something I never imagined before. Shirou smiled, a bit bashful. I'm just happy to share what I know. If this helps you, then I'm satisfied. Their conversation continued with a relaxed yet focused atmosphere. Riveria, full of curiosity, kept asking questions, and Shirou patiently answered each one. The bond between them grew stronger, hidden behind the technical nature of their discussion. Riveria turned her attention to the sword Shirou had just projected. Its form was so perfect it was hard to believe it was merely a magecraft replica. She extended her hand, touching the hilt with curiosity. I want to try, she said firmly, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. Shirou regarded her for a moment, hesitant. Riveria, you began gently. This technique isn't easy. It took me years of practice to truly understand and master it. This isn't something you can achieve in a single attempt. Riveria nodded, her expression unwavering. In her heart, she thought, I know this will be difficult, but I want to do it. I want to be closer to Shirou, to understand his world, and to know him more deeply through this magecraft. Taking the sword from Shirou's hand, Riveria began channeling prana through her magic circuits. The warm, pulsing sensation of her magical energy enveloped her body. She decided to start with structural analysis. Carefully, she focused her mind on understanding the structure and fundamental concepts of the sword. The first step, judging the concept of creation, Shirou guided her calmly. Riveria closed her eyes, attempting to sense and comprehend the essence of the sword. However, all she could perceive was a vague, elusive shadow in her mind. This is much harder than I thought, she murmured, slightly frustrated. The second step, hypothesizing the basic structure, Shirou continued. Riveria tried her best to visualize the sword's composition, but the details felt like an incomplete puzzle. Sweat began to bead on her temples, but she refused to give up. She moved on to the third step, duplicating the composition material. Her hands trembled as she attempted to replicate the sword's material using prana. The result? A faint, incomplete shape that barely resembled a weapon. The fourth step, imitating the skill of its making, Shirou said gently, keeping a close watch on Riveria. Riveria attempted to replicate the craftsmanship behind the sword, but the difficulty only increased. Each faint impression in her mind felt heavy and inconsistent. How can you do this so effortlessly, Shirou? She asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. I never said it was effortless, Shirou replied with a small laugh. I stumbled and failed countless times before I got to this point. The fifth step, sympathizing with the experience of its growth, required Riveria to feel the sword's formation and development, but all she encountered was emptiness. The sixth step, reproducing the accumulated years, felt like the peak of the challenge. Finally, the last step, excelling every manufacturing process. Breathing heavily, Riveria tried to fully recreate the sword. The result was a transparent blade that appeared empty and fragile. She lifted it slowly, but in an instant, the sword dissolved back into particles of prana, disappearing into the air. Riveria slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. I failed, she said softly, disappointment evident in her tone. Shirou stepped closer and gently patted her shoulder. You've come so far for a first attempt. Reaching the seventh step alone is extraordinary. It took me a long time to get there. Don't feel discouraged. Riveria looked at him with a small smile, despite her exhaustion. I just wanted to try. Maybe, if I keep learning from you, I can understand more. Shirou smiled warmly. And I'll keep teaching you. Magecraft is difficult, but with dedication like yours, you'll surpass your limits. Riveria nodded, feeling a new determination growing within her. Even though she failed, she felt her efforts brought her closer, not just to magecraft, but also to Shirou. Shirou watched Riveria, still visibly tired from her attempt at projection. He smiled, trying to comfort her. Riveria, don't feel bad. Even the most skilled magi rarely succeed with projection like this. Honestly, most would have the same result as you. That's why projection is often called gradation air. It's incredibly difficult to master. Riveria raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new information. Gradation air? Interesting. So, are there other magi you know who use this technique? She asked, her tone full of curiosity. Shirou fell silent for a moment, his gaze distant as if recalling the past. With a slightly melancholic tone, he began to share. I once had a companion during the Holy Grail War. Her name was Rin Tosaka. She was an exceptionally talented magus, an average one who could wield all 5 primary elements. If anyone could be the best teacher for you, it might be Rin. The longing in Shirou's voice stirred something in Riveria's chest, a flicker of jealousy she struggled to suppress. However, she pushed the feeling aside, recognizing it wasn't the time to dwell on such emotions. Rin Tosaka? Huh? She seems to mean a lot to you, Riveria said, keeping her tone neutral. Shirou nodded slowly. Yes, she was a very important friend. Intelligent, stubborn, and incredibly skilled. She always knew how to face any challenge. If she were here, she might be able to help you understand magecraft better than I could. Riveria listened attentively, but when Shirou finished, she shook her head firmly. I don't care who she is, Shirou. Even if Rin sounds amazing, I wouldn't replace you as my teacher. You've guided me this far, and I want to learn magecraft from you, not anyone else. Shirou was momentarily stunned, then gave a small smile. Riveria, that means a lot to me. But honestly, I don't feel worthy of such respect. I'm just a third-rate magus who happens to know a little about magecraft. Riveria simply smiled faintly, looking at Shirou with resolute eyes. Rin Tosaka may have been by your side once, Shirou, but she's a world apart from you now. Let me be the one to stay by your side here and now. That monologue echoed in her heart, but she didn't say it aloud. Instead, she spoke softly. You're worthy, Shirou. Never doubt that. Shirou took a deep breath, gazing at Riveria, who still seemed determined despite her recent failure with projection. With a gentle but firm tone, he said, Riveria, I think projection might not be the right path for you. That technique requires a very specific set of elements, and it doesn't seem to align with your affinities. Riveria pondered for a moment before replying. Based on the magic I've gained through my fauna, I can use fire, ice, barriers, and healing. Those are the elements that form the foundation of my spells. Shirou raised his hands in mock surrender. In that case, I have to be honest. I can't teach you anything about those. All those elements are far outside my expertise. I wouldn't even know where to start with healing or barriers. He gave a small smile, trying to lighten the mood. Riveria chuckled softly, unbothered. That's not a problem. I'll try to learn something on my own. Maybe I can combine those elements in my experiments, she said confidently. However, hearing the word experiments made Shirou suddenly serious. He looked at Riveria sharply, his voice becoming more firm. Riveria, listen to me. Experimenting with magecraft is not simple. Being a magus is like walking on the edge of a deadly cliff. One wrong step, and your experiment could kill you. Other magi who discover your research might hunt you down to steal your secrets. And if you push the limits of magecraft too far, your body itself could break apart. Shirou's warning filled Riveria with a momentary silence. She swallowed hard, her face slightly pale from his explanation. But she soon offered a small smile, trying to ease the tension. I understand, Shirou. I'll be careful, I promise. And you know, at least in this world, there are no other magi except you, right? If something threatens me, wouldn't you protect me? Shirou let out a long sigh. Her smile slightly softened his concern, but he still replied firmly. Of course, I'll protect you. But don't use that as an excuse to act recklessly, Riveria. I'm serious. Riveria smiled more brightly, feeling more confident. Don't worry, Shirou. I'll make sure my experiments are safe. And I know I have a great teacher by my side. Shirou could only nod, though deep in his heart, he still felt a lingering unease. Riveria appeared lost in thought for a moment, her face adorned with a faint smile as though she'd found an intriguing idea. She turned to Shirou, who was still seated in front of her. I have an idea to start my research, she said confidently. Maybe I can find out what the ancient elves used for their magic. I'm sure there's much knowledge that's been lost. Shirou nodded, showing his interest. That's a good idea. But where would you find that information? Records like that are incredibly rare, aren't they? Riveria chuckled softly and gave Shirou an amused smile. Did you forget, Shirou? Your student here is a high elf. I'm a princess of the elf forest. When I left the palace to come to Orario, I brought quite a number of books from the royal library. Maybe among those books, there are clues about ancient magic. Shirou was surprised to hear this and then gave a small smile. You really always think ahead. In that case, let me help you go through those books. Maybe together, we can find something faster. However, Riveria gently shook her head. I appreciate your offer, Shirou, but I don't think that will be effective. Most of the books I brought are written in ancient hieroglyphs. Can you read those? Shirou paused for a moment before shaking his head. I can't. When I ended up in this world, I only acquired knowledge of Koine, the common language used here. Ancient hieroglyphs are entirely beyond my capability. Riveria smiled again, this time with certainty. In that case, I know someone who can help me. I'll ask Anatul, my friend and former attendant who accompanied me on my journey out of the elf forest. She has expertise in reading hieroglyphs and will definitely be a great help to my research. Shirou nodded in agreement. That's a great idea. Anna would surely be happy to assist you, especially since it involves the ancient magical legacy of your ancestors. Riveria gazed at Shirou softly, conveying her gratitude. Then I must ask for your understanding. For the next few days, I won't be able to continue magecraft lessons with you. I plan to stay at Anna's place and conduct research with her. Shirou smiled and nodded understandingly. Of course. Don't worry about that. I hope your research goes well, Riveria. If you need anything, you know I'm here to help you. Riveria looked at Shirou with deep gratitude. Thank you, Shirou. I'll do my best to uncover whatever I can learn from my ancestors' past. Chapter 86. As usual, the kitchen that morning was filled with activity as Lafia and Shirou cleaned up the kitchen and dining area after preparing breakfast for the Loki Familia members. Lafia deftly wiped down the tables, while Shirou busied himself washing the cooking utensils. However, this morning felt a little different. Lafia's idol, Ace, unexpectedly joined them. With skilled hands, Ace swept the floor, occasionally adjusting chairs that had been slightly displaced. Thank you so much for helping, Ace, Lafia said with a small smile, glancing admiringly at the sword princess, who didn't seem uncomfortable doing such domestic chores. Ace turned her head and gave a slight nod. It's no problem. I also helped Shirou yesterday while you were at training, she replied in her calm tone. Lafia looked a bit surprised, her eyes widening. Really? Shirou, why didn't you tell me about that yesterday? She asked in a slightly playful tone, though her curiosity was genuine. Shirou, busy wiping a kitchen knife, offered a faint smile. It didn't seem necessary to mention. Ace just wanted to lend a hand, that's all, he said casually without looking away from his task. Meanwhile, Ace glanced at Shirou and said, "By the way, Shirou, could we continue yesterday's training later? I still haven't managed to avoid 3 slashes of your Tsubame Geishi." Her tone was serious, reflecting her strong determination. Shirou paused for a moment, then looked at Ace, still holding a towel in his hand. "Of course, I don't mind. But we might not be able to train for too long since I also want to check the forge with Lafia later," he replied, his words simple but indicative of his organized plans. Ace nodded in agreement. "That's fine. After training, I'll probably head straight to the dungeon," she said, adding her plan for the day. Hearing their conversation, Lafia eagerly raised her hand. "In that case, can I watch your training later, Ace? I'd love to see you practice," she exclaimed enthusiastically, her face lighting up with anticipation. Ace looked at Lafia briefly before giving a small nod. "Sure, if that's what you want," she replied, but it was enough to make Lafia happy. Lafia beamed, clearly thrilled with the answer. She returned to her work, wiping the tables with renewed enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Shirou merely offered a faint smile as he continued sweeping, feeling content with the harmonious atmosphere among the 3 of them that morning. Once they finished cleaning the kitchen and dining area, Shirou, Lafia, and Ace walked together toward the training building located at the edge of the manor. That morning, the fresh air surrounded them, with dew slowly evaporating under the rising sunlight. The atmosphere was relaxed but filled with anticipation, especially from Ace, who seemed a little more talkative than usual. "After yesterday's training, my dexterity and endurance stats went up by a few points," Ace said calmly but with a touch of satisfaction, her eyes sparkling slightly as she glanced at Shirou. Shirou smiled warmly at this. "That's great, Ace. I'm glad to know our training paid off," he said as they walked side by side. However, Lafia, walking on Shirou's other side, quickly added in a slightly corrective tone, "Shirou, I think you don't fully understand how significant that is. Given how quickly you level up, you probably don't feel it, but for a level 6 adventurer like Ace, even increasing a single point in stats is extremely difficult." Shirou tilted his head slightly, looking at Lafia with curiosity. "Really? How difficult is it, Lafia?" Lafia nodded confidently and explained with an eager tone, "For level 6 adventurers, most monsters that provide significant excelia are found on very deep floors. Without a major expedition or special challenges, it's nearly impossible to raise their stats." Shirou recalled their previous expedition to the 59th floor with the Loki Familia, which had taken over a month. He nodded in understanding. "Ah, that makes sense. Reaching floors that deep is no easy feat." Ace listened quietly, though she seemed to appreciate the attention from her 2 companions. They continued their light-hearted conversation and enjoyed the bright morning atmosphere until they finally reached the training building. With steady steps, the 3 entered, ready to continue their training and face new challenges that day. Inside the spacious training hall, Ace and Shirou headed straight to the center of the arena, surrounded by polished wooden floors. The morning sunlight streaming through the tall windows reflected off the floor, creating a serious yet calm atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lafia quickly found a chair at the edge of the arena. She chose a spot strategic enough to observe their every move, hoping that today's training wouldn't end like yesterday's. In the middle of the arena, Shirou extended his hand, and a soft prana glow appeared. In an instant, he projected the Monohoshi Zeo sword into his hand. The weapon looked elegant and exuded a captivating aura, despite its simple design. On the other side, Ace prepared with her short sword, her face reflecting unshakable determination. She stood in a ready stance, her feet slightly apart, her eyes focused on Shirou. From the sidelines, Lafia couldn't hide her concern. She bit her lower lip, remembering the Raikiri sword Shirou had shown her, and finally called out, "Shirou, are you sure you won't hurt Ace?" Shirou turned to Lafia and gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I've modified the Monohoshi Zeo with Alteration Magecraft. The blade is now dull, so there won't be any sharp cuts, just maybe a few bruises if it hits." Hearing his explanation, Lafia slowly nodded, though her concern wasn't entirely gone. Her thoughts drifted back to yesterday when she saw bruises on Ace after their training. "Dull or not, it still hurts," she muttered softly, though loud enough for Shirou to hear. Shirou chuckled lightly at Lafia's comment, then refocused on Ace. He looked at the golden-haired girl seriously. "Ace, are you ready?" Ace nodded, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. "I'm ready. This time, I'll avoid all 3 strikes of Tsubame Geishi." Her tone was resolute, showing her unwavering determination to achieve her goal this time. "All right," Shirou said as he took his stance, Monohoshi Zeo raised level with his eyes. "Let's begin." Lafia could only sit tensely in her chair, her hands clenched tightly on her lap. Her eyes darted back and forth between Shirou and Ace, waiting anxiously to see how the training would unfold. Shirou assumed a ready position, the long Monohoshi Zeo gleaming under the morning sunlight streaming through the training hall windows. With precise movement, he raised the Nodachi, his body appearing seamlessly integrated with the weapon. "Ace, I'll use Tsubame Geishi this time," he said, his tone calm but firm. Ace, standing across from him, gave a brief nod. Cold sweat trickled down her temple, not from fear, but from intense focus as she prepared to face the attack she had encountered before. She regulated her breathing, her body moving lightly like a leaf in the wind, ready to counter the high-speed triple strikes. Shirou moved. In an instant, his Nodachi sliced toward A's in a motion nearly invisible to the untrained eye. 3 slashes appeared simultaneously, one descending from above, one sweeping from the right side, and another slashing upward from the lower left, creating the illusion of strikes coming from all directions. A's moved swiftly, her reflexes operating at their peak. The first slash from above was deflected with her short sword, the metallic clang echoing across the arena. The second slash swept from the right, and with agile precision, she spun her body, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. However, the third slash, coming from the lower left, was too fast. Her sword couldn't intercept it in time, and the dull blade struck her thigh, forcing her to step back. Ugh. A's bit her lip to endure the pain, a bruise beginning to form where she had been struck. Yet, she showed no weakness. Again, she said firmly, her gaze still brimming with determination. From the edge of the arena, Lafia couldn't hide her amazement. Her eyes widened as she watched Shirou's incredible swordsmanship. That was amazing, she murmured. But her admiration was mixed with worry as she saw A's get hurt. A's, are you okay? Lafia shouted with concern. A's glanced at her and gave a faint smile. I'm fine, Lafia. It's just a bruise, she said calmly. Deep inside, however, A's held a profound respect for both Shirou and her past opponents. She recalled Rayish, the formidable fighter half-monster, who had managed to evade 2 of the 3 Tsubeim Geishi slashes during their first encounter with the technique. I have to do better, A's muttered to herself as she resumed her stance. Shirou, one more time. I need to evade them all. Shirou gave a slight smile, raising his Nodachi once more. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. Focus on your movements. Lafia could only watch from the sidelines, her heart filled with admiration for Shirou and a deep hope that A's wouldn't get more seriously injured. A's is incredible, but Shirou, he's something else, Lafia murmured, her cheeks tinged slightly red. Shirou steadied his Monohoshi Zeo, his expression focused. All right, A's. I'm using Tsubeim Geishi again. Get ready, he said as he prepared his technique. The aura around him grew serious as if even the air itself paused to observe. A's tightened her grip on her short sword, her body tense but her eyes radiating resolve. Shirou surged forward, his movements almost imperceptible. 3 slashes swept out simultaneously, creating an illusion of attacks from all angles. A's moved quickly, her body spinning gracefully like a dance of blades. The first slash from above was dodged with a small leap. The second slash from the right was deflected accurately, the sound of clashing metal resonating through the hall. But the final slash, from the lower left, was too close. Despite her effort to evade, the edge of the strike grazed her arm. Lafia, who had been holding her breath throughout the exchange, exhaled sharply when the final slash connected. So close, Ace. You almost had it, she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of admiration and encouragement. Ace wiped the graze on her arm, showing no sign of disappointment. Instead, she smiled faintly. I understand now. One more time, Shirou. This will be the last, she said with a tone of conviction. Shirou's faint smile returned at her request. All right, Ace. Get ready, he replied as he adjusted his stance once again. Ace bowed her head slightly in respect before taking a defensive stance. In an instant, Shirou surged forward, unleashing Tsubeim Geishi once more. This time, however, Ace did not just defend. She moved earlier, reading the rhythm of Shirou's attacks with extraordinary precision. The first strike she blocked with her sword, the sound of clashing metal filling the room once more. The second strike she evaded with a swift step backward, and the third strike, coming from below, she bypassed with a dazzling spinning motion. When the dust in the arena settled, Ace stood tall without a single injury. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips. I did it, she said calmly, though her voice carried a sense of pride. Lafia, who had been watching the moment, jumped out of her seat with enthusiasm. Ace, you did it, she exclaimed, running toward Ace. Without hesitation, she hugged Ace tightly, her face glowing with happiness. I knew you could do it, Ace. Ace gave a small smile, slightly surprised by the embrace, but she didn't reject it. Meanwhile, Shirou lowered his sword, letting it fade into prana, and smiled warmly, pleased with his friend's achievement. Well done, Ace. I knew you could do it, he said appreciatively. Ace nodded, her breathing still slightly heavy, but her eyes shone with satisfaction. Thank you, Shirou. It's all thanks to your training, she said as she gently patted Lafia's head while still holding her. Lafia, still nestled in Ace's embrace, looked up curiously. Ace, why didn't you use your wind magic to evade Tsubeim Geishi earlier? Wouldn't that have been much easier? She asked, her tone filled with curiosity. Ace gave a small nod, her gaze turning toward Shirou before replying. I deliberately didn't use it. It's part of my training, she explained calmly. Rayish, our nemesis, was able to dodge 2 out of 3 strikes without using magic. If I don't train my physical abilities, I'll never be able to fight her on equal terms. The mention of Rayish made Lafia freeze. Memories of battling that formidable opponent flooded her mind. Her heart pounded faster, realizing how seriously Ace was working to become stronger. Ace, are you doing all this just to become stronger? Lafia asked, her voice tinged with concern. Ace gave a faint smile, then gently released Lafia from her embrace. I have to, Lafia. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect all of us, she said sincerely before turning her attention to Shirou. By the way, Shiro, do you have any other weapons I can use for training? Something that might help me refine my techniques. Shiro stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Several weapon names crossed his mind, but he quickly realized they were all too dangerous for training. I don't think there's a weapon safe enough for us to use here, he finally admitted with slight regret. Ace didn't seem disappointed. Instead, she proposed another idea. In that case, how about we spar? I'm sure I can learn a lot from you, even if your level is 2 tiers below mine, she suggested with a confident look. Shiro chuckled softly, then nodded. All right, I don't mind. But later, after I finish my business learning about forging. Lafia, who had been listening intently, raised her thumb and puffed out her chest with confidence. When it comes to forging, leave it to me. I know just the place, she said enthusiastically, eager to contribute. Ace smiled slightly, then nodded at both Lafia and Shiro. In that case, I won't disturb you. I'll head to the dungeon for now. Forging isn't my area of expertise, and I don't want to waste your time, she said before turning and walking out of the training arena. As Ace left, Lafia looked at Shiro with a bright smile. Are you ready to see the best forge in this manner? She asked excitedly, making Shiro smile slightly at her enthusiasm. Of course, Lafia. I'll leave the guidance to you, he replied, and the two of them began preparing to head to their next destination. Exiting the physical training building, Lafia walked cheerfully beside Shiro, leading him toward the back of the manor. The cool morning air and soft sunlight added comfort to their journey. Lafia seemed lively, explaining the directions in detail. As they walked, Shiro turned to her and asked, Lafia, did you also train in that physical training building when you first joined the Loki Familia? Lafia shook her head with a small smile. Not often, Shiro. I mostly trained in the magic training building. When I joined the Loki Familia, I was already at level 2, so my focus was more on magic than physical strength. Shiro pondered for a moment before saying, so that means you were part of another Familia before joining Loki Familia, right? Hearing this, Lafia nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. When I was little, I left the Wish Forest to join the school district. It was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. School district. Shiro repeated curiously. The term brought back memories of his time at Hamurahara High School. What was your school like? Lafia's face lit up, and she began explaining excitedly. My school was unique. It was a massive ship that sailed the seas, traveling around the world. There, we learned to develop our abilities. Monsters aren't only in the dungeon, Shiro. Out there are so many things we need to learn to survive. Shiro listened in awe. So your school was like a world-traveling academy? That must have been an incredible experience. Lafia nodded, her eyes sparkling, then glanced at Shiro. What about your school, Shiro? What was your place of learning like? Shiro gave a small smile, reminiscing about his peaceful school days. My school was much simpler compared to yours. It was just an ordinary school. We studied general subjects like math, physics, biology, history, and other things. Lafia rolled her eyes upon hearing that. Ugh, just hearing the names of those subjects gives me a headache, she muttered playfully, making Shiro chuckle. Well, it might sound complicated, but it's quite interesting if you enjoy it, Shiro replied lightly. Lafia blushed slightly and smiled. I think I'm more suited to learning about magic or world history than those formulas, she said, continuing their walk as they approached their destination. After walking for a while, Lafia and Shiro finally arrived in front of a small building tucked away in the back corner of the Loki Familia Manor. The building looked quiet and neglected. Its peeling paint, dusty windows, and creaky wooden doors suggested it hadn't been used in a long time. Lafia glanced at Shiro somewhat awkwardly. Here it is, the best forge in the Loki Familia, she said with a sheepish smile, trying to sound confident. Shiro stared at the building for a moment, then gave a faint smile. Thanks for showing me this place, Lafia, he said softly. He then stepped forward and carefully opened the door. A long creak sounded as it swung open, and dust rose into the air, causing both of them to cough lightly. Inside, the forge turned out to be quite spacious. Large work tables were scattered around, some covered with worn cloth. Wooden shelves lining the walls were filled with rusty tools, and a large furnace in the center of the room stood cold, clearly unused for years. The floor was littered with metal scraps and layers of ash, giving the place an atmosphere far from ideal for smithing. Shiro stepped in, observing the room with a serious expression. This is a good place. It just needs a bit of restoration, he said optimistically. Snapping his fingers, he projected cleaning tools like brooms, cloths, and buckets to start tidying up the space. As he was about to begin, Lafia suddenly grabbed one of the brooms from Shiro's projection. I'll help too, she exclaimed enthusiastically. Shiro turned to her, slightly surprised. That's not necessary, Lafia. You've already helped a lot by showing me this place. Let me handle the rest. You can just take a break, he said gently, hoping she would listen. But Lafia shook her head firmly. Have you forgotten? She asked, looking at Shiro with determined eyes. I'm the second faker, right? I'll keep helping the first faker no matter what. Shiro was momentarily silent before giving a small smile, touched by her sincerity. All right then. I'll leave one corner of the room to you, second faker, he replied teasingly. The two of them then began working together, cleaning the long-abandoned forge and preparing it to be a functional workspace once more. Chapter 87. The afternoon sun-bathed twilight manor as Lafia and Shiro finished cleaning the forge, which had once been thick with dust and grime. The room now looked more presentable, though still far from perfect. Shirou wiped the sweat from his forehead, then unintentionally noticed Lafia's outfit, a pink rosette cape over a white blouse and pink corset dress, now smudged with dust and dirt. The elegant attire had lost its usual charm due to their hard work. Lafia, I'm sorry, Shirou said suddenly, his voice filled with regret. I didn't think your clothes would end up like this from cleaning this place. Lafia glanced at her clothes and chuckled softly. It's okay, Shirou. They're just clothes. I can wash them later. Still, Shirou didn't look entirely convinced. Maybe after we rest and have lunch, you shouldn't come back here. I'm planning to start forging, and the sparks or dust might ruin your outfit even more. Lafia paused, her heart warmed by Shirou's small gesture of care. Even something so simple showed how much he thought about her. He notices even little things like this, Lafia thought, a gentle smile gracing her lips. All right, Lafia finally agreed, her voice light. But I still want to help, so maybe I'll change into something more practical later. Shirou gave a faint smile. That's a good idea. Thank you for helping so much, Lafia. I really appreciate it. After finishing the last of their cleaning tasks, they walked back toward Twilight Manor. The clear midday sky and the satisfaction of their teamwork made their steps feel lighter. Once they arrived at the manor, Lafia glanced at Shirou again before bidding farewell. I'll come back after lunch and a change of clothes. Enjoy your break, Shirou, she said cheerfully. Shirou nodded. You too. Don't forget to rest well, Lafia. The girl nodded softly before heading to her room, leaving Shirou standing alone in the manor's hallway. After lunch, Shirou returned to the forge ahead of time, ready to begin his forging work. He removed his tunic, hanging it in the corner of the room, and organized the tools he had projected earlier for cleaning. Now, he was wearing only a thin white tank top, one that Seer had picked out for him a while back. He paused to think. If I forge in this tank top, it'll probably get ruined quickly. Not wanting to damage it, Shirou took off the tank top and planned to project a new one for work. While he was still shirtless, the sound of light footsteps came from the doorway. Shirou. Lafia's cheerful voice called out as she entered. She was wearing a casual shirt with a distinctive elf-style touch and a wide smile on her face. However, she froze mid-step when her eyes landed on Shirou, who was clad only in his pants. The forge's dim light illuminated his athletic build. His defined six-pack abs and muscular biceps were visible, leaving Lafia speechless. Her face turned as red as a tomato. What is this? Why am I suddenly admiring a man's body? Lafia thought, her heart racing. She was usually captivated by the beauty of her idol, Ace, whose figure was slender and elegant. But this time, something different made her both nervous and unable to look away. Unaware of Lafia's thoughts, Shirou felt guilty instead. He lowered his gaze slightly. Sorry, Lafia. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I haven't had time to put his shirt back on, he said apologetically. Trying to overcome her embarrassment, Lafia let out a small laugh, attempting to joke despite her flushed face. Were you planning to forge shirtless? Isn't that dangerous? Shirou smiled, glancing at her briefly. I'm not crazy, he replied, hanging his original tank top on a wooden peg in the wall. He closed his eyes for a moment, and within seconds, a new white tank top appeared in his hand, courtesy of his projection. He put it on with ease, then said, There, this is better, right? Lafia nodded slightly, trying to refocus on the book she was holding. I brought something to help you, she said in a calmer voice, though her heart was still pounding. Lafia extended a thick book with a worn leather cover to Shirou. Here, she said with an enthusiastic smile. I found this book in the manor's library. It's about basic forging theory for beginners. I thought it might help you. Shirou looked at the book attentively before smiling warmly. He could sense Lafia's sincerity in her small gesture. Thank you, Lafia, he said softly, but I don't think I'll need this book. Lafia blinked, confusion evident on her face. Huh? But, isn't this your first time forging? Wouldn't it be better to have a guide? She asked, a little anxious that her effort might not be appreciated. Shirou nodded lightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. You're right. This is my first time forging, he admitted. But I have an advantage from my magecraft technique, tracing. With it, I can deeply understand how a weapon is made. Every sword I've ever traced left detailed impressions in my mind, materials, temperatures, and the techniques used to create them. So even though I'm new, I already have a clear picture. Lafia stood silent, processing his explanation. She felt slightly deflated, thinking her effort had been for nothing. So the book was useless, huh? She murmured softly, lowering her head a bit. Seeing Lafia's change in expression, Shirou stepped closer and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Hey, don't say that, he said calmly. What you did means a lot to me. You took the time to find this book and thought of me. It shows how much you care. Hearing those words, Lafia looked up. Her eyes met Shirou's sincere gaze, and slowly, a smile returned to her face, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. You really know how to make someone feel better, she said with a small laugh, her embarrassment fading. Well, it's kind of my job, Shirou replied with a playful tone, making Lafia laugh more freely. The two of them felt at ease again, ready to continue their day in the forge. Shirou carefully lit the forge's fire, using structural analysis to ensure every mechanism worked perfectly. The flames grew stronger, casting a warm glow that illuminated the freshly cleaned forge. Lafia stood nearby, watching with curiosity. Good thing this forge is still usable, she murmured, her voice sounding relieved. Shirou smiled faintly at her comment. Yeah, even though it looks old, it still has life in it. Once the forge was burning steadily, Shirou used projection magecraft to summon a sturdy anvil onto the forge. He stood still for a moment, staring into the roaring fire, his mind focused. So, he muttered more to himself, what weapon should I forge? Lafia, who had been watching intently, finally mustered the courage to ask, how about trying to forge the two swords you often use? Yin and Yang, if I'm not mistaken. Shirou turned to her, a bit surprised. Kancho and Bakuya? He asked for confirmation. Lafia nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with interest. Shirou let out a light sigh before responding. I'm just a beginner, Lafia. Even though I know how to forge them thanks to tracing, I don't have the materials needed to create them. Lafia tilted her head, looking curious. Then, what materials do those swords need? Shirou paused as if considering his response. He turned toward a corner of the room and projected 2 wooden chairs. Take a seat, he said gently, gesturing to the chair across from him. I'll explain, but it's a bit of a long story. Lafia, slightly confused but not wanting to argue, stepped forward and sat down in the chair Shirou indicated. She looked at him with deep curiosity. Why sit down? She asked with a small smile. Shirou took a seat in the chair opposite her, meeting her gaze with a serious but calm expression. Because the answer to your question, he said softly, is a long story, and I want you to know all of it. Lafia felt something special in his tone. She nodded, ready to listen, as the forge's warm glow created an intimate atmosphere between them. Shirou took a deep breath and began his story, his voice steady but filled with meaning. Kancho and Bakuya, he began, his eyes drifting to the forge's flames behind Lafia. They're not just ordinary swords. They come from a legend in my world, a story about a married couple, Ganjiang and Emiya, known as the greatest blacksmiths of their time. Lafia leaned forward slightly, her eyes shining with interest. A married couple? They forged those swords together? She asked eagerly. Shirou nodded, his smile faint. Yes, they worked together to forge the legendary swords of Kancho and Bakuya. But the process wasn't easy. The king they served was a cruel and ambitious man. He ordered Ganjiang to forge the perfect sword. However, after months of work, the metal still wouldn't melt. Lafia tilted her head, looking puzzled. Why couldn't the metal melt? Was something wrong? Shirou continued. It said the metal was too hard to melt with ordinary fire. So, Emiya, Ganjiang's wife, decided to sacrifice herself. She threw herself into the forge's flames, giving her life to create enough heat to melt the metal. Shirou paused, watching as Lafia froze, her lips slightly parted in shock. Sacrificed herself? Lafia whispered, her voice soft, almost trembling. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. That's so tragic. Shirou nodded slowly. Yes, but Emiya's sacrifice wasn't in vain. From those flames, 2 swords were born. Kancho, the guardian sword, and Bakuya, the destroyer sword. The swords were seen as a symbol of their love because they were created with Emiya's blood, soul, and sacrifice. Lafia bit her lower lip, her gaze dropping to the floor. That's really heartbreaking. They loved each other, but it ended like that. You shouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. She raised her head, looking at Shirou with a gentle but emotional expression. What happened to Ganjiang after that? Shirou gave a faint, bittersweet smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Ganjiang gave Kancho to the king as ordered, but he hid Bakuya to protect himself and to ensure that part of Emiya's sacrifice remained safe. In the end, he also lost his life, but not without a fight. Kancho and Bakuya remained symbols of their love, protecting each other even though they could never meet again. Lafia let out a deep sigh, lowering her head. That's so cruel, but also so beautiful. They weren't together, but their love stayed eternal in those swords. Shirou nodded with a faint smile. That's why I always feel there's a deeper meaning when I use Kancho and Bakuya. They're not just weapons, they're a legacy of love and sacrifice. Lafia gazed at Shirou, her heart touched by the story. She found herself admiring the man before her even more, not just for his skills but for his heart that understood the significance behind the swords he wielded. I understand now why they're so important to you, she said softly. Shirou simply smiled, allowing the warm silence to fill the room as the flames of the forge danced, as if bearing witness to the eternal tale of Kancho and Bakuya, brought back to life through his words. Lafia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Shirou, still affected by the tragic story he had shared. She nodded slightly as if arriving at her own conclusion. So when you said you don't have the materials, you meant it's because what's needed is a sacrifice like Emiya's? She asked cautiously, trying to confirm her thoughts. Shirou nodded, his smile faint. Exactly. Those swords weren't just forged from metal but from a person's soul and life. It's something I can never replicate, even with the ability to copy their form. Lafia was silent for a moment before flashing a mischievous smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Then how about I sacrifice myself? Maybe that way you could forge swords even greater than Kancho and Bakuya, she said with a small laugh, her tone clearly joking. However, Shirou's reaction surprised her. He shook his head seriously, his eyes meeting hers directly. I would never sacrifice your life, Lafia. Not for swords, not for anything. His tone was firm, yet filled with sincerity. Hearing his response, Lafia felt her cheeks heat up. Her heart raced, and she felt as if it bloomed from Shirou's genuine concern. She turned her face away, trying to hide her embarrassment. You're really serious, huh? Thank you, Shirou, she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. She tried to shift the focus back to the previous topic. Then where did you get the kancho and bakuya you use? Did they come from something you copied? Shirou hesitated, his expression shifting slightly. He scratched the back of his head, as though deciding how to answer. That's a bit complicated to explain, he said at last. Lafia frowned, though her curiosity remained undeterred. She quickly made a guess, her eyes lighting up again. Could it be? Did you meet Ganjiang or Moyi's heroic spirits? Or did those swords come from Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon? Shirou chuckled faintly at her guesses, though doubt flickered in his eyes. No, he replied lightly. Lafia furrowed her brows, her curiosity only growing. Then where? Is there another secret? Shirou gazed at the forge, which had grown hotter, before replying slowly, I copied those swords from another faker. Lafia's eyes widened. What? She exclaimed loudly, her voice echoing through the room. There's another faker? Before Shirou could elaborate, their attention was drawn to the thin wisp of smoke rising from the anvil atop the forge. The heat had reached the perfect level for forging. Shirou stood calmly, picking up a hammer nearby, while Lafia remained frozen in place, staring at him with a mix of confusion and awe. Wait, we're not done talking about this, she protested, though her tone now sounded more like eager curiosity. Shirou twirled the hammer slightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on the perfectly heated anvil. The story of the other faker is longer and more complicated than the tale of Ganjiang and Moyi, he said, glancing at Lafia briefly, trying to give an answer without revealing too much. But inside, his thoughts churned. Archer, Shirou Emiya, another version of myself. My future self, who became a counter-guardian and returned to try to kill me during the Holy Grail War. Shirou gritted his teeth slightly, considering how he could explain something so absurd and personal to Lafia without confusing or worrying her. That story isn't just long, it's one of the darkest chapters of my life, and I'm not ready to reveal it yet. Lafia, realizing Shirou was reluctant to explain further, finally gave up. She sighed softly and sat back in her chair. Half-jokingly, she asked, So, that means I'm not the second faker, huh? I'm the third. Shirou paused for a moment before turning to look at her. A small smile graced his face, though a mysterious glint flickered in his eyes. Not quite, he replied calmly. The other faker and I, you could say we're both the first faker. Lafia frowned, trying to decipher the hidden meaning behind Shirou's words. Both the first faker, she repeated quietly, staring at him with genuine confusion. How does that make any sense? There's only one of you, right? Shirou didn't elaborate, instead redirecting his focus to the anvil. He began preparing to forge, leaving Lafia to puzzle over his cryptic statement on her own. Finally, Lafia raised her hands in surrender, her face adopting an adorably frustrated expression. All right, I give up, she said with a long sigh. I won't try to figure that out anymore. At least, I'm still the second, right? She added playfully, trying to console herself. Shirou chuckled softly at her last remark, but remained silent. Inside, he felt relieved that Lafia wasn't pressing him further. For now, there were some things better left unsaid. Shirou stared calmly at the flames dancing in the forge before finally speaking. All right, I'll start with something simple as a warm-up. He raised his hand, and a soft light shimmered. A plain iron rod, created through projection magecraft, materialized in his grasp. He examined the material carefully before placing it on the heated anvil. However, Lafia watched his actions with a furrowed brow. If you're using material from projection magecraft, won't it only last 3 days? She asked, crossing her arms in front of her chest, her tone slightly scolding. Shirou smiled faintly and nodded. That's true, but this is just practice. I don't mind if the result disappears afterward. Lafia shook her head firmly, her expression showing clear disapproval. No, Shirou, that's not right. She quickly walked toward a corner of the room, opening one of the old, dusty boxes. One by one, she lifted heavy, genuine iron rods, her small hands determinately hauling them without hesitation. Shirou watched her with slight confusion. Lafia, what are you doing? He asked, stepping closer. After a moment, Lafia returned to him, carrying a stack of real iron rods she had found. Slightly out of breath, she spoke with spirited determination. Here, if this is your first time forging something, you should use real materials. Wouldn't it be better if the result could be kept as a memento? Shirou looked at the pile of iron rods in Lafia's hands and then at the girl herself, smiling with unwavering confidence. A part of him wanted to explain that he preferred practicality, but seeing her effort in bringing the heavy materials, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Finally, Shirou sighed softly and took one of the iron rods from Lafia's hands. All right, I'll use this, he said with a gentle smile. But don't overexert yourself like this again, okay? Lafia merely giggled. I just want to make sure your hard work doesn't disappear into thin air, she replied, brushing a bit of dust off her cheek. Shirou nodded slightly and placed the iron rod on the anvil. Now, with real material in his hands, he felt a slight added weight of responsibility to ensure the final result was nothing less than perfect. Chapter 88. Lafia returned to her seat near the anvil, observing Shirou as he prepared his materials. With a curious tone, she asked, So, have you decided what you're going to forge, Shirou? Shirou gave a small smile, teasing Lafia's curiosity. You'll see soon enough, he replied, his voice calm but full of intrigue. Lafia sighed, pouting as she crossed her arms over her chest. Lately, you've been acting so mysterious. It feels like reading a book that hides its final chapter. Shirou chuckled softly at her complaint. He said nothing more, merely grinning before focusing on the blueprint in his mind, a simple gray bow. The design was practical and ideal for a beginner in forging. All right, let's start here, Shirou murmured quietly to himself. He closed his eyes, recalling the steps from his tracing magecraft. Step 4. Imitating the skill of its making. A memory not his own seemed to flow into him, offering profound understanding of how to forge the bow. Meanwhile, Lafia sat silently, her eyes fixed on Shirou. Her gaze wasn't just on his skilled hands, but also on his body, glistening with sweat. His white tank top clung to his skin, revealing the contours of his muscles. Lafia's cheeks turned red as her thoughts wandered to how attractive Shirou looked in his seriousness. Without realizing it, she muttered softly, "Why does he have to look like that while working?" Her voice was barely audible, but her bashful smile couldn't be hidden. She quickly turned her gaze away, trying to focus on Shirou's work instead of her racing thoughts. The repetitive clanging of metal echoed through the room. Clang, 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 the hammer struck the iron rod with a steady rhythm. Shirou worked with intense concentration, refining the shape of the bow that was gradually taking form. When the top of the bow bent to his liking, he set the hammer down briefly, picked up the glowing rod with tongs, and submerged it in a nearby bucket of water. A hissing sound filled the room as steam rose from the water. SSSHHHHH. Thin wisps of vapor added a dramatic touch to the forge, already glowing with the light of the fire. While waiting for the metal to cool, Shirou turned to check on Lafia. What he saw was her awkwardly grabbing a book and pretending to read as if she hadn't been watching him. Shirou blinked in mild confusion but then noticed something else. Her shirt was damp, showing that the heat from the forge was making her sweat. He walked over to her slowly. Lafia, still feigning interest in her book, was startled when Shirou stood in front of her. "Are you all right?" Shirou asked as he projected a small magic sword encased in ice. The sword radiated a refreshing chill. He handed it to Lafia. "Here, use this to cool down." Lafia was surprised, her eyes widening as she accepted the magic sword. As soon as her hands touched its hilt, a soothing coolness enveloped her, replacing the heat she had felt. A small smile crept onto her face, her blush deepening, not from the heat, but from Shirou's thoughtful gesture. "Thank you, Shirou," she said softly. Shirou simply nodded before returning to the anvil to continue his work. The rhythmic clanging of his hammer resumed, while Lafia sat quietly in her chair. She held the ice sword tightly, its coolness a relief, but it was the warmth from Shirou's care that made her heart flutter. With a faint smile on her lips, she allowed herself to bask in that feeling, even as she tried to remain composed. Shirou worked with unwavering focus, hammering the lower part of the bow, which was steadily taking its final shape. Meanwhile, Lafia watched him intently. Every movement, from the swing of his hammer to his measured breaths, drew her in further. As the afternoon progressed, Shirou finally paused his work. With steady hands, he brought the nearly finished bow to the water bucket. The hissing of steam filled the room again as the hot metal cooled. Once satisfied, Shirou carefully lifted the bow from the water. Curious, Lafia approached him, her eyes shining as she took in the result of his hard work. "Is it finished?" she asked eagerly. "It still needs a few finishing touches," Shirou replied, inspecting the bow. Lafia suddenly remembered something. "Wait a moment," she exclaimed, rummaging through one of the old boxes in the corner of the room. After some searching, she pulled out a bowstring that was still in good condition. "Here, this might be perfect for your bow," she said, handing it to Shirou. Shirou accepted the bowstring with a small nod. "Thank you, Lafia." Carefully, he attached the string to the bow, ensuring everything was perfectly aligned. Once done, he handed the simple gray bow to Lafia. "For you," he said with a faint smile. Lafia took the bow gently, her fingers tracing the cool metal surface. As she examined it closely, a memory surfaced in her mind. She looked at Shirou with a mix of surprise and emotion. "This bow, it's exactly like the one I bought for you when you first joined Loki Familia," she exclaimed. Shirou nodded slightly, a small smile on his face. "I made it intentionally similar. That was my first bow here, and I wanted to honor it by recreating it. Thank you for choosing that bow for me back then." Hearing that, Lafia felt a warm sensation in her chest. She smiled meaningfully as she held the bow tightly. "This bow will be a very precious memory for me too." After finishing the forging session, Shirou and Lafia began tidying up. Shirou put the tools back in their place, while Lafia helped by cleaning up the dust and organizing the old boxes they had opened earlier. Despite their fatigue, the atmosphere was light, especially with the new bow now held tightly in Lafia's arms. When everything was clean, they walked side by side out of the forge, heading toward Twilight Manor. On the way, Lafia looked at the bow in her hands with a complicated expression. "Shirou, I have to be honest," she said softly. "I don't know how to use a bow." Shirou raised an eyebrow. "You don't know how to use a bow? I thought elves were usually skilled archers. Just look at Riveria, she..." Lafia snorted, stopping in her tracks and glaring at Shirou. "Listen, Shirou. Not all elves are the same. Lady Riveria is an exception. She's naturally talented, whereas well, I've never had that kind of talent." Shirou smiled, hearing the protesting tone in her voice. He thought Lafia looked adorable when she was upset. All right. In that case, he said in a calming tone, how about I teach you instead? Archery isn't difficult if you practice properly. Lafia was momentarily surprised by Shirou's offer, but her expression quickly lit up with excitement. In that case, why wait? Let's start practicing right now, she exclaimed enthusiastically, even quickening her pace. Shirou found Lafia's sudden burst of enthusiasm amusing. Hold on, Lafia. We need to find a suitable place to train. Besides, that bow is just forged, at least give me time to ensure its quality before using it. But Lafia was already walking ahead, turning back to call out, if you're slow, I'll start without you. Shirou could only shake his head with a smile. All right. But don't blame me if your bow needs repairs later. He quickened his steps to catch up with Lafia, who seemed increasingly impatient. Wait for me, Lafia. Let's do this together. With a spring in her step, Lafia led the way to the training hall located at the manor's edge. Shirou followed behind, observing how Lafia's bright smile seemed to shine even more under the golden hues of the setting sun. The building, though simple, was bathed in warm light streaming through its large windows. As they entered, Shirou remarked, here we are again. Feels like just this morning I was helping A's dodge Tsubame Geishi slashes. Lafia turned to him with a wide grin, her eyes sparkling. That's right. And now it's my turn. This morning, you helped A's, and now you have to help me, she declared eagerly. Shirou nodded, beginning to set up the training space. He carefully placed several archery targets at the far end of the room, ensuring they were stable. Then, he raised his hand and used magecraft to project a quiver full of arrows along with a belt to hold them. With a touch of flair, he handed the quiver to Lafia. Here for you, he said gently. Lafia accepted the quiver with a slightly nervous look. She tried to strap it over her shoulder, but the belt slipped awkwardly, making her look a bit clumsy. Shirou found her attempts endearing but chose not to comment. All right, Lafia, Shirou said, stepping back a few paces to give her space. Now, try shooting one arrow at that target. Lafia frowned, confused by the instruction. Huh? Didn't you say you were going to teach me? She asked, her voice tinged with protest. Shirou smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. I will teach you, he replied casually. But first, I want to see where your skills are now. Don't worry, I won't laugh. Lafia looked at him with a mix of doubt and irritation. You better not laugh, she warned, though her cheeks reddened slightly from embarrassment. Shirou nodded calmly, crossing his arms as he watched. Lafia took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, though her heart raced faster than usual. With a small pout, she prepared to fire her first arrow. She positioned her feet, carefully knocked the arrow, raised the bow, aimed at the distant target, and released. The arrow missed its mark, landing on a neighboring target, right in the center of the chest of the painted figure on it. Lafia's face turned red with embarrassment, but she quickly forced a confident smile. I meant to hit that target from the start, she said, trying to sound convincing. Shirou, standing nearby, suppressed a grin, his expression remaining calm. He gestured at the target and said lightly, all right then, keep going. I want to see more of your amazing skills. Why did I have to pretend to be good? Now I have to prove something I clearly can't do. Oh no, this is bad, Lafia thought, biting her lip in frustration. But she didn't want to back down so easily. She picked up another arrow and tried again. This time, her shot missed the entire target board and hit the floor instead. Yet, Shirou didn't tease her. He simply nodded as if offering silent encouragement. His steady gaze only fueled Lafia's determination. All right, I'll try again. Lafia muttered to herself, half in self-encouragement. She continued to fire arrow after arrow, but none hit the mark. Some landed in the walls, others bounced off harmlessly into corners. After 10 failed attempts, Lafia finally lowered the bow with a sigh of frustration. All right, I give up, she said, her voice carrying a mix of exasperation and a playful pout. She turned to Shirou, her eyes pleading slightly. Now, please teach me. You promised you'd help. Shirou chuckled at Lafia's mix of despair and persistence. Okay. I'll teach you now, he said, stepping closer. But first, we need to start with the basics. Otherwise, you might damage the bow before you even hit the target. Shirou approached Lafia with calm steps. Hold that position for a moment, he instructed, gently adjusting her posture. He carefully repositioned her shoulders and arms, ensuring the bow was held properly. Lafia, if you hold your body like this, your shots will be more stable, he added, guiding her elbow slightly higher. Lafia remained silent, her body stiff, not from nervousness about archery, but from something else. Shirou's focused attention on her, his careful movements, and his closeness made her cheeks feel warm. She wanted to say something, but the words seemed stuck in her throat. So this is what it feels like to have Shirou's undivided attention, she thought, trying to savor the moment. All right, Shirou said after a moment, stepping back slightly to assess his adjustments. Your posture is correct now. Try to relax. Take a deep breath, focus on the target, and release when I give the signal. Lafia followed Shirou's instructions. She inhaled slowly, clearing her mind, and aimed the bow at the distant target. Now shoot, Shirou commanded, his tone firm yet gentle. The arrow flew from the bow with decent speed. Although it didn't hit the bullseye, it at least embedded itself in the target board. Lafia's eyes widened in disbelief. I hit the target, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Shirou nodded with a smile. Great job. That's much better than before. You're starting to get the hang of it. Lafia's determination ignited further. She knocked another arrow, her confidence growing with each attempt. Shot after shot, her performance steadily improved. Though not all of them hit the mark perfectly, several arrows began to land closer to the center of the target. You're improving quickly, Shirou praised her warmly. With a bit more practice, you'll master it in no time. Lafia beamed, not just from Shirou's praise but from the joy of her progress. Thank you, Shirou. I won't give up, she said resolutely, her eyes sparkling with determination. Standing with her bow in hand, Lafia's gaze fixed on the target ahead, but her thoughts weren't entirely on the board. I want him to focus on me again, she mused, recalling how Shirou had patiently corrected her posture and spoken to her with such gentleness. The memory felt comforting and special. She shook her head, trying to push the thought aside, but the desire lingered. She loosed another arrow, deliberately aiming far from the target. The arrow soared past the board and struck the ground. Ah. I still can't get it, she said weakly, feigning frustration. She turned to Shirou with a pleading expression. Shirou, could you teach me one more time? I really don't know what I'm doing wrong. Unaware of Lafia's mischievous intent, Shirou smiled patiently. Of course. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. He stepped closer, standing beside her, and gently touched her arm to adjust her position. Raise your left elbow a bit higher. Yes, like that. And make sure not to tense up too much when pulling the bowstring. Lafia could barely hide her smile. She relished the attention Shirou was giving her. Still, she tried to maintain a serious expression. But Shirou, am I holding the bow correctly? Maybe my grip is still wrong, she asked in a slightly playful tone. Shirou tilted his head, scrutinizing her grip carefully. All right, let me fix it again, he said, taking Lafia's hand gently and repositioning her fingers on the bowstring. Like this. You'll feel more stable now. A warm sensation spread through Lafia. She knew Shirou was simply helping, but every touch felt so sincere and full of care. Thank you, Shirou, she murmured softly, her voice almost a whisper. Under Shirou's guidance, Lafia prepared for another shot. This time, she focused entirely both on her technique and on her desire to make Shirou proud. She took a deep breath, drew the bowstring back slowly, and released the arrow. The arrow flew straight, hitting dead center of the target. I did it, she cried, her eyes shining with happiness. Shirou smiled broadly. Great work, Lafia. You've improved so much. I knew you could do it. Lafia looked at Shirou, her heart brimming with joy. At this rate, I wouldn't even mind missing again, she thought, though this time, she kept the thought to herself. After Lafia's archery practice concluded, Shirou approached her with a light step. Lafia, may I borrow the bow for a moment? He asked, holding out his hand. Without hesitation, Lafia nodded and handed over the gray bow they had been using. Shirou accepted it carefully, holding it as if it were something precious. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing his energy to perform structural analysis. When his eyes opened, he wordlessly projected a series of arrows. One by one, they flew from the bow, each striking the bullseye with perfect precision. Lafia stood with her hands on her hips, her brows slightly furrowed. Is Shirou showing off? I just started learning, and now he's flaunting his skills, she muttered in a sulky tone, though a small part of her was also impressed. Before she could say more, Shirou slung the bow over his back and projected an identical bow into his hands. Calmly, he resumed shooting. The result was the same, each arrow struck perfectly in the center of the target, without a single miss. When he finished, Shirou dispelled the projected bow and removed the original bow from his back. Handing it back to Lafia with a composed demeanor, he said, Here, your bow. Lafia took the bow with a puzzled expression. Shirou, what exactly were you doing just now? Why did you shoot with two identical bows? She asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Shirou gave a faint smile. I wanted to compare this bow, which I forged, to the one I projected using Magecraft. I wanted to see how well I did. Lafia tilted her head. And the result? Shirou sighed softly and shook his head. The bow I forged is slightly inferior to the one I projected. I still have a lot to learn. Lafia paused for a moment, reflecting, then gave a small smile as she reached a conclusion. So, if I were to rank them, she murmured, the bow made by a master blacksmith comes first, then the bow you projected, and lastly, the bow you forged? Shirou nodded slowly, looking somewhat disappointed. It seems so. Before Shirou could say anything further, Lafia suddenly hugged the gray bow tightly to her chest. She looked up at Shirou with bright, determined eyes and declared, I don't care if this bow is the worst. To me, the bow you forged is the best. Shirou was stunned by her words. His smile slowly returned, and he nodded gently. Thank you, Lafia. That means a lot to me. Lafia nodded, her warm smile unwavering, as she hugged the bow as though it were the most precious treasure she had ever owned. They stepped out of the training hall with unhurried steps, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly in the corridor. Outside, the sky had transformed into a canvas of twilight, painted with hues of orange and deep purple, while stars began to emerge one by one. The cool evening air settled around them, but the silence between them captivated Lafia more than the chill. Shirou walked beside Lafia, but his expression appeared troubled. His mind was clouded with doubt. Should I continue forging? He questioned himself. Even though he had the ability to replicate the techniques of master blacksmiths through tracing, his hard work today couldn't even match the bow he had projected. If that's the case, what's the point of learning to forge? He thought with a heavy heart. Lafia glanced at Shirou, concerned. She recognized that look, the look of someone losing confidence in themselves. How many times had Shirou been there to encourage her, giving her strength when she felt weak? Now, it was her turn to do the same. Taking a deep breath, she decided to speak. Shirou, she called softly yet firmly, drawing his questioning gaze. You know, this is your first time forging. Nobody gets it perfect on their first try, but I believe that one day you'll become an incredible blacksmith. Shirou gave her a weak smile, still skeptical. Lafia, even if I keep learning, wouldn't it be faster for me to simply project weapons? I can create exact replicas of others' weapons without going through all this effort. Lafia stopped in her tracks, standing in front of him with unwavering eyes full of conviction. That's not the point, Shirou. You're not just copying. You have the potential to create something unique, something that's entirely your own. I can picture you forging a new sword for Ace, a massive axe for Gareth, or a perfect spear for Finn. And who knows? Maybe one day, you'll create a weapon even greater than anything in Orario. Shirou stood still, absorbing her words and the confidence shining in her eyes. He exhaled deeply, but this time a small smile tugged at his lips. All right, if you believe in me, I'll keep going. Tomorrow, I'll try again. I don't want to let your trust down. Lafia grinned widely, holding back the surge of joy bubbling within her. That's the Shirou I know, she said, her steps light as they continued walking. Deep inside, Lafia cherished her small, personal happiness. Tomorrow, I'll get to spend more time with him again. Maybe I can't help him forge, but at least I can be there to support him, she thought, clutching the gray bough close as if it made the night feel warmer than usual. Chapter 89. The alarm blared loudly, disturbing the quiet morning in the still dark room. Elfie, a human with short dark brown hair, groaned in annoyance from the top bunk. She squirmed, trying to cover her ears with a pillow, but the sound was too persistent to ignore. Half opening her eyes, she called out to her roommate in a weary tone. Lafia, Lafia, turn off your alarm, she shouted, her voice raspy from just waking up. But her call went unanswered at first. Lafia, still asleep on the lower bunk, only mumbled incoherently in her slumber. Elfie peered down with an expression of mixed irritation and despair. Why did you set the alarm this early? The sun isn't even up yet, she complained, leaning over the edge of the bed to ensure Lafia heard her. Finally, Lafia began to stir, rubbing her still heavy eyes. Groggily, she reached for the alarm blaring on the small table beside her bed and switched it off. Sorry, Elfie, she murmured softly, her voice still thick with sleep. Elfie huffed before letting her head fall back onto her pillow, trying to reclaim the sleep that had been disrupted. Meanwhile, Lafia yawned widely, trying to gather her wits. She sat up in bed, her body feeling sluggish from the early hour, but her resolve to start the day early was firm. After stretching briefly, Lafia began removing her pajamas, replacing them with a towel draped over her shoulder. With light yet still drowsy steps, she headed toward the bathroom. Once the bathroom door clicked shut, the sound of running water filled the quiet room again. While showering, Lafia began to hum softly, her tone cheerful despite its gentleness. Excitement bubbled within her as she imagined what the day held. Today, I'll be accompanying Shirou again. She murmured between verses, a faint smile gracing her lips. In her mind, she replayed images of Shirou concentrating on forging, his serious expression, and their warm conversations. Her day had barely begun, but Lafia already felt her heart brimming with anticipation. Even though it was still dark outside, she knew this would be a wonderful day. As she lathered herself with warm water, Lafia continued her happy humming, her smile never fading. She recalled last night's conversation with Shirou. The two of them had been chatting casually in the common room when Shirou mentioned his habit of waking up before dawn. I usually use the early hours to teach magecraft to Riveria, Shirou had said, sipping warm tea. But since Riveria is staying with her friend for a few days, I still wake up early to keep my routine. It's not good to abandon good habits just because of a small change. Hearing that, Lafia had eagerly volunteered. In that case, how about I join you at the forge earlier? We can start sooner, she had said with enthusiasm. Shirou had looked surprised at first but then smiled warmly. If you don't mind waking up that early, sure. I wouldn't mind the company, he had replied. Recalling that conversation, Lafia couldn't suppress her happiness. Her heart felt light and buoyant. I won't miss this chance, she murmured while turning off the water and grabbing her towel. After drying off, Lafia stood in front of the small mirror mounted in the bathroom. She dressed in a simple tee with the elegant yet comfortable style typical of elves. Her light brown hair was tied into a high ponytail, as was her usual habit. Before leaving, she applied a touch of light makeup, just enough to make her face look refreshed. I have to look good for Shirou, she thought, blushing slightly at her reflection. Once satisfied with her appearance, Lafia exited the bathroom. Heading downstairs, she went straight to the kitchen, where Shirou was already present. Wearing an apron, he was slicing bread for the Loki Familia's breakfast. Lafia's face lit up at the sight of him. Shirou, I'm done with my shower. What can I help with? She asked brightly, eager to assist with their usual kitchen duties. Shirou turned to her, slightly surprised to see her so fresh and ready. Oh, morning, Lafia. You seem enthusiastic today, he said warmly. Since we're heading to the forge early today, I didn't want to waste time, Lafia replied, picking up a knife to slice fruit. Deep down, she felt a small delight at Shirou's attention, even if it was just a casual comment. With a warm and cheerful atmosphere, the two of them worked together to prepare breakfast for the Loki Familia members, making their early morning more meaningful. The still quiet morning enveloped the Loki Familia manor, with only the sounds of knives slicing ingredients and pots clinking in the kitchen breaking the silence. Shirou and Lafia were busy working side by side, preparing breakfast for their familia. Lafia, is there anything else you'd like to add to the menu today? Shirou asked as he stirred a pot of warm soup. Lafia, slicing fruit, shook her head slightly. I think it's enough. With bread, soup, steak, and fruit, everyone should be satisfied, she replied with a smile. Once all the dishes were ready, Lafia grabbed a piece of paper and a pen to write a note. I think we should leave a message asking someone to heat up the food and clean up the kitchen afterward, she said as she started writing. But she paused, her expression uncertain. Noticing her hesitation, Shirou asked, What's wrong? Why did you stop writing? Lafia sighed softly. I'm not sure who to address this to. It feels rude to ask anyone for help so early in the morning. Shirou shrugged as he folded his apron. Why not ask your roommate, Elfie? Doesn't she usually help you? Lafia quickly shook her head. I already bothered her earlier when my alarm went off. She'd definitely be annoyed if I asked her again. Her face showed a twinge of guilt. After pondering for a moment, Lafia smiled broadly. I know. I can ask Alicia, Melina, or someone else in the fairy force. They wouldn't mind. With renewed enthusiasm, Lafia finished writing the note, ensuring every word was neatly and politely arranged. All right, I'll leave this note in the middle of the dining table so they can see it right away, she said, placing the paper strategically. Okay, that's done. Let's go to the forge now, Shirou, Lafia urged excitedly, tugging on Shirou's arm to get him moving. However, Shirou paused, his face thoughtful. Wait a moment. I think we should prepare a lunchbox first. Also, it's better to have breakfast now rather than coming back here later, he said wisely. Lafia nodded slightly, agreeing with Shirou's suggestion. You're right. Let's eat first, then, she replied, grabbing 2 plates and filling them with the food they had prepared. They sat side by side at the dining table, enjoying the warm breakfast they had cooked together. The morning felt peaceful, filled with light conversation and small laughter, before they continued with their day at the forge. After finishing breakfast, Shirou and Lafia began preparing their lunch. Lafia deftly packed some bread and fruits into a lunchbox, while Shirou stood in a corner of the kitchen, seemingly preoccupied with something else. What are you doing, Shirou? Lafia asked curiously, glancing at his hands, which were starting to project a cylindrical object. Shirou gave a faint smile and showed her the result of his projection. This is a thermos. It's useful for keeping water either hot or cold, he explained briefly. He then brought the thermos to the sink and began filling it with water. Lafia placed the last piece of bread into the lunchbox and approached to get a closer look. I've never seen something like this before. So the water stays cold even after a long time? She asked, her curiosity piqued, before resuming her task. Yes, but I have an additional trick, Shirou said, taking a short breath. With skilled hands, he projected a small magic sword imbued with ice elements. The sword was just the size of his palm, small enough to fit inside the thermos. Lafia, who was squeezing oranges nearby, paused for a moment to watch. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she saw the ice sword begin to chill the water in the thermos. You can even use magecraft like this for everyday things, Shirou. That's amazing, she said sincerely. It's just about using what I can do, Shirou replied humbly. After the water inside the thermos froze, he dissipated the ice sword back into prana. Then, glancing at Lafia, who was holding a small bowl of orange juice, he asked, Can I have the orange juice now? Oh, of course. Lafia carefully poured the juice into the thermos, ensuring none spilled. When she finished, she smiled broadly. So later, we'll have chilled orange juice at the forge, right? That'll be so refreshing. Shirou nodded as he tightly sealed the thermos. That's the plan. We need to stay hydrated throughout the day, he said, placing the thermos and their lunchbox into a small bag he had prepared. Lafia nodded contentedly, smoothing her slightly messy hair. I like your plan, Shirou. With this, we're ready for a whole day of forging, she exclaimed enthusiastically. Shirou gave a small smile at Lafia's excitement. Let's head out before we spend too much time praising this chilled orange juice, he joked, making Lafia chuckle before they walked out of the kitchen together. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, Shirou and Lafia walked side by side toward the forge located behind the Loki Familia manor. Lafia, her morning energy seemingly boundless, occasionally skipped alongside Shirou, making their steps feel lighter. This morning feels so wonderful, doesn't it, Shirou? I feel like today will be a great day, Lafia said with a wide smile, glancing at Shirou, who walked calmly beside her. Shirou simply nodded, observing Lafia's infectious cheerfulness. Let's hope so, he replied succinctly, though the corners of his lips lifted slightly at her joy. Upon arriving at the forge, Shirou opened the thick wooden door, letting Lafia enter first before following her. Once inside, he immediately placed the small bag he carried onto a table in the corner of the room. The forge was still quiet, with the furnace unlit and the tools neatly arranged in their places. Lafia, who had been watching Shirou intently, finally spoke. So, Shirou, do you already have a plan for what you want to forge today? She asked, tilting her head, her curious expression clear. Shirou exhaled softly, leaning his hands on the table. Honestly, I'm still thinking about it. There are too many ideas in my head, he admitted, his tone sounding slightly uncertain. In truth, Shirou was grappling with the overwhelming number of choices flooding his mind. Unlike most beginners in forging who often struggled due to a lack of knowledge, he faced the opposite dilemma. With unlimited blade works, he had access to countless blueprints of weapons and equipment from across various worlds. The problem wasn't a lack of ideas but the abundance of options, making it difficult to decide what to create. Unaware of Shirou's internal struggle, Lafia tilted her head again and looked at him. In that case, are you going to change clothes first? If so, I'll step out for a bit, she said, pretending to act nonchalant, though deep down, a small part of her hoped to sneak a glance at Shirou's muscles like before. Shirou gave a small smile at Lafia's comment, which still seemed influenced by the earlier incident. No, this time the clothes I'm wearing are projections, so it doesn't matter if they get damaged. I won't make you feel uncomfortable, he explained calmly. Oh. Lafia looked relieved, though a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, which she tried to hide by quickly turning away. All right then. I'll help with anything you need, she said enthusiastically, attempting to shift the focus away from herself. Thank you, Lafia, Shirou replied as he began preparing the tools on the table. With Lafia by his side, he felt a bit more confident that today would yield something worthwhile. Shirou looked at the workbench where he had laid out his forging tools, his eyes slowly scanning the neatly arranged items. Even though everything was ready, he still seemed hesitant to begin. With a small sigh, he finally turned to Lafia. Lafia, I need your advice. After successfully forging the bow yesterday, my plan was to gradually try crafting stronger weapons. But now I'm unsure where to start. Lafia nodded, fully supporting Shirou's plan. That's a great idea. With more experience, you'll definitely become more skilled. But then she remembered something, her own words from yesterday about her belief that Shirou would create something unique. An idea struck her, and with a small smile, she looked at Shirou. How about you try forging a weapon from your original world? Shirou furrowed his brow, looking slightly surprised. My original world, he murmured as if the thought had only just occurred to him. Yes, Lafia answered with enthusiasm. Your world is more advanced in terms of technology, right? I'm curious, what kind of weapons do people there usually use? Wouldn't it be fascinating to try? Shirou scratched his head, looking both puzzled and hesitant. It could be an interesting idea, but it might also cause big problems. Lafia tilted her head, her curiosity growing. Big problems? What do you mean, Shirou? Shirou sighed, seeming conflicted for a moment before finally smiling faintly. All right, follow me for a bit. I'll show you something, he said briefly, stepping out of the forge and motioning for Lafia to follow. Without hesitation, Lafia trailed closely behind Shirou, her curiosity mounting. What do you want to show me, Shirou? She asked, quickening her pace to walk beside him. Shirou only gave a faint smile, not answering directly. You'll see soon. But I hope you won't be too surprised, he said as he led the way to a spot that would reveal more of the world unfamiliar to Lafia. They walked toward a small grassy clearing in front of the forge. At the center of the clearing stood a large, sturdy tree, its thick foliage gently swaying in the morning breeze. Lafia glanced at Shirou, eager to know what he intended to show her. All right, watch this, Shirou said, raising his hand and murmuring something in a low voice. Trace on. Before Lafia's eyes, a strange object materialized in Shirou's hand, shimmering momentarily before solidifying. It was unlike anything Lafia had ever seen, sleek and streamlined, black and white, yet appearing heavy. Shirou examined the object briefly, his brown eyes narrowing slightly. The weapon was not just any ordinary tool. It was a desert eagle, a design from his world. The projection came from the blueprints embedded in his unlimited blade works, a fragment of Archer's memories from the life he had once lived. Now, with the power passed down to him, Shirou could recreate the weapon almost flawlessly. Lafia stepped closer, her eyes wide with fascination. Shirou, what is that thing? She asked, her elf ears twitching slightly, a sign of her genuine interest. Shirou raised the weapon slightly, showing it to Lafia. This is a weapon from my original world. We call it a pistol, he explained, then took a one-handed firing stance. But this isn't an ordinary weapon. Let me show you how it works. Before Lafia could ask further, Shirou aimed the pistol at the large tree in front of them and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp, deafening sound echoed across the clearing, startling birds perched on the tree into a frantic flight. The 3 shots landed perfectly, leaving small but deep holes in the tree's trunk. Shirou lowered the pistol, his eyes scanning the result of his shots. His hand remained steady, not trembling in the slightest, even though he used only one hand. This is different from Archer in his past life, Shirou thought. Back then, he had to reinforce his body with magic just to shoot this desert eagle without wavering. But thanks to Falna, my body is far stronger than his. Feeling satisfied, he turned to Lafia, eager to hear her thoughts. However, he was startled to see Lafia looking pale, her small hands tightly covering her ears. Lafia, Shirou called out with concern, dissipating the pistol back into prana. Are you okay? Lafia slowly opened her eyes, her ears still ringing. Is it always that loud? She asked in a trembling voice, looking at Shirou with a mix of confusion and worry. Sorry, I forgot the sound might startle you, Shirou admitted, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. This weapon is really loud. I should have warned you beforehand. Lafia could only nod slowly, still processing what had just happened. Weapons from your world are truly terrifying, she muttered softly. Even though her ears still buzzed, her curiosity overcame her fear. She rubbed her eyes gently and walked closer to the large tree Shirou had just shot. There, she saw gaping holes in the trunk and a small metal object lying nearby. She bent down, picking it up with her slender fingers. This. Lafia stared at the cold metal in her hand, her eyes wide. Her voice shook slightly as she asked, this tiny thing, was what pierced a tree this big? Shirou nodded, offering a faint smile. Yes, that's the bullet. When I pull the trigger, this bullet is propelled out at high speed with immense force. That's why it can penetrate the tree like that, he explained, keeping his explanation simple. Lafia swallowed hard, still shocked that something so small could cause such destruction. Her face was tense, but her gaze remained fixed on the bullet in her hand. This weapon is scary, she whispered. Shirou gave a small smile. It might seem terrifying, but if used properly, weapons like this can be very effective tools. How about I teach you how to use it? He asked, projecting the pistol from his prana again. Eh? No. I don't want to touch something that scary. Lafia quickly shook her head, her face turning red. However, a mischievous idea suddenly crossed her mind, making her blush even more. In a voice barely audible, she murmured, but if you held my hand while I shot, maybe. I'd give it a try. Shirou raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting that response. Really? Then let's give it a shot, he said with a small smile, handing the Desert Eagle to Lafia. Lafia carefully took the pistol, feeling slightly awkward. This weapon is so heavy, she commented as she tried to lift it with both hands. It is. That's why you need to hold it correctly, Shirou replied. He walked behind Lafia and gently placed his hands over hers as she gripped the pistol. Okay, now follow my lead. Lafia felt the warmth of Shirou's hands as they touched hers. Her heart began to race, but she tried her best to focus. Deep inside, she felt an inexplicable joy at being this close to him. Now, position your hands like this. Shirou guided her patiently, ensuring her grip was stable. Once Lafia was properly positioned, he said, wait a moment. Shirou projected a pair of earmuffs for Lafia and carefully placed them over her ears. The fit was a bit tricky due to her elf-like ears, but Shirou adjusted them gently, ensuring her comfort. All right, now it's safe. Let's begin, Shirou said, returning to his position behind Lafia. He placed his hands over hers again, helping her aim the pistol at the tree. I'll help you pull the trigger. Don't be afraid. Lafia nodded softly, and together they pulled the trigger. Bang. The loud sound echoed again, but this time it wasn't as jarring thanks to the earmuffs. The shot hit the tree dead center. Lafia looked at the result with shining eyes. I did it, she exclaimed excitedly, though she knew she wouldn't have managed it without Shirou's help. Shirou smiled. You did great, Lafia. So, are you still afraid? Lafia turned to him, her face slightly flushed. Maybe. If you always helped me like this, I wouldn't be afraid anymore, she replied inwardly. Chapter 90. Shirou slowly released his grip from Lafia's hands, giving her space to return to her own position. Lafia stared at the pistol in her hands, filled with awe and a hint of fear. This weapon is so powerful, she murmured, still stunned by the strength she had just experienced. But earlier, you said this weapon could cause major problems. What do you mean? Shirou sighed before answering. The problem is that creating a weapon like this is incredibly complex and almost impossible to achieve with the forges we have here. This weapon requires technology far more advanced than what we have in Orario. Lafia tilted her head, curious. You mean, how is it made? Is there some sort of magic involved? She asked, examining the Desert Eagle in her hands, her fingers tracing its smooth surface and intricate design. No, Shirou replied, shaking his head. This weapon isn't made with magic, but by machines in large factories. In my world, there are facilities specifically designed to mass-produce weapons like this. Hearing this, Lafia's eyes widened. Mass-produce? So there are many people in your world who own weapons like this? She asked, her voice filled with shock. That's right, Shirou nodded, his gaze serious. Firearms like this are fairly common in my world, especially in certain countries. Lafia felt a chill run down her spine. The thought of thousands, perhaps millions, of people walking around with such deadly weapons made her feel uneasy. That's terrifying, she whispered, looking at the pistol in her hands with newfound dread. Shirou turned his gaze to the tree full of bullet holes. But that's not the only issue, he said, his voice heavier. What do you think? Would a weapon like this be effective against the monsters in the dungeon? Lafia fell silent for a moment, contemplating the question. She imagined scenarios where this weapon might be used against kobolds, goblins, or even minotaurs in the upper floors of the dungeon. I think, for monsters on the upper floors like goblins or kobolds, it might be effective. It could even work against a minotaur, depending on its speed and accuracy, she said softly. But for stronger monsters on the middle or lower floors, I don't think this weapon would be enough. Shirou nodded in agreement. Exactly. A pistol like this was designed to injure or kill ordinary humans, not supernatural monsters like those in the dungeon. If used against civilians in my world, this weapon would be incredibly lethal. But against monsters or even adventurers with fauna, this pistol might not be strong enough, he explained with a serious tone. Hearing this, Lafia looked back at the pistol in her hands, but this time with deeper apprehension. It felt as though the coldness of the metal seeped into her skin. "So, this weapon is better suited for killing humans than monsters?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "That's right," Shirou answered without hesitation. Lafia shivered, then carefully handed the pistol back to Shirou. "I don't think I want to touch this thing again," she said softly, her expression a mix of fear and disappointment. Shirou took the pistol from her hands, gazing at it for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. "The issue isn't just with this weapon, but the impact it could have," he said. "If I were to forge a pistol like this and use it openly, I'm certain the blacksmiths in this world, especially the talented ones, could figure out how to create something similar just by observing it." Lafia frowned, trying to grasp Shirou's point. "You mean blacksmiths from Hephaestus Familia or Goibnia Familia?" she asked hesitantly. Shirou nodded. "Yes, they're the most likely examples. Blacksmiths like them have incredible skills. Even if they couldn't make an exact replica, they could create weapons with a similar concept. And I'm certain that one day, the people of this world will discover the technology for firearms in their own way. But..." Shirou paused, his gaze serious as he looked at Lafia. "I don't want to accelerate that process. I don't want to be the reason weapons like this are used in wars between humans." Lafia was silent for a moment, contemplating Shirou's words. She finally nodded slowly, understanding the danger he was describing. "You're right," she murmured. "Ares Familia already uses magic swords from the Crotso family to destroy elf forests. If they had pistols like this..." Lafia bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. The consequences could be far worse. Shirou gave a faint smile, though there was no joy in it. "That's why our plan to forge weapons from my world seems like it'll have to be abandoned," he said as he dissipated the Desert Eagle in his hands. The weapon slowly dissolved into particles of prana that faded into the air, along with the earmuffs Lafia had used. Lafia remained silent, reflecting on everything that had just happened. The thought of the dangers posed by Shirou's world's weapons lingered in her mind. However, she also felt relieved that Shirou was wise enough not to introduce such technology to their world. Without saying a word, she followed Shirou back toward the forge, her eyes fixed on his back, which seemed to bear a heavy burden of responsibility. In her heart, she felt both admiration and concern. Shirou is right, Lafia thought. His strength isn't just about his remarkable abilities but also about the wisdom to choose when to use that power. They both stepped back into the forge, but Shirou quickly noticed Lafia's somber expression. Her eyes were cast downward, her lips slightly pursed, a clear sign that her thoughts were still troubled by their earlier conversation about weapons from Shirou's world. Noticing this, Shirou stopped walking and spoke gently. "Lafia, how about we take a break? You seem like you could use some time to clear your mind." He reached for a small bag on the table and looked at it with care. Lafia lifted her face and offered a faint smile. "All right, maybe some fresh air will help," she replied softly, following Shirou outside. They walked toward a long bench situated in front of the forge, shaded by the branches of a large tree. The morning sun climbed higher, its warm rays creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Shirou sat down first, opening his small bag and taking out one of their meal boxes, which contained steamed buns. Casually, he removed the lid, took one bun, and began eating it slowly. Lafia sat beside him, a little closer than usual, and took one of the remaining buns. She nibbled on it gently while gazing ahead before turning her eyes to Shirou. "Shirou," she suddenly said, her voice full of curiosity, "isn't there any weapon from your world that's effective only against monsters?" Shirou paused his chewing for a moment, staring off into the horizon. His mind turned over various possibilities, missiles, bombs, or other large-scale weapons. But he knew such answers wouldn't satisfy Lafia. "There are," he finally said, looking at Lafia with a serious expression. "There are some weapons from my world that might be effective against monsters." Lafia's eyes lit up with hope. "Really? What kind of weapons are those?" she asked eagerly, even stopping her hands mid-bite. However, Shirou let out a long sigh before continuing. "The problem is, those weapons are far more difficult to create than a pistol. And even if they could be made, they'd still be more effective for killing humans than monsters," he explained, his voice heavy. The hope that had appeared on Lafia's face quickly faded. She lowered her gaze, letting out a long sigh as she stared at the bun in her hands. "I see," she murmured in disappointment, her tone subdued. Shirou silently watched the elf girl. He knew that bringing something from his world into this one could end worse than expected, but seeing Lafia's disappointment made him feel guilty. Shirou took another bite of his bun, searching for a way to lift Lafia's spirits without giving her false hope. Under the increasingly bright morning sun, the two sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After finishing their steamed buns, Shirou leaned back on the wooden bench, tilting his head up toward the rising sun. "Wait a moment," he said suddenly, raising a hand to catch Lafia's attention. Lafia, still deep in thought, turned to him, slightly confused. "What is it, Shirou?" she asked. In response, Shirou chanted softly, "Trace on." In an instant, two simple cups appeared in his hands. He handed one to Lafia before opening the thermos they had prepared earlier. A cool mist escaped as Shirou poured fresh squeezed orange juice into both cups. "Here, try it. You'll like it," Shirou said, holding out the cup to Lafia. Lafia accepted the cup with both hands, inhaling the fresh citrus aroma before taking a slow sip. Her eyes widened, and a bright smile spread across her face. "It's so refreshing. This tastes amazing, Shirou," she exclaimed with enthusiasm. But suddenly, her expression shifted. Her eyes darted toward the thermos on the table, and her mouth fell open as if struck by a brilliant idea. At it! Lafia suddenly shouted, causing the birds nearby to scatter. Shirou nearly spilled his drink, staring at Lafia in alarm. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" he asked, his tone filled with concern. "Shirou, Shirou, Shirou." Lafia called his name repeatedly, shaking his arm with both hands. Her face was lit with childlike excitement, as if she had just discovered a new toy. "Yes, what is it, Lafia?" Shirou replied patiently, though he was a bit bewildered by her sudden energy. Lafia picked up the thermos with both hands and exclaimed with conviction, "I have an idea. Instead of focusing on weapons from your world, why not focus on making things like this?" Shirou tilted his head, trying to grasp her meaning. "You mean, you want me to forge a thermos?" he asked hesitantly. Lafia nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, not just thermoses, Shirou. You could create other advanced tools from your world. We've been too fixated on weapons, but tools like this are much safer and more useful," she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shirou was silent for a moment, staring at the thermos in Lafia's hands. In his heart, he felt a jolt of realization. "Why didn't I think of this before?" he thought. He had been too focused on weapons because nearly everything in Unlimited Blade Works was a weapon. But Lafia was right. There was immense potential in bringing his world's technology to this one without introducing something dangerous. "Lafia," Shirou finally said softly, a small smile forming on his lips. "You've just given me a great idea." Lafia beamed, proud that her idea was appreciated. "Of course. I'm a genius, aren't I?" she teased, laughing lightly. Seeing Lafia's enthusiasm, Shirou could only offer a small smile. He sipped his chilled orange juice, now pondering a new idea that shifted the direction of his plans. After they finished enjoying their drinks, Shirou slowly let the projected cups dissipate, allowing them to return to prana and vanish without a trace. He then packed the remaining meal box and the still-filled thermos into the small bag they had brought. But before Shirou could stand, Lafia gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Shirou, can you project more tools from your world? I want to see more. Maybe we can decide which one we'll make first," she said, her voice brimming with anticipation. Shirou paused, lost in thought. What other modern items could I project? A phone, a television, a computer. No, those are too complicated. Their internal structures are too intricate for me to replicate perfectly. But simpler electronic devices, like an oven or a rice cooker, might be within his reach. Finally, an idea struck him. "All right, I'll start with something simple," Shirou said as he stood up. Closing his eyes for a moment, he uttered the mantra so familiar on his tongue. "Trace, on." A small shimmer appeared in his hands, and soon, a white mixer with metal beaters materialized. He held it up and handed it to Lafia. Lafia carefully took the mixer, curiously examining its shape. "What is this, Shirou? And what's it used for?" she asked, touching the beaters. "That's called a mixer," Shirou explained with a faint smile. "It's used for mixing ingredients, like making dough for bread or cakes. With this, you can combine things faster and more efficiently." Lafia tilted her head, pondering for a moment. "Oh, I see. So it helps with cooking? Interesting. But can you show me how to use it?" she asked hopefully. Scratching the back of his head, Shirou looked slightly embarrassed. "Well, the thing is, this device needs electricity to work," he said, pointing to the cord and plug dangling from the mixer. Lafia stared at the plug in confusion, then turned her gaze to Shirou. "Electricity? What do you mean?" she asked innocently. Shirou let out a light sigh. "Electricity is a power source in my world. It's what makes devices like this run. But in this world, we don't have electricity." Lafia chuckled softly and said, "The people in your world must be amazing to create tools like this. But Shirou, why did you project something we can't even use?" Feeling slightly guilty, Shirou replied, Maybe we can try using an alternative power source," he suggested, hoping to resolve the issue. Lafia tapped her chin thoughtfully. Maybe we could use energy from a magic stone. But I think that's too complicated for our first attempt," she said, setting the mixer down on the chair. "It's probably better to focus on tools that don't need power, like that thermos. It's simpler and immediately usable." Shirou nodded in agreement. "You're right. Starting with something practical and straightforward is a better approach," he said, already brainstorming other tools they might try to create. Lafia smiled, relieved to have guided Shirou toward a more reasonable direction for their project. "Then why don't we make the thermos our first creation?" Shirou asked, tilting his head. He wanted to ensure their first choice was simple yet practical. That's fine," Lafia replied, tapping her chin with her index finger. Then, with a spark of enthusiasm, she added, "But I want something more impressive. Something cooler. Something that will surprise everyone in the Loki Familia when they see it." Shirou paused, processing Lafia's request. "Something cool, huh?" he thought, picturing grand and awe-inspiring items from his world. Briefly, images of jet planes and tanks flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head. Those are way too complex. Projection alone is impossible, but forging them? That's out of the question. His thoughts drifted to his past. He remembered the motorcycle owned by Raiga Fujimura, an old yakuza who often asked for his help fixing it. A motorcycle might be more feasible, he mused. "I think I could project one, but forging it would still be a massive challenge. This simple forge wouldn't be enough for something like that. Noticing Shirou lost in thought, Lafia started to feel uneasy. She worried her request was burdening him too much. Speaking softly, she said, "If it's too difficult, it's okay, Shirou. Something simpler is fine too." Lafia's words were like a light bulb moment for Shirou. He snapped out of his musings. Something simpler? Then why not a bicycle? He thought. The idea felt much more realistic. He was confident a basic bicycle could be easily projected and forged in a straightforward manner. Finally, Shirou raised his head and gave Lafia a small smile. "I think I have the perfect tool for us to create. It's simple, but still cool," he said confidently. "Really? What is it?" Lafia asked, her curiosity piqued. Shirou extended his hand forward and, in a low voice, chanted, "Trace on." In an instant, a simple bicycle materialized before them. It was pristine white with a minimalist design, featuring just a pair of gears. At the front, there was a small basket adding a practical touch. Lafia's eyes widened in amazement. She stared at the bicycle, unblinking, as if it were a treasure from another world. What is this, Shirou?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "This is called a bicycle," Shirou explained, patting its frame gently. "It's a tool for traveling. You just pedal, and it lets you move faster than walking." "Wow, this looks so interesting," Lafia exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Though she didn't fully understand how it worked, she felt the potential of the tool. "Can we make this in the forge?" "I think we can give it a try," Shirou replied with a smile. Inwardly, he felt relieved to have found something that not only met Lafia's request, but was also realistic for them to create together. With curiosity shining in her eyes, Lafia approached the bicycle Shirou had projected. She inspected every detail, from the sleek white frame to the sturdy-looking wheels. "Can I try sitting on it, Shirou?" she asked eagerly. "Of course," Shirou replied, stepping back to give her room. Lafia carefully climbed onto the bicycle. She sat on the saddle, her feet trying to reach the pedals that were just slightly out of her range. However, due to her short skirt, her position made her pale thighs slightly visible. Shirou, initially focused on the bicycle, couldn't help but glance briefly at her legs. His face immediately turned red, and he cleared his throat awkwardly before saying, "Lafia, it might be better if you try this another time while wearing pants. I'm worried your skirt might get caught or be uncomfortable." Realizing what he meant, Lafia quickly got off the bicycle, her face equally flushed. She smoothed her skirt and stammered, "You're right. I didn't think of that." Inwardly, Lafia couldn't help but smile shyly, realizing Shirou had glanced at her legs. "But I can't really blame him," she thought, blushing. "I've also stolen glances at his muscles plenty of times. So, we're even, right?" Sensing the awkward tension, Shirou cleared his throat again to refocus their conversation. He raised his hand, causing the bicycle to dissolve into particles of prana. "When we forge this bicycle, I'll try projecting each part separately. That way, we can replicate them in the forge," he explained. "That's a great idea," Lafia agreed. But then, a thought crossed her mind. She looked at Shirou with excitement. "Shirou, will the tools we forge have a brand?" "A brand?" Shirou asked, puzzled. He had never considered that before. Lafia nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, a brand. So people will know these tools are the result of our hard work," she said with a broad smile. Scratching the back of his head, Shirou felt this was a little out of his depth. "In that case, do you have a suggestion for the name?" he asked, leaving the decision to Lafia. While Shirou waited for an answer, Lafia sank into thought. "How about we name it Shirou and Lafia?" She flushed at the idea. "That sounds like a husband and wife business." She shook her head quickly to dispel the thought. Then, her mind landed on what connected them both, their ability to imitate. "I've got an idea," Lafia said confidently. "What if we call it Faker?" Shirou raised an eyebrow, surprised but amused. "Faker? Huh? That's an interesting name," he said with a small laugh. The irony wasn't lost on him, as they were essentially copying tools from his world rather than inventing something new. However, he couldn't deny the logic behind it. "All right, we'll go with that. Our brand will be Faker." Lafia's eyes sparkled with delight at Shirou's agreement. "And our motto," she added with excitement, "will be what you always say, Shirou. There's no rule that says the fake can't surpass the original." Shirou nodded, feeling the name, though simple, perfectly captured the essence of their partnership and the journey they were about to embark on. Chapter 91. Inside the forge, now buzzing with the atmosphere of work, Shirou stood in front of the large table. With complete focus, he began projecting each component of the bicycle one by one. The handlebars, the bike frame, the outer tire, the inner tube, the chain, the gears, the pedals, the saddle, and the grips. Each piece emerged in a glow of prana before slowly solidifying into its physical form. "This is the handlebar," Shirou explained, holding the curved component firmly. "It's used to steer the bike." He placed it on the table and continued. "The frame is the main structure. This chain connects the pedals to the gears. And this." Shirou carefully picked up a wheel. "The wheels and tires are the most important parts to make the bike move." Standing beside him, Lafia watched with curious blue eyes, marveling at how many parts were needed. "I never imagined that something that looks as simple as that could have so many components," she murmured, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Shirou nodded, holding the bicycle chain while reflecting. Metal parts like the handlebars, frame, and chain. I can probably forge them here, but some parts make me hesitant. Lafia tilted her head, her gaze attentive. Is there a problem? If there's anything I can help with, just say the word, she offered sincerely. Shirou picked up one of the tires and handed it to Lafia. See this? Is there anything like this material in Orario? He asked, watching her expression as she examined the tire. Lafia ran her fingers along the surface of the outer tire, nodding slowly. This part might exist. But... She paused, pressing the soft inner tube. This inflatable inner part. I've never seen anything like it. Is it really necessary? It's crucial, Shirou replied, touching his chin as he pondered how to create the inner tube in Orario. Without it, the bike won't be comfortable to use. Lafia furrowed her brows in thought, then suddenly stood up with determination. I'll go out and visit the craftsman supply district. I'll ask around, she declared, carefully cradling the tire. Good, Shirou agreed, pointing to the table. While you're at it, take this saddle and these grips too. If anyone can make them, it would be a huge help. Lafia nodded and grabbed the saddle and grips, her hands now full with all 3 items. Struggling to balance everything, she looked slightly flustered. Seeing this, Shirou sighed briefly before projecting a large bag, similar to the ones used by supporters. Use this, he said, handing the bag to her. Lafia opened the large bag and deftly placed the 3 items inside. But her brows furrowed as she noted its size, which seemed excessive for just a few small items. Why do I need a bag this big? She asked, puzzled. Shirou glanced toward the remaining metal bars in the corner of the room. While you're out, could you also pick up some extra metal bars? We'll definitely need more to forge the other components. Oh, all right, Lafia replied, her spirits lifted. She slung the bag over her shoulder confidently, then headed out with determination to support Shirou in completing their project. Lafia was just about to leave the forge when Shirou's urgent voice called out. Wait, Lafia. She stopped and turned, her light brown ponytail swaying slightly. Eh? What is it, Shirou? She asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Shirou approached with a serious expression. I just collected my payment a few days ago. If you need money to buy those materials, just take whatever you need from my drawer. It's in my room at Twilight Manor, he said firmly. But Lafia immediately waved her hand dismissively, shaking her head lightly. Oh, don't worry about that. I have my own money. I can handle this, she replied with a small smile. Shirou kept his gaze steady, then with a slightly pleading tone, said, Lafia, please. Consider it part of the production costs for our project. Use my money, okay? Lafia paused, then sighed with a slightly amused smile. All right, she said, finally conceding. But only 50%, okay? I'll cover the rest with my own. Shirou, who had been serious moments ago, couldn't help but smile faintly at her joke. In that case, don't forget to submit the financial report later, CFO Lafia, he replied, playing along. Lafia chuckled softly, then resumed her journey to Twilight Manor. As she walked, she murmured quietly to herself. He can be so serious about the smallest things, but that's part of his charm. With renewed enthusiasm, Lafia marched toward her destination, ready to take on her small mission. Carrying the large supporter bag that nearly covered half her petite frame, Lafia carefully made her way to Twilight Manor. The load wasn't too heavy, but the bag size was quite conspicuous. As she approached the manor's entrance, the creak of the large door opening from inside echoed, revealing 2 very familiar faces. Tiona walked out, slinging Urga over her shoulder, while Tioni followed, her kukris sheathed at her sides. Both of them looked ready for a major adventure. Tiona immediately greeted Lafia cheerfully when she was spotted standing at the door. Wow, perfect timing, Lafia, Tiona exclaimed with a wide grin. We're heading to the dungeon, and you look totally ready to be our supporter. Lafia quickly waved her hands in front of her, crossing her arms in an X to protest. And no, I can't. I'm on a super important secret mission, she stammered, looking flustered as she tried to explain without giving away too much. Tioni narrowed her eyes, her smile turning into a mischievous smirk. Oh, I know what your mission is. You're helping your crush, Shirou, aren't you? She teased mercilessly. WWHWH what? Lafia stammered, her voice a full octave higher than usual. I already told you, I don't like Shirou. You've misunderstood. Her face turned crimson, the blush even reaching the tips of her pointed ears. Tioni chuckled, tugging on her twin sister's hand. All right, let's not tease this lovebird anymore. Let's head out on our own. Fine, Tiona replied with a laugh, following Tioni toward the exit. But just before leaving, Tiona glanced back at Lafia and gave her a wide grin and a thumbs up. Lafia stood frozen at the doorway, the large bag in her hands feeling heavier than before. Do my feelings for Shirou really show that clearly? She wondered. Her face still burned as she resumed her steps toward her room, trying to ignore the relentless pounding of her heart. Climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor of Twilight Manor, Lafia carried the oversized supporter bag slung over her shoulder. Once she reached her room, she opened the door to find her roommate, Elfie, lounging lazily on the top bunk of their shared bed. Elfie seemed engrossed in a novel, occasionally yawning as though time itself were crawling for her. Glancing at the large bag Lafia carried, Elfie lowered her book and let out a big yawn. Lafia, we just got back from an expedition. You're so eager to work. Aren't you tired? Lafia offered a small smile and placed the bag on the floor. If I enjoy something, I never think of it as work, she replied lightly, heading toward the wardrobe in the corner of the room. Inside her wardrobe, a gray bow forged by Shirou the day before lay neatly stored. Lafia glanced at it briefly before opening the drawer below and retrieving her wallet. She began filling it with coins from a pile of valis in the drawer. 250,000 valis should be enough, Lafia murmured, counting out the sum. Elfie, still lounging on the top bunk, raised an eyebrow at the hefty amount. She said nothing, though, and returned her attention to her novel. Lafia closed the drawer, tidied up the wardrobe, and left the room, ready to head next door to Shirou's room. When Lafia opened the unlocked door to Shirou's room, her eyes fell on the simple yet tidy space. She paused for a moment, taking in how the room no longer resembled the storage area it once was. Everything was well organized, though sparse and devoid of decorations. The only notable feature was the battle gear hanging on the wall, a pair of daggers, simple armor, and the gray bow she had bought for Shirou when he first joined the Loki Familia. A warmth spread through Lafia's chest. Shirou appreciates everything I give him, no matter how simple or small. Even though his magecraft could produce far better equipment, he still kept her gifts neatly stored, never discarding or neglecting them. Lafia stepped towards Shirou's wardrobe and carefully opened it. Inside, she found a heavy coin pouch. She quickly counted its contents, then decided to take 250,000 valis from it. 250,000 from here, combined with my money, that makes 500,000 valis. That should be enough to buy all the forging materials, she murmured, solidifying her resolve. After double-checking everything, Lafia left Shirou's room with newfound determination. She was ready to continue her important mission of helping Shirou create something they could both be proud of. Lafia walked through the bustling streets of Orario, the large supporter bag hanging from her shoulder. The midday sun cast a gentle warmth over the lively scene, where adventurers and locals moved about. Dressed in a simple shirt, Lafia looked like any ordinary supporter. She felt at ease, confident that no one would recognize her as the Thousand Elf, a title she had earned upon reaching level 3 with her unique ability to replicate other elves' magic. But that thought was quickly proven wrong. Thousand Elf, a loud female voice called from behind her. Lafia stopped and turned, spotting a young elf with short pale green hair and bright blue eyes. The girl wore the distinctive green uniform of the Hostess of Fertility, instantly reminding Lafia of the place where Shirou often worked part-time. Dark blue eyes met light blue ones as Lafia smiled kindly. Yes? Can I help you? She asked softly. The girl gave a slight bow in greeting. My name is Ryu. I'm a colleague of Shirou Emiya at the Hostess of Fertility, she said, her voice calm, but carrying a notable presence. Oh, so you're Ryu, Lafia replied, trying to recall how Shirou had occasionally mentioned the name. She gave a small nod. Just call me Lafia. If you're Shirou's friend, that makes you my friend too. Ryu returned the nod. Thank you, Lafia. In that case, may I entrust you with a message for Shirou? Lafia smiled brightly. The chance to help Shirou was always something she welcomed. Of course. What message do you want me to deliver? Ryu's expression remained calm, but her tone carried a sharpness that was hard to ignore. Please tell Shirou that he must repay his debt immediately. I'll be waiting at the usual spot every morning. Lafia blinked in surprise at the statement. Shirou in debt? She couldn't imagine someone like Shirou having such a habit. A bit nervously, she offered. In that case, let me pay it now instead. How much is it? However, Ryu shook her head calmly. It's not a monetary debt, she replied succinctly, leaving a hint of mystery in her tone. Just make sure to pass along my message. Before Lafia could ask further, Ryu gave a small nod of gratitude. I appreciate it. Goodbye for now, Lafia, she said before turning and walking away with quiet grace toward the restaurant where she worked. Lafia stood in place for a moment, still processing the strange encounter. A debt? But not money? What does she mean? With lingering confusion, she continued on her way, determined to relay the message to Shirou later. After her brief conversation with Ryu, Lafia resumed her journey to the craftsmanship district of Orario. The large supporter bag slung across her back felt a bit cumbersome, but her determination remained strong. She decided to start her task with the simplest job, finding a craftsman who could make a saddle and handle grips to their specifications. Arriving at the district, Lafia stopped at a bustling corner filled with workshops and artisan shops. She opened her bag and took out a small saddle and a pair of handle grips that Shirou had previously projected. Staring at the items, Lafia mused. So, this is for sitting on the bike comfortably, and these are for gripping the handlebars. She ran her fingers over the smooth texture of the handle grips. Not wanting to waste time, Lafia stepped into a leatherworking shop that appeared busy. Inside, animal hides of various types and colors hung neatly on the walls, and the distinct scent of leather filled the room. An elderly man wearing a worn apron greeted her from behind a workbench. "How can I help you, young lady?" the man asked, his voice gruff but kind. Lafia nodded and placed the saddle and handle grips on the wooden table in front of him. "Could you make something like these?" "One saddle and a pair of handle grips." The man raised an eyebrow, studying the items with evident curiosity. He picked up the small saddle, turning it over in his hands. This is quite small. What's it for exactly?" he asked, then picked up the handle grips and inspected them closely. "And these? I've never seen anything like them before." Lafia offered a faint smile, avoiding giving too much away. "They're part of a special project. The important thing is, can you make them?" The man nodded slowly. "Of course, but I need to know, what kind of animal hide do you want these made from? I've got cowhide, deer hide, and even low-tier monster hides if you need something sturdier." Before the man could finish speaking, Lafia cut him off. "The best material you have. I want the result to be perfect," she replied firmly. The man chuckled. "The best material, huh? That would mean high-quality deer hide with a special protective layer. But it won't be cheap. For everything, the cost is 80,000 valis. I'll need half up front. The rest you can pay when it's ready this evening." Without hesitation, Lafia nodded, reached into her wallet, and pulled out 40,000 valis, handing it to the man. "No problem. I'll be back this evening to pick it up," she said with a smile. The man accepted the money, tucked it into a drawer, and nodded. "All right, young lady. Your order will be ready on time." Feeling relieved, Lafia left the shop, the large supporter bag neatly slung back over her shoulders. Her steps felt light, her mind filled with thoughts of how their bicycle project would soon come to fruition. One task down, a few more to go, she murmured to herself as she continued on her way. Outside the leatherworker's shop, Lafia pulled out the outer and inner tires from her supporter bag. She looked at them with confusion. "Where should I go to find a craftsman who can make something like this?" she muttered, furrowing her brow. She spent the afternoon wandering the craftsmanship district, visiting various shops and asking different artisans, from wheelwrights to rubber specialists and mechanical toolmakers. However, they all gave similar responses. "Sorry, we don't know how to make something like that," or "Never seen anything like it before." Each rejection made her steps feel heavier, and the sun began to dip westward, signaling the arrival of evening. With weary steps, Lafia finally decided to put the task on hold. "Maybe I can continue this tomorrow," she thought to herself. Shifting her focus, she headed to a blacksmith shop, hoping at least to purchase the iron rods they needed to forge other parts of the bicycle. Inside the shop, the clanging of metal and the sharp scent of heated steel greeted her. Behind a large wooden counter stood a middle-aged dwarf woman with short gray hair and muscular arms. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" the dwarf greeted in a heavy yet friendly voice. Lafia let out a long sigh before responding. "I'd like to order some iron rods for a forging project." The dwarf raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. "An elf doing forging? That's a rare sight. Don't your kind usually prefer clean and elegant work?" she said with a small laugh, her tone more teasing than mocking. "I'm helping a very dear friend," Lafia replied honestly, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Hearing this, a warm smile spread across the dwarf's face. "I like that answer. All right then, what kind of iron rods do you need?" After specifying the materials, Lafia hesitated before pulling out the tires she still held. "By the way, do you know of any craftsmen around here who could make something like this?" she asked, handing over the outer and inner tires. The dwarf took the items and examined them closely. She pressed the flexible inner tire gently, her curiosity piqued as she felt the air inside. "Huh, this thing, it feels like it's made from slime-like material. Very interesting. I might know someone who could try making it, but..." She paused, rubbing her chin with fingers smudged with iron dust. "Who? Could you introduce me to them?" Lafia asked, her excitement rekindled. Instead, the dwarf gave her a knowing smile and said, "How about you try making it yourself? If you succeed, I bet your friend will appreciate it even more." Lafia froze for a moment, then unconsciously pictured Shirou's warm smile if she managed to create the tires on her own. She nodded resolutely. "All right, I'll try," she said firmly. She carefully packed the tires back into her supporter bag, which was now much heavier after being loaded with the iron rods. After paying a total of 100,000 valis for her purchases, Lafia hoisted the heavy bag with great effort and exited the blacksmith shop. "This is going to be a challenge, but I won't give up," she muttered, trying to motivate herself. Shirou will definitely be proud. Chapter 92. In the late afternoon, Lafia finally arrived in front of the forge, panting heavily. The large supporter bag full of iron rods and other items had made the journey far more exhausting than she had anticipated. This is so heavy," she muttered, setting the bag down for a moment to catch her breath. But before she could knock, a harsh screech of metal sounded from inside the forge, making her sharp elven ears wince in pain. "What is that?" Lafia grimaced, covering her ears briefly before mustering the courage to open the door. As the door creaked open, the sight inside left her wide-eyed. Shirou stood near the workbench, wearing a protective iron mask and thick gloves. A fearsome tool emitted a bright blue flame in his hands, directed at the bicycle frame. The screeching sound came from the flame meeting the metal. "Hold on a moment," Shirou said without turning around, his voice muffled behind the mask. He remained focused on his task, carefully moving the tool along the metal joints. Lafia froze in the doorway, watching Shirou as he worked with such seriousness and skill. After a few minutes, Shirou turned off the tool and removed his mask. He inspected his work, closely examining the joints of the bicycle frame, which now looked sturdy. Almost done, he murmured to himself before noticing Lafia. "Oh, you're back." Lafia stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the bicycle frame in admiration. The handlebars were connected to the main frame, while other parts, like the front fork and rear wheel supports, were already taking shape. "What was that tool you just used?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "That's a welding torch," Shirou explained, holding the tool up for Lafia to see. "I projected it to weld the frame together. It's much easier than forging everything manually." Lafia nodded, though she didn't entirely understand how it worked. With a small smile, she took out the saddle and hand grips from her bag and handed them to Shirou. "Here, I got these from the leatherworker. I hope they'll work," she said. Shirou examined the saddle first, scrutinizing it. "Looks good," he remarked before attaching it to the bicycle frame. After a few small adjustments, the saddle fits perfectly. "Perfect. Thanks, Lafia," he said with a smile. However, when he tried to attach the hand grips to the handlebars, their sizes didn't match. Lafia's expression instantly turned anxious, her face paling. What, the size is wrong? I didn't know it would be like this," she stammered, panic creeping into her voice. Shirou raised a hand to calm her. "It's fine. I can adjust it." He closed his eyes briefly, channeling prana into his hands, and touched the hand grips. Using his alteration magecraft, he slightly resized the material of the hand grips until they fit the handlebars. Once done, he attached them with ease. "See? All fixed," he said, his tone calm and reassuring. Lafia let out a relieved sigh. "Good thing you have that trick," she said, her smile returning. Shirou nodded, giving the frame one more inspection. "I have to get creative if I want to replicate a factory-made bicycle. My tracing can't perfectly replicate mechanical engineering techniques, so I have to improvise a lot," he explained, his gaze full of determination as he touched the metal frame. A loud growl echoed from Lafia's stomach, breaking the silence in the forge. Her face turned bright red, her pointed ears twitching slightly in deep embarrassment. I think I forgot to eat lunch earlier," she said, fumbling for an excuse to cover her embarrassment. "I should have brought the lunch we prepared this morning," she muttered to herself. Shirou, who was still inspecting the bicycle frame, turned to her with a small smile. "It's all right," he said reassuringly, but suddenly, a similar sound came from him. He paused, then looked at Lafia with an innocent expression. "Looks like I forgot to eat, too," he joked with a shrug. Lafia couldn't hold back her laughter. "Shirou, how could you forget lunch?" she asked, still smiling but genuinely curious. Shirou rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "Actually, I was waiting for you to come back," he admitted. "I thought it would be nicer to eat together." Lafia paused, warmth spreading through her chest at his words. He always thinks about the little things. Shirou is always so thoughtful. A strange but pleasant sense of comfort washed over her, and her smile grew wider. "In that case, let's eat now," Lafia said cheerfully. She retrieved a small bag containing the lunch they had prepared that morning from near the door. "Come on, let's find a more comfortable spot outside," she suggested. Shirou nodded and followed Lafia out of the forge. They returned to a long bench under a shady tree, accompanied by the golden light of the setting sun. The cool evening breeze made the atmosphere feel serene. As they sat down, Shirou glanced at his hands. With a bit of concentration, the protective gloves he had been wearing faded away, dissolving into particles of prana that vanished. He then raised his hand and projected two simple cups, each sturdy yet intricately detailed, showcasing Shirou's mastery of magecraft. "Thank you, Shirou," Lafia said as she pulled out a small thermos from the lunch bag. She poured some orange juice into the cups and handed one to Shirou. "Here, drink this." Lafia took a sip of the orange juice. Her eyes widened slightly as the cold, refreshing taste hit her tongue. "It's still cold. Amazing," she remarked, impressed. "Even after almost an entire day." Shirou smiled at her reaction. "Don't rush, Lafia," he said calmly, taking a sip from his cup. They enjoyed the simple meal together, chatting casually, accompanied by the gentle evening breeze. For Lafia, moments like this felt special. Sitting with Shirou under the sunset, sharing food and stories, was a small but precious memory she would treasure in her heart. With their packed bread now spread between them, Lafia took a bite of one of the slices while glancing at Shirou. The evening breeze carried the sweet aroma of their bread, adding warmth to the atmosphere. "I'm sorry, Shirou," Lafia said softly, feeling a little guilty. "I couldn't find anyone who could make those tires. The only things I managed to get were the saddle and the hand grips." Shirou, chewing casually, immediately shook his head. "You don't need to apologize, Lafia," he replied sincerely. "What you've done is more than enough. I'm really grateful for that." Lafia gave a small smile, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Even so, Shirou, I feel like I need to do more. Don't worry, I'll figure out how to make the tires myself, she said with determination in her voice. Shirou set down his cup, looking at Lafia with concern. I don't want this to become too much of a burden for you, Lafia. You've already done so much. I can find another way, he said. But Lafia shook her head firmly. No, Shirou. This is our project together. I want to help see it through to the end. You can't stop me, she said, half joking but with unmistakable sincerity. Shirou couldn't help but be amused by Lafia's enthusiasm. All right, he relented. But I'm curious. How do you plan to make those tires? Lafia looked at him eagerly, sensing it was her moment to explain. Back when I was still in the school district, we had alchemy as one of our subjects. In fact, we once went on a field trip to Altina, the Center for Mages. That's where I learned the basics of alchemy and how certain materials can be manipulated. Shirou listened intently, surprised to learn that Lafia had a background in alchemy. Alchemy, huh? So, you're thinking of using that knowledge to make the tires? Lafia nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. Exactly. Earlier, when I was buying the iron rods, the dwarf receptionist at the shop gave me an idea. She mentioned that something similar to tire material might be made from slime remains. Even though she's never seen tires before, I think there's something there worth trying. Shirou leaned back on the bench, nodding thoughtfully. So, you're planning to experiment with slime remains? Exactly, Lafia said proudly. I'm confident I can transform it into a suitable raw material. But before that, I'll experiment with synthetic materials first. If that works, then I'll use actual slime remains. Shirou considered her plan for a moment before responding. In that case, just tell me the materials and alchemy tools you'll need. I can project them so we won't have to carry too many things around. Lafia's smile widened, feeling lighter with Shirou's offer of help. That's a great idea, Shirou. That way, I can focus on the experiments without worrying about moving heavy equipment. They exchanged smiles, feeling that their teamwork would lead this project to success. Though simple, the evening felt like an important step toward achieving their goal. After finishing the last bite of her bread, Lafia stood up energetically. Her face held a serious expression, like an executive preparing to deliver an important report. She even theatrically adjusted her hair before looking at Shirou, who was still sitting casually on the bench. All right, Shirou, we're going to have a financial meeting for our bicycle project. Imagine I'm the CFO of a prestigious company, she declared, raising her chin. Shirou stifled a small chuckle and adjusted his seating position as if preparing to listen to an important professional briefing. All right, Madam CFO, I'm ready to hear your report, he replied with mock seriousness. Lafia nodded firmly, picking a small leaf from the tree above them and pretending it was an imaginary ledger. First, let's discuss the budget. The initial capital for this project consists of contributions from both of us, each amounting to 250,000 valis. So our total capital is 500,000 valis, Shirou answered, following Lafia's playful rhythm. Exactly, Lafia said, pleased, then continued. Now, let's review today's expenses. The cost for the saddle and hand grips was 80,000 valis. Then, the iron rods I bought earlier cost 100,000 valis. So our total expenses so far are 180,000 valis, Shirou answered in a half-serious tone. Lafia nodded dramatically as if hearing a brilliant response from an investor. Correct. That leaves us with a remaining budget of 320,000 valis, enough to continue our project to the next phase. Shirou leaned back slightly, observing Lafia, who was so deeply immersed in her role. In that case, how about you use the remaining funds for your own needs, he suggested. Lafia shook her head quickly, mimicking the gesture of an executive rejecting an unreasonable proposal. That's impossible. As the CFO of this project, I'm fully responsible for managing our funds. The remaining money will be used for the next phase of the project, she declared firmly, fully immersed in her professional role. Shirou smiled slightly and raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, Madam CFO. In that case, don't forget to keep proper records so everything's transparent, he teased. Lafia broke into a wide grin, momentarily dropping her act to return to her cheerful self. Of course, I'll document everything. Our project has to succeed, she exclaimed enthusiastically before sitting back down beside Shirou, her expression satisfied as if she had just completed an important task. As dawn began to break, the gentle sunlight filtered into the cool underground corridors of the Loki Familia Manor. Lafia and Shirou stood in front of a large, sturdy door reinforced with thick steel, clearly guarding the Familia's valuable treasures. Lafia looked busy, fumbling with a massive keyring holding dozens of keys. Her hands worked to try each one in the door's lock, her lips moving in frustrated murmurs. Not this one. Ugh, not this one either, Lafia muttered, biting her lip as she inspected the next key. Her face flushed slightly red with frustration. Shirou, standing casually beside her with his arms folded, watched the scene with a small smile. When did you prepare all those keys? He asked curiously. Without turning, Lafia answered quickly. I borrowed them from Captain Finn last night. Her tone was flat, though it was clear her patience with the stubborn door was wearing thin. Shirou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the backstory. Finn just handed them over to you? He asked, sounding a bit surprised. Lafia paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and sighed. Not at first. I tried explaining to Captain Finn that this was for my secret project, but he just looked at me like I was planning something ridiculous. She let out a long sigh and continued trying the keys. He said I shouldn't mess around with access to the storage room. Shirou suppressed a small chuckle. But you still got the keys in the end, didn't you? Yeah, but only after I told him this secret project was something I was working on with you. Lafia replied, finally finding the right key and turning the doorknob with a satisfying click. She turned to Shirou with a mix of exasperation and amusement. As soon as he heard your name, he changed his mind immediately. He even said, if Shirou's involved, I'm sure it's not a bad idea. You know, he trusts you more than me, and I've been in this familia longer than you. Shirou gave a small, sheepish smile, scratching the back of his head. Maybe Finn knows you tend to be impulsive, he teased. Lafia glared at him and gave him a light punch on the arm. Impulsive? What part of this is impulsive? This is our project. Though her tone sounded annoyed, a small smile played on her lips. All right. Shirou relented with a soft laugh. At least now we can get inside and grab what we need. Lafia nodded eagerly, pushing the large door open slowly to reveal a room filled with tools, materials, and treasures belonging to the Loki familia. Come on, Shirou. It's time for us to begin the next chapter of this secret project, she declared, her fiery determination reignited. The tranquil dawn enveloped them as Shirou and Lafia stepped into the underground storage room of the Loki familia's treasure vault. Dim light from magical lamps hanging from the ceiling cast a magical glow. The cold air carried the distinct aroma of aged wood and metal. Solid stone walls surrounded them, radiating a sense of security and endurance. As they walked toward the counter, Shirou recalled the incident a few days earlier when he collected his reward here. The faces of Raoul and Aki, who were on guard duty, came to mind. But this time, the room was silent, with no guards present. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed softly in the vast space. Lafia reached the counter and immediately realized her mistake. She smacked her forehead in frustration. Oh no, I forgot. The drop item we're looking for is in another room behind that door, she groaned, pointing to a large door on the other side of the room. Which means I'll have to go through all the keys again. Shirou, standing nearby, raised his hand to offer help. In that case, let me handle it. Lafia stepped back, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. What are you planning to do? Without answering, Shirou approached the door she had indicated. He placed his hand on the handle and activated structural analysis. A gentle flow of prana emanated from his hand, scanning the locking mechanism within the door. Got it, he murmured softly. Shirou then projected a plain key into his hand. Lafia watched with sparkling eyes as the key slowly reshaped itself through alteration to fit the lock's mechanism. Once it was ready, Shirou inserted the key into the lock and turned it effortlessly, the door opening with a quiet click. Voila, Shirou said casually, glancing at Lafia. Lafia crossed her arms, her gaze filled with protest. Why didn't you do that earlier? I wouldn't have needed to go through all the trouble of borrowing these keys from Finn. Shirou sighed and offered a small smile. Lafia, if you hadn't officially borrowed the keys and we just walked in like this, we could have been accused of theft. Lafia frowned and let out a small huff. Yeah, you're right. But still, I feel like I've wasted so much time. Shirou chuckled softly. At least we're here now. Let's find what we need. The drop item storage room was lined with neatly arranged wooden shelves, each filled with various materials obtained from the dungeon. Shirou walked slowly, examining each shelf carefully. The dim light from the magical lamps on the walls cast shadows that seemed to make the items on the shelves come alive, adding a mysterious atmosphere to the room. In the middle of their search, Lafia let out a small exclamation. Shirou, over here. She had found a shelf containing slime carcasses. Carefully, she picked up one of the slime remains. However, the sticky material quickly spread to her hands and even clung to the edge of her shirt. Ugh, this is so sticky, Lafia complained, trying to keep the slime carcass away from her body, but only making the situation messier. Slime residue clung everywhere, making her look like she'd just fought a slimy monster. Seeing this, Shirou couldn't help but smile. You look like you've just wrestled a living puddle, he said, amused. He projected a small pouch from his prana and handed it to Lafia. Use this to store the slime. At least it'll save your clothes from total destruction. Lafia accepted the pouch with a scowl. Thanks, though it's a bit late, she muttered as she stuffed the slime carcass into the bag. Before she could finish, however, Shirou stopped her hand. Wait a moment, Shirou said, focusing his concentration. He used tracing on the slime carcass, carefully copying its structure so he could project it later when making the tire. Once finished, he nodded. All right, you can store it now. Lafia raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment before speaking. Hey, Shirou, you should copy all the drop items here. That way, if we need something later, we won't have to come back here. Shirou glanced at Lafia and nodded in agreement. Good idea. That'll be more efficient. He began scanning the shelves, using tracing to replicate various drop items. From early dungeon monster drops like Kobold Nail, Goblin Fong, and Orc Hide to rarer items from deeper floors like Black Rhino's Horn, Spartoi Bone, and Valgang Dragon Parts, Fangs and Scales. All were copied meticulously. Done yet? Lafia asked, watching Shirou as he worked diligently. Almost, Shirou replied without looking up, ensuring every copy was stored perfectly in his reality marble. Just a few more seconds. Once he finished, Shirou straightened up and reported, all done. We've got backups of everything now. Lafia smiled in satisfaction. Awesome. Let's get out of here to continue our preparation. Agreed, Shirou replied, glancing at the shelves they had thoroughly searched. Chapter 93. After exiting the item drop room, Shirou turned the key he had projected into the door until he heard a soft click. He made sure the door was securely locked before converting the key back into prana. However, Lafia, who had been waiting behind the counter with her hands on her hips, immediately greeted him in a playful tone. Hey, locksmith. Next, please open the equipment room. Hurry up, we don't have all day. Shirou chuckled softly and shrugged. Looks like I've got a new job, he said as he approached the equipment room door. He placed his hand on the doorknob and performed structural analysis again, quickly scanning the lock mechanism. After that, he projected a plain key, using alteration to make it fit the keyhole. Within seconds, the door opened easily. After you, Miss Lafia, Shirou said, holding the door wide open. Lafia stepped inside enthusiastically, even though her shirt was still damp and sticky from the earlier slime carcass. Thanks, locksmith, she muttered with a wry smile before investigating the room's contents. Shirou followed, his eyes drawn to the various racks filled with combat equipment. The room was packed with weapons, armor, shields, and other gear, neatly organized by category. The sharp scent of metal filled the air, mingling with the smell of freshly tanned leather from some of the camping equipment. From a distance, Shirou touched a sword on one of the racks and used tracing. He quickly realized that most of the equipment here was crafted by artisans from the Goibniu and Hephaestus Familia, two renowned groups known for their high-quality goods. Impressive, he murmured softly, admiring the detail and precision of the items. Meanwhile, Lafia continued searching for something at the back of the room. Found it at last, she exclaimed, pointing to a small rack in the corner that seemed untouched for a long time. The rack contained alchemy equipment, though it looked a bit dusty. Shirou approached, observing what Lafia had found. This seems like it hasn't been used in a while, he commented, touching one of the small bottles filled with a strange liquid. True, Lafia replied as she dusted off the tools. But this is more than enough for what we need. I'll use these tools for the slime experiment later. Shirou nodded. All right, let me copy all of this first. He began using tracing on each piece of alchemy equipment, tubes, burners, mortars and pestles, and various bottles of liquids. He meticulously copied every detail, ensuring that if Lafia needed them later, he could project them without having to return to this room. Once finished, Shirou turned to Lafia. Everything's ready. We can start the experiment whenever you're prepared. Lafia smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Great. Then let's get out of here before someone notices we've been inside too long. After they exited the equipment room, Shirou locked the door again with his projected key before dissolving it back into prana. The locksmith's job is done, he said with a small grin. Lafia chuckled lightly before walking ahead of Shirou toward the exit of the underground storage room. This time, it was Lafia's turn to take out her keychain and lock the main storage door. She did so deftly, then let out a long sigh once her task was complete. Once outside, Lafia glanced at her damp shirt and wrinkled her nose. Ugh, this is disgusting, she complained, lifting one end of her now sticky white shirt, which was covered in slime residue. Look, Shirou, she said, showing him the stains with a slight pout. Shirou glanced at Lafia and, for a moment, noticed that her white shirt had become transparent, faintly revealing a pink bra underneath. He immediately felt awkward, clearing his throat softly to mask his surprise. Lafia, maybe you should change your clothes first, he suggested calmly, though he slightly turned his face to avoid staring longer. Let me carry the bag. You must be uncomfortable. Lafia stared at Shirou with a confused expression for a moment before realizing what he meant. Her face turned bright red. You're right. I didn't even notice, she said sheepishly, handing the slime bag to Shirou. Thanks for telling me. I'll change in my room. Wait for me outside the manor, okay? Shirou nodded as he took the slime bag from Lafia. Sure. Take your time. I'll wait, he replied with a faint smile. After Lafia hurried to her room upstairs, Shirou shook his head while looking at the slime bag in his hand. How careless of her, he muttered. He then headed to the kitchen to grab the lunch he had prepared earlier. His face still bore a small smile, though his mind was slightly troubled by the earlier incident. In the kitchen, Shirou opened the cupboard and took out the lunch he had prepared. 2 lunch boxes contained mushroom fried rice, their aroma already wafting out as he lifted them. He also grabbed a thermos filled with iced tea, making sure the lid was tightly sealed to keep the drink fresh. The lunch boxes, thermos, and the slightly sticky slime bag were carefully placed into a medium-sized bag that he now carried on his back. Leaving the kitchen, Shirou walked through the manor hallway, now bathed in the morning sunlight. Fresh air greeted him as he stepped out the front door. He stood in the manor's courtyard, watching the sun peek over the horizon. The sky was a soft orange, and the morning atmosphere was peaceful, accompanied only by the chirping of birds. Not long after, Shirou heard light footsteps approaching. Lafia emerged from the manor door with a small jog, now wearing a dark-colored shirt clearly chosen to avoid transparency like before. She smiled brightly, though her face was slightly flushed from remembering the earlier incident. "I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I?" she asked, wiping a bit of sweat from her forehead. Shirou shook his head casually. "No, you're right on time. So, are you ready to continue our project?" "Absolutely," Lafia replied with a smile. They began walking together toward the forge located behind the manor. Their steps were accompanied by a light conversation about how bright the morning was, though Lafia occasionally threw in small jokes about the wet shirt incident, making Shirou smile. Upon arriving at the forge, the room was already filled with the familiar scents of iron and wood. The morning sunlight streamed through a small window, adding warmth to the atmosphere. On the main work table, the nearly completed frame of a bicycle stood sturdy. The metallic sheen reflected the light, making Shirou feel satisfied with their progress so far. However, Lafia walked over to another table in the corner. "Shirou, I'll start preparing the experiment with this slime. Can you project the alchemy tools we took earlier?" Shirou nodded. "Of course." He set his bag on the floor and then stood in front of the empty table. With full concentration, he summoned each piece of alchemy equipment he had traced earlier. A test tube appeared, followed by a crucible, tongs, a mortar and pestle, and various other small tools. Each item was neatly placed on the table, ensuring everything was ready for use. Lafia watched with sparkling eyes. "Thanks, Shirou. This makes things much easier than carrying everything by hand." Shirou smiled faintly as he adjusted his bag. "Glad to help. So, what's the first step for this experiment?" he asked, looking at Lafia, who already seemed full of enthusiasm in front of her alchemy tools. Lafia stood in front of her alchemy table, directing her gaze at Shirou. "Shirou, can you project the slime carcass next to these tools? I want to start the experiment right away," she requested eagerly. Shirou nodded and raised his hand. However, instead of immediately summoning the slime carcass, he first projected a large bucket. The bucket appeared with a soft sound, and Shirou promptly projected the slime carcass into it. The green, slimy mass filled the bucket, wobbling slightly as if still alive before finally settling. Lafia looked at the bucket with a slightly disgusted expression. "I'll use the slime from your projection for the initial experiment. Once I've figured out the right way to turn it into tire material, we'll use the real slime from the bag," she said, pointing to the bag on the floor. Shirou smiled faintly. "All right, but if you need more slime, just call me. And, Lafia, be careful not to get wet like this morning." However, instead of heeding his advice, Lafia scooped up a handful of slime from the bucket with her bare hands. Her face showed a mix of bravery and disgust. With a quick motion, she smeared the slime on her own shirt. "If I'm going to get dirty anyway, I might as well get used to it," she said jokingly. Shirou was startled. "Wait, are you serious?" he asked, his eyes widening slightly. Lafia nodded confidently. "Of course. Look at this." She puffed out her chest toward Shirou, showing her dark-colored shirt smeared with slime. "At least this shirt isn't see-through now, right?" she joked with a small laugh, trying to mask her awkwardness. Shirou watched her for a moment, and although her shirt wasn't transparent, the wet slime made the fabric clinging tightly to her body. Her silhouette was more visible, and Lafia's chest, quite large for an elf, was now more pronounced. In his mind, he couldn't help but compare it to the size of Sakura's chest, his junior from the past, who had a similar build. However, he quickly dismissed the perverted thought, feeling it was inappropriate in this situation. Trying to keep Lafia from feeling awkward, Shirou shifted his attention. "All right, then I'll continue forging the bike parts over there," he said, pointing to the work table on the other side of the room. Lafia nodded without suspicion. "Okay, if you have any ideas about the bike design, let me know, too," she said, refocusing on the bucket of slime in front of her. Shirou smiled faintly before walking over to his work table and letting Lafia immerse herself in her alchemy experiment. Lafia began her experiment by taking the bicycle tire left in the forge the previous day. She slowly opened the supporter bag where the tire was stored and took out both the outer and inner tires. She felt the surface of the outer tire, noting its rough yet elastic texture, which felt strong under her fingers. Then, she pressed the inner tube, feeling the soft pressure beneath her fingertips. The outer tire seems easier to recreate," she murmured, placing the tire under the alchemy table. Lafia decided to focus on experimenting with the outer tire material first, as it seemed simpler than trying to replicate the inner tube, which required a balance of air pressure. Lafia stood upright for a moment, her mind drifting to memories of learning alchemy in the school district. She recalled her alchemy teacher, an old sorcerer who always began experiments by chanting a spell to activate a magic circle. The teacher never completed the chant, but only summoned enough energy to create the circle beneath him. Lafia smiled faintly. Then I'll try it too, she said to herself. With a slow breath, she began chanting softly but with full concentration. I wish upon the name of Wish. Ancestors of the forest, proud brethren, answer my call and come to the plains. Connecting bonds, the pledge of paradise. Her chant stopped there. Lafia didn't intend to fully summon her elf ring. Instead, she directed her energy to form a glowing golden magic circle beneath her feet. The light slowly expanded, surrounding her alchemy table with intricate patterns that shimmered like intertwined tree roots. The sound of metal clinking from the other side of the room stopped. Shirou, who was forging a metal bar into a petal shape, turned to Lafia with a raised eyebrow. What are you doing, Lafia? He asked curiously. Hee. Lafia giggled softly, feeling satisfied with the result. I'm using my magic circle to make it easier to apply alchemy to the slime carcass later, she replied confidently. Shirou nodded, intrigued by Lafia's method. That's an interesting technique. Where did you learn it? Of course, from my school days, Lafia answered with a proud smile. Our alchemy teacher was amazing, and I'm adapting their methods for my experiment. Shirou smiled faintly before refocusing on his work. All right, good luck. If you need help, just call me, he said, returning to forging the petal with concentration. Meanwhile, Lafia took a deep breath, ready to proceed with the next step in her alchemy experiment. The glowing golden magic circle around Lafia's alchemy table gave her confidence. Though she knew her magical abilities couldn't compare to Shirou's structural analysis, the circle was helpful. The energy from the circle made Lafia more sensitive to subtle changes in the materials she was working with, a crucial advantage in alchemy experiments. On the table, Lafia began working with the tools Shirou had projected. First, she took a glass retort and poured a transparent liquid she had prepared earlier into it. She added flakes of the projected slime carcass into the liquid and then used a metal stirring rod to mix the ingredients. Slowly, she heated it with a small blue flame from a burner. Must be careful, she murmured softly, trying to maintain focus. Thin smoke rose from the retort, leaving a sharp acidic smell. The liquid in the retort turned a deep green, indicating that the initial reaction was proceeding as planned. However, problems arose when Lafia tried to pour the liquid into a flat mold to form an elastic layer. When the liquid cooled, instead of forming a solid, flexible material like an outer tire, it cracked like brittle glass. Failed again. Lafia groaned in frustration. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, trying to maintain her concentration to keep the magic circle active. She repeated the process several times. This time, Lafia adjusted the temperature more carefully. She added additional ingredients from small vials, hoping for a more stable chemical reaction. However, the results were still disappointing. Each time the liquid cooled, it didn't meet her expectations, sometimes too hard, sometimes too sticky. As time passed and the sun rose higher, fatigue began to set in for Lafia. Her energy was drained from maintaining the magic circle and focusing intensely on each step of the experiment. She lowered her head, staring at the pile of failed attempts on the table, feeling desperate. Can I really do this? She whispered to herself, almost giving up. However, when she lifted her head, her gaze fell on Shirou. Shirou stood tall on the other side of the forge, his body moving consistently as he forged. Sweat dripped down his face, but he remained focused. The rhythmic clanging of the hammer against metal served as a reminder that hard work never goes to waste. Shirou didn't complain, even though his work seemed exhausting. He simply continued his task with unwavering determination. Seeing Shirou's spirit, Lafia's heart stirred again. If Shirou can keep working hard without giving up, then I should too. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to rise again. This time, she approached the experiment with more meticulous care. Lafia adjusted the amount of materials she used, changing the proportions of slime liquid and additional ingredients. She slowed down the heating process and ensured the temperature remained stable. Every step was done carefully, ensuring no mistakes. The magic circle beneath her feet grew weak and chain. Lafia didn't care. With burning determination, she pressed on. Finally, after hours of trying, Lafia stared at her final result with sparkling eyes. On the flat mold, a black, elastic layer had formed. Its texture resembled the outer tire she had studied earlier, flexible, strong, and with the desired durability. I did it, Lafia exclaimed enthusiastically, lifting the layer from the mold. Her smile was wide, her eyes shining with pride that was hard to hide. She glanced at Shirou, who had paused from his work, turning to her with a faint smile. Great job, Lafia. I knew you could do it, Shirou said calmly. The clanging of his hammer stopped briefly, paying tribute to Lafia's hard work. With a light heart, Lafia wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling that all her efforts had paid off. This was just the beginning, but this small success was proof that she had the potential to go further. Shirou stepped closer, examining Lafia's successful experiment. He touched the newly completed elastic layer, and then quickly activated his structural analysis. His gaze focused as if assessing every tiny detail invisible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, he nodded slowly, looking satisfied. Good work, Lafia, Shirou praised with a faint smile. The structure is stable. Now it's time to try using the real slime, and this time in larger quantities. Lafia hid her fatigue behind a cheerful smile. Ready? Captain, she exclaimed, trying to sound enthusiastic even though the magic circle she had maintained since earlier was starting to drain her energy. Shirou observed her face for a moment, then frowned slightly. Lafia, he said softly but firmly. If you're feeling too tired, we can continue later after resting. I don't want you to push yourself. However, Lafia quickly shook her head. It's fine, Shirou. This time the process is simpler. I know the steps, so I can do it faster. Really, it's no problem, she said with a reassuring smile. Shirou stared at her for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. All right if you're sure. But if you feel unable to continue, just say so. Lafia smiled brightly and immediately took the bag of real slime from the bag Shirou had brought earlier. She poured the slime into a measuring container, this time in a much larger quantity than in previous experiments. While holding the container, Lafia carefully noted the ratios of additional ingredients, ensuring everything remained balanced as in the earlier trials. With full concentration, Lafia began her alchemy process. She poured the slime into a large retort, adding the catalyst liquid slowly, while continuously stirring with a metal rod. The blue flame beneath the retort burned steadily, heating the mixture to the right temperature. The acidic smell filled the air again, but Lafia remained calm. The golden magic circle beneath her feet glowed brightly, emitting energy that helped strengthen her control over the complex chemical process. With a gentle flow of energy, Lafia felt the slime changing. The thick liquid began to solidify, transforming into a more solid, yet still elastic material. However, maintaining the magic circle while controlling the temperature and mixing the ingredients required full concentration. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, but Lafia remained focused. With trembling hands, she poured the material from the retort into a second mixing container to perfect its texture. Just a little more, Lafia murmured to herself, motivating herself to hold on. Finally, after several tense minutes, Lafia let out a relieved sigh. The elastic liquid she had created was ready to be poured. She turned to Shirou, who had prepared a round mold shaped like a tire that he had projected earlier. I'm done, Lafia said with a proud smile, though her face showed signs of exhaustion. Shirou nodded, appreciating her hard work. Great job, Lafia. Now let's pour it into this mold. Carefully, Lafia poured the elastic material into the round mold. Shirou helped ensure the mold was evenly filled. As they completed the process, Lafia stepped back slightly, looking at their work with satisfaction. This looks more perfect, Shirou said, giving a nod of approval. You've really done an amazing job today. Lafia smiled weakly, but happily. Thank you, Shirou. I couldn't have done it without your help. Shirou simply smiled and said, this is all thanks to your hard work. Now how about we take a break? You must need some time to recover your energy. Lafia chuckled softly, finally agreeing. I think that's a good idea. Chapter 94. After a lunch break outside the forge, Lafia and Shirou returned inside. The warm midday sun that had touched their skin was replaced by the coolness of metal and the distinct scent of freshly forged iron. Shirou deftly placed the empty lunch boxes and the thermos they had used into the bag he had been carrying. Meanwhile, Lafia stood near Shirou's work table, her eyes fixed on the bicycle frame that now looked more complete. She approached the bike with curiosity. The pedals and gears were neatly installed, adding a sense of sturdiness to the previously bare metal frame. We've come this far, huh? Lafia murmured softly, her voice almost drowned out by the silence of the forge. Shirou, who had finished tidying up his bag, also approached. He looked at the bike with a satisfied, yet serious expression. Almost done, he said. Now all that's left is the chain, brakes, and wheel rims. Lafia watched Shirou, who was so calm and skilled, then lowered her head, feeling that her efforts paled in comparison to what Shirou had accomplished. You know, she said quietly, it feels like I'm not really helping much. You could probably finish all of this without me. Shirou turned to her and shook his head firmly. No, Lafia, he said seriously. I couldn't have made this bike without your help. In fact, I want to show you just how important your role here is. His words made Lafia lift her head, her blue eyes filled with curiosity. Really, she asked. Shirou walked over to the mold containing the outer tire made from Lafia's experiment. Carefully, he lifted the dried but still rough and plain outer tire from the mold with his right hand. At the same time, he grabbed a factory-made bicycle tire he had projected earlier from under Lafia's alchemy table with his left hand. Look at this, Shirou said, holding up both tires for Lafia to see. He focused on the factory-made tire in his left hand, activating structural analysis. His eyes glowed briefly as he analyzed the structure and composition of the tire down to the smallest detail. Once finished, he shifted his focus to the rough slime tire. In a soft but firm voice, he used alteration magecraft, applying the blueprint from the factory tire to transform the plain tire into an exact replica of the one in his left hand. In an instant, the plain tire changed shape, its rough surface became smooth, and its texture and details now resemble the factory tire. Done, Shirou said, spinning the tire in his hand to check its precision. Lafia stared at the result with her mouth slightly open. Wow, she murmured in admiration. But then she lowered her head slightly, her expression turning sad. If you can do that, why didn't you just use your magecraft on the slime earlier? Why did I have to go through all the trouble of making the raw material? Shirou smiled faintly and placed the tire on the table. It's because I can't, he answered honestly yet warmly. My alteration ability has limits. I can't directly turn a slime carcass into a tire like this. But your alchemy experiment, Lafia, is the key to all of this. You're the one who managed to turn the slime into a usable material. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to finish this. Lafia looked at him, her blue eyes shimmering. Shirou's words were so sincere that they warmed her chest, even though she was still a bit tired. Thank you, Lafia, Shirou added, smiling at her with a warm and appreciative smile. Seeing that smile, Lafia felt something she couldn't quite put into words. This is all I need, she smiled. If this is the result of all the hard work I've put in, then I'm satisfied. She returned Shirou's smile softly, feeling that her efforts had finally paid off. Yash, Lafia clapped her hands enthusiastically, trying to shake off the fatigue that had been haunting her. Time to try again, she declared loudly, her eyes shining with determination. In the corner of the room, Shirou, who had gone back to check the temperature of the metal in the forge, looked up and smiled at Lafia's enthusiasm before refocusing on his work. Lafia crouched beside her alchemy table, picking up a factory-made inner tube stored underneath. Carefully, she felt the elastic texture of the material between her fingers, trying to understand the properties she needed to replicate. I need to increase elasticity without sacrificing strength, she murmured to herself. She racked her brain, thinking about the slime ratio that might work for the next experiment. After formulating a plan, Lafia raised her hand, pointing it at the floor beneath the table. In a soft but firm voice, she began chanting, I wish upon the name of Wish. Ancestors of the forest, proud brethren, answer my call and come to the plains. Connecting bonds, the pledge of paradise. The golden magic circle reappeared, glowing softly beneath her feet, surrounding the alchemy table with a magical radiance. Lafia began working, pouring the prepared slime into an alchemy vessel, and then adding a carefully adjusted mixture of catalyst liquid. She turned the extraction lever carefully, listening to the soft tick-tick-tick of the device. She watched as the material changed shape, its color slightly darker than in previous experiments. Good, she whispered, her eyes fixed on the reaction process in front of her. However, when the final product came out, Lafia frowned. The material was too flexible. She tried pulling it, and it stretched like chewing gum. This is too weak, she said, feeling disappointed. But her curiosity outweighed her frustration. She took a small piece of the slime and blew into it gently. Quickly, the material expanded into a shiny balloon. Across the room, Shirou, who was connecting the bike chain, glanced at Lafia. Seeing the girl engrossed in playing with the slime balloon, he smiled faintly, amused by her antics. You're like a child, Lafia, he teased lightly. Lafia turned to him with the now fairly large slime balloon in her hands. This is too weak for an inner tube. But at least, maybe it can be used as a toy, she said, laughing softly as she continued blowing up the balloon. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed through the room as the slime balloon burst, startling Lafia and making her jump back slightly. Her face immediately turned red, and she gave an awkward smile to Shirou. Hee, at least this material has another function, she said, trying to console herself. Shirou paused his work for a moment, approaching with a soft smile. If you make a bigger and stronger balloon, Lafia, it could become a hot air balloon, he said, trying to cheer her up. Lafia looked at him in confusion, tilting her head slightly. Hot air balloon? What's that? Shirou smiled faintly, then explained in a warm tone. In my world, hot air balloons are flying devices. They're made from materials strong enough to hold hot air. With the hot air generated, the balloon can lift a large basket and carry people into the sky. It feels like floating on the wind. Lafia's eyes widened as she listened to the explanation. Flying in the sky? That sounds amazing, she said excitedly. She stared at the slime material in front of her, her mind spinning with new possibilities. I want to try it. However, Shirou raised a hand, signaling for Lafia to calm down. Wait a minute, he said. We need to stay focused. The inner tube is the top priority. The hot air balloon can be the next project after this is done. Lafia nodded, her enthusiasm still high. All right, Captain, she said with a wide smile. With renewed energy, she returned to her alchemy table, ready for the next experiment. Amid the clinking of metal that accompanied the forge's atmosphere, Lafia remained busy with her experiment at the alchemy table. She repeated the same process, this time more careful with the slime and catalyst ratios. After the result came out, she blew into the material with hope, but more often than not, it either burst or failed to expand at all. She sighed deeply but then puffed out her cheeks with renewed determination. All right, one more time. I can do it. From a distance, Shirou, who was checking the alignment of the bike's wheel rims, stole a glance at Lafia. He couldn't help but smile as he watched the girl act like a child playing, especially when Lafia blew up a small slime balloon and popped it with a disappointed expression. You're so persistent, Lafia, he murmured softly, his voice almost drowned out by the sound of the forge's fire. By late afternoon, Lafia finally succeeded in creating a material that she felt was close to her expectations. This time, when she blew into the result of her experiment, the material expanded into a sturdy, elastic balloon. Lafia's face shone with triumph. Finally, she exclaimed enthusiastically. She picked up the factory-made inner tube from under the table, comparing it to her own creation. It felt like the material she had made was now almost on par. She brought her creation to Shirou, who was working on the bike's wheel rims. Shirou, I did it, she called out, holding the material like a trophy. Shirou turned, leaving his work for a moment. He took the material from Lafia's hands and examined it with interest. All right, let me check, he said, closing his eyes briefly. Vroom, his magecraft energy enveloped the material as he used structural analysis. When he finished, Shirou opened his eyes, a faint smile on his face. Great work, Lafia. This is almost perfect. Hearing the praise, Lafia felt her heart skip a beat. The young elf's cheeks turned red, but she could only laugh softly to mask her joy. If it's like this, I can become even better just to earn his praise, she thought, imagining Shirou's smile every time she succeeded. Shirou handed the material back to Lafia, patting her shoulder gently. Now, use the real material. I'm sure you can do it, he said confidently. All right, Lafia replied enthusiastically. She took the bag of real slime from the table. With more practiced movements, she began the alchemy process again. Her hands moved deftly, pouring the catalyst with precision while keeping the magic circle stable. The golden glow of her magic circle seemed brighter, as if supporting Lafia. When the final material was ready, Lafia blew into it once more, and this time the result was perfect. She laughed softly, feeling relieved and proud. Shirou, I'm done. This material is ready to use. Shirou, who had just finished installing the bike chain, approached, carrying a special mold he had prepared earlier. Good. Pour the material into this mold, he said, handing the inner tube-shaped mold to Lafia. Carefully, Lafia poured the material into the mold. The process required concentration to ensure the material was evenly distributed. When she finished, she let out a relieved sigh, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Now we just have to wait for it to dry, she said with a smile. Shirou nodded in satisfaction. Great job, Lafia. With this, the bike is one step closer to completion. Lafia then sat on a small wooden chair not far from the alchemy table, watching Shirou as he busied himself installing the bike's brakes. The soft clinking of metal echoed each time Shirou tightened a bolt or adjusted a cable. His deft hands moved with focus, making Lafia feel amazed. He's really meticulous, she thought, resting her chin on her hand. Done, Shirou said suddenly, snapping Lafia out of her reverie. He clapped his hands to dust off the metal shavings. Now all that's left is to install the wheels, he added, glancing at the two-wheel rims lying on the floor. Lafia followed his gaze and immediately understood. The last step, right? Because the tires need to be installed first, Lafia said, half asking. Shirou nodded. Exactly. Then, let's check if the tire material has dried, he said, walking over to the table where the inner tube mold had been left to dry. He touched the material, confirming its texture was solid. Seems ready, he said with satisfaction. Shirou picked up a factory-made inner tube from under the table and held it in one hand while the other hand held the slime inner tube. With a familiar motion, he focused his energy. Trace on, he murmured softly. A soft light enveloped the slime's inner tube, gradually altering its texture until it resembled the factory-made one. However, as Shirou held the tire, he noticed something. It still feels a bit soft, he commented, lifting the inner tube for a closer inspection. Then let me blow it up. Lafia immediately volunteered enthusiastically, standing up from her chair. Shirou stifled a laugh, the corner of his lips curling up. You want to blow up this inner tube? He asked, amused. Lafia nodded firmly, though her face turned slightly red as Shirou seemed entertained by her offer. Why yes, I can do it, she replied with confidence. Shirou simply smiled. All right, but I have a more efficient way. He took out a valve he had prepared and attached it to the inner tube. With smooth movements, he inserted the inner tube into the outer tire, making sure everything was neatly fitted. Then, he projected a small pump, which he immediately used to fill the tire with air. Uft, HSSS. HSSS. The sound of air flowing into the tire filled the room as Lafia watched curiously. When Shirou finished, he pressed the tire with his hand, ensuring the pressure was just right. Lafia also touched the tire, feeling its texture. Wow, this feels no different from a factory-made tire, she said in awe, her eyes sparkling. And that's why our brand is Faker. Shirou said with a small grin. He lifted the tire and began installing it onto the wheel frame. Faker is a fitting name. Lafia smiled faintly, slightly amused by the name. She helped Shirou install both wheels, now equipped with tires, onto the bike frame. They worked with enthusiasm, and finally, the bike stood complete with all its parts. As the sun began to set on the western horizon, casting a golden-orange glow that painted the sky, Shirou wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the now completed bike. "We did it," he said softly, but with deep satisfaction. Lafia looked at the bike with pride, then glanced at Shirou. "Yeah, we did it," she replied, a sweet smile gracing her face. After that, Lafia looked at the finished bike, which was still plain metal, and frowned, thinking for a moment. "Should we paint it?" she asked, tilting her head as she looked at Shirou. Shirou smiled faintly and answered casually. "It's up to you, Lafia. After all, this bike is yours." "Eh." Lafia was startled, her eyes widening. She looked at Shirou in disbelief. "Mine? You mean, I get to keep it?" she asked in a half-whisper. Shirou nodded lightly as if the decision wasn't a big deal. "Of course. If I need a bike, I can just project one. But a projected bike only lasts 3 days before turning back into prana. This bike is different. It's a real bike we made together, so it's better for you to have it," he explained calmly, unaware of how much his words affected Lafia. Lafia lowered her head, a wave of emotion filling her heart. "He made this for me," she thought, feeling her cheeks warm. Her feelings for Shirou grew deeper, but she tried to hide them. Meanwhile, Shirou walked to the corner of the forge and picked up a few cans of paint neatly arranged on a wooden shelf. He opened the lid of one can, revealing a bright color inside. "What color do you want?" he asked, looking at Lafia. Trying to mask her rapidly beating heart, Lafia shifted her focus. "Pink," she suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, louder than she intended. Her face turned red as she realized how eager she sounded. Shirou raised an eyebrow for a moment, then chuckled. "All right, pink. Seems like you're really excited about this bike," he said, preparing the brushes and paint. Night had fallen, and darkness slowly enveloped the forge. Shirou projected a magic lantern that emitted a soft glow, illuminating their workspace. Together, they began painting the new bike. Splashes of paint stuck to their hands, but they were too engrossed to care. "Hey, don't forget the handlebars," Shirou called out, pointing to the bike's handle. "Yes, sir," Lafia replied enthusiastically, though the redness in her cheeks hadn't fully faded. A warm and joyful atmosphere filled the small space. Finally, Lafia took a small brush and carefully wrote something on the bike's body. "Faker 2, she wrote in neat letters. "Faker 2, huh?" Shirou read the writing in a low voice. He smiled contentedly. "Looks great. Now this bike is truly yours." Lafia nodded, hiding her emotions behind a bright smile. The bike wasn't just an ordinary vehicle to her. It was a precious memory she had created with Shirou. After putting the finishing touches on their bike, Shirou placed the paintbrush into a water container on the corner of the work table. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lafia with a satisfied smile. "That's enough for today. It's time to rest." Lafia looked at the pink bike they had just built together. She bit her lower lip, feeling a little disappointed. "But I want to try it out first," she said softly. Shirou turned off the magic lantern illuminating the forge, letting the light slowly fade into prana particles that dissipated in the air. He stepped outside and turned to Lafia. "If you try it now, the paint won't be dry. Your clothes will get even dirtier," he explained, pointing to the paint stains already adorning her shirt. Lafia followed Shirou outside, still with a slightly disappointed expression. She pointed to her dark shirt, now covered in splotches of slime and pink paint. "This shirt is already dirty. So it doesn't matter," she protested, half-jokingly patting her shirt. Shirou chuckled at her pouty expression. "Still, it's better to let the paint dry first. Besides, I have another plan to celebrate our success today," he said, looking up at the night sky now filled with stars. "What plan?" Lafia asked, her voice full of curiosity, her steps light as she followed Shirou toward the manor. Shirou put his hands in his pockets and answered casually. "I want to treat you to dinner. To celebrate our hard work today." Lafia's eyes sparkled at the offer. "Really? I'm in. But where are we going to eat?" Shirou paused for a moment, thinking. It's been a week since I last went to the Hostess of Fertility. How about we eat there?" Lafia fell silent for a moment after hearing the name of the restaurant. She felt like there was something important, something she should remember, but her mind was too tangled to grasp it. "Hostess of Fertility," she murmured softly before shaking her head. "I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I'm not sure what." Shirou looked at her, slightly confused. "If you've forgotten something, maybe you'll remember it on the way," he said, trying to comfort her. Lafia shrugged, trying not to think too much about it. "Yeah, maybe. All right, Hostess of Fertility. I'm starving," she declared cheerfully, pushing aside the curiosity in her mind. "It's probably not important," she thought, unknowingly forgetting her promise to Ryu. Author note: the rough sketch of Shirou embracing Ryu has been completed. Please check it out at https://www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 95. The warm night enveloped Orario as Shirou and Lafia walked together toward the hostess of fertility. Both had cleaned up and changed clothes after a long day of hard work at the forge. Shirou wore a plain cream-colored tunic, simple yet neat, while Lafia looked sweet in a white-collared shirt adorned with a purple ribbon, paired with her signature pink corset dress that complemented her appearance. When they arrived, the night had just begun, and the restaurant wasn't too crowded yet. Shirou pushed open the sturdy wooden door, and the small bell above it chimed softly. The aroma of delicious food immediately greeted them, followed by the sound of light footsteps approaching. Ryu appeared from behind the counter, wearing her neat waitress uniform. Her bright blue eyes immediately locked onto the two newcomers, especially when her gaze landed on Shirou. A faint smile formed on her face, but there was something hidden behind that smile. "Welcome," Ryu greeted formally, though her sharp gaze remained fixed on Shirou. Her bright blue eyes narrowed slightly, as if observing every move the man made. However, what surprised Lafia was Ryu's next sentence. "Thank you, Thausa. Lafia," Ryu said in an almost flat tone, though her faint smile hinted at hidden satisfaction. "You not only delivered my message to Shirou, but also brought him here directly. Impressive." Lafia was stunned. Her face turned red, and she bit her lip, realizing her mistake. She had completely forgotten about her promise to deliver Ryu's message to Shirou about his mysterious debt. Aye. Her voice choked, unsure how to respond. However, before Lafia could explain, Shirou had already caught on to the situation. With a sly smile, he pretended to look hurt. "Lafia," he said, turning to the young elf with a half-dramatic tone. "I didn't expect this. I thought you invited me to dinner to celebrate our hard work, but it turns out this was a trap. You brought me straight into Ryu's ambush." Shirou winked at her very clearly, making sure Lafia realized he was joking. Lafia was startled, initially not realizing that Shirou was acting. However, when she saw his wink, understanding began to dawn on her. She then tried to play along, putting on a confident act, though her face was still slightly red. She puffed out her chest and pointed at Shirou firmly. "That's your own fault, Shirou. If only you'd paid your debt sooner, I wouldn't have had to do this." Ryu, unaware that she was witnessing their theatrical act, simply nodded in satisfaction. Over the past week, Shirou had piqued her curiosity with the hanging story of what feat he had accomplished to achieve a double level up. Seeing Shirou betrayed by Lafia gave her a sense of satisfaction she secretly enjoyed. With a firm step, Ryu moved forward and grabbed the back of Shirou's collar. "Sorry, Lafia," she said in a calm yet firm tone. "I'll borrow this man for a moment." Lafia could only nod stiffly, too confused to respond. Her eyes followed Ryu as she dragged Shirou out of the restaurant, while Shirou only managed to glance back at Lafia and shrug lightly, as if saying, "I'm fine." Once the door closed, Lafia stood still for a moment before softly slapping her own cheek. Why did I forget something so important?" she murmured quietly. However, she knew this was unavoidable. Now, she could only wait to see what would happen between Shirou and Ryu outside. Ryu dragged Shirou to the back of the restaurant with steady steps. The area was quiet, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the gaps between buildings. The night air felt slightly colder, adding a dramatic touch to the situation. Shirou followed without protest, though he already had an idea of what was coming. This must be about last week's story, he thought, suppressing a faint smile. Once they reached the corner behind the restaurant, Ryu stopped. In one swift motion, she pinned Shirou against the wall. The sound of her shoes squeaking on the rocky ground was clear in the silence of the night. Shirou barely had time to react when Ryu's left hand slammed into the wall right next to his head with a solid thud. The position made Shirou flinch momentarily. His eyes glanced at Ryu, who stood very close to him. In another situation, this pose might have been considered romantic, like in a drama or anime with a classic cabinet scene, but this time, the roles seemed reversed. Shirou, the man who usually held control in many situations, was now in a defensive position. Meanwhile, Ryu, a young lady with a cold expression, looked like a merciless interrogator. "Continue," Ryu said flatly, her sharp eyes staring directly at Shirou. "Your story from last week. Finish it now." Shirou blinked slightly, knowing exactly what Ryu meant. Right, that night before the Gnosis expedition. Afterward, I helped cook at the hostess of fertility. Shirou hadn't had the chance to finish his extraordinary story, the double level up. The story had been cut short due to something unexpected. Shirou had to take a heavily drunk Loki back to Twilight Manor, leaving Ryu without a conclusion. About that," Shirou murmured, scratching the back of his head, trying to avoid Ryu's intense gaze. "How about tomorrow? I'll come to the waitress's dorm. We can train together again, and I'll finish the story. More relaxed, right?" However, Ryu only narrowed her eyes, unimpressed by the offer. With a quick motion, her right hand slammed into the wall on the other side of Shirou's face, fully trapping him between her arms. The loud ba made Shirou flinch slightly, and his position now left him completely at her mercy. "No," Ryu answered firmly. "I don't have the patience to wait." Tell me now. Her voice remained calm, but there was an authoritative tone that made Shirou feel he had no choice. Shirou let out a long sigh, trying to find a way to stall or defuse the situation. You're really persistent, huh? He said in a half-joking tone. All right, if that's what you want. But let me catch my breath first. You're making me feel like I'm being interrogated. He grinned slightly, though his heart was racing with a different kind of intensity. Ryu was truly in control, and Shirou could only comply for now. Ryu pulled both hands away from the wall, then crossed her arms in front of her neat green uniform. With a serious expression, she looked at Shirou. All right, go ahead and start the story, she said in a flat tone, but there was a hint of urgency hidden in her voice. Shirou smiled faintly, almost like a smirk. Where should I start? From the first time I saw the dungeon? Or when I found the map that helped? He tried to tease, deliberately stalling. Without hesitation, Ryu immediately replied. From the beginning. Since you arrived in Orario. Her eyes stared straight, as if signaling that she wouldn't accept any excuses. Shirou let out a long sigh, tilting his head slightly as he looked at Ryu with a puzzled expression. If I start from the beginning, you might miss work for too long, he said, half joking, trying to lighten the mood. Then start quickly. Don't waste any more time. Ryu cut in, her tone slightly annoyed, though a faint blush on her face indicated she wasn't entirely angry. Shirou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Seeing Ryu, who was usually calm and cold, showing emotions like this felt refreshing. He couldn't help but think that her annoyed expression actually made her look cute. All right, I'll start, Shirou finally replied, adjusting his tone to be more serious. So, when I first arrived in Orario, I really had no place to stay. At that time, Seer offered me a place to live upstairs in this restaurant. But, of course, there was a condition. I had to pay by helping out here. Ryu let out a small snort. That's too early. I already know that story. We're co-workers, Shirou, she said, her tone of protest returning to her usual flatness. However, a moment later, she continued in a softer tone. But, I understand. Back then, Seer helped me too. She averted her gaze slightly, her eyes calm as if reminiscing. When I was badly injured after wiping out the Evolus members and lost everything, she gave me a place to stay and a new job. If it weren't for her, I don't know what would have happened. Shirou fell silent for a moment, observing Ryu's slightly softened expression. Deep down, he became even more convinced. Behind Seer's friendly smile and ordinary demeanor, there was another side. A side of a kind-hearted goddess who not only offered help, but also a place for those who had lost everything. Seer, or whoever her true identity is, she's more amazing than she appears, Shirou thought. Finally, Shirou decided not to waste Ryu's time any longer. He took a deep breath and continued his story. All right, then I'll skip to when I joined the Loki Familia, he said. His eyes met Ryu's attentive blue gaze, showing that she was truly listening carefully. Ryu gave a small nod, her expression still calm, but there was curiosity in her eyes. Go on, she said briefly, giving Shirou space to speak more. Shirou recounted his early days in the Loki Familia with a faint smile. Lafia, who just left with me, was the one assigned to be my mentor when I first joined. She guided me, introduced me to how the Familia worked, and even accompanied me during my training in the dungeon. There was a warm tone in his voice as he remembered the beginning of his journey with Lafia. Hearing this, Ryu raised an eyebrow slightly. You're quite lucky, she said softly, to receive guidance from the Thousand Elf. Not everyone gets that opportunity. There was admiration in her voice, though it was delivered calmly. Shirou smiled broadly, clearly agreeing. Yeah, I really am lucky. Lafia was really welcoming when I joined. Even though she seemed a bit nervous at first, she did her best to be a good mentor. I remember how hard she worked to make sure I understood everything she taught. Ryu looked at Shirou with a slightly changed expression, as if remembering something. By the way, she said suddenly, you once mentioned that you also trained with Lady Riveria, right? A high elf princess respected by all elves. Her tone was slightly sharper, but still neutral. Shirou nodded slowly, a bit confused by the sudden shift in the conversation. Yes, Riveria helped me a few times. She's very patient and wise, though sometimes a bit strict. Ryu gave Shirou a suspicious look. So, you're close with Lafia, and you were also trained by Lady Riveria? She paused, letting Shirou feel a bit nervous before continuing. And now, you're here, often chatting with me. All elves. Don't tell me. Ryu crossed her arms over her chest, her face serious, but with a mischievous glint in her eyes. You have a fetish for elves? Shirou immediately panicked, waving both hands in front of him as if trying to deny the accusation with his whole body. No. It's just a coincidence. Really, I don't have a preference like that. His voice grew increasingly high-pitched, making him look even more cornered. Seeing Shirou's panicked reaction, Ryu couldn't hold back a small laugh. Fufufu. Her laughter was soft, but enough to make Shirou bow his head in embarrassment. Relax, Shirou. I was just joking, Ryu finally said, a faint smile still on her face. Shirou let out a long sigh, trying to calm himself. You really cornered me there, Ryu. That wasn't fair. Ryu simply shrugged with a calm demeanor, then refocused on Shirou's story as if nothing had happened. Shirou continued his story casually, though he occasionally rubbed the back of his neck as if preparing himself for Ryu's reactions. So, back then, the Loki Familia was preparing for a long expedition. I was left behind because, well, I was still level 1 at the time, he explained with a small smile. Ryu gave a small nod, understanding the decision. That's natural. At that time, you were still a beginner. There's no way they'd take the risk of bringing you to dangerous places, she said calmly, though a hint of pity flickered in her eyes. Shirou smiled faintly, continuing his story. Before they left, Lafia reminded me of something. She said, Shirou, don't try to explore beyond the 4th floor while we're gone. The dungeon isn't a place to be reckless. But well. Shirou paused, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Ryu narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze piercing Shirou. You didn't listen, did you? I'm sure you went alone and broke through to deeper floors. She guessed directly, but with full confidence. Shirou chuckled softly, a bit embarrassed that Ryu had guessed correctly. Yeah, you're right. I didn't listen, he admitted. But I had a reason. At that time, I wanted to know my limits. So, I started looking for advice and ways to explore deeper floors. Ryu's eyes narrowed further. Her memory flashed back to a few months ago. Wait, she said, staring at Shirou. I remember. You asked me for tips on exploring the dungeon back then. Don't tell me. That question was for your reckless plan? Shirou simply smiled without saying a word, his expression like a child caught being naughty. Ryu let out a long sigh, then asked with curiosity, How far did you manage to go alone, Shirou? Shirou smiled casually, his expression completely unfazed as if he were talking about something ordinary. Up to the 18th floor, he answered lightly, as if it were no big deal. The safety point in Rivera. Silence suddenly enveloped them. Ryu stared at Shirou with a rare look of shock on her face. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly. What? The 18th floor? She exclaimed, her voice rising for the first time. You, a level 1 beginner, alone, broke through to the 18th floor. Shirou felt amused seeing Ryu's unusually strong reaction. Yeah, alone. But I wasn't reckless. I prepared a lot, including potions from Mayak and maps I got from the Loki Familia. I was always careful. Ryu was still silent, trying to process what she had just heard. How could a level 1 beginner, with no support and no long-term experience, break through to the safety point on the 18th floor? You're really either amazing or too reckless. I don't know whether to praise you or scold you for your foolishness, she finally said, her expression a mix of awe and confusion. Shirou just shrugged again, this time with a calmer smile. Maybe, but I thought I could do it. And it turns out I could, he answered simply. Ryu looked at Shirou with a slightly raised eyebrow, still not fully recovered from the earlier shock. So, after your reckless journey to the 18th floor, you immediately updated your status with Goddess Loki, right? And then got a double level up? She asked, her voice full of curiosity. Shirou suddenly looked nervous. He averted his gaze for a moment before scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Actually, no, he answered softly, like a criminal caught red-handed. I didn't update my status at all back then. I was afraid Loki or the other Familia members would find out I broke the rules and went to deeper floors alone. Ryu stared at him without blinking, before finally covering her face with both hands, as if trying to digest the stupidity she had just heard. Good grief, Shirou, she sighed, half cursing. So you struggled all the way to the 18th floor, and you didn't think to update your status? You're even crazier than I thought. Shirou could only laugh awkwardly, his voice soft, almost like a whisper. He murmured, not knowing what else to say to defend himself. Ryu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Then how did the Loki Familia find out about this? You couldn't have hidden it forever, she said, her tone half resigned. Shirou seemed to ponder for a moment, recalling the event. It happened when I returned to the 18th floor. At that time, I ran into some friends from the Loki Familia who were in big trouble. They were being attacked by a level 6 enemy, he explained, his tone turning serious. He remembered Aze and Lafia, who were cornered by Revis at the time, but he chose not to mention their names. Ryu listened intently, her expression darkening as Shirou explained. And what did you do? She asked in a soft but intense voice. Shirou took a deep breath before answering. I had no other choice. To save them, I had to reveal my secret. I used all the strength and techniques I had to fight that enemy, he said. Ryu froze upon hearing those words. You, a level 1. Fought a level 6 enemy, she murmured, almost in disbelief. She stared at Shirou with wide eyes, as if unsure whether what she was hearing was real. That's completely insane. Shirou shook his head slowly, trying to downplay his achievement. Not really. I just used tricks. I managed to injure her badly, but I was also severely injured. It wasn't an easy victory. However, Ryu didn't seem swayed by Shirou's explanation. She continued to look at him with disbelief. Still, that's unbelievable. A level 1 fighting a level 6 and surviving. No wonder you got a double level up after that, she said, finally understanding why Shirou was considered so extraordinary by the Loki Familia. Ryu looked at Shirou with a contemplative gaze. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel a growing sense of admiration. Shirou reminded her of the heroes from the tales she had heard: Albert, Dim, Argonaut, and others. They were figures without fauna, yet they could face enemies far stronger than themselves. Their courage and determination were just like what she saw before her now. Someone like him might truly be destined to bring change, Ryu thought silently. She became even more convinced that supporting Shirou as an ally of justice, a Seiji no Mikata, was the right decision. However, her gaze of admiration soon turned slightly stern. She let out a long sigh and looked at Shirou seriously. But, Shirou, you need to be more careful in the future. No need to be so reckless again, she said, her tone slightly scolding but still gentle. Shirou smiled faintly, then replied in a relaxed tone. All right, Miss Ryu. I'll be more obedient in the future. Ryu held back a small smile, but deep down, she couldn't contain her growing curiosity. Shirou, she said seriously, I really want to know. With what power did you manage to reach the 18th floor alone? And how could you fight a level 6 enemy? This time, Shirou grinned mischievously, making Ryu a bit confused. I've already told you my secret, he said, pointing at Ryu. Now it's your turn, Ryu. What's your secret that you haven't told me? Ryu fell silent for a moment, trying to think of what she could share. However, she realized there was nothing left she was hiding from Shirou. Finally, she sighed and pretended to look annoyed. You. Instead of telling everything clearly from the start, you made me suffer with curiosity all this time, she said in a mock-angry tone, placing both hands on her slender hips. Shirou laughed nervously, a bit unsure how to handle Ryu's tantrum. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Ryu, don't be mad, okay? He said in a coaxing tone, though he felt Ryu wasn't truly angry. However, Ryu, feeling in control of the situation, only reinforced her stance. No, she replied firmly, but with a playful tone. I'll only forgive you if you show me your power. Prove to me what allows you to do such crazy things. Shirou could only sigh in resignation, realizing Ryu wouldn't stop until he agreed to her request. All right. Tomorrow I'll come to your waitress dorm. There, I'll show you my power, he answered with a tired smile. Hearing this, Ryu nodded in satisfaction, her faint smile showing that she had successfully gotten what she wanted. Deep down, she remembered Seer's words from some time ago. Seer was right. Shirou really couldn't say no. Author note. The sketch of Shirou embracing Ryu has been completed. Please check it out at https:/www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 96. Shirou and Ryu began walking back toward the hostess of fertility, their footsteps light on the cobblestone path. The night breeze blew softly, carrying the distinct scent of winter flowers in bloom. Shirou could feel the gentle fragrance mingling with something he knew well, a divine touch that could only come from Seer. She must be in a good mood, Shirou thought with a small smile. However, as they approached the restaurant, the sound of soft laughter and familiar chatter could be heard from inside. Shirou and Ryu exchanged glances before entering. When the door opened, the scene inside was quite surprising to Shirou. Seer and Lafia were sitting at one of the tables, engrossed in conversation while enjoying warm dishes as if they had been friends for a long time. The cozy atmosphere was slightly disrupted when Shirou heard his name being mentioned. Shirou is really thoughtful, Lafia said sweetly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She seemed to be reminiscing about something sweet. Seer smiled in agreement, adding in a soft but teasing tone. Indeed, I even learned to cook because of him. Shirou was so patient in teaching me even though I was terrible at first. Now look, I've become quite skilled, haven't I? Lafia, not wanting to be outdone, immediately chimed in enthusiastically. Oh, I also often cook breakfast with Shirou every morning for the Loki Familia. He's so kind. Her smile widened as if showing a bit of pride. Seeing Lafia so excited, Seer teased. You're really cute. But Shirou often comes here, and we usually spend time together in the kitchen. So, I think I have more time with him. Well, I also. Lafia opened her mouth, about to retort, but suddenly a soft cough was heard from behind them. Ahem. Lafia quickly turned her head. Upon seeing who was standing behind her, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Sure, Shirou, why you're back already? She stammered nervously, her soft voice almost a whisper. On the other hand, Seer remained seated calmly, her smile not diminishing in the slightest. Instead, she looked at Shirou and Ryu with a teasing gaze. Oh, are you two done being lovey-dovey outside? She asked in a cheerful tone, clearly trying to provoke a reaction. Ryu, who was usually calm, immediately flinched. Her face panicked, and she quickly denied. We weren't doing anything like that. We were just talking for a bit, she said defensively, trying to maintain her composure, but failing completely. Shirou, equally flustered, nodded quickly. Right, we were just discussing a few things. Nothing more. Seer chuckled softly, enjoying their flustered reactions. All right, she said, standing up. Come on, join us. The food is still warm. Ryu looked hesitant. She glanced toward the kitchen with a worried expression. But is it okay? What if Mamma Mia gets mad? She asked cautiously. Seer waved her hand casually, as if it were no big deal. Don't worry. The restaurant is quiet right now. She won't mind something small like this. Seeing Seer's confidence, Ryu finally relented. Shirou just shook his head slowly. They sat down, ready to enjoy dinner together in a warmer atmosphere, even though it had started with an awkward incident. Various dishes were neatly arranged on the table, and their aromas were mouth-watering. There was a bowl of warm pumpkin soup with a bright orange hue, garnished with fresh parsley. A plate of crispy toasted bread fresh from the oven was placed beside it, with butter slowly melting on its surface. A fresh green salad with cherry tomatoes, feta cheese, and lemon dressing complemented the meal. Not to mention, there was a small bowl of creamy pasta with tender chicken pieces sprinkled with fragrant herbs that tempted anyone. Seer looked at her creations with pride. So how is it? Isn't my cooking getting better? She asked with a wide smile. I think I can even surpass you now, Shirou, as my former cooking teacher. Shirou took a slow sip of the soup. This is amazing, Seer, he praised sincerely. I have to admit, your cooking has improved a lot. It's rich, yet light on the palate. Hearing that, Lafia immediately turned to him with enthusiasm. Then, Shirou, we can't lose. For the next breakfast, we should add more variety to the menu. How about we try something more creative for the Loki Familia? She said with sparkling eyes. Ryu, who was sipping her soup, paused to ponder this table. I'm the only one who's not a cook, huh? She thought, glancing at the three people in front of her who seemed so enthusiastic about discussing food. Seer smiled faintly, then turned to Shirou. By the way, why haven't you come here for the past week? I've been feeling lonely in the kitchen without your help. It's just been me and Mamma Mia busy here. Ryu narrowed her eyes, giving Seer a meaningful look. Really lonely, huh? She murmured in a flat tone. She knew Seer's true intention. It wasn't just about loneliness, but also about getting Shirou back to lighten her workload. Shirou scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. I joined an expedition to the early floors with the Loki Familia, he answered without revealing too many details. Of course, he couldn't say that the expedition was to Knossos on Deadless Street, not the dungeon as usual. Hearing that, Seer put down her spoon and looked at Shirou with concern. An expedition? You didn't get hurt, did you? Do you need time to recover? She asked softly, but her eyes showed deep sincerity. Shirou fell silent for a moment. What should I say? I know Seer is actually a goddess. I can't lie to her. He tried to formulate an answer that wouldn't make Seer more worried. However, before Shirou could speak, Lafia, with her innocent demeanor, interrupted. Shirou pushed himself too hard during the last expedition. He even passed out. Ryu immediately turned, startled by that. Passed out? She asked, her eyebrows raised high. She knew how strong Shirou was and found it hard to imagine him losing consciousness. How dangerous was the Loki Familia's expedition that Shirou, with his extraordinary strength, could pass out? Ryu thought, her curiosity and concern mixing in silence. Seer looked at Shirou with a gaze full of attention, her eyes clearly showing worry. Are you sure you've fully recovered, Shirou? She asked softly, sweeping her gaze over Shirou's face for any signs of fatigue or hidden injuries. Shirou smiled, then raised both hands to show that he was fine. See? I'm completely healthy. There's nothing to worry about, he said in a reassuring tone, shaking his arms as proof. Seer let out a relieved sigh, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Thank goodness, she said in a low voice. However, it didn't take long for her to look at Shirou again with a pleading expression. But if you've been recovered for a while, why didn't you come here sooner? Are you bored of us? She asked, her eyes glistening as if begging for a satisfying answer. Guh. Shirou flinched at the question, almost choking on the sudden intensity. That's not it, he said quickly, waving his hands. Actually, I've been busy with a project after the expedition, he added awkwardly. Ryu, who had been listening quietly, turned to Shirou. A project? What kind of project? She asked with a cold, curious tone. Before Shirou could answer, Lafia, who was enjoying her meal, immediately cut in. Shirou's been learning to forge, and I've been helping him, she said proudly, as if not wanting to miss the chance to show off her involvement. Whoa! Seer clapped her hands lightly with a sweet, surprised expression. In her heart, she felt that forging was a much safer choice for Shirou. He wasn't talented in magic, his physical abilities were average, and he was still level 1. Forging might truly suit him. After stopping her clapping, Seer leaned forward slightly. So, what have you been forging, Shirou? She asked with full curiosity. Lafia, who looked excited, almost answered quickly. We made a, but she paused when she saw Shirou blinking slowly at her, signaling her not to reveal the secret. Catching the hint, Lafia immediately changed her tone and continued more casually. I mean, we forged a bow. Ryu frowned, feeling puzzled. A bow, she thought to herself. She remembered how skilled Shirou was with a blunt sword during their training sessions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked directly, You can use a bow? I mean, are you proficient in it? Shirou looked at Ryu with a confident smile. Archery is my most mastered skill, he answered briefly, but his tone was full of conviction. Ryu was stunned to hear that. If Shirou's archery skills surpassed his swordsmanship, how incredible was he really? Just how powerful is Shirou on the battlefield as an archer? Ryu thought, unable to imagine his true prowess. Meanwhile, Seer was thinking something different. Archery really suits Shirou. He's a supporter and better suited for that than fighting on the front lines, she thought calmly. She then said with a smile, "That's a great choice, Shirou. Archery must be really helpful, especially for a supporter like you." As she enjoyed the last spoonful of her soup, Ryu looked at Shirou and Lafia, who seemed very focused on their food. "By the way," Ryu began, setting her spoon down slowly. "You two seem really busy with your forging project. Have you been keeping up with the news outside?" Lafia looked up curiously, then shook her head slowly. "What news? Did we miss something important?" she asked with a curious tone. Shirou nodded in agreement, leaning back in his chair as he looked at Ryu, waiting for an explanation. Ryu wiped her mouth with a napkin before starting to explain. "The Freya Familia raided the Ishtar Familia's headquarters," she said seriously. "Even worse, Goddess Ishtar herself was defeated by Goddess Freya from Ishtar's own tower. And that caused Goddess Ishtar to be forced to return to Tenkai." Shirou and Lafia exchanged glances without saying a word. Their looks conveyed a shared understanding. Ishtar was involved with Evolus, so this could be considered good news, they thought simultaneously, though unspoken. "So," Shirou finally spoke after a few seconds of silence. "Goddess Ishtar seems to be an evil goddess, huh? Then Goddess Freya could be said to have upheld justice by defeating her." Ryu raised an eyebrow, clearly disagreeing with Shirou's conclusion. "I wouldn't say Goddess Ishtar is evil," she said, her voice flat but firm. "I don't agree with her lifestyle and how she ran her prostitution business in her territory. But that doesn't make her evil. She's just different." However, before Ryu could continue, a soft laugh was heard from across the table. Seer laughed heartily, even seeming to hold herself back from being too loud. "Upholding justice? Freya?" she said in a mocking tone. "Listen, Shirou, Goddess Freya is no different from Ishtar. They're both shameless bitches. You're right, Ryu, this isn't about good or evil. They're just fighting over men." Shirou looked at Seer with wide eyes, while Ryu stared at the usually friendly waitress with a confused and slightly worried expression. "Is this really Seer?" they thought almost simultaneously. They had never heard Seer speak ill of anyone, let alone a goddess. However, Seer just chuckled softly again, as if unfazed by the silence around the table. Deep down, she remembered clearly how she, as Goddess Freya, had destroyed Ishtar. "All of this just because she tried to steal Belle from me," she thought coldly. But she quickly took a deep breath, calming herself. "But I'm not Goddess Freya right now. I'm Seer, a simple waitress at the Hostess of Fertility." Meanwhile, Ryu cleared her throat softly, trying to ease the sudden tension. "Seer," she said quietly, a hint of worry in her voice. "You should be more careful with your words. If the Freya Familia hears that, you could get into big trouble." Shirou nodded in agreement. "Right, Seer. Your words earlier might have been too harsh. It's better to be careful." However, Seer just smiled faintly, returning to her usual friendly demeanor. "Don't worry," she said lightly. "No one will hear it except us. Besides, it's just a little table talk, right?" She shrugged, then casually picked up her soup again, leaving Ryu and Shirou still stunned by the sight of Seer they had just seen. The atmosphere at the dining table fell silent after Seer's sharp remark. Despite that, Lafia, Seer, and Shirou continued eating. However, the lingering tension made them chew in silence, without the light conversation from before. Even Lafia's small laugh to lighten the mood sounded awkward. Once the plates were nearly empty, Seer was the first to rise, gathering some of the dirty utensils in her hands. "I'll clean these," she said in a calm tone, though her expression showed a trace of tension. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked to the kitchen. Her quick movements seemed like an attempt to escape their gazes. Seeing this, Shirou felt something was bothering Seer reflexively. He stood up and took the remaining dirty plates from the table. "I'll help," he said briefly before following her to the kitchen, leaving Lafia and Ryu at the table. Ryu watched Shirou disappear behind the kitchen door and let out a relieved sigh. "Good. Shirou can handle this," she thought. She knew well that if Seer needed comfort, Shirou was the best person for the job. After all, Ryu herself still felt unsure how to restore the atmosphere after what had just happened. Meanwhile, Lafia, who was confused by the sudden change in mood, followed Ryu to the counter. She patted her small pocket, looking at Ryu hesitantly. "How much do I owe for the meal, Ryu?" she asked softly, wanting to make sure they didn't leave any unpaid bills. Ryu shook her head slowly with a small smile. "You don't need to pay anything," she said, her soft voice slightly comforting Lafia. "Anyone who eats with Shirou here is always considered free. It's kind of compensation for his help at the Hostess of Fertility." Lafia's eyes widened, and then she nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's why Shirou invited me to eat here," she murmured, now feeling more aware of Shirou's habits. Though the earlier tension had been palpable, Ryu's explanation brought back some comfort to Lafia. Chapter 97. In the kitchen, Seer was already busy washing the dirty utensils. The sound of running water from the faucet mixed with the soft clinking of plates touching each other. Her body moved automatically, but her gaze was empty. She was clearly lost in her own thoughts. Shirou arrived shortly after. He rolled up the sleeves of his cream tunic to his elbows and stood beside Seer, taking some dirty plates from the pile to wash. "Excuse me," he said softly, his voice gentle, trying not to disturb Seer's fragile focus. As he washed, Shirou felt a strange shift in the atmosphere. The scent of winter flowers that usually surrounded Seer, soft and full of life, now felt different. It was as if the fragrance had turned dull, like flowers beginning to wilt. Shirou quietly bit his lip, realizing that something he had said, or perhaps something that had happened at the dining table, had affected Seer's mood. "Do you not want to ask about what happened earlier?" Seer's voice suddenly broke the silence. Her tone sounded flat, but there was hidden tension. Shirou glanced at Seer briefly, then turned his attention back to the plate in his hands. "I won't ask if it makes you uncomfortable," he answered calmly. "I think you have your own reasons." Seer glanced at Shirou from the corner of her eye, and a small but meaningful smile formed on her lips. Deep down, she felt that Shirou was so different. Despite having a soul scarred with trauma and rust, there was something shining within him, the paradox of an ugly soul, Seer thought. Shirou has such a beautiful dream, to be a Seiji no Makata. Her heart felt a little warmer, though the feeling was mixed with sadness. Seer took a deep breath, gathering her courage. "Shirou," she said, her voice almost a whisper. "What do you think of Freya?" The question pierced the air, making Shirou pause for a moment. His hands holding the plate remained still under the water. Why is Seer suddenly asking about Freya? He wondered. Shirou searched his thoughts, trying to connect the question to what he knew about Seer's true identity. Is there a connection between goddess Freya and Seer? His heart pondered. "I don't really have a strong opinion," Shirou finally answered, choosing honesty. "I've never met her directly, so I can't really judge. But why do you ask? Do you hate goddess Freya?" Seer fell silent for a moment. Her hands remained busy washing, but she seemed to be thinking hard. "No, I don't hate her," she finally said. "But when you said Freya upheld justice earlier," Seer chuckled bitterly. It felt so out of place with who she really is. Shirou frowned, confused. However, he chose not to press further. To him, Seer had her reasons for everything she said, and Shirou would wait until she was ready to share more. After a moment of silence, with only the sound of running water and clinking plates, they finally finished washing all the utensils. Seer wiped her hands with a small cloth hanging near the sink, then glanced at Shirou, who was putting the last plate on the drying rack. For a moment, she hesitated, as if considering something. "Shirou," Seer called suddenly, her voice soft but serious. Shirou turned, looking at her attentively. "If, hypothetically," Seer began slowly, "Goddess Freya decided she wanted to kill me, what would you do?" The question stabbed through the air, making Shirou pause. Meanwhile, Seer's mind raced with thoughts she couldn't voice. If I fail in my role as Seer, this warm, innocent girl, what will happen? If Belle isn't captivated by my charm now, perhaps I'll have to destroy all this pretense. Shed this human disguise and return as Freya, the selfish goddess who always forces her will. She suppressed the thought, realizing how provocative it sounded. However, Shirou's reaction was completely unexpected. The man suddenly looked at her with a sharp, serious gaze. Before Seer could regret her words, Shirou stepped closer and placed both hands on her shoulders. "Is the Freya familia targeting you, Seer?" he asked with a worried tone. His usually calm face now showed visible tension. Seer flinched, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. She took half a step back, nervously brushing Shirou's hands off her shoulders. No. It's just a hypothetical," she said with an awkward laugh. "No one's targeting me. I just wanted to know what you would do, that's all." Shirou still looked at her with deep concern, even as Seer tried to reassure him. After a few seconds, he finally took a deep breath and answered with full conviction. "Even if that happens, I will protect you." Seer looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Even if you're only level 1, and they have Otter, the warlord, who's level 7. You know that's an overwhelming difference in power, right?" "Even so," Shirou answered without hesitation. "I don't care. Even if it's Otter or the entire Freya familia, I will still stand and protect you." Shirou's answer left Seer stunned for a moment before she burst into cheerful laughter. "You really love acting cool, don't you?" she said, patting Shirou's shoulder while gently pushing him out of the kitchen. All right. Go back to the front before I get even more annoyed hearing your answer." Shirou scratched his head, confused by Seer's sudden mood swing. However, he obeyed, letting himself be pushed out of the kitchen. Though confused, he felt relieved, the scent of winter flowers around Seer. He thought that it's back now. In fact, it's even more fragrant than before. After Shirou left the kitchen, Seer's laughter still echoed in the small space, ringing like silver bells. "Ha ha. Oh my, Shirou." Seer laughed until her body shook slightly, her hands pressing against the edge of the table to keep herself from falling over. Waves of amusement washed over her, but there was something deeper behind that laughter. As a divine entity, seer, or more accurately, Freya hiding behind that identity, could sense every note of sincerity in Shirou's earlier answer. She knew Shirou wasn't twisting the truth or trying to boast. In his heart, he truly wanted to protect her. That thought made Freya pause for a moment. He's only level 1, yet he's willing to do anything to protect me, even against something far beyond his capabilities. How could I not be moved by that? The image of Shirou's serious face as he spoke was still vividly etched in her mind. That image made her lips curve, not into laughter this time, but into a meaningful smile. She touched her chest, trying to calm the unusual pounding of her heart. Someone like him. Ah, Shirou Emiya. You really know how to disturb my thoughts. Huh. Seer's breathing grew heavier, the laughter slowly subsiding, replaced by rapid breaths. Ha, she murmured, trying to compose herself, but her voice sounded different, lower, more laden with something primal. The sigh escaped her lips unintentionally, sounding like a moan too mature for the seer everyone knew. Her body began to change. Slowly but surely, the divine aura she had been suppressing began to emanate. Her neatly tied blue-gray ponytail lengthened gracefully, transforming into a shimmering silver that radiated a soft glow. Her gray eyes shifted into a royal purple, sparkling with magical charm. The simple figure of Seer disappeared, replaced by Freya, the unparalleled goddess of love and beauty. Shirou Emiya. Freya murmured softly, a blush beginning to color her cheeks. Her voice was warm, but there was also a dark, burning undertone. She gently touched her chest, as if trying to calm the surging emotions within her. If you keep this up, if you keep tempting me with your sincerity, I might not be able to hold myself back any longer. She took a deep breath, her eyes still fixed on the closed kitchen door, as if imagining Shirou standing there at your only level 1 Shirou. But why do you keep making me feel like this? She thought, a small, meaningful smile gracing her lips. Freya exhaled deeply, then began to smooth her long hair, trying to regain control of herself. After leaving the kitchen, Shirou walked toward the front counter. His steps were steady, though his mind was still filled with Seer's laughter that had echoed even as he left. When he arrived at the counter, Ryu was standing there, her face showing concern. Beside her, Lafia waited patiently, looking calm but clearly curious about Shirou. Shirou, Ryu called softly as he approached. How's Seer? Is she okay? Shirou paused for a moment, thinking of the most appropriate answer. When I left the kitchen earlier, she was laughing. Honestly, I don't know what made her laugh like that, but she seemed fine. Ryu looked thoughtful but eventually nodded. That's good to hear, she said with a relieved tone. However, she still seemed a bit anxious. Shirou, can you watch the counter for a bit? Anya, Lenoir, and Chloe seemed busy with orders at the tables. Sure, I've got it, Shirou replied quickly, stepping behind the counter to show his readiness to help. Ryu gave a brief nod, then turned toward the kitchen. Then I'll go check on Seer again, she said as she walked away. Shirou only watched her for a moment before focusing on the task at hand. However, as he entered the area behind the counter, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. I'll join you, Lafia said, stepping in and following Shirou. Shirou turned with a raised eyebrow. Join? For what? He asked, placing his hands on his hips, slightly confused. Lafia smiled faintly, though there was a hint of awkwardness on her face. I want to know what it's like to work here. You've been working at the Hostess of Fertility for a while, right? So I'm curious. Shirou looked at her for a moment, trying to gauge the seriousness of her words. When he saw that the elf girl was genuinely interested, he simply sighed and smiled faintly. All right, but I'm worried you might get overwhelmed, Lafia. This might be too much for you. Lafia looked at him with determination, her fists clenched in front of her chest, as if trying to reassure herself. I'll do my best. Besides, it's only temporary, right? I want to know what it's like to work in the place where you spend so much time. Shirou simply nodded, deciding to let her curiosity be satisfied. Well then, welcome to the Hostess of Fertility. Let's get to work. After a while, a customer approached the counter with a leisurely pace. He carried a handful of vallis in his hand and began speaking to Lafia. Thank you, the food was delicious. So, I ordered a bowl of soup, a piece of bread, and a glass of fruit juice, he said with a smile. Lafia stood nervously behind the counter. Her small hands fumbled with the menu notebook to confirm the prices of each item mentioned. The soup is, 50 vallis, the bread is 30 vallis, and the juice, 40 vallis, she murmured softly, then tried to add them up. However, her face looked uncertain, and she almost misquoted the total. Shirou, standing beside her, quickly glanced at the notebook. The total is 120 vallis, he said calmly, correcting Lafia's calculation without hesitation. Oh right, 120 vallis. Sorry, I almost got it wrong. Lafia quickly looked at the customer with a red face. The customer just chuckled softly, handing over the vallis. Shirou deftly counted the money, then handed back the change with ease. Here's your change. Thank you for coming, Shirou said politely. As the customer walked away, Lafia let out a long sigh and leaned her hands on the counter. It looks easy, but But it's actually quite hard, huh? She complained with a weak smile. Shirou patted her shoulder gently. It's like that at first, but you'll get used to it. Besides, it's a new experience, right? Before Lafia could respond, Ryu appeared from the kitchen with a puzzled expression. Her steps were quicker than usual, as if something was bothering her. Ryo, did you meet Seer? Shirou asked, noticing her expression. Ryu shook her head slowly. No. When I went to the kitchen, I heard Mama Mia scolding Seer. She said Seer's appearance wasn't suitable for a waitress. I tried to go in, but the kitchen door was locked, she explained, her voice sounding confused. Scolding Seer? Lafia asked with raised eyebrows. But she was wearing her uniform neatly earlier. What was wrong? Shirou also looked puzzled, recalling that Seer's appearance had seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe something else happened, he murmured softly. Never mind. Ryu waved her hand. I'll talk to Seer after work. You don't need to worry. Hearing that, Shirou and Lafia felt relieved. They stepped out from behind the counter, ready to say their goodbyes. Thanks for helping, you too, Ryu said with a faint smile. She then gave Shirou a half glare. Oh, and don't forget we have training tomorrow, okay? Shirou nodded. Of course, I won't forget. After saying their goodbyes, Shirou and Lafia stepped out of the hostess of fertility, leaving Ryu to return to serving customers. Outside, Lafia smiled faintly. Working here is fun, but I think I'm more suited to cooking in the Loki Familia's kitchen, she joked, making Shirou chuckle softly beside her. On their way back to Twilight Manor, Shirou and Lafia walked side by side under the soft moonlight. The streets of Orario were growing quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path. Shirou glanced at Lafia briefly before deciding to ask, Lafia, you seemed quite familiar with Seer and Ryu earlier. Have you known them for long? Lafia turned with a faint smile. Actually, I just met them, Shirou. My first meeting with Ryu happened when she left a message for you to pay your debt. Debt? Shirou cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. He remembered the small promise he hadn't fully fulfilled. So, she wanted to remind me about that? Lafia giggled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Yes, but she didn't seem too angry. She just wanted to make sure you didn't forget. Shirou scratched the back of his head awkwardly. All right, I'll take care of it. What about Seer? How long have you known her? Oh, Seer. Lafia smiled faintly. I just met her tonight. Even though the Loki Familia often celebrates at the hostess of fertility after successful expeditions, I rarely talk directly with the waitresses there. I usually just join in eating and listen to the seniors' conversations. Shirou smiled warmly at her answer. I'm glad you're getting closer to them. Ryu and Seer are good co-workers. They've helped me a lot. Lafia nodded slowly. Then her expression turned slightly serious. But, Shirou, I'm curious. Do you think there's some issue between Seer and Goddess Freya? Earlier, when we talked about Goddess Freya, her reaction was quite strange. Shirou frowned, trying to recall their earlier conversation. I'm not sure either. Even though I talked with Seer earlier, she didn't explain anything about that. Do you know if there's any god or goddess who's at odds with Goddess Freya? Lafia pondered for a moment, then nodded. I've heard rumors that Goddess Ishtar deeply hated and envied Goddess Freya. Both of them are known as goddesses of beauty, after all. But well, now Goddess Ishtar has been defeated by Goddess Freya and even forced to return to Tenkai. Shirou fell silent, processing the information as he gazed at the empty street ahead. Goddesses of beauty. He thought to himself, if that's the case, maybe Seer is actually another goddess with a similar relationship. Aphrodite, perhaps? The goddess of beauty from Greek mythology, who might also feel jealous of Freya. After all, I know Seer avoided Hestia when she appeared, probably because Hestia could recognize her identity. Fellow Greek goddesses would surely recognize each other. Shirou kept those thoughts to himself, while Lafia continued walking beside him, seemingly enjoying their casual conversation. Finally, after a moment of silence, Shirou spoke again, trying to reassure Lafia. I think, whatever the issue is, Seer will be able to handle it. Oh, Shirou, Lafia suddenly said, breaking the silence between them as they walked through a small, quiet alley. Why did you stop me from talking about the bicycle we made together earlier? I remember how you suddenly winked at me when I almost told Seer and Ryu about it. Shirou turned, smiling slightly. Didn't you say you wanted the bicycle to be a surprise? If you tell them directly, it won't be a surprise anymore, Lafia. Lafia paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right, she murmured with a shy smile. In her mind, she began imagining the wonderful moments she'd have with the bicycle, that beautiful pink bicycle with a small basket in the front. I'll ride it around Orario, through the main streets, and everyone will look at me in awe. She pictured the amazed faces of her friends, maybe even A's praising her. A small laugh escaped her lips unconsciously. Shirou, walking beside her, couldn't help but chuckle softly at seeing Lafia smiling to herself. Hey, you're smiling all by yourself. What are you imagining, huh? He teased. It's nothing. Lafia quickly deflected, her cheeks turning red. However, the smile on her face remained, making Shirou even more amused. After continuing their walk for a while, the sound of a small bell rang in the air. Cring, cring. It came from a street vendor selling various souvenirs by the roadside. Shirou stopped and approached the vendor. He raised his hand, making a small circle with his fingers, and asked, "Do you have a small bell, like this?" The vendor nodded with a friendly smile. "Yes, just a moment," he said, then began searching through his wares. Lafia, curious, also approached. "What do you need a small bell for?" she asked, looking at Shirou with confusion. Soon, the vendor handed over a small silver bell that emitted a soft sound when shaken. Shirou smiled in satisfaction, then took out 200 valis to pay for it. After that, he handed the bell to Lafia. "This is for your new bicycle," he explained with a wide smile. "So everyone will know when you're passing by. Or," he added jokingly, "if you really want to show off, at least do it in style, right?" Lafia paused for a moment, her cheeks turning red again. Her intention to show off was apparently very obvious to Shirou. However, she felt warmth in her heart hearing Shirou's thoughtfulness. In a soft voice, she said, "Thank you, Shirou." Shirou simply smiled, then continued walking. Behind him, Lafia clutched the small bell tightly, vowing in her heart to take good care of her new bicycle, and, of course, to make the most of the bell Shirou had given her. Author note: the illustration of Shirou embracing Ryu has been completed. Please check it out at https://www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 98. The next morning, after finishing cooking and enjoying breakfast as usual, Shirou walked toward the forge door, pulling it open with a firm tug. Fresh air immediately rushed in, carrying the scent of morning dew. Lafia, who had been following behind him, looked as excited as a child about to open a birthday present. As soon as Shirou opened the forge door, Lafia immediately ran toward her new bicycle parked in the corner of the room. Her eyes sparkled as she saw the final result of their hard work. "Wow, the paint has dried," she exclaimed cheerfully. She approached the bike, her hands gently touching the glossy surface of the paint. "My bike is so beautiful. Shirou, look, the color is absolutely perfect." Shirou simply smiled faintly, feeling satisfied seeing Lafia so happy. "You like the result?" he asked casually as he approached. Lafia nodded enthusiastically, then pulled out the small bell Shirou had bought yesterday from her bag. "Oh, and here's the bell," she said, showing it to Shirou. "I brought it like you asked." Shirou took the bell, examining it carefully. He nodded slowly, then said, "I'll modify it first to make it fit your bike. So, you'll have to be a little patient, Lafia." Lafia let out a small huff, crossing her arms over her chest. "I'm patient," she said with a slight pout, though her expression still showed excitement. Without further delay, Shirou started the forge in the corner of the workshop. A whoosh sound echoed as the fire ignited, creating a warm atmosphere that immediately filled the room. He placed a large metal crucible over the forge to heat the iron until it melted, while Lafia stood nearby, watching his every move with keen interest. Then, Shirou closed his eyes briefly, using projection magecraft to visualize a factory-made bicycle bell in his mind. He projected every small detail, the gears, springs, and other components. Once done, he began disassembling the projection, creating molds for each of its parts. His hands moved deftly, leaving Lafia to admire him from the side. "How can you do it with such detail?" Lafia murmured, more to herself. However, Shirou simply smiled faintly without answering, focusing on his work. After the iron in the crucible had completely melted, Shirou carefully poured it into the molds. Thin smoke rose, and a hissing sound was heard as the hot metal touched the surface of the molds. He placed them in a cool spot, waiting for the metal to harden. "All right," Shirou said, wiping his slightly dusty hands. "Now we just have to wait for the metal to cool and harden." Lafia, who had been standing near her new bike, suddenly exclaimed, "How about we test the bike first while we wait?" Shirou shrugged with a smile. "Sure, why not? Let's see if everything runs smoothly." With full enthusiasm, Lafia pushed her new bike out of the forge. The bright morning sun shone on the bike's body, making its vibrant color look even more beautiful. Shirou followed behind, amused by Lafia's eagerness to try out her first bike. Lafia pushed her bike toward a small path connecting the forge to the open area outside. The wheels creaked softly on the ground, while the warm morning sun cast their shadows on the ground. Her excitement radiated from her light steps, her eyes filled with enthusiasm and a hint of nervousness. Today, she deliberately wore beige shorts paired with her light green tunic that I won't repeat the same mistake, she thought, remembering how difficult it was to sit on the bike when she tried wearing a short skirt before. The gentle breeze made her feel even more comfortable moving without worrying about her clothes. Once they reached a sufficiently open area, Lafia took a seat on the saddle. She felt her balance wobble slightly and immediately gripped the handlebars tightly. With sparkling eyes, she turned to Shirou, who stood beside her. "So, what should I do now?" she asked hopefully. Shirou walked closer and then pointed to the bottom of the bike. "First, lift the kickstand." "Oh, okay." Lafia quickly got off the saddle, then carefully held the bike with one hand. Slowly, she lowered her body slightly and used her left hand to lift the kickstand with a gentle motion, as if handling a fragile treasure. Shirou watched Lafia's cautious attitude, and unconsciously, a teasing smile formed on his lips. She's really treating her bike like an antique that could break easily. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head lightly. You don't need to be that careful, Lafia. Just use your foot while sitting on the saddle. It's more practical. Lafia turned to him with a slight pout, realizing Shirou was laughing at her clumsiness. In a slightly whiny tone, she complained, I'm just learning. It's normal for me to be careful. Shirou chuckled softly. Yeah, I get it. But try it now, it'll be easier. Lafia exhaled for a moment, then sat back on the saddle. With a bit of hesitation, she tried using the tip of her foot to push the kickstand up, and sure enough, it was much easier than using her hand. Oh, it really is easy, she said with a triumphant expression. Shirou simply smiled and nodded. Now, we can start the real practice. Lafia sat on the saddle with both feet on the ground, looking at Shirou with hope and a bit of nervousness. She waited for further instructions, her fingers gripping the handlebars tightly. All right, now just pedal, Shirou said patiently, standing beside her. Lafia nodded and carefully began pedaling. The bike's wheels started moving, though her body swayed slightly left and right as she tried to maintain her balance. She bit her lip, trying to look serious as if she were genuinely struggling. You're almost there, keep going. Don't panic, Shirou encouraged her with a supportive voice. In truth, Lafia felt she was already getting the hang of riding the bike. However, something in her wanted more attention from Shirou. She longed for moments when Shirou would guide her gently, like when she first learned archery. A mischievous idea popped into her head, and she decided to repeat her old trick. Lafia suddenly tilted her body to the side, pretending to lose her balance. With a natural-looking motion, she fell off the bike and landed somewhat dramatically on the ground. Lafia, Shirou immediately moved, without hesitation, helping her up. His hand swiftly pulled the elf girl's arm and helped her stand. Are you okay? Lafia puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be slightly annoyed and complaining. Ugh, I'm still scared of falling. Shirou, can you hold me for a bit longer? She looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of hope. Shirou sighed, looking at her for a moment before finally smiling faintly. All right, I'll hold you until you're more confident, he said, positioning himself behind her. Hearing that, Lafia felt a small victory in her heart. She smiled contentedly before getting back on her bike. Lafia pedaled her bike slowly, her body still trembling slightly, but her heart felt incredibly light. Not just because she managed to keep her balance, but also because Shirou's warm hands continued to guide her from behind. That sensation made her cheeks feel warm, and she secretly smiled widely. They continued circling the path connecting the forge to the surrounding area. Shirou patiently stayed by her side, making sure Lafia didn't fall. While guiding her, he asked softly, So how do you feel? Confident enough to pedal on your own? Lafia wanted to say she was ready, but on the other hand, Shirou's attention was too comforting to let go of so easily. She pouted slightly, then in a slightly whiny tone, she said, Just a little longer, Shirou. Shirou simply nodded lightly, not thinking too much about the whiny tone in Lafia's voice. However, he then added, If I knew it would be this difficult, I should have installed training wheels first. Lafia, who had been smiling happily, suddenly stopped smiling. She turned to Shirou with a confused expression. Training wheels? She asked. Shirou chuckled softly at her expression. Yeah, small wheels attached to the back wheel. They're usually used by kids so they don't fall while learning to ride. Lafia's face immediately turned red. I don't need that, she said quickly, her voice slightly rising. I just need to be held a little longer, that's all. Shirou simply smiled patiently and shrugged. All right. If you're sure, he said, holding back a laugh. Lafia exhaled in relief, but in her heart, she knew she would prefer to be guided by Shirou a little longer. After a few more laps with Shirou's hands guiding her, Lafia finally felt satisfied. Not because she actually needed Shirou's help, but because she was content with the attention he gave her. With a confident smile, she turned back and said enthusiastically, Shirou, let go now. Shirou hesitated slightly, his gaze showing concern. Are you sure? He asked. Lafia nodded firmly. Yes, I'm sure. For a few seconds, Shirou held his breath, ready to catch Lafia if something happened. But instead, without losing her balance at all, Lafia pedaled steadily, her bike gliding smoothly along the path. The gentle breeze brushed against her light brown hair, and her legs continued pedaling with confidence. Wah, I can do it, she exclaimed excitedly. After moving a few meters away, she deftly turned, changed direction, and returned to where Shirou stood. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with pride, and with a triumphant expression, she said, See, I don't need training wheels, do I? Shirou exhaled and shook his head with a small smile. Yeah, you're amazing, Lafia, he said, this time without any teasing tone. Lafia approached with a bright smile, then said enthusiastically, Come on, Shirou, you should ride with me too. Shirou thought for a moment. Then with a simple motion, he used projection magecraft to create a plain bicycle beside him. With a casual movement, he got on the saddle, pedaled a few times, and rode alongside Lafia. Lafia giggled softly. Hi, now we can ride together. Shirou simply smiled at her enthusiasm. Okay then, let's go, he replied casually, then started pedaling faster, surprising Lafia, who immediately gave chase. The two of them pedaled their bikes along the path, the fresh morning breeze accompanying them, Lafia's laughter echoing among the trees lining the path. Lafia and Shirou pedaled their bikes along the path around the forge, enjoying the bright morning with the refreshing breeze. The sun was rising higher, its light hitting the tree leaves, creating moving shadows as the wind blew. Lafia, with her new pink bike, looked so joyful. She rode nimbly, occasionally glancing at Shirou, who kept pace beside her. Hi, this is so fun. It feels like flying, Lafia exclaimed with a small laugh. Shirou glanced at her and smiled. Yeah, it seems you're really enjoying this, he said casually. Lafia nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I didn't expect cycling to be this fun. They continued riding, passing several paths around the forge, occasionally crossing open fields. The sound of wheels turning on the ground and small rocks echoed along with the rush of wind brushing against their bodies. After a while, Shirou suddenly remembered something. Oh, I think the mold for the bike bell has dried by now, he said, turning to Lafia. Lafia, who was still enjoying the morning breeze on her face, immediately perked up with sparkling eyes. Then, she said excitedly, how about we race back to the forge? Shirou raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised by the sudden challenge. However, seeing Lafia already in a more serious riding position, he simply smiled faintly. All right, but don't regret it if you lose, he said teasingly. Just wait and see, Lafia exclaimed. Then without waiting for a countdown, she immediately pedaled as hard as she could. Shirou chuckled at the elf girl's antics, then started pedaling to catch up. However, instead of going full speed, he deliberately adjusted his pace, letting the distance between them remain. He could easily overtake Lafia, but seeing how excited she was, he chose to let her win this time. Lafia kept pedaling, her light brown ponytail fluttering behind her as she got closer to the forge. When she finally arrived in front of the workshop door, she raised both hands in victory. Hiya, I won. Shirou, you're too slow, she said, laughing triumphantly. Shirou arrived a few seconds later and simply smiled while shrugging. Yeah, I lost, he said in a resigned tone. However, his expression didn't show defeat, but rather satisfaction at seeing Lafia so happy. Lafia looked at Shirou, and in her heart, she knew the truth. Shirou had let her win. It wasn't the first time Shirou had been gentle with her, and the more she got to know him, the more Lafia realized that this man always treated her with care. Shirou, she murmured softly before finally smiling faintly. She didn't mind the victory he gave her, because what mattered more than anything was moments like this that she spent with Shirou. Shirou stepped forward first, pushing the heavy forge door open with one hand. The door creaked softly as it opened, revealing the inside of the workshop filled with various blacksmithing tools and remnants of previous projects. The morning sunlight slipped through the window cracks, illuminating the fine dust floating in the air. Lafia followed behind, pushing her pink bike inside, watching Shirou's back, which always looked calm and focused whenever he worked. Her eyes sparkled as she saw the mold for the bell they had made earlier. Shirou walked over to the workbench and began inspecting the hardened metal molds. He tapped the surface lightly with his finger before opening the molds one by one. Inside, there were various small parts that would become the main components of the bike bell. A small gear to drive the sound mechanism, a hammer as the main striker, a spring to provide tension to return the lever to its position, and the lever itself, which would be activated by wheel vibrations or the user's hand. Each part looked rough since it had just come out of the mold, but Shirou already knew the next steps to perfect them. While Shirou was busy with his work, Lafia lightly dragged a wooden chair over to the workbench. I want to watch the process up close, she said, sitting down and resting her chin on her hands, watching Shirou with great interest. Shirou didn't mind and continued his work. As he had done before when making the bike tires, he closed his eyes briefly and used projection to recreate a factory-made bicycle bell in his mind. Once the bell materialized in his hands, he used structural analysis to examine every part of it, checking the details down to the smallest crevices, understanding the material composition and how the mechanism worked. After that, Shirou turned to the molds he had made. He picked up one of the rough parts and placed it on the table before using alteration to adjust it to the specifications he had obtained from the earlier analysis. Slowly, the once rough part began to change shape, matching the design embedded in his mind. He did this one by one, starting with the small gear, then the hammer, followed by the spring, and so on, until all the bike bell components had been modified to match the factory version. Lafia watched intently. Then after a while, she asked, Shirou, do you have to repeat this process every time you make something? Shirou didn't answer immediately. He was still busy with his work, but after finishing one of the components, he turned to Lafia and nodded. Yes, he replied casually. I'm still in the imitation stage. I'm not skilled enough to create my own designs yet. Lafia frowned slightly. But You can make all this just by looking at it once, right? That's already amazing. Shirou simply smiled faintly and went back to work. Imitating and creating are two different things. If I want to truly make something unique, I have to learn a lot more. After ensuring that all the bell components had been perfectly altered, Shirou raised his head and looked at Lafia, who was still sitting eagerly on her chair. In a calm but purposeful tone, he said, "Lafia, can you grab the small bell on the table over there?" Shirou accepted the bell with a brief nod, then placed it on the workbench. He closed his eyes briefly and whispered, "Trace on." A blue light flickered in his hands before a screwdriver, wrench, and pliers appeared out of thin air. He arranged the tools neatly on the table, ready for use. Lafia watched in awe, even though this wasn't the first time she had seen Shirou use projection magecraft. "All right, now we start assembling it," Shirou murmured as he arranged all the parts on the workbench. He picked up the bell body first, ensuring that the hole for the striker rod was precise enough. Carefully, he inserted the striker rod into it, adjusting its position so it could move freely. Then, he took the small spring and hooked it to the end of the striker. He pulled it slightly to ensure the spring tension was just right, not too tight to make it hard to press, but not too loose either. "The spring can't be too stiff," Shirou explained, half talking to himself, half explaining to Lafia. "If it's too tight, the striker won't return to its original position quickly." Lafia nodded, even though she didn't fully understand all the details. Next, Shirou took the lever that would be used to activate the bell. He attached it to the side of the bell's body and ensured the mechanism worked properly. When the lever was pressed, the striker should move forward and hit the bell, producing the distinct cring sound. After that, he installed a small bearing to ensure the lever's movement remained smooth and unobstructed. Now, it was time to assemble all the parts into a single unit. Shirou took a few small screws and skillfully tightened all the joints using a screwdriver and a wrench. The sharp sound of metal clashing against the screwdriver echoed inside the forge. He made sure all the parts were securely attached, but not too tight, so that they could still move properly. Once the bell was fully assembled, he lifted it and smiled in satisfaction. "Now, we just need to install it on your bike," he said, turning to Lafia's pink bicycle, which was parked nearby. Lafia immediately stood up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I can't wait to hear it." Shirou gave a small smile before crouching beside the bike. He placed the bell on the handlebar, then used a tightening bolt to secure its position. He tightened the bolt little by little, occasionally checking to make sure the bell could still move freely. After ensuring the bell was firmly attached, Shirou lightly tapped the bicycle's handlebar. "Try pressing the lever," he said, glancing at Lafia. With great enthusiasm, Lafia pressed the small lever on the side of the bell. Cring, cring. The bell rang loudly, its soft chime echoing through the forge. Lafia's eyes sparkled with delight. "This is amazing. Shirou, you're incredible," she exclaimed, pressing the bell several more times as if enjoying each ring. Shirou chuckled at her reaction. "Now, everyone will know when you're coming." He leaned against the workbench and smirked. "Or maybe it's just to show off," he teased. Lafia instantly blushed, her cheeks turning red like a ripe apple. That's not it," she protested, though she couldn't hide her shy smile. Shirou just smiled softly before finally saying, "Come on, let's try it outside." Without wasting another moment, Lafia eagerly pulled her bike outside, ready to test her new bell on the streets. Chapter 99. Cring, cring, cring. The sound of a bicycle bell echoed across the vast backyard of Twilight Manor, catching everyone's attention. Lafia, with a satisfied smile on her face, pedaled her bike around the front yard several times, letting everyone catch a glimpse of her new miracle. The wheels of her pink bicycle spun smoothly over the rocky ground while a gentle breeze swayed the ends of her neatly braided, light brown hair. On the other side of the backyard, Shirou had just dismounted his bike and parked it calmly. He slipped his hands into his pockets, watching Lafia, who seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the moment. From her cheerful expression, Shirou knew exactly what was going on. Lafia was deliberately showing off her bike. He shook his head gently with a smile. "Well, let her have her fun for now," he thought. Meanwhile, from inside the manor, several members of the Loki familia began to notice the commotion outside. From the third floor, Raoul and Aki, who were relaxing on the balcony, exchanged confused glances. "What is Lafia doing?" Raoul muttered, leaning forward. Aki squinted, examining the strange vehicle Lafia was riding. "I don't know. It's not a horse, not a carriage, but it moves on its own." Not just them, Alicia, Sylvie, Alinda, and Arwen, all members of the fairy force, were also curious. The windows of their rooms on the upper floors opened one by one, and they stared down with equal surprise. "Is that a new vehicle from the Hephaestus Familia?" Alicia asked, trying to guess. "It doesn't seem to use any magic. Is this something from outside Orario?" Alinda wondered aloud. "Why does Lafia look so happy riding it?" Arwen added, chuckling a little as she watched her usually cheerful comrade basking in the attention. However, the most enthusiastic reaction came from Tiona, who was standing on the second-floor balcony at the time. "Whoa, what is that, Lafia? Tiona shouted excitedly. Without a second thought, she leaped from the balcony, her body soaring down before landing smoothly in the backyard. Bam! Tiona, who had just stepped out onto the balcony, let out a long sigh as she watched her twin act without thinking. Tiona, can you stop jumping around recklessly? She said, before gracefully leaping down herself to follow her sister. Lafia, who was still pedaling her bike, finally slowed down and looked at them proudly. It's a bicycle, she said cheerfully. Tiona's eyes sparkled with excitement. A bicycle? What's that? How does it move without being pulled or pushed? Lafia grinned broadly, pleased that more people were interested. She pressed the bell again. Cring, cring. Shirou made it. Cool, right? Lafia said with a tone full of pride, glancing briefly at the red-haired young man still standing near his bike. Shirou, who had unintentionally become the center of attention, simply shrugged casually. I just replicated technology from my homeland, he replied simply. Tiona grew even more excited. I want to try it too. Lafia, let me ride it for a bit. Lafia suddenly panicked. But. However, seeing Tiona approaching with her eyes full of enthusiasm, Lafia realized it would be hard to refuse the reckless Amazoness request. Lafia wasn't the type to be stingy, not at all. But this bicycle was different. It was the result of her hard work with Shirou, something she had learned and built with great effort. There was a strong sense of ownership in her heart, especially since Shirou had made it specifically for her. That's why, when she saw Tiona so eager to try it, Lafia felt a little wary. It wasn't that she didn't want to share, but Amazonesses were strong, especially a level 6 like Tiona, who could accidentally break something without realizing it. What if the bike got damaged or the wheels came off? Lafia bit her lower lip, trying to come up with a gentle way to refuse. But before she could open her mouth, someone came to her rescue. As usual. Oi, Tiona. Shirou's calm voice broke the tension. He walked over, his expression relaxed, but with a small smile at the corner of his lips. How about you try something more suited for you? Tiona, who was about to grab Lafia's bike, stopped in her tracks. What do you mean, Shirou? Tiona, standing beside her, also looked at Shirou with curiosity. You have something more suitable? She asked, folding her arms across her chest. Shirou raised his hand, exhaled softly, and then uttered his signature spell. Trace on. A faint blue light appeared in his hand, forming construction lines that slowly assembled something in midair. In a matter of seconds, a tandem bicycle, with 2 saddles and 2 sets of pedals, stood before them. Its iron frame was sturdy, stronger than a regular bicycle, though perhaps not enough to withstand the energy of 2 energetic Amazonesses. Lafia blinked several times, as amazed as ever by Shirou's abilities. Meanwhile, Tiona stared at the bike with her mouth agape, then quickly approached it. Whoa, that's so cool. It's a bicycle, too, right? But why are there 2 seats? She exclaimed joyfully. Shirou smiled faintly. This bike is designed for 2 people. Since you 2 are twins, I thought this would be more suitable. You can pedal together, and it's much more difficult to control than a regular bike. Tiona's eyes sparkled, and without a second thought, she was about to jump onto the front saddle. But before she could, Bruck, Tiona swiftly pushed her aside and sat down first. Hey, Tiona protested. Tiona simply flicked her long hair gracefully. You're too reckless. Let me handle the steering, she said with a confident tone. Tiona frowned, then looked at the handlebars. Only then did she realize, the one in front controls the handlebars and steers the bike. Yeah, that's cheating, she grumbled. Tiona just smiled smugly. It's not cheating, it's being smart. But Tiona wasn't about to give up so easily. She immediately sat on the back saddle, then turned to Lafia, who was still watching them in confusion. Oi, Lafia, let's race, she shouted enthusiastically, her hands gripping the handles behind Tiona's saddle tightly. Lafia was startled. Our race. Tiona's eyes gleamed with challenge. Yeah, me and Tiona against you and Shirou. You up for it? Lafia glanced at Shirou, who simply sighed softly and shrugged. It seemed refusing wasn't an option. Shirou gave a faint smile, turning to Lafia, who was still hesitating. I won't join the race, he said casually. Lafia looked at him in confusion. Shirou nodded toward the manor, where more and more members of the Loki Familia were gathering, watching them with curiosity. Some were leaning on the balconies or pressing their faces against the windows. It looks like I'll be busy projecting more bicycles, he added with a small smile. Lafia turned and saw the curious faces of their Familia members. Raoul and Aki's eyes were wide open from the 3rd-floor balcony, while the Fairy Force members like Alicia, Sylvie, Alinda, and Arwen were whispering among themselves, seemingly in disbelief at the strange vehicle now in the backyard. Lafia nodded in understanding, then firmly gripped her bike's handlebars and pedaled over to Tiona. Tiona, now comfortably seated on the tandem bike with Tiona, glanced at Lafia with a sly smile. In a low voice, she whispered, So this is the result of your secret project, huh? Lafia's face immediately turned red. I. But before she could answer, an enthusiastic shout came from behind. Start. Suddenly, Tiona pedaled with all her might, causing the tandem bike to shoot forward at a surprising speed. Eh, YHHH, Tiona. Tioni screamed in panic, her hands gripping the handlebars tightly as she desperately tried to control the bike, which was almost tipping over from Tiona's sudden burst of energy. Lafia, watching the scene, couldn't hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth for a moment, then shouted with excitement, "Wait for me!" Quickly, she began pedaling her bike, chasing after the Amazonas duo who had already sped ahead. Her bike's wheels spun rapidly over the backyard ground, kicking up a cloud of fine dust behind her. Meanwhile, Shirou could only sigh and shake his head at his friend's antics. However, the corners of his lips remained curled in a small smile. Then, he turned toward Twilight Manor and, in a voice loud enough for everyone watching to hear, called out, "Do you all want to try it too?" For a moment, there was silence. Then, almost simultaneously, enthusiastic voices erupted from all directions. "I want to." "Me too." "Shirou, make another one." Shirou could only smile resignedly. It seemed his work for the day wasn't over yet. As the enthusiastic voices of the Loki Familia members echoed across the backyard, those who had been watching from the upper floors now rushed toward the exit. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the hallways, shoes clattering against the wooden and stone floors. Some even ran down the stairs, eager to see the bike up close, or perhaps even try it themselves. However, their steps suddenly came to a halt. Someone was walking leisurely from inside the manor, their aura so strong that everyone instinctively made way without a second thought. Their captain, braver, Findame, stepped outside with his usual calm expression. Despite his small stature as a Palom, no one dared to underestimate him. His sharp blue eyes scanned the backyard with curiosity. Behind him, with a relaxed gait and both hands tucked into the pockets of her shorts, Goddess Loki followed. Her signature sly smile was plastered across her face as her snake-like eyes gleamed with interest at the bicycle. Without a word, all the Loki Familia members who had been eager to approach chose to remain silent and wait, letting their captain and goddess take the lead. Finn and Loki finally stopped in front of Shirou, who was still standing beside his bike. Finn examined the two-wheeled vehicle with an analytical gaze. Then in a calm and slightly rhetorical tone, he said, "So, this is one of the things from your world, huh?" His finger lightly tapped the bike's frame as if trying to understand its mechanism through touch alone. Shirou nodded. "Yes, it's a bicycle." He smiled slightly. "But this one is just a projection." Loki, who had been observing, now stepped closer and, without hesitation, began inspecting Shirou's bike. Her hands touched the saddle, then the pedals, and finally the wheels. Her sharp eyes immediately caught something. "So this one's just a projection," she murmured, looking up at Shirou with a curious expression. "Then the pink one Lafia's riding must be the real deal, right?" Shirou nodded again. "Yes, we made that one together." Loki raised an eyebrow. "Heh, you made it." Shirou then pointed to the wheels of Lafia's pink bike, which were still spinning in the distance. "Lafia helped me a lot with alchemy to create the base materials. Without her, I'd probably still be struggling to make suitable tires." Finn smiled faintly, looking increasingly interested in the object. He then glanced at Shirou and asked, "May I try it?" Without hesitation, Shirou nodded. "Go ahead." Some of the Loki Familia members watching from the front of the manor began whispering among themselves. The sight of their captain riding this foreign object was definitely a rare and intriguing sight. Finn approached the bike provided for him, and after a brief assessment of the saddle height, he made a small calculation. As a Palom, his height wasn't exactly compatible with the bike. But Finn wouldn't be Finn if he couldn't overcome such a minor issue. With a single, precise movement, he effortlessly hopped onto the saddle, landing perfectly without losing his balance. Some of the onlookers held their breath, but Finn simply began pedaling calmly. Within moments, he was circling the backyard with remarkable stability, as if he had ridden a bicycle before. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment before a small cheer erupted from the Loki Familia members, impressed by their captain's quick adaptation. Even Loki herself chuckled, watching Finn enjoy this little experiment. After circling the backyard a few times, Finn finally slowed down and steered the bike back to its original spot. With a light and practiced movement, he parked the bike beside Loki and Shirou before hopping off effortlessly, landing with perfect balance. Loki, who had been observing Finn's expression with curiosity, immediately asked, "So, what do you think, Finn?" Her tone was casual, but there was clear curiosity in it. However, instead of giving a simple answer like fun or enjoyable, Finn responded with a more technical analysis, as expected by those who knew him well. "This bicycle has potential, but it has limitations," he said, placing a thumb on his lips. "Its speed can't match the running speed of an adventurer level 3 and above. For those accustomed to moving quickly, this bike would feel slower." Shirou had anticipated such a response and simply smiled faintly. "But it's more energy efficient, right?" he said casually. Finn gave a small nod. "That's true. Compared to constantly running or walking long distances, using a bicycle would save stamina. In the dungeon, it might not be very useful due to the many obstacles and uneven terrain, but for daily life, it could be very helpful, especially for civilians and novice adventurers. Shirou nodded in agreement. That's what I thought too. If it can be mass-produced, it might help improve mobility for many people in the city. He rubbed his chin for a moment, thinking, I plan to share the design with other blacksmiths so it can be produced on a larger scale. But before Shirou could continue, Loki quickly raised her hand. Wait a minute, she exclaimed, causing Shirou to turn to her in confusion. Why, he asked. Loki looked at Shirou with a half-amused, half-concerned expression. You don't realize it, do you? If you just share this design without thinking, there are consequences you'll have to face. Shirou grew more confused. What do you mean? Loki sighed softly before explaining. If you just give this design to anyone, don't be surprised if someone else claims it as their own invention. You don't want your hard work stolen, do you? Shirou fell silent for a moment. He hadn't thought about that before. Loki continued. That's why you should patent this design with Altina first. That way, if anyone tries to take it, they'll have to acknowledge it as yours. Shirou shook his head. But I'm not the original creator of this bicycle. I just replicated a design from my world, he admitted honestly. Finn and Loki exchanged glances for a moment before smiling faintly. Finn then spoke in a gentle but meaningful tone. That's true. But in this world, you're the first to introduce it. Technically, you can still claim it as your innovation. Loki nodded in agreement. Besides, if you patent it, you'll have an easier time collaborating with merchants in Altina. They'll help with mass production. Trust me, blacksmiths in Orario are already busy with weapon orders for adventurers. They won't have much time to make bicycles in large quantities. Shirou fell silent for a moment, processing their words. He had never thought about profiting from this idea, but if it could help more people and ensure the bicycle didn't fall into the wrong hands, maybe it was worth considering their suggestion. All right, he finally said. I'll think about it more seriously. Finn and Loki smiled contentedly. They knew that with Shirou's typical way of thinking, he might not be interested in personal gain, but if it was for the greater good, he would definitely consider it earnestly. With a deep breath, Shirou extended his hand and activated his power. Trace on. In an instant, a shimmer of prana enveloped the air around him. A faint blue light flickered, and one by one, the frames of bicycles began to form in front of him. Wheels, gears, chains, pedals, saddles. Each part assembled with precision as if being put together by invisible hands. The process repeated rapidly until 24 bicycles stood neatly in the backyard. 24 identical bikes, ready to be ridden. Shirou exhaled softly, feeling the strain of projecting so many at once. Bicycles weren't swords, and that meant their structure wasn't part of the concept he deeply understood. A sword could be projected in an instant without much difficulty, but a bicycle, that was a different story. Before receiving his fauna, exerting this much prana might have left him breathless, but now, his magical energy capacity was far greater. All he felt was a slight fatigue, nothing more. Once he felt stable enough, he stepped forward and turned to the Loki Familia members who were still watching eagerly. In a calm voice, he said, All right, you can try them now. Hooray! However, just as they were about to touch the handlebars, a figure stood firmly in front of them, blocking their way. Loki. With a relaxed expression but an undeniable aura of authority, the goddess raised her hand dramatically. Wait a minute, her voice echoed, loud enough to stop everyone in their tracks. The crowd, which had been full of excitement, now fell silent, confused by the sudden intervention. Some even looked a little anxious, knowing that Loki wasn't one to forbid something without a good reason. Loki swept her gaze across her Familia members before grinning. Listen up, everyone. These bicycles are not to leave the manor grounds. You can only ride them in the backyard. Understood? Some people exchanged glances, trying to understand the reasoning behind this order. Alicia, standing at the front, finally raised her hand hesitantly. Why? Wouldn't it be more fun if we could ride them around Orario? Loki turned to the elf with a sly expression. Because we're going to patent this first. She crossed her arms and continued in a more serious tone. So, the design can't leak to outsiders. They all began to understand Loki's point, but before anyone could protest further, the goddess opened her usually closed eyes. Her sharp red gaze swept across the crowd with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. And if anyone carelessly leaks this design, be prepared to pay a fine equal to the potential profits of this bicycle. For a moment, the atmosphere turned chillingly silent. Some of the members who had been so excited now swallowed hard, their expressions shifting from enthusiasm to anxiety. They had been part of the Loki Familia long enough to know how serious their goddess was about business. If anyone broke this rule and the design leaked into the wrong hands, the fine would be enormous. BRRR. The entire group shuddered in unison, then obediently nodded and murmured their agreement. Not a single one dared to challenge Loki's order now. From the side, Shirou, who had been watching all this, could only sigh softly. His eyes glanced toward Finn, who was standing beside him. So, in the end, it's about money too, huh? He thought to himself. Author note. The sketch of our first wallpaper is already finished. Please check it out at https:/www.patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 100. Left, right, left, right. The sound of commands echoed in the backyard of Twilight Manor, shouted enthusiastically by the twin Amazonesses as they pedaled their tandem bicycle at high speed. Tiona and Tioni, with near-perfect coordination, continued to pedal in a steady rhythm, producing the sound of the chain creaking mixed with the rapid rolling of the wheels over the ground. Tioni, who was sitting in front and holding the handlebars, sharpened her gaze forward. Her dark green eyes sparkled as she spotted their petite captain, Finn, standing in the field, right in front of them. Stop! This time, Tioni's shout was full of urgency, and for the first time in a long while, Tiona obeyed without protest. Treat it. The rear tire of the tandem bike screeched loudly as Tioni pulled the brakes. Dust immediately scattered into the air, enveloping the area in a thin haze. Some of the Loki Familia members who were still standing near the manor stepped back slightly, avoiding the rising dust. In a split second, the tandem bike came to a halt right in front of Loki, Finn, and Shirou, just a few steps away from crashing into them. Tiona, who was sitting at the back, quickly jumped off the saddle with agility. With a beaming face full of pride, she raised both hands into the air and exclaimed, "Yay! We won the race." Shirou, who had been watching them, furrowed his brow. Something felt off. Slowly, he glanced to the left and right, as if searching for something, or more precisely, someone. "Wait a minute," he finally said, looking at Tiona suspiciously. "Where's Lafia? Weren't you racing against her?" Tiona just grinned widely, stretching her arms out in front of her chest with an expression full of triumph. "Of course, she fell way behind," she said smugly, flicking her hair with a playful smile. "I couldn't even see her anymore." "Waha." Shirou could only sigh. Poor Lafia. While Tiona was still celebrating her victory in the bicycle race, her twin sister, Tioni, was completely uninterested in the outcome. As soon as her feet touched the ground after dismounting the tandem bike, her eyes immediately locked onto one figure, Findame. Without hesitation, she stepped closer and confidently stroked the saddle of their tandem bike, as if celebrating something far more important than just a race victory. "Captain," she called in a teasing tone, "let's ride this bike together." Loki, who was standing next to Finn, grinned widely at Tioni's actions. "Oh, Tioni, you're not wasting any time, huh?" she teased with a playful voice, enjoying how Finn looked slightly uncomfortable with the situation. Finn, who was used to dealing with Tioni's behavior, could only rub his forehead, sigh softly, and quickly look for a way to change the subject. His eyes then landed on the tandem bike they had just ridden. "This bike is a bit different from the others," he murmured, pointing to the two saddles and two sets of pedals designed for two people. Finn then turned to Shirou and asked with a tone full of interest, "Can you project other unique bikes like this?" Shirou thought for a moment. Memories of various types of bicycles from his world flashed through his mind. Then, an idea came to him. "Trace. On." He extended his hand, and in an instant, a bluish-green light shimmered, forming something very different from the previous bike. As the light faded, a unicycle stood before them. However, due to its lack of stability, the unicycle immediately tilted to the side and fell right toward Loki. Ouch! The saddle of the unicycle hit Loki's chest directly, causing the goddess to writhe in pain on the ground while everyone around her stared in shock. Tiona and Tioni burst into loud laughter, almost losing their balance from amusement. "Ha ha! Look at that! Even the bike rejects Loki's chest," Tiona exclaimed jokingly, unaware that her own chest size wasn't much different from Loki's. Loki, still sitting on the ground with a pout, rubbed her chest where she had been hit. "Oi, kid, you need to be more careful," she said irritably, glaring at Shirou, who quickly bowed in apology. Finn, who remained calm, picked up the unicycle from Loki's body and examined it with curiosity. This is certainly unique, but..." He raised an eyebrow and looked at Shirou. "What exactly is the purpose of this bike?" Shirou smiled faintly. "It's usually used for performances or shows." Finn nodded in understanding, while Loki snorted in annoyance, still rubbing her chest that had just been unexpectedly attacked by the unicycle's saddle. Finn confidently mounted the unicycle. At first, his body leaned slightly forward and backward as he searched for the right balance. However, within seconds, the Palom captain adjusted perfectly. His legs began to pedal slowly, and the unicycle started moving forward smoothly. Finn raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling challenged. "Oh, it can move forward and backward too," he murmured as he shifted his body backward, causing the unicycle to move backward a few meters before moving forward again. With each pedal, Finn's serious expression turned into a small smile. Although he didn't show it outright, it was clear that he was enjoying this new experience. "Wow, Captain, you're amazing," Tioni exclaimed with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Beside her, Tiona and Loki also watched with enthusiasm. Tiona even looked like she wanted to try it herself, while Loki grinned as she watched their captain adapt so quickly to the strange vehicle. Meanwhile, Shirou could only observe in silence, his mind inadvertently drifting to an image of Finn performing in a circus. With his incredible balance and small stature, he could easily become the star of an acrobatic show. Findame, the captain of the Loki Familia, the unicycle master. However, the sound of approaching footsteps from behind shattered his imagination. Shirou turned and saw Ace Wallenstein standing nearby. The girl still had her usual calm expression, but there was something different this time. Her eyes were fixed on the bike Finn was using, as well as the other Loki Familia members busy trying out their own bikes. There was a glimmer of interest in her usually calm golden eyes. After a few seconds of observation, Ace finally asked in a soft but curious voice, "Shirou, what is that?" Shirou smiled faintly. "It's called a bicycle," he answered, glancing at Finn, who was still busy playing with his unicycle. "A simple vehicle that you can pedal to move without using too much energy. There are many types, depending on the user's needs." Ace nodded slowly, still observing the bikes with great interest, as if considering something. Shirou watched Ace for a moment before asking, "By the way, why didn't you come out with the others earlier?" In the backyard, the group of Loki Familia members had already scattered, each busy with the bikes Shirou had just projected. Raoul looked awkwardly trying to balance his bike, while Aki and Alicia laughed as Lin almost crashed into the fence from pedaling too enthusiastically. Some other members were racing around the field, their laughter mixing with the sound of tires rolling over the rocky ground. Ace, still standing calmly beside Shirou, nodded slightly before answering in her usual flat but soft voice. "I was still enjoying my breakfast alone." After a brief pause, she lowered her head slightly, her expression sincere as she said, "Thank you. Your cooking is always delicious." Shirou paused for a moment before smiling slightly. "You're welcome." However, he soon noticed something odd. "But why were you eating so late? Were you training Belle again?" he asked, leaning forward slightly. A's golden eyes widened slightly before she quickly nodded, then placed her index finger on her lips with a secretive expression. "Shoo, don't let Loki and Finn know," she whispered softly, as if afraid someone might hear. Shirou raised an eyebrow. "You're afraid of getting caught?" Ace slightly averted her gaze, her tone still calm, but with a hint of hidden anxiety. "Loki would definitely be angry if she found out I was helping Belle, especially since Hestia and Loki don't get along." Shirou understood her point. Loki, with her stubborn nature, often mocked Hestia, and she likely wouldn't be happy to find out that her familia's favorite child was secretly training a member of her rival familia. However, for now, it seemed A's worries were unnecessary. Finn was still busy teaching Loki how to ride the unicycle, while Loki, with a pout, struggled to balance herself on the unique vehicle. Tiona and Tioni, who were usually noisy, were now laughing contentedly as they watched their goddess almost lose her balance several times. Ace glanced at them briefly, then turned back to Shirou, as if making sure her secret was still safe. Shirou thought for a moment. Honestly, he didn't see a big problem if Ace helped Belle train. However, he chose not to voice his opinion. After all, if Ace herself felt the need to keep it a secret, it was better not to interfere. He glanced to the side, where Ace was still watching the Loki Familia members busy pedaling their bikes. Her eyes followed every movement, her expression still flat, but there was a slight glimmer of interest in them. Seeing this, Shirou finally spoke up. "Do you want to try it too?" he asked lightly. "If you want, I can project a bike for you. You can choose which one you'd like." Ace blinked, seemingly a little surprised by the offer. Slowly, she shifted her gaze to the three types of bikes in front of her. The unicycle, which Tiona was currently riding with Finn teaching her balance. The standard two-wheeled bike, which was the most commonly used by the Loki Familia members and seemed more practical. However, her gaze eventually settled on the tandem bike, which had a pair of saddles and pedals for two people. Shirou noticed that Ace stared at the tandem bike a little longer than the others. He could see a hint of hesitation in her expression, as if unsure about voicing her desire. Finally, in a soft but clear voice, Ace pointed to the tandem bike. "I want that one." Shirou raised an eyebrow slightly, a little surprised by her choice. However, before he could ask for her reasoning, Ace continued with a sentence that made his heart beat a little faster. "I want to ride it with you, Shirou." Shirou paused for a moment before finally nodding calmly. "All right, I'll project another one for us." However, before he could activate projection, he suddenly felt a light touch on his shoulder. He turned and saw Tioni standing beside him. Tioni grinned slightly and winked. "You don't need to project a new one. Just use the tandem bike we used earlier." Shirou briefly wondered why Tioni was giving him the bike, but before he could ask further, Tioni added with a slightly worried tone, "While you're at it, look for Lafia. I feel like she hasn't come back yet." Ace, who heard this, immediately turned to Tioni and asked seriously, "Lafia, where should we look for her?" Tioni raised her hand and pointed toward the far end of the manor's backyard. "We passed through that area during the race. Lafia might still be around there." Shirou and Ace exchanged glances before finally nodding. It seemed their adventure with the bike had just begun. Ace approached the parked tandem bike and examined it carefully. Her golden eyes observed every detail. The two saddles, two sets of pedals, and the handlebars only available at the front. She touched the frame, feeling its smooth surface before finally standing straight and turning to Shirou. "How do you use it?" she asked, her voice as flat as ever. Shirou smiled faintly and pointed to the front saddle. If you want to experience riding a bike properly, it's better if you sit in front, he suggested. The back can only pedal, but the front controls the steering. However, Ace just stared at the front saddle for a moment before finally choosing to sit on the back saddle. I just want to try pedaling first, she said as she adjusted her sitting position. Shirou blinked, a little confused by her choice. Wouldn't it be more fun if she was the one steering? But he didn't push his opinion. All right, then I'll take the front, he replied as he mounted the front saddle. Meanwhile, Ace gripped the edge of her saddle tightly. In truth, the reason she chose to sit at the back wasn't just to try pedaling. If she sat in front, she wouldn't be able to see Shirou clearly. But with this position, she could observe Shirou from behind, watching how his back moved as he pedaled, feeling the close distance between them. Shirou, unaware of A's thoughts, glanced back slightly and said, "Before we start, lift the kickstand first." Ace looked down, saw the bike stand supporting the rear wheel, and swiftly used her foot to push it up. Click! The stand lifted, and the bike was now ready to use. Shirou glanced back again and gave the signal. "Okay, let's start. Ready?" Ace nodded silently. 1, 2, 3, pedal. In one synchronized movement, the two began pedaling the tandem bike. The wheels started turning, slowly carrying them toward the back of the manor. Shirou steered steadily, while Ace, behind him, quietly enjoyed this little journey, her eyes still fixed on Shirou's back. Shirou pedaled firmly, his hands gripping the handlebars of the tandem bike while maintaining balance. The cool morning breeze brushed past them, swaying the strands of his red hair. His sharp eyes scanned the backyard of the manor, searching for Lafia among the buildings and trees decorating the Loki Familia's backyard. Behind him, Ace also pedaled in the same rhythm. At first, her eyes focused on the surroundings, looking for signs of Lafia's presence. Her gaze swept across the area, the row of small trees bordering the yard, some other Familia members still busy playing with their bikes, and the dirt path leading further back. However, the longer she rode with Shirou, her mind began to wander. The sound of the chain turning smoothly, the rhythmic swing of the pedals moving together, and Shirou's presence so close in front of her, all of it gave her a strange, yet comfortable feeling. She could see Shirou's sturdy back, how every movement of his body felt so natural as he controlled the bike, and she even occasionally heard his soft breaths whenever they had to pedal harder. Weird, Ace thought. Why does it feel different? Her fingers, which had initially gripped the back of the saddle, now relaxed slightly. She no longer cared much about the surroundings. What mattered was that she could enjoy this ride with Shirou. Meanwhile, Shirou remained focused on his goal. His eyes continued to scan the backyard of the manor, searching for signs of Lafia's presence. Finally, in the distance, something caught his attention. A pink bicycle stood still next to a small building filled with forging tools, the Loki Familia's forge. From its design, Shirou immediately recognized it as Lafia's bike. He slowed down the tandem bike, its wheels rolling more slowly over the ground, leaving a soft sound of friction against the gravel. "She's probably inside the forge," Shirou murmured, glancing back slightly to inform Ace. Ace, who had been lost in her thoughts, snapped back to focus. She followed Shirou's gaze, spotting Lafia's pink bike parked neatly. "Let's check," Ace replied simply, her voice returning to its usual calm tone. Shirou nodded, then began steering the bike toward the forge, leaving tire tracks on the slightly damp ground. While behind him, Ace resumed pedaling with a more conscious rhythm, aware that her little moment had just passed.